Hey, great to have you here. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating so we can keep delivering more exciting videos. Now, let's jump into the story of the CEO mistreats his wife right here on GMT Recap. The life of this girl is filled with darkness, being raised by others since she was young. Not only was she forced to take random medications all year round, causing her constant pain. At 18, she was taken in by the So family and forced to be engaged to an old man. Unable to bear it any longer, she ended up killing someone and was taken back into custody. Now she is abandoned on a deserted island called Pengdu, also known as the Rat's Nest Island. There is no law, no police on this island, and all year round, they release a group of mentally ill people to self-destruct. Today, a helicopter appeared in the sky. The people on the island all raised their hands, hoping to be rescued. The result was a tall and handsome man slowly stepping down from the helicopter. He suddenly became interested and walked towards the girl under the tree. The assistant quickly used an electronic lock scanner on the girl's hand. Then, the assistant spoke out the inspection data. This girl is 21 years old, diagnosed with schizophrenia 3 years ago, and brought here. The man smiled cruelly and said, "This type of woman originally came from this rat's nest, suddenly brought here at 18. The girl's face was calm at this moment, but in her heart, there were already hundreds of flames burning. What does it mean to come from a rat's nest? What is this person saying? Suddenly, the man lowered himself and caressed the girl's lips. It's interesting, this woman has successfully caught my attention. In the Hyangwon imperial capital, the girl's face was stunned, thinking to herself, like Chien Huyet. The CEO of the top financial conglomerate in country A doesn't hesitate to travel far, coming to this deserted island. What is his purpose? What's even more unsettling is that the maid beside me is whispering about like Chien Huyet's countless acts of violence. Outside, the sound of brakes suddenly reached the girl's ears, making her think that like Chien Huyet had returned. So she deliberately broke a plate, grabbed a knife to defend herself. This action successfully made like Chien Huyet's face darken. He grabbed the girl's injured wrist, dragging her into the bedroom. As for these two useless wastes, I don't want to see them anymore. This scene directly frightened the two maids, making them tremble. Later, like Chien Huyet gently bandaged the girl's wound, looking at her murmuring, "You and that person are very alike." Alike who? An enemy or a former lover? The girl's face was puzzled, wanting to hear the man's answer. At this moment, the assistant also spoke. "Yes, you are very similar to eldest miss who was sick before, also as calm as her." Like Chien Huyet took off his coat, then told the assistant to leave. After that, in front of the girl undressed. The girl was extremely tense but did not show it. She couldn't help but curse this man silently, too perverted. How could she stand in front of someone with mental obstacles undressing? Like Chien Huyet decided to enter the bathroom. At this moment, he coldly warned, "Don't run around. If you dare to step out of this room, I will break your leg." The man suddenly called a nervous person to help him dry his hair. He even warned her, "If you can't do it, I will break each of your fingers." Facing the perverted man, the girl was extremely dissatisfied. Fortunately, the man only saw her as a sister, not making any excessive moves, otherwise her innocence might not be able to be maintained. But like Chien Huyet normally made people fearful just by hearing his name, but now suddenly he was like a child demanding a hug. The girl heard this and dared not move, even though she was currently assuming the role of a madman who did not understand human language, making the man powerless. Therefore, the man saw the girl as someone who listened, speaking out his longing for his sister alone. However, the other party had already fallen asleep. But at this moment, he inadvertently touched the girl's soft spot, his little mushroom suddenly standing up. This left like Chien Huyet feeling even more helpless and confused, so he quickly got up and left. He then sat on the luxurious sofa and listened to his subordinates report. Some members of parliament were talking nonsense, accusing him of manipulating the economy of country A. Like Chien Huyet did not deny it, as he had indeed manipulated things, but those who felt they had lived too long dared to speak out. He had no qualms about getting rid of them. He then instructed his subordinates to find a woman for him. Mang Sang asked in surprise, what kind of woman does he want to find? Like Chien Huyet frowned, a mature, clean, and willing one. Meanwhile, the girl who had just woken up was hiding behind a tall vase, watching the man leave. She also had to find a chance to escape and see the outside world she hadn't seen in 3 years, as well as her family. However, the new maids were discussing, like Chien Huyet had been going to the neighboring city for dinner parties for the past few days and wouldn't be returning for a while. The girl knew her chance had come, so she pretended to be crazy like a little bee buzzing around. Finally, she found a sedative, so she came up with a plan and put it in the maid's drinking water. An hour later, the mansion was unusually quiet. The girl observed for a while, and once she was sure everything was settled, this was the taste of freedom. Moving to another scene, she gritted her teeth and looked at the So family, where she had once lived. Thinking back to when she had knelt down in agony, begging her fake foster father not to give her away to someone else, only to be treated like trash thrown onto a deserted island in return. Now she easily jumped over the wall into the So family mansion, overcoming all obstacles to reach her younger sister's room, which was now being converted into a dog kennel. She quickly searched for a dark corner to hide her belongings, pressing down gently until a box appeared. Seeing the items inside still intact, she silently thought about the difficulties of coming here, leaving a small gift behind to meet someone new. 3 years ago, her foster family had conspired against her, treating her like a madwoman and locking her up with an electronic collar on a deserted island where even dogs would scorn her. Now she had returned, determined to peel off the fake mask of the So family. At that moment, So Young flew out. Upon returning home, she immediately revealed her intention to take the most powerful man in the country. So's father wholeheartedly agreed with his daughter's thoughts. So's mother, on the other hand, questioned, "You've already dealt with Peng Shindan, why do you still want to be involved with like Chien Huyet?" So Young, without any patience, looked at her parents and said, "Peng Shindan is just a third young master, how many shares can he be worth?" She then went to take a shower, but not long after, screams of distress could be heard from upstairs. Father So, Mother So come over, looking in the direction pointed by So Young, only to see a line of red words on the bed, saying, "I have returned." Mother So Young suddenly thought, could it be Suam? The result is So Young saying, "We have also ended it 3 years ago, she must have died somewhere early." Father So Young had a gloomy face, "That woman is nothing but a pile of rubbish, even if she dies, she won't cause any trouble." Cruel So Young still not at ease, suggesting, "Let's hire an assassin to send that whore to die under 18 layers of hell." So Young thought, whether So Mayan lives or dies, she can only be suppressed by her, laughing out loud for a moment. Meanwhile, So Mayan is eating grilled meat, taking a big bite, secretly wondering, is it cold outside? The most headache for her is how to get evidence, as she is currently considered insane. At this moment, a voice rang out, "Son, can you see any evidence here?" "I really can't see anything at all." And the owner of the voice also looked towards her, "Son, that girl is not bad either." At this point, the white-haired boy approached to strike up a conversation, wanting to show off his charm. So Mayan took off her gloves, coldly saying, "Want to hug me?" Bekmu suddenly felt So Mayan was very indifferent. She shrugged and said, "Want to take me for a massage?" Not knowing that next, So Mayan reached out and pressed his hand under the table. A long thin bamboo stick stabbed hard on his hand. This action made Bekmu break out in a cold sweat, stuttering, "I was wrong." So Mayan withdrew the bamboo stick, coldly saying, "Prove to me that you're 21, the rest is up to you." Bekmu's eyes welled up with tears, touching his injured hand. "What about the name?" "The name is also up to you." So Mayan looked at the grilled meat skewers, "Then call it Defiance. 9 p.m., 5 days from now, on the 8th floor of Guangcheng Diamond, bring the items to me. If you can't do it." Before she could finish her sentence, Bekmu immediately expressed, okay. "I will definitely do it." At that moment, a group of black-clad bodyguards approached, saying, "This street has been covered by us." Disguised as a madman, this girl took advantage of the male lead's absence to go to the enemy's house and take back what was rightfully hers, conveniently leaving a gift behind. After finishing, she even remembered to eat grilled meat skewers, but at that moment, a group of black-clad bodyguards appeared because this street had been covered by their boss. Just as So Mayan sighed at not understanding the world of the rich, she suddenly saw a character who should not be here, Mang Sang, the most trusted subordinate of Like Chi and Huyet. This shows that Like Chi and Huyet is also in this food street. So Mayan quickly covered herself discreetly. Just when she thought she was about to escape, suddenly someone grabbed her shoulder. "Aren't you a staff member? Please go back to the grill and bring out some delicious food." So Mayan glanced at her apron, feeling annoyed, and said, "Today going out without checking the time is really unlucky." A moment later, the bodyguards in front and behind said, "Protect Like Chi and Huyet," and the young lady, a hot figure beauty, arrogantly left. They directly chose a position closest to So Mayan and sat down. The beauty first teased the man in front, even nudging her foot underneath. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was truly awkward. But So Mayan was urged, "Quickly bring the food up." To avoid being recognized, she had to comply. Finally, she placed the food down. When she thought she could safely leave, the man behind suddenly called her back, then smiled, as if he had already seen everything. The woman next to her saw this and told So Mayan, "You quickly leave, she couldn't ruin her own business because of her." Then she continued to flirt with Like Chi and Huyet, even later insidiously saying, "Chairman Like, I want to eat you up." However, Like Chi and Huyet, stepping out of the market, failed to see the woman's intentions. He quickly grabbed the woman's arm, lifted her skirt, and took out the opponent's weapon. With a thud, the woman fell to the ground. As a top hunter, Like Chi and Huyet found this inexperienced woman to be quite boring. He glanced at So Mayan and said, "Go to Hyangwon." Seeing Like Chi and Huyet leave, So Mayan took off her mask, took a deep breath, feeling a sudden shock. If the man found out she wasn't in Hyangwon, she would be doomed. She saw a car in front of her, came up with a clever idea, and quietly sneaked into the trunk of the car. However, coincidentally, Like Chi and Huyet said, "I want to sit in this car." Mang Sang in the car kept saying, "Sorry, I was planning to find a woman for Chairman Like," and asked, "Any special requests? Like gentle or enthusiastic?" But the man's response was suddenly, "I want someone with a nervous disorder." Meanwhile, So Mayan, hiding in the trunk of the car, couldn't help but curse, "What kind of perverted preference is this?" Like Chi and Huyet said, "I can see you have a strong interest in women in Hyangwon, even showing signs of sexual desire. Should I deal with her or not?" So Mayan was speechless. She is not a substitute for his deceased sister, right? Right now, all she can do is pray that Like Chi and Huyet can become whole again. If not for revenge, this girl also does not want to disguise herself as a madman. However, when she sneaked out to eat grilled skewers, it seemed that she was rescued by a man from a deserted island, so she had to quickly return to Hyangwon before him. Just as So Mayan jumped over the fence, a deep smile appeared on the man's face. As soon as they entered, Like Chi and Huyet asked, "Where is the young lady?" The servants could only lie, "The young lady is sleepy, probably still sleeping at this time." The man went straight upstairs to So Mayan's room. Seeing the woman pretending to be asleep, he pinched her nose until she couldn't breathe and slowly opened her eyes. "Awake now? Have a meal with me," he said, hugging her on his shoulder, and suddenly slapped her on the butt. Like Chi and Huyet smiled mysteriously. The woman's erratic movements on the man were a kind of illusion. "I also don't care if she is mentally ill or not." After that, both of them were unusually quiet at the large dining table. Like Chi and Huyet asked the servant next to him, "How is the young lady eating?" Another servant brought food in front of So Mayan. "Eating rice is fine, just sometimes a bit messy." Thinking of the other person who once said they liked people with nervous disorders, So Mayan ate messily. This way of eating was really hard to watch. The next moment she spat out all the food, with rice scattered all over the table. Even the maid beside her couldn't stand it anymore. "I'm sorry, young master, it's better for the young lady to eat outside, to avoid affecting your meal." But Like Chi and Huyet was not angry at all. Instead he asked, "What does the young lady like to eat? Does she particularly like grilled meat?" The maid denied vigorously. They had never made grilled meat for the young lady. Just then, a man walked up to So Mayan. "Well then, that's good. After all, grilled meat is not healthy. If you eat snacks indiscriminately, the consequences are actually very serious." At this moment, So Mayan also confirmed that this man definitely recognized her at the barbecue restaurant. Like Chi and Huyet then held So Mayan's hand, observing the electronic lock on her wrist. Can this thing be removed? Mang Sang replied, no, because the electronic device uses special materials. Just as Like Chi and Huyet told Mang Sang, you should turn this annoying thing into a bracelet. Mang Sang received a call from the other side, and after taking the call, Like Chi and Huyet's face became dark. After that, the two of them left Hyangwon, one after the other. Seeing the last man finally leave, So Mayan finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, So Mayan also found out from the maid why Like Chi and Huyet was so angry, because his father was causing a commotion. This girl had pretended to be crazy and foolish for 3 years, because she had to find an opportunity for revenge, never expecting that she would be rescued from the deserted island by the richest man, and now he had exposed her true identity. Just as Like Chi and Huyet was about to investigate, the man received a phone call, temporarily saving her life. From the maid, she learned that Like Chi and Huyet was returning to the hall this time, and most likely would not come back tonight. In the middle of the night, she quietly went to Like Chi and Huyet's office, the computer on the desk still unlocked. After a series of skillful actions, the screen suddenly showed the camera of the So family, making So Mayan very satisfied. During the day, she had pretended to be a god or demon to scare the So family. Perhaps now they were all trembling, inviting a great master to perform a ritual to protect them from evil. Without hesitation, So Mayan picked up the phone. Hello, I would like to report that Counselor So Jong Myong is performing a superstition ritual at home to ward off evil spirits. At the same time, Like Chi and Huyet had just finished dealing with family matters, and Mang Sang had extracted important information he had investigated about So Mayan, reporting to Like Chi and Huyet. From the above content, it can be seen that this woman is basically not a wanderer, but was brought to the deserted island by So Jong Myong through relationships. I also found out that the So family will perform a ritual to ward off evil spirits tonight, and the name being worshipped is So Mayan. Like Chi and Huyet smirked sinisterly. Since when did my little pet that I raised become someone else's pawn? Early the next morning, So Mayan saw the hot search on her phone. Excellent. This is just the beginning of my revenge plan. Meanwhile, So Young on the other side couldn't sleep all night because she was currently under attack by netizens, unable to resist the urge to find her wicked father. So Jong Myong, clearly we have spent a lot of money to suppress the hot search. Why is it becoming more popular now? At this point, I can't think of the reason. I can only suspect that our competitors are playing dirty tricks behind the scenes. With no other choice, I must go into hiding first, and find those young gentlemen to seek their help, as they may be able to provide evidence. So Young directly refused. I don't want to be a bargaining chip, my goal is Like Chi and Huyet. So Young's disobedience made So Jong Myong angry and slammed the table. If you can find Like Chi and Huyet, why do I have to stay here and suffer? Suddenly he remembered So Young's excellent spare tire. When meeting Peng Shindan, he must stand facing me. At 9 p.m. So Young and Peng Shindan met at a cafe. Spare tire, who is actually idealized first love, will surely believe in front of him, even comforting So Young. The hot search will calm down quickly. However, at this moment, So Young never expected to see So Mayan here. The girl who pretended to be crazy for 3 years, just because her foster family felt she was no longer useful, abandoned her on a deserted island until she was rescued by a mysterious man. So Mayan lay on the bed, thinking secretly that she had obtained the fake evidence. She must escape from this dangerous man, otherwise her life would not be spared. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted her thoughts. The maid said, "Wake up quickly, dress up beautifully, the young master has been waiting for a long time." And at this moment, So Mayan's face was puzzled. Has she become a burden like Chi and Huyet's heart? A moment later, So Mayan slowly descended the stairs in a white dress. Like Chi and Huyet waved to her, indicating her to come over, and then So Mayan sat on the man's lap like that. She blushed with embarrassment, comforting herself to ignore it, waiting for him to leave so she could escape immediately. Like Chi and Huyet seemed to see through her thoughts even more tightly, causing So Mayan to curse in her heart. Pervert, extremely perverted, even lunatics wouldn't overlook it. At that moment, the maid came over with a bouquet, intending to make jewelry for the young lady. Suddenly, Like Chi and Huyet slammed the game console in his hand to the ground. It's all useless, people are the same, flowers too. Then, with a dark face, he ordered the maid, "Stay here, squeeze the flowers you just picked into water and throw them away." So Mayan instantly broke out in a cold sweat. This was indeed killing the chicken to scare the monkey. After that, like Chien Huyet lifted her face, expressionless, saying, "Little darling, absolutely do not follow, I will feed you, dress you," while warning So Mayan, "If you dare to run away, I will bury you in the wall as fertilizer for the flowers." Hearing this, So Mayan's heart was tense and wanted to escape. So Mayan returned to her room to change her strategy. Like Chien Huyet's power was too strong, she couldn't confront such a powerful enemy, so she would have to escape later. This man wanted to turn the girl he loved into a flower caretaker, just because he saw her as a pet to be pampered, but his pet wanted to find a way to leave him. The girl was sweating in fear. So Mayan, after returning to the room, thought that like Chien Huyet was a very powerful force, and running away should wait for future opportunities. Then, the maid brought in exquisite attire. She thought tonight was So Young's birthday party. Over here, in the country's most luxurious hotel. So Young was enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. Han Nam Nam stood beside her and started to flatter her. "So Young, I really admire you, with so much money, so many powerful friends, can you introduce me to someone? It's Peng Shin Dan, the third young master of the Peng family." So Young remained silent, but inwardly cursed. Han Nam Nam looks ordinary, yet wants to climb up to Peng Shin Dan, it's really ridiculous. Then, So Young's birthday party began. Peng Shindan arrived and praised her. "You look very beautiful tonight," and told So Young, "I have a surprise for you." After speaking, So Mayan, dressed in a very rustic outfit, walked in. So Young was surprised, wondering why it was this woman. Peng Shindan asked her, "Are you happy?" She wished she could kill So Mayan. How could she be happy? At that moment, Peng Shindan took So Young's hand, intending to revisit the past with So Mayan. However, So Young told Peng Shindan, "Mr. Peng, call me to inform him to quickly complete the unfinished task and come over here." After Peng Shindan left, So Young was furious, truly a despicable and ungrateful person. Seeing Han Nam Nam passing by, she started teasing, "Han Nam Nam, do you see that girl over there?" Han Nam Nam scorned, "Yes, I see her, she's the one brought by Peng Shindan, her outfit is nothing special, she looks terrible." So Young whispered in her ear, "I heard Peng Shindan is pursuing her, do you understand?" Han Nam Nam's face was shocked. "Are you telling me to create a scene at the birthday party?" So Young said, "It's okay, it's just a banquet, there are always performances, sometimes even clowns. I personally find it very enjoyable." Han Nam Nam approached So Mayan and immediately said, "Madam, please show me the invitation." So Mayan shook her head to indicate that she did not have an invitation. "I was just brought here by Peng Shindan's girlfriend." Han Nam Nam simply did not believe her words, even loudly criticized her, "Are you here to eat and drink for free?" The wealthy young men nearby stopped to watch the drama. But So Mayan asked the clueless girl, "Based on what do you say that I'm here to eat and drink for free?" Han Nam Nam immediately pulled So Young in front of Lu Cha. "So Young, this person says she's your friend, do you know her?" So Young looked indifferent and replied, "I don't know her." The people present there started gossiping about So Mayan, a country bumpkin dares to come here. Some even said, "So Young must not show any mercy, absolutely cannot forgive this kind of person." The girl was humiliated by the rich young masters as a thief. They even wanted her to strip and search her whole body just because her earrings were missing, according to Lu Cha's sister. Then, Han Nam Nam arrogantly said, "The item is on So Young. If nothing is found on her, I will immediately kneel down and apologize." However, they did not know that this was just the first step in So Young's revenge plan. She coldly looked at So Mayan, "If nothing is found on me, So Young will also have to kneel down and apologize." But So Young believed that So Mayan must have an electronic lock on her hand. At that point, no one cared if she kneeled down or not. So she agreed. So Mayan then took off her coat, revealing a luxurious outfit in front of everyone. She smiled at Han Nam Nam, "Keep searching, do you have to strip even for the outfit?" Han Nam Nam still didn't know whether to live or die, saying, "Take it off. If you have the guts, just take it off." So Mayan provocatively challenged, "If you can't find it after taking it all off, I will let this second-generation rich group be on hot search tomorrow. As a result, Han Nam Nam was furious, gritting her teeth and not daring to step forward. So Young, seeing this, wanted to step forward and pull the rope tied to So Mayan's wrist, but So Mayan stepped back to avoid it, saying, "What are you doing?" So Young explained at this moment, "I just heard that the police are chasing a girl who escaped from a deserted island." The age and appearance are very similar to this young lady. The people in the hall whispered in shock at the mention of the deserted island. So Young didn't miss any opportunity, successfully grabbing the rope tied to So Mayan's wrist. She stood still, without an electronic lock, only a jade bracelet. Next, she was slapped hard by So Mayan. So Young held one side of her face and shouted, "How dare you hit me?" So Mayan found this question amusing, saying, "If you want to fight, then fight." "Do I need to write a report to fight?" So Young then pretended to be pitiful, crying and lamenting, "I just want to check a little, is it necessary to hit someone?" The young masters also joined in criticizing So Mayan excessively, even shouting, "She must be caught." The girl was treated as a thief by a group of second-generation rich, not only forcing her to undress for inspection, but also boldly wanting to capture her. Meanwhile, her man was upstairs observing, "I want to see how my little darling will handle this." So Mayan coldly spoke up, "Whoever dares to touch me today, their house will disappear from this country tomorrow." The second-generation rich were furious, "Who do you think you are to speak so arrogantly?" So Mayan laughed and said, "I may be nothing, but the power behind me combined cannot be touched." Upstairs, like Chien Huyet thought So Mayan was referring to him and planned to tell Mang Sang, "Wait a moment to find an opportunity to prove So Mayan wrong." However, So Mayan continued, "The Tasher family is behind this hotel." So Young laughed, "You dare to talk nonsense again." The second-generation rich were all speculating, with such expensive attire, she might be from the next generation of the Tasher family. But So Young clearly did not believe it. She said, "Han Nam Nam, bring the hotel director here." Unexpectedly, So Mayan straightforwardly said, "The director is not high enough in rank. If you want to find someone with authority, find a witness." Even Mang Sang couldn't help but speak out, "President-like, unless she truly is from the next generation of the Ta family." However, like Chien Huyet said, the Ta family has no daughters in generations. Mang Sang was very surprised. "Why do you dare to lie like that?" The machete chairman only said, "How is this related to me?" But then warned Mang Sang, "If my precious one loses a single hair, they don't need to appear in front of me anymore." At this moment, the hotel manager coldly said, "Who dares to impersonate the next generation of the Ta family?" So Mayan then approached gracefully, "Chairman Huang, is this lady not from the Ta family?" Hearing this, Chairman Huang directly said, "Are you not afraid of death? How dare you impersonate the next generation of the Ta family?" So Mayan confidently replied, "Indeed, I am not from the next generation of the Ta family. But I am the one who saved Ta Hoya's life." When Chairman Huang heard this name, he was momentarily shocked, but this reaction was also anticipated by So Mayan, who kindly reminded him, "Chairman Huang, it's best to make a phone call to confirm. Don't act on your own." 10 minutes later, Chairman Huang respectfully said, "Please meet Mr. Ta." Looking back to last year, she saved Ta Hoyi from being pushed into the sea by his uncle. Through a satellite phone, she contacted his loyal subordinates, allowing him to return to the Ta family. Afterwards, So Mayan video called Ta Hoyi, who happily said, "Congratulations on truly escaping the deserted island, and I apologize for not being able to rescue you from there." So Mayan said, "You don't need to feel guilty," but Ta Hoyi insisted, "I still want to make it up to you," and directly said, "I will come to pick you up now." So Mayan furrowed her brows and said, "It's not allowed, the one who saved me is like Chien Huyet." Ta Hoyi was shocked, "Why did you fall into the hands of that living legend?" So Mayan shook her head and indicated, "It's okay, I will handle it myself." Then she instructed Ta Hoyi, "Today, you must repay the debt of saving my life first." The girl was insulted by a group of second-generation rich kids as a thief, but they didn't know that behind her was a powerful force. Even the president of the Huang Hotel, who belongs to Ta's family, was extremely respectful towards her. So Young was not afraid at all. Instead, she cursed So Mayan, "Trash escaped from the deserted island." This annoyed So Mayan greatly, and the President Huang immediately told the arrogant woman to shut her mouth. Han Nam Nam, who was already trembling, knelt down early and admitted, "It was So Young who made me do this." Just as So Mayan was about to make So Young kneel down and admit her mistake, a man with a dark face entered with bodyguards. He recognized So Mayan at first sight and couldn't help but think to himself, "She's really not dead yet, her life is quite resilient." So Young quickly whispered to him, "Dad, save me, this whore is forcing me to kneel." President Huang, however, did not care about So Young's father, and slapped her hard across the face, saying, "Whore, who are you cursing at?" So Zhang Mayon, enraged, asked President Huang, "Why did you hit my daughter?" President Huang said, "Your daughter publicly humiliated the Ta family, falsely accused them of saving her life, and now she must apologize sincerely, or else this matter will not be resolved." So Zhang Mayon, unable to challenge the reputation of the Ta family that had lasted for centuries, could only instruct So Young to go over there and apologize. However, So Young, thinking that her father had gone mad, wondered why he was asking her to apologize to such a whore. To her surprise, she received a slap from So Zhang Mayon, who cared more about his daughter's reputation than her rights. This slap completely stunned So Young, who could only lower her voice and say, "I'm sorry." But So Mayan was not willing to let her off so easily, saying, "Is that all? I remember Miss So saying she would kneel down and apologize to me." President Huang, standing coldly beside them, added, "Still not kneeling?" Unfortunately, even So Young's father was afraid of President Huang. So Young could only tremble and kneel down, saying, "I'm sorry, miss." Apologizing to the enemy was cruel to herself. So Mayan smiled and said, "Still not satisfactory." So Young once again humbly spoke up, "Miss, I am blind as a bat, causing you to suffer in my party, I am truly sorry." Chairman Huang casually asked, "So has that made Miss So angry or not?" So Mayan retorted, "Being suspected as a thief, a freeloader, even being called a person from a crazy island, do you think I would be angry?" Chairman Huang immediately understood and ordered his subordinates, "Quickly remove the banquet hall." So Young protested loudly, "No." But in the end, the banquet hall was still in chaos, so Mayan grabbed So Young's hair and said, "Don't get agitated, you haven't even eaten the cake yet," and then stuffed the whole cake into her mouth. She then told her, "Open your eyes and look closely at this ruined birthday party." So Young weakly asked her, "What do you want in the end?" To which So Mayan whispered in her ear, "I deliberately framed Baek Mu as evidence, then deliberately provoked you to cause trouble with me." This statement made So Young break out in a cold sweat, criticizing, "You are not Dehyang Rak, you are So Mayan." But So Mayan had a perplexed expression. "So Mayan? Who is So Mayan?" The girl forced the woman who had no loyalty to kneel down and apologize, even causing her birthday party to be completely ruined. But just as So Young wanted to speak up, she was suddenly pushed hard by her father, So Mayan, who had escaped from the deserted island. In contrast, So Mayan responded coldly to So Zhang Mayon, "You can't even handle our family affairs, how can you be a council member?" Then she looked at So Young's terrified face and felt a sense of satisfaction. Clearly, So Mayan had become the center of attention in the hall. Her beautiful and powerful demeanor quickly caught Mang Sang's attention. As So Mayan left, So Zhang Mayon quickly told So Young, "Dad, she is So Mayan." But So Zhang Mayon denied it. So Mayan is not like that. However, So Young was still uneasy. If So Mayan is not dead, then we will be the ones to die. Therefore, So Zhang Mayon, who was suspicious by nature, assigned his subordinates to secretly follow the young lady. Meanwhile, like Chien Huyet had just finished dealing with a traitor who refused to listen, raising his hand to check on his little beloved son. He looked lovingly at the person in the photo, then reverted to his usual cold demeanor, instructing Mang Sang, "Send all the photos and videos to me. After sending them, delete all the photos." Mang Sang was curious, how could So Mayan be the savior of Ta Hou? However, Ta Hou, driven by curiosity, told him to investigate within 3 days. Week Sang had to keep her mouth shut about many things, with nothing to do. At this moment, So Mayan walked alone on the road, her high heels making a click-clack sound. She stopped in front of a wild cat eating, her mouth curled up in a smile. The person following behind her curiously asked, "Why is there no sound?" as they planned to look up, only to be pounced on by a group of wild cats. After getting rid of the group of people, So Mayan went to an empty football field, her only companion being alcohol. She sighed, there are always people with very good luck in this world. But quickly she adjusted her mood, using alcohol instead of cake to wish herself a happy 21st birthday. Soon after, Like Chi and Huyet found her drinking until she was drunk. So Mayan asked groggily, "Who are you?" Like Chi and Huyet looked at his cute little darling and said, "Your man," before kissing her. Much later, Like Chi and Huyet still felt a bit regretful as So Mayan pushed him away due to jealousy. She then playfully asked, "You said you're my man, shouldn't you wish me a happy birthday?" Seeing the man wave his hand, the large football field immediately lit up, followed by fireworks blooming in the endless sky. But So Young was already drunk, simply thinking that someone nearby had the same birthday as her. The man assured So Mayan, "As long as you stay by my side obediently, no matter what happens, I will bring it down for you." However, So Mayan did not hear, still muttering to herself, "It's good, this person is really lucky." This crazy girl was pushed down by the CEO, giving her a morning kiss. The girl was stunned, this man did not even spare the crazy. Meanwhile, Mang Sang was reprimanding the maids because they were not attentive in their care. So Mayan was a little worried, it turned out that she had sneaked out last night, causing them to be punished. The maids begged for mercy, "Please forgive us this once." But Like Chi and Huyet coldly said, "Break their legs, throw them out." Just as the cane was about to strike the maids, So Mayan rushed to protect them, using a puzzled expression to say, "Don't hit, don't hit." Mang Sang couldn't help but exclaim, "The crazy girl in front of us was arrogant last night, making two girls kneel down, now pretending to be weak and helpless." So Mayan turned around and grabbed Like Chi and Huyet's coat, but Like Chi and Huyet told her, "This person's way of begging is not correct." So Mayan could only stand up, timidly placing a kiss on the man's face. This method made the chairman very satisfied, directly letting go of people. Standing next to him, Mang Sang continued to exclaim, "A girl massacring everyone in sight is foolish enough to kiss him. Does the owner have a rather special taste?" After that, the two of them sunbathed outside Hyangwon, but So Mayan's mind was only filled with thoughts of revenge and support at this time. Meanwhile, Like Chi and Huyet thought that she was bored at Hyangwon, then told Mang Sang, "Arrange it, I want to take the little darling to Haepyo to relax." So Mayan couldn't help but feel disgusted, "I'd rather stay here alone than go with this man." At the same time, So Young, because of her birthday party, sulked and sat by the bed, not going out no matter how her parents knocked on the door. She angrily broke things, "The whole world knows about kneeling, I won't step out of this door." But So Jong Myong cheerfully said, "There is a way to relieve your distress." Hearing this, So Young immediately opened the door, and So Jong Myong said three words, "Like Chi and Huyet." So Mayan didn't quite understand her father's meaning, only seeing So Jong Myong coldly smiling and saying, "No matter who that woman is, she only relies on the power of the Ta family, we need to find a higher ground, why should we be afraid of her?" But So Young still didn't have faith. The small characters like us in the eyes of Like Chi and Huyet are basically not worth mentioning. However, So Jong Myong said, "I spent a large amount of money from the previous owner to buy a painting with the name of the child, this painting may solidify Haepyo. By then, it may be possible to approach Like Chi and Huyet." The old man and his daughter were cunning and delusional, just capturing Like Chi and Huyet, then becoming president is not a problem. The girl suddenly thought of another man behind the CEO. So she immediately went upstairs, used the computer to call the man, and he said to her, "The next So family is planning to spend a lot of money to buy a painting for So Young to participate in Haepyo's life change." She replied, "You don't need to worry, because I already have Haepyo in my hands." Soon So Mayan and Like Chi and Huyet went to participate in Haepyo. In the car, Like Chi and Huyet glanced at the woman with an expressionless face sitting next to him, "I want to see you smile, otherwise I will throw you out of the car." However, he was not joking, he directly opened the car door and said to the driver, "Hurry up." The action was too fast, and the door opened wide, causing So Mayan's small heart to not bear it, falling directly into the arms of the man next to her. Like Chi and Huyet only then revealed a satisfied smile, and suddenly pressed his lips to hers. After a series of cruel events, he asked her, "Are you happy?" So Mayan almost couldn't bear it and wanted to challenge him. Then like Chien Huyet, the machete hugged So Mayan, not allowing her to move away from him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the art center of the imperial capital. Here, So Young and her father were being interviewed by reporters. On the other side, a luxurious car stopped, attracting everyone's attention. The CEO, with a cold face, stepped out of the car. Like Chien Huyet, who never got close to women, suddenly brought a girl with him, and they seemed intimate. So Young momentarily lost her confidence, but So Jong Myong told her, "You don't need to be so tense. Your beauty will surely win over like Chien Huyet." Due to his special status, like Chien Huyet was arranged to sit in the front row. He affectionately told his little darling, "Don't worry, even if you get sick, I'll be behind you." So Mayan thought to herself that she wasn't foolish, so why should she leave the art room? At that moment, Mang Seng suddenly received a phone call. "Chairman Like needs to speak to you directly." Like Chien Huyet pinched So Mayan's cheek, "Behave and wait for me here, my little darling." Like Chien Huyet accidentally bumped into So Young, and the cunning old man told her, "Haste makes waste. Wait until Haepyo finishes, like Chien Huyet will look at us." At this moment, So Young looked surprised. She saw So Mayan. Then the two sat on either side of So Mayan, and So Young sarcastically remarked, "How did you get in here?" So Mayan kindly reminded her, "Haven't you had enough humiliation yet? Don't forget what happened at the hotel." The old man chuckled a few times, then played a romantic card. "No matter what, I have raised you for 18 years, just hoping you can come home when you have time." So Jong Myong pretended to discuss So Mayan, saying only one sentence, "The heavens are watching." At this point, the head waiter also came to drive people away, saying, "Please do not disturb other guests." But as soon as So Young left, she noticed So Mayan's dress, saying, "That's the same dress as like Chien Huyet's outfit. It can't be like this." What caused the CEO the machete to kick the door of the women's restroom, ordering, "The girl inside come out immediately, or I won't hesitate to have this restroom removed." Not long ago, So Mayan and like Chien Huyet were supposed to attend an oil painting competition, but she pretended to have a stomach ache. Under the guidance of a staff member, she went to the restroom. After that, she disguised herself as a fat, freckled-faced girl and walked out. Don't look at her ordinary appearance now, she is the winner of this competition. However, So Young stubbornly caused trouble, questioning the opponent with a confident face, "My work will crush everything," without realizing she was shooting herself in the foot. The organizers suggested that everyone draw a small part of the painting to prove it. So Mayan calmly agreed. However, So Young said, "I need to use the restroom and come back immediately." She hurriedly looked for her cunning father. "I can't draw at all. What should I do now, Dad?" So Jong Myong decisively broke his daughter's arm. Doing this can prevent exposure. Then, So Young intentionally fell down, attracting the attention of the crowd, pretending to want to slap herself. Like Chien Huyet then proceeded to award the prize worth billions. So Mayan, worried about being discovered, quickly accepted the gold cup, leaving behind a bank account number and hurriedly running away. When the MC was about to review Haepyo's journey so far, suspicious transactions between So Jong Myong and the previous owner of Haepyo appeared on the screen. So Jong Myong quickly explained, "This is fake. Someone is trying to frame us." The organizers clearly didn't believe him, telling So Young, "Come here and draw a few lines to prove it." So Young dared not go further, could only say, "Earlier I fell, now my head hurts a lot, I can't draw." So Jong Myong clenched his teeth in anger, finally believed that So Mayan would come back for revenge. Meanwhile, So Mayan had already changed clothes in the restroom, slowly walking out step by step. Like Chien Huyet's face was cold, kicking the restroom door, still not coming out? "If you don't come out, I will have someone remove the restroom." Seeing So Mayan holding her stomach in pain, she slowly opened the door. The man directly carried her away. The man, who was not normal, suddenly shared the hidden wound in his heart with the girl. It was on a cold snowy day. The boy and his stepfather were kicked out of the house. Later, his sister went to Hyangwon, but the maid here beat and scolded us. Also that year, his sister couldn't bear it, carrying all the resentment of both of us. However, her life was also tied to the cold white snow of Hyangwon. So Mayan frowned slightly, thinking it's no wonder he spent a large sum of money buying this painting. It's connected to his memories. Like Chien Huyet carried the pain in his aura. However, So Mayan only felt that knowing too much would be very dangerous. Suddenly, the man smiled faintly, lifting her chin. Little darling, welcome to my world. My rule is simple, you can only belong to me. After the machete finished speaking, Like Chien Huyet hugged So Mayan to sleep. The next day, So Mayan stared at the computer, wondering why the father and son bought fake paintings without being reported by anyone. But the next second, Ta Hoyi sent a message. A reporter captured So Young and Like Chien Huyet. They thought she was Like Chien Huyet's woman, so they didn't dare to report. So Mayan was furious. She clenched her fists. Like Chien Huyet, you are truly a stumbling block on my path of revenge. Suddenly she jumped up, as if Mang Sang had previously logged in to work on this computer. As expected, she found Like Chien Huyet's schedule for today. So Mayan used a little trick to make So Young misunderstand that Like Chien Huyet was really meeting her. After everything was done, So Mayan stood by the window, watching the rain outside. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Like Chien Huyet's 2 bodyguards came to escort So Mayan to Mountain Page private villa. Antha comforted her helper. If the young master is angry, try to be patient. So Mayan looked at Antha's worried expression. Could Mountain Page really be so scary? So Mayan walked towards Mountain Page. In contrast, Mountain Page in the imagination was very similar to Myo One. Like Chien Huyet introduced her to them, saying, "This is my mother and sister," and added, "You should bow. Because besides me, you are the only one who can bow to them first." Then both of them returned to the hall. The bodyguard came to report, "Young master, Miss So has arrived." Like Chien Huyet threw the bowl he was holding with a dark expression, saying, "Dare to scheme against me, I will play with her to the end." Looking at Like Chien Huyet's back, So Mayan wondered if he had sensed something. Outside the door, Like Chien Huyet saw So Young and forcefully pulled her towards him. Just as So Young had wished. Like Chien Huyet embraced her with one hand. Meanwhile, So Mayan stood on the balcony, unable to hold back the cold sweat. Would she really push So Young to the edge? But in a place where So Mayan couldn't see, Like Chien Huyet cruelly threw So Young to the ground. So Young was about to say something, but Like Chien Huyet directly said, "Shut up." So Young, feeling frustrated and tears welling up, wanted to leave. She couldn't understand why. If he hated her so much, why would he bring her here himself? Like Chien Huyet's deputy whispered, "Throw her in the room, don't let her out, it disgusts me." Others desire him, yet his little sweetheart doesn't care. Seeing So Young's innocent appearance, Like Chien Huyet suppresses his emotions and wants to crush her, take her back to Hyangwon. The girl, after provoking the CEO, feels bored every day, regretting So Young holding on to Like Chien Huyet's big hand. The maid, seeing her like this, plans to take her for a walk. Antha asks, "Miss, do you want to go out for a walk?" She obediently follows behind, but her eyes carry a hint of surprise. It's true that in this big world, even walking on the street can encounter conflicts. Han Nam Nam constantly flatters, "I admire you," even President Like pays for such expensive jewelry. But she doesn't know that deep down, So Young regrets spending money to make everyone think she and Like Chien Huyet are close. Meanwhile, not far away, So Mayan bursts into laughter. Han Nam Nam approaches, about to do something, when suddenly, snap snap, So Young is grabbed by a masked man. She screams, "I am Like Chien Huyet's woman." The result, it turns out the person I want to kidnap is Like Chien Huyet's woman. So Young quickly pushed So Mayan into the water. "Hurry, catch her, it's her." The kidnapper didn't hesitate, "Capture them all, take them away." They then arrived at an abandoned building. The kidnapper said, "Leave So Young here alone, the others find an empty room and deal with them one by one." Feeling confident, the bald man thought, "These weak women don't need guns." He planned to stab Antha, the oldest, first. Seeing this, So Mayan immediately kicked him hard in the face. She then quickly attacked the kidnapper next to her, using his knife to cut the ropes on her hands. She then shouted, "Your target is only So Young, spare us." the beaten kidnapper now intrigued. This girl is not simple. So Mayan pushed Andha's group behind her for protection, as a punch came flying towards her. So Mayan easily dodged it, then countered with a strike to the bald man's back. As he tried to retaliate, So Mayan stood a few meters away. The bald man, unable to fight back, was about to call for help, but So Mayan held a knife in her left hand and a gun in her right. "Don't move, take me to meet your boss." Meanwhile, Like Chi and Huyet on this side was still discussing business matters. When Mang Sang whispered in his ear, saying, "So Mayan has been kidnapped," the man's grip on the glass in his hand shattered. Like Chi and Huyet's cold eyes narrowed. "They have guts to eat bear gall? Dare to touch my woman?" Upon hearing that his woman had been kidnapped, the man exuded a strong aura of wanting to go and rescue her. However, his little sweetheart not only defeated the bald man but also forced him to lead them to the boss. Suddenly, after receiving a call, he told So Mayan, "The boss is here. Outsiders cannot come over for now." So Mayan thought for a moment, then pretended to be shocked. Could it be Like Chi and Huyet coming here? "Let me take a look, I promise not to cause trouble." The bald man warned her, "You can look, but absolutely no trouble." As a result, after the bald man led them inside, he immediately stood on one side with a gun. At this moment, the man opposite Like Chi and Huyet took out a contract and said, "Sign it quickly." He sneered, "Old man, at your age, still like to play kidnapping games, I'm afraid your bones can't handle it." The other party did not hesitate, and directly forced Like Chi and Huyet, "Hand over half of the goods and sea routes to me." Like Chi and Huyet did not answer, asking back, "With such a big piece of bait, what do you have to exchange?" Only hearing a thud, So Young was thrown in. Like Chi and Huyet looked at the result without even bothering to look at it, coldly asking, "Anyone else left?" But unexpectedly, the other party made a move first. Like Chi and Huyet immediately threw a pen to warn, "Our girl can't even bear to touch it, you'd better die for me." The other party was extremely surprised, not even able to say a greeting before taking action. Mang Sang said, "Master, deal with it quickly, I will clean up later." But Like Chi and Huyet said, "You go first, I have to stay here to find So Mayan's body." Meanwhile, So Mayan led Andha's group to escape from the scene. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaching made So Mayan immediately alert. A click sounded, the door was blocked, and the two used this method to meet. Like Chi and Huyet immediately threw the item in his hand down, hugged So Mayan tightly, and after a moment, gently touched her face. "I know my little darling won't die so easily." Then, his hand moved down, touching So Mayan's neck. "There must be a mark of mine on this neck of yours." He then carried So Mayan horizontally. "Let's go, Miss So Mayan." So Mayan stood still, he suddenly knew her name. At this moment, Mang Sang went to report, "We have taken control of the building." However, So Young saw Like Chi and Huyet leaving, tears welling up in her eyes, about to go and ask for a hug, but ended up being pushed away. When she saw the figure of Like Chi and Huyet, that pink dress was extremely irritating. It was the outfit that So Mayan had worn in the morning. So Young gritted her teeth, forcing herself not to believe that it was So Mayan. At that moment, Like Chi and Huyet carried So Mayan into a luxury car. In the car, neither of them spoke a word to each other. Suddenly, Like Chi and Huyet called Mang Sang on the phone, "Blow up that building for the young lady to see the fireworks." Watching the building explode, So Mayan silently thought that his fireworks were truly the machete. She looked at the man beside her, very confident in asking, "You knew since the night market, didn't you?" Like Chi and Huyet gently smiled and said, "Smart, I was very curious to see how long you would play along." After some casual conversation, Like Chi and Huyet took her to a luxurious private villa. As they entered the door, So Mayan couldn't help but exclaim, "This must be the Hall Lich family, right?" Truly exuding the smell of money. Like Chi and Huyet carried So Mayan all the way and directly into the hall. Normal people do not have the right to enter Yanchengguan. The man put her down, directly took off her dress. So Mayan quickly grabbed the man's big hand inappropriately, but the man said he just wanted to protect her. "Get off me." So Mayan thought he wanted to do something, indicating they should talk first. However, Like Chi and Huyet felt that the girl was not obedient, so he stood up and held her waist, slowly approaching her body, then let go. causing So Mayan to lose balance and fall into the water. Because the man exposed her as a fake madwoman, the girl had to admit her identity to him. Before, I was the adopted daughter of So Jong Mayon. But So Jong Mayon is a stubborn pervert. Even though he adopted me, it was all because of his real daughter So Young's lies. However, when I turned 18, So Jong Mayon became even more heartless, pretending that I was a mentally ill person, and threw me into a rat-infested area where even dogs would not go. Since then, he has suffered a tragic death. I know that even if I seek revenge, I should not hide from you, the man who saved me from the deserted island, but I am afraid that after knowing that I deceived him, he will be too embarrassed and angry, so I can only hide. After speaking, So Mayan looked at Like Chien Huyet without any anger. Her uneasy heart was finally at peace. Like Chien Huyet suddenly knelt down and asked, "What is your relationship with Peng Shin Dan?" So Mayan truthfully replied, "I only know him as So Yun's boyfriend." "What about Ta Hoi?" Like Chien Huyet asked. So Mayan explained, "I once saved his life on a deserted island, and we agreed to repay the debt." Like Chien Huyet was pleased with her answer, believing that this woman would not deceive him. Then Like Chien Huyet told So Mayan, "Go soak yourself in the hot spring before leaving." So Mayan soaked for 30 minutes, her face blushing. When she saw that Like Chien Huyet seemed to be asleep, she immediately got out of the water to change clothes. However, the next moment, the man who was supposed to be asleep opened his eyes and stared at So Mayan. So Mayan was not intimidated. Sir Like wants to find a substitute for his deceased sister. I am not like her, so there is nothing to look at. Upon hearing this, Like Chien Huyet's eyes immediately turned cold, but then he regained his composure and asked So Mayan coldly, "Where are you going?" So Mayan assured him, "I will stay temporarily in the water, but I will definitely repay your kindness for saving me from the deserted island." Like Chien Huyet smiled and asked So Mayan, "Do you still need the wooden box in Hyangwon?" So Mayan sighed, "I can't hide anything from you. But there are important things inside that box, so I have to take it." Like Chien Huyet said, "Then I will take you back to get it." So Mayan was surprised by this and followed him without questioning, happy to be free after getting the box. They quickly returned to Hyangwon. So Mayan hesitantly told the man, "I will leave after getting the box, I won't take anything else." But Like Chien Huyet suddenly turned around and ordered Mang Sang, "Seal off Hyangwon, not even a mosquito can be let out." So Mayan was shocked by the man's actions. But then Like Chien Huyet whispered to her, "I never agreed to let you go." The guards then surrounded So Mayan, Ha, and Pyong. He threatened So Mayan, "I know you're brave, but if you dare to run, I will bury those two as flower fertilizer." So Mayan tried to control her anger. "Mr. Like, what do you want to do?" Like Chien Huyet smirked maliciously. "Are you pretending to be foolish? How come you always hide behind the car trunk in the evening market and listen to everything?" Like Chien Huyet carefully calculated a series of crazy and foolish acts of So Mayan during this time, running out for revenge, then dressing up in front of me to receive the prize. I have tolerated all of these things. Even when I was kidnapped this time, I was the first one to go and save others. Like Chien Huyet interrogated So Mayan, "I pamper you so much, do you really think I don't need any repayment?" Hearing this, So Mayan frowned slightly, thinking that she couldn't escape, heart or body. The man expressed, "Both are needed. If you dare to lack one, you will bear the consequences yourself." Then he turned and left, but also instructed his subordinates, "Before the young lady has made up her mind, she is not allowed to leave Hyangwon even half a step." The girl wanted to repay the man for saving her life, so she agreed to become his lover, but she always felt that the relationship between men and women was the most unreliable thing. Therefore, she made a condition: first, you must create a new identity for me. Also, I want to study at Imperial Capital University, but the man did not want to agree to her second request: if you want to study, you can hire a tutor. But I don't want these things. The purpose of her is very clear: I want to go out for a walk. The next moment, Like Chien Huyet leaned close to her lips. "Okay, anything else?" So Mayan was momentarily tense, even speaking hesitantly, "Yes." But Like Chien Huyet told her, "Think about it later and then speak, there are more important things to do now." Later, in a crucial moment, So Mayan said, "My younger sister came to visit today." This instantly made Like Chi and Huyet lose interest, thinking for a moment, after all, it's only a few days, the little darling can't escape anyway. Seeing that the man no longer pursued this matter, So Mayan quickly asked, "Can I have Aunt Ha's dish for breakfast tomorrow?" Ta Hoi just grunted, indicating, "Right now I will let Mang Sang take you." Then he hugged So Mayan to go to sleep. Tonight, no matter how much So Mayan struggled, she was always held tightly like a pillow. The next morning, So Mayan's first words were, "I'm hungry, I want to eat Aunt Ha's food." A moment later, the familiar aroma appeared on the table. Like Chi and Huyet's face looked indulgent at the girl in front of him. At that moment, Mang Sang came over with some documents. Seeing the name made So Mayan freeze, Like Chi and Huyet also froze, indulgently asking her, "What? Isn't that the name you chose?" So Mayan hesitantly explained, "It's not that I don't like it, it's just a name. Anyway, I don't really know what my real last name is." Then, Like Chi and Huyet asked her again, "What major do you like to study?" But she replied, "I don't really know what I like, I just want to turn a slum into a real city." Like Chi and Huyet was surprised by her big dream. "Do you still have such a great dream?" But he quickly poured cold water on her. "The country aims for a noble regime, those who cannot contribute have no place and are not worthy of wasting resources." Although So Mayan wanted to say something else, she decided to let it go after Like Chi and Huyet's words. Mang Sang suggested, "If you don't know what to choose, why not choose art major, especially since you were very good at oil painting?" So Mayan felt not bad about it, so she chose art major. Mang Sang worked very efficiently. "I have already arranged the enrollment, the third-year students can go to school today." Then So Mayan went to the man's side, indicating, "I need to prepare a bit to go to school." But Like Chi and Huyet, who liked to take charge, immediately pulled her to sit on his lap. He said to her, "You can go to school, but there are a few requirements." Then with a serious face he said, "The driver will pick you up and drop you off every day, you can come home late or early." So Mayan did not understand, she just softly asked, "Why?" The man known as the machete leaned in and whispered in her ear, "You can only have me." Then he bit So Mayan on the neck when she least expected it, causing her face to turn red before allowing her to leave. So Mayan touched her neck and silently vowed to quickly get away from this weirdo. As soon as the girl entered the university, she attracted a group of male students who approached her to introduce themselves. She purposely flipped her hair to reveal the red mark on her neck. The boys sighed in disappointment. So Young, who was watching from the side, saw all of this. She had always been the center of attention at school due to jealousy, so she didn't care about her image and went to ask So Mayan, "What gives you the right to be here?" Facing an angry So Young, So Mayan remained calm and kindly helped her remember the scene of kneeling down and admitting her mistake. As soon as she finished speaking, the student behind her seemed incredulous. Han Nam Nam approached and said, "So Young is Like Chi and Huyet's girlfriend." Feeling sorry for herself with someone stepping up to help, So Young pleaded with So Mayan, "Please don't target me anymore." This successful move led other students to misunderstand So Mayan as arrogant and conceited. At this moment, a serious voice rang out, "Get back to your seats and start studying." However, So Young, being spiteful, played a trick by throwing a piece of paper to Han Nam Nam, telling her to find a chance to educate So Mayan. Han Nam Nam immediately responded, "Leave it to me." She then took out her phone and sent a message to someone, "Your goddess is being bullied," crying until her eyes turned red. After school, So Mayan went to the restroom, while Han Nam Nam stayed behind and witnessed So Mayan entering. She quickly blocked the restroom door, placed her phone in the adjacent room, prepared to capture So Mayan's embarrassing moment, and handed a bucket of water to Baekmu, telling him, "Take revenge for your goddess." Baekmu reluctantly took the bucket, his expression uneasy. "I feel like this is a bit too much for a girl," but eventually succumbed to Han Namnam's persuasion, "It's all for your goddess." Just as Baekmu was about to take the next step, a loud boom was heard, the door opened, and Baekmu turned to see the girl behind him in surprise. "Madam," he stammered, "I didn't know you were inside, I'll leave immediately." So Mayan said, "Wait, finish what you're doing first." On the contrary, Han Nam Nam waited outside for half a day without any movement, unable to resist returning to check. When she was about to go get her phone, a bucket of water was poured from head to toe, soaking her, and immediately screams were heard from the bathroom. At that moment, So Young saw So Mayan walking out and immediately questioned, "Are you bullying Han Nam Nam?" So Mayan, in a good mood, asked back, "How do you know the person inside is Han Nam Nam?" But So Young pointed at So Mayan, falsely accusing, "It's you who bullied Han Nam Nam." Resulting in a scream, So Young's finger was broken by So Mayan. So Young's horrified face made So Mayan feel triumphant. She then reminded the still frightened So Young, "Enjoy the good things while you can, soon I will make you unable to even smile." Suddenly, So Young's expression turned submissive, and in a warm but resentful tone, she said, "I really like Peng Shindan." So Mayan turned her head and indeed Peng Shindan was there. Upon Peng Shindan's arrival, she immediately stood in front of So Young. "So Mayan, when did you become so malicious? If you want to blame someone, blame me, So Young is innocent." So Mayan showed a disdainful smile. "Peng Shindan, do you like So Young?" Peng Shindan thought to himself, "What does that mean?" But he had not yet understood, so Mayan continued, "Next time, I'll give you a gift. Do you like being a cuckold or do you prefer being deceived?" Just as Peng Shindan wanted to ask for clarification, So Young behind held her back, while Peng Shindan overheard her classmates discussing, "What kind of novel are So Mayan and like Chien Huyet? Too sweet." The girl, wet from the rain, wanted to cover the umbrella for others. So she read law books every day, hoping to change the situation of the poor. Aunt Ha was worried that she was tired and advised her, "Remember to go to bed early." Feeling tired herself, she agreed to take a rest. That night, in a dream, So Mayan felt very tired and heavy. The discomfort made her wake up suddenly. Seeing the cruel man lying beside her, no wonder she felt so heavy, surely he had taken her as a human-shaped pillow. Suddenly, the man hugged her tightly. So Mayan sighed, accepting her fate as the other person's pillow. However, in a place she couldn't see, the man's mouth curved up into a smile. Thinking it would be a peaceful night, the man woke up in the middle of the night from a nightmare. So Mayan worriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Like Chien Huyet did not respond. After that, like Chien Huyet had no intention of going back to sleep, so he sat down on the sofa and lit a cigarette. So Mayan softly said, "Smoking is really bad for you." At that moment, like Chien Huyet spoke up, "Borrowing so many books, do you really want to reform the law, build a rat's nest or what?" So Mayan did not deny it, then she asked, "Are you having nightmares?" Like Chien Huyet played with the lighter in his hand, "Yeah. I dreamt of my sister committing suicide." So Mayan immediately went up to like Chien Huyet, "I don't know how to comfort you, so why don't we just smoke together?" Like Chien Huyet then pulled So Mayan into his lap, lifting her chin up, softly saying, "If you want to taste it, you can." Before So Mayan could react, she was forcibly kissed. After that, like Chien Huyet gently told So Mayan, "I have to go abroad for a week for work, by the time I come back, maybe your little aunt will be gone too, right?" But then like Chien Huyet gave a warning, "Don't try to run away, I don't want to deal with you." This male lead only had one set of clothes, but he gave the girl a smartphone. So Mayan thought that she didn't need to face this demon every day, so she agreed reluctantly. However, when So Mayan was about to go to school, like Chien Huyet left a red mark on her neck, saying, "I still don't think that's enough, I want to carve the words like Chien Huyet there." So Mayan felt very disturbed and wanted to report to the police, as this person completely treated her like a pet. As time passed, on the first day like Chien Huyet was not at home, so Mayan called him but no one answered. Meanwhile, like Chien Huyet was far away in a foreign country or listening to a branch company staff report on work, he also paid attention to the call from his little pet, so he didn't wait for the other two to finish speaking before hanging up. When like Chien Huyet answered the phone, arrogantly saying, "What's up?" So Mayan's embarrassment resurfaced, "You told me to call 3 times a day, remember?" The man just said a few simple words and hung up. Like Chien Huyet then instructed Mang Sang, "Record the time of each call from So Mayan." Mang Sang couldn't help but complain in his heart, calling 3 times a day, why bother recording it? The most frightening thing is the sudden silence in the air, like Chien Huyet shamelessly said, call the two people from earlier back to continue reporting. Mang Sang saw the unease in the owner's heart and secretly thought that these two brothers were really unlucky. 4 days later, So Mayan was combing her hair when she received a text message: Delegate So Jong Mayan will lecture at Imperial Capital University today. So Mayan's mood instantly improved. She could finally seek revenge. At that moment, Ta Hoi also called, excitedly saying, "The day has finally come. I have prepared the helicopter. Just come to the border and I will pick you up immediately." The girl wanted to seek revenge on her foster father's family, and her little brother had followed her instructions. Now, she just needed to wait for her fake foster father to appear on stage and become a laughingstock in front of everyone. Meanwhile, So Jong Mayan was on stage giving a lecture, attracting applause from the audience. The MC asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Suddenly, a voice came through the speakers: "I have a question." The crowd searched for the owner of the voice, and So Mayan stepped forward, saying, "May I ask Delegate So?" So Jong Mayan immediately realized that So Mayan's appearance was definitely not a good sign, and immediately signaled to his subordinates. So Mayan then asked, "For the will of the people to create happiness, who do you think?" But she was cut off abruptly as the microphone suddenly went silent. So Jong Mayan, with a poker face, lied to the audience, "It seems like there's an issue with the microphone." So Mayan took the microphone from Baekmu and continued speaking, "I didn't expect such a problem to arise, but luckily I was prepared. So counselor, I will continue with my question." Seeing this, So Jong Mayan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "I can't hear you clearly through the speaker." Seeing that, So Mayan walked directly onto the stage, the speaker within 1 m of So Jong Mayan, and asked, "Can you hear me better now?" The MC quickly interjected, "That's not in accordance with the rules." However, So Mayan paid no attention to him, and continued speaking loudly into the microphone, "Are you not allowing me to ask questions? Is there something to hide?" The audience below immediately shouted in unison, "Answer the question, answer the question." Even So Young sitting below was very frightened at this point, fearing that So Mayan would actually do something. So Jong Mayan had no choice but to say, "Please go ahead and ask your question." So Mayan then went straight to the point. Someone said that the recipient of bribes from the financial conglomerate Soha, many policies are aimed at profiteering, not caring about the life and death of the people. So Jong Mayan immediately denied upon hearing this, and questioned So Mayan, "Where did you hear this rumor?" At this point, So Mayan played a video showing a farmer who just lightly touched So the counselor being violently driven away by So the counselor's bodyguard for creating happiness for the people. This incident shocked the audience, saying, "So the counselor is a beast." So Young's face was terrified as she shouted loudly, "The video is fake, this person is also fake." So Jong Mayan was still bewildered at this point, but when he reacted, he suddenly became angry and shouted loudly, "So Mayan was sent by a competitor, no one should believe her. Guards, restrain her, no one should believe her." The bodyguards immediately rushed forward upon receiving the order. So Mayan dodged and avoided, not forgetting to speak into the microphone, "Are you too embarrassed to get angry? Want to deal with me like those farmers?" Then, So Mayan kicked the obstructing bodyguard, "The prosecutor will come soon, so Jong Mayan, you can't escape." Meanwhile, like Chien Huyet overseas still has not received a phone call from So Mayan. So he asked Mang Sang, "Investigate today whether the young lady went to school or not?" The result, "Bring the tablet to report, Miss caused a commotion at school today." When like Chien Huyet saw the content, he immediately understood that the little darling wanted to run away. Like Chien Huyet's face immediately darkened, his tone cold and full of hostility, "I will personally come back to break her legs." The girl finally made the foster family accept their retribution. The counselor now seemed like a silent mouse. The angry students all rushed forward to block him. So Young angrily shouted at So Mayan, "You are despicable, daring to confront my father like that." So Mayan looked at So Young about to become a miserable dog, kindly reminded, "You're wrong, I not only confront your father, but also you." Later, the story of you buying paintings for the competition, playing tricks during the university exam will all be revealed. And a series of second-generation rich dating stories will be exposed. Just then a man approached, so Mayan immediately exclaimed, "The biggest ship has arrived." So Young saw her spare tire coming. She buried her head in Peng Shindan's chest and cried. So Mayan told Peng Shindan, "Don't worry now, in less than 3 days So Young will propose to him." Just as So Jong Mayan was taken away by the police, So Young ran after her, her face eager with questions. "Father, what should I do?" But So Jong Mayan seemed indifferent, instructing So Young, "So Young, listen to me, you must make So Mayan admit that today's incident was fabricated. If she refuses to admit, go find your mother, she will know what to do." So Young still felt a bit uneasy. This doesn't seem right. Seeing So Jong Mayang's dark expression, she repeated, "If you feel uneasy, eliminate the problem first, then go find Peng Shindan for help." Finally, So Jong Mayang was taken away by the police. At that moment, Baek Mu approached. "Hyang Rak, you're really cool." So Mayan took out a card and handed it to Baek Mu. "This is your reward and the others." Baek Mu kept refusing, but So Mayan insisted on giving it to him. "I'm about to leave, I don't want to owe anyone's kindness," she said before turning and walking away. However, she was stopped by So Young as soon as she left the school gate. She directly mocked her opponent. "You're not thinking of ways to save people right now, why are you stopping me?" Just then, a car stopped next to them, and the woman in the car stepped out, leaving So Mayan surprised, only to hear the woman slowly speak. "So Mayan, let's talk." They then went to a quiet cafe. The woman first pretended to be cheerful. "So Mayan, long time no see," but then quickly changed her tone. "Can you forgive your father? Just say that the tape was fabricated by you, and this will be overlooked." So Mayan frowned, coldly refused. "Never, compared to what the So family has done, what is this to me?" As a result, the woman threatened So Mayan, "If So Jong Mayang falls, this house will be in chaos, I can only take So Young to die with me." So Mayan unexpectedly did not fall into the trap, even expressing interest by saying, "Die, I have not committed suicide." So Young was about to lose her temper but was stopped by her cunning mother. She then played the emotional card. "So Mayan, how can you treat our nurturing like this?" Hearing this, So Mayan wanted to curse. "Didn't you raise me to die? Especially since I have died so many times in the slums, I no longer owe anything to the So family." The woman was not satisfied with this result. "Then what do you owe me? I breastfed you for the first time, I bought you your first clothes." So Mayan was now furious. So Jong Mayang clearly wanted to harm her, and this woman was clearly a crocodile. "Tears, don't you want nurturing? Then I'll repay you." The woman thought So Mayan had come to her senses, but instead, So Mayan drank the poison she brought. "I have taken the poison, the past is erased, so Jong Mayang must die." She then turned her head and left the fake mother and daughter behind. She drank the poison only because her foster mother used nurturing to bind her, forcing her to forgive her foster father who had always wanted to kill her. But she would rather die than let So Jong Mayang get away with that, so she took poison. An eye for an eye. From now on the So family owes her nothing. Her foster mother saw her like this and said, "She seems to be crazy." Then So Mayan didn't look back, quickly leaving these two fake mother and daughter. Like Jiol guessed that her little sweetheart was planning to run away, quickly returning from abroad. On the way to school, like Jiol angrily stared at her phone, only to see So Mayan's body reacting to the poison, even coughing up fresh blood. She struggled to press the button to answer the phone. "Mr. Like." At this moment, like Jiol was furious and said, "You still dare to answer my phone? Before I break your leg, you better run a little farther." But he quickly realized that something was wrong on the other end of the line. He anxiously asked, "What's wrong with you?" So Mayan weakly said, "I've been poisoned at the west gate of the school, can you help me call an ambulance to get my stomach pumped?" After speaking, So Mayan collapsed to the ground. Like Jiol gritted his teeth and angrily said, "So Mayan, what game are you playing?" But there was still no response on the other end. Like Jiol urged the driver to drive faster and arrange for the rescue vehicle to bring the gut cleaning tools to the west gate of Imperial Capital University. So Mayan was constantly haunted by childhood memories of her adoptive father abusing her. Her sister, So Young, used to torment her for fun, even locking her in a pile of garbage to fight off poisonous snakes. Suddenly, a loud voice interrupted her thoughts, urging her to wake up. Like Jiol held the unconscious So Mayan, shouting for her to wake up and not give up after surviving 3 years in the rat's nest. Fortunately, So Young was rushed to the hospital in time and eventually escaped death. The next day, So Mayan slowly opened her tired eyes. Like Jiol sarcastically praised her for attempting suicide and surviving. The CEO also mocked her for her suicide attempt. So Mayan couldn't respond. Like Jiol asked her why she did it, and she explained that she had always been patient with poison but this time it acted quickly. Like Jiol was skeptical, never seeing someone so patient with poison at such a young age. So Mayan felt, when I was young in the So family, I was forced to take a lot of random drugs. Maybe because I drank so much, I must have had a lot of patience. Also, at the beginning during the 3 years in the slum area, I ate a lot of poisonous food, others all died straight away, but I was fine. Like Jiol didn't want to hear this topic anymore, he handed a document to So Mayan coldly saying, "If it weren't for me this time, you would have died for real." So Mayan looked at the contents inside and was shocked. "Thank you, I don't know how to repay you." Upon hearing this, like Jiol immediately got angry. "Is your repayment to me running away or what?" At this moment, the pitiful So Mayan said, "I don't want to run away." But no matter how she explained, the man didn't believe her words. Then like Jiol's mood seemed to improve and he said to So Mayan, "It's nothing, you missed your chance last night, you won't be able to escape in the future either." Then he kissed So Mayan's lips tightly. A moment later, like Jiol had to leave, but he didn't forget to remind So Mayan, "Don't do stupid things anymore." So Mayan covered her mouth in embarrassment, recalling this kiss was different from before, and suddenly she felt moved. At this moment, Aunt Ha and Aunt Pyam stood outside anxiously asking, "Miss, are you okay?" Seeing So Mayan's weak appearance, Aunt Ha couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Aunt Pyam also shed tears. "Luckily the young master returned in time last night, otherwise you would have been here taking care of yourself all night." Aunt Ha also told So Mayan, "The young master helped you seek revenge on the So family." Both mother and daughter were captured and forced to drink poison. So Mayan was shocked after hearing this. Poison? Are they dead? Aunt Ha recounted like Jiol's method to So Mayan. "The young master said it's too easy for them to die, they should live to face the consequences." They were forced to drink poison twice and had their stomachs washed out twice. They suffered greatly. So Mayan trembled at the news, thankful that she didn't run away yesterday or she would have truly become fertilizer. Despite having to be hospitalized due to seeking revenge, she was satisfied with this action because all the bad news about the So family was exposed to the public. So Mayan was in a good mood at the moment, looking at the hot search results, and she also rubbed her empty stomach. In the next moment, Aunt Ha brought over a bowl of seafood porridge, the most appetizing dish at the time, making people crave for it, and So Mayan's eyes lit up with only the absence of drooling. Right at that moment, the door opened. Like Jiol glanced at So Mayan and walked straight in. He then approached So Mayan and said, "I came at the perfect time to have a meal with you." Suddenly, a delicious smell wafted in, and Mang Sang pushed a cart full of food towards them. So Mayan's eyes sparkled, and she hesitantly said, "I don't think I can eat these dishes." Like Jiol sat down with crossed legs and said, "These are all dishes that I eat." So Mayan thought to herself, "Is it too much to have a meal with me like this?" However, like Jiol calmly picked up a piece of beefsteak and said, "Feeling regretful yet? See if you still want to act foolish in the future." At that moment, Mang Sang said something to like Jiol, but he seemed reluctant for So Mayan to hear. Like Jiol told him, "Just say it directly." Mang Sang then said, "Several conglomerates have come to inquire, wanting to know if Chairman Like intends to guarantee So Jong Mayon." Like Jiol decided to tease So Mayan and not listen to her. He slowly said, "Tell them they must guarantee it." Upon hearing this, So Mayan couldn't help but skip a beat. Like Jiol told So Mayan, "Just act cute towards me, and I will help you kill him." But So Mayan directly refused. "Only So Jong Mayon, I can handle it myself in the future." Like Jiol helplessly smiled, "My little stubborn darling." Then like Jiol warned Mang Sang, "If any financial group dares to guarantee So Jong Mayon, handle it all." This man helped the girl get rid of her enemy's family. Just when the girl sincerely said thank you to him, the man replied, I will always expect something in return for what I do. So Mayan remembered that passionate kiss, her face immediately blushing. At the same time, So Young's mother and daughter were also brought to be left outside the gate. So Young's mother, weak and pitiful, sat outside comforting her daughter, try a little harder. At this moment, the maid heard footsteps approaching and hurriedly asked, Miss and Madam, what happened to you? And then led the two So Youngs inside. They still had a cruel look on their faces, ordering the maid to bring water. But the next moment, So Young angrily exclaimed, a bunch of scum, the So family has not fallen yet, and you already want to divide and conquer. The maid couldn't help but retort, what do you mean, miss? It's normal for us to take some things as wages for the 2 days you were missing. Another maid added, the So family is now rumored to be in trouble everywhere. The previous groups that had connections with the gentleman sent people to the house, taking all the items of connection as evidence or destroying them. We are still here waiting for the two of you to return is already very righteous. So Young's mother looked surprised at all this, but So Young could not accept this criticism. She cried loudly into her mother's arms. So Young's mother has lived more than half of her life. She knows that all of this is intentionally done by So Mayan to make them feel like they have lost everything. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. On the other end of the line came the voice of a woman, is this Mrs. So? I know you want to get rid of So Mayan, I will help you. After succeeding, I will also guarantee the birth of Mr. So. So Young's mother, half doubtful and half believing, asked back, who are you? How can I trust you? The mysterious girl on the other end of the line said, as long as you dare, I will definitely find a way to make the two of them trust. Action in 2 days. Meanwhile, So Mayan was going through the discharge process, completely unaware of the danger quietly approaching. She looked at the warning message that like Jiol sent, dare to threaten me? Then I will run away for you to see. The three owners and their servants are now laughing and talking, completely unaware of the imminent danger, which may even lead to a turning point. So Mayan had just finished the discharge process. The three of them went to a sunbathing place to wait for the driver to arrive. Aunt Pyong is still complaining, the parking lot across the street is really inconvenient, and they even make Miss wait here. Suddenly, the three of them on the street were struck with horror. They saw a car immediately speeding towards them, and the three panicked to avoid it, but the owner of the car had no intention of sparing So Mayan. She pressed on the gas, speeding towards where So Mayan was standing. Just as So Mayan thought her life was about to end, Aunt Pyong used all her strength to push So Mayan out of the way. With a loud thud, the smell of blood filled the air, and Aunt Pyong lay in a pool of blood. So Mayan screamed in anger, Pyong Tuet, how dare you? Pyong Tuet, for the first time, was trembling uncontrollably, unable to contain her body. Looking at the rearview mirror, a group of bodyguards was running towards them. Pyong Tuet felt uneasy but couldn't give up. The bodyguards wanted to continue chasing, but So Mayan called out from behind, stop chasing, save the person first. Outside the emergency room, So Mayan and Aunt Ha were restless, anxiously waiting. When the doctor opened the door of the emergency room, Aunt Ha hurriedly asked, how is the doctor? But the answer she received was, I'm sorry, please accept my condolences. Aunt Ha looked at the calm yet terrifying So Mayan. Miss, who doesn't need to pretend? Unexpectedly, So Mayan used a resolute tone to tell Aunt Ha, I don't need to pretend, I can't cry. Aunt, don't do foolish things like this in the future, I won't cry for you either. Aunt Ha didn't know what to say at that moment, but she knew that the young lady was doing it for her own good. So Mayan hid her pain. Aunt Pyong loved her and let her go like that, swearing to make the So family pay with blood. She had lacked love since childhood, but when Aunt Pyong, who loved her, passed away, she didn't shed a single tear. Aunt Ha was afraid that it would affect her health, telling her, Miss, you don't need to pretend, you can cry to let it out. But the girl told Aunt Ha, Aunt, take the cake that Aunt Pyong cooked today and bring it to Hyangwon. Aunt Ha always cared about the young lady's health, finally waiting outside the gate for the young master. The cold-hearted man asked, what happened? When he saw So Mayan, expressionless, eating the cake, he angrily smashed the bowl, stop eating, you just got discharged from the hospital. But So Mayan seemed not to hear the man's words, standing up and squatting down to pick up the cake that fell on the floor. The man, though pained, spoke coldly and indifferently, "Isn't it just a servant's death? If you're not comfortable, I'll seek revenge for you." This statement further hurt Somayan. "No need, I will take revenge myself, don't interfere." Then Somayan told like Jiol, "Go get Aunt Pyong's body back here, I want to take care of her funeral." Like Jiol pulled Somayan into his arms and instructed Mang Sang, "Preserve these pastries." The man looked at his beloved little girl. Clearly he had saved her twice, but she didn't seem to be good to him. Suddenly, Somayan pushed like Jiol away and hugged her stomach, sweating profusely. She went straight to the bathroom and vomited. Then she said to the man behind her, "I feel uncomfortable, can I borrow a cigarette from you?" The man pulled her into his arms and took out a pack of cigarettes. Somayan reached out to take it, but the next second, like Jiol kissed her on the lips. Then like Jiol affectionately said, "I still have another way to make you not feel sad anymore." CEO the machete like Jiol always gets what he wants, but this little cat in front of him always makes him fail in 100 ways. This is the third time. Every time he mentions wanting to do something, the girl will reject him, but this time the death of Aunt Pyong has caused her too much distress. Somayan still hasn't stepped out of the sadness, feeling down every day. Like Jiol witnessed this scene and invited Somayan to play a temporary game to forget the pain. He said to Somayan, "Follow me." Somayan chuckled lightly. "I knew it would come to this." She asked like Jiol, "Is this considered repaying your kindness?" But like Jiol coldly replied, "You belong to me, however, thinking that way is also acceptable." Somayan lazily argued, "Then let's get started." However, like Jiol momentarily stood still, not expecting Somayan to agree. Like Jiol brushed Somayan's hair aside, the girl in front of him was the one he desired, so he no longer hesitated, eagerly carried Somayan towards the bed. Like Jiol still couldn't believe it. Could it really be happening this time? Somayan said, "Please hurry up, I want to forget this pain." And then they began to. Somayan only felt like she was on cloud 9, light white clouds floating by like a gentle breeze. After a heated discussion, Somayan asked like Jiol, "Have you found out who killed Aunt Pyong?" Like Jiol, looking at his phone, simply replied, "Pyong Tuet has been accepted by the Peng family." Somayan immediately analyzed, Peng Shindan is the third son, favored by the respected elder. If he speaks up, the respected elder will definitely accept So Young and her son. However, like Jiol seemed indifferent to who accepted So Young and her son. With a serious expression, he asked Somayan, "Why do you know Peng Shindan so well?" The girl always sought revenge. When she found out her enemy was in the Peng family, she immediately analyzed Peng Shindan. The result was that the machete's CEO was possessive and jealous, wondering why his little darling understood like Jiol so well. She only said, "Anyone from the So family's side is my enemy." Somayan then told like Jiol, "I want to arrange the funeral for Aunt Pyong," but like Jiol couldn't understand the importance of Aunt Pyong to Somayan. "She's just a maid, why do you have to go yourself?" Somayan explained, "A funeral is a big deal, either you go or you take care of it yourself." At the same time, the wedding of Peng Shindan and So Young is also about to take place. Guests are all discussing excitedly, the So family has fallen, So Young is not worthy of the third young master of the Peng family. At this moment, So Young on the other side kept questioning Peng Shindan, "Do you regret it?" Somayan said she would propose to you, "You feel it's all a conspiracy." Although Peng Shindan felt a bit hesitant, seeing So Young crying pitifully, all doubts turned into heartache. Despite Peng Shindan's explanation, So Young still cried and complained to Peng Shindan, "You really think that? You would rather believe Somayan than me." Peng Shindan pulled So Young into his arms and confessed, "I do not believe you, I was just a little curious why Somayan would seek revenge on you for his own sake." So Young immediately flattered Peng Shindan, "You don't know how awesome I am, Somayan is just jealous." So Young's sweet words made Peng Shindan dispel his doubts, then he lifted So Young up and comforted her, "I have no regrets, the witness is here, the ceremony will start soon." Although So Young is not happy with this rushed wedding, she can only accept it now. This is the only way to protect her mother. At the same time, the respected elder of the Peng family couldn't stop laughing. Despite the fact that the Peng family's main concern is money, as long as their son likes her, they don't care about the bride's background. Pyong Tuet immediately flattered the other side. At this moment, Peng Shindan and So Young, the newlyweds, slowly entered. The witness read the oath. Sir, do you agree to take So Young as your wife? As a result, Peng Shindan was unexpectedly distracted, with only thoughts of So Mayan in his head. So Young sought a spare tire marriage, thinking she could have the wedding of her dreams, when suddenly a guard rushed in shouting, "There's trouble." The guard went straight to Peng Shindan and said, "A group of people with transparent coffins stormed in, and we couldn't stop them." Peng's grandmother, who had lived through many ups and downs, couldn't imagine who would dare to mess with the Peng family. She only saw So Mayan slowly walking and wearing black clothes, clearly intending to cause trouble. So Young trembled with fear, worried that So Mayan would seek revenge. In the end, Peng Shindan misunderstood and thought So Mayan loved him, so she didn't want to ruin the wedding. So Young also took advantage of this opportunity to pretend to be pitiful towards Grandma Peng, constantly accusing and painting a negative picture of So Mayan. Upon hearing this, Grandma Peng immediately said, "I will help you vent your anger." She then went straight to So Mayan and asked, "Whose daughter are you? Why are you behaving so rudely?" Peng Shindan also criticized So Mayan, saying, "You are really out of line today." So Mayan, however, was lazy to explain herself, stating, "My goal from the beginning to the end is only the mother and daughter of the So family. Anyone who dares to stop me should be prepared to die." So Young then came up with a plan, blaming Peng Shindan, "If you don't resolve your relationship with So Young's mother, I will not marry you anymore." But this fool was truly a fool. Peng Shindan was manipulated by So Young's fake behavior. Grandma Peng was also furious, shouting, "Where are the guards? Quickly restrain this man-woman and teach her a lesson." So Mayan, however, remained unfazed, standing calmly among the guards she had brought with her, warning, "This time, don't even think about harming me." Peng Shindan pushed So Young behind him and advised So Mayan, "Don't do anything foolish. I can't treat you well. The only person I want to marry now is So Young." But So Mayan, with no intention of listening to his empty words, coldly responded to Peng Shindan, "I should have only taken So Young's life. I want to be a hero, and I will make you satisfied." Grandma Peng felt anxious when she saw her grandson being threatened. At this moment, Pyong Tuet clung to So Mayan's leg, crying, "It's all my fault. For the sake of the time you called me mother, can you spare us?" So Mayan didn't listen at all, pushing Pyong Tuet away. She wasn't stupid, she knew that this woman had taken her in back then only to shield her own daughter from harm. So Mayan looked at Peng Shindan coldly and said, "Do you think that if I had stabbed you just now, you would have died unjustly?" Unexpectedly, Peng Shindan replied with a dark expression, "Not unjustly at all. Back then, when you didn't want to serve the old master and came to me, I betrayed you." This man was truly ridiculous. A moment ago, he was adamant about marrying So Young, and the next moment he was telling So Mayan, "I miss you. Initially, I believed So Young's lies and even betrayed you to please her. Now that I know the truth from back then, I regret it deeply." So Young tried to hold on to the man, "She's lying, don't be fooled." So Mayan laughed, "Yes, you can believe I'm lying. That way, your conscience will be less troubled." At this moment, So Young pouted and said, "Dear husband, you must believe me." Unexpectedly, Peng Shindan pushed So Young away. "Do not be like that, have I not harmed her enough? Please forgive her." So Young could not believe Peng Shindan's change. "You would rather believe a woman living in a slum than believe me?" Peng Shindan angrily took off his robe and said to So Young, "You always knew where So Mayan was, why did you not tell me?" "Enough. I do not want to hear such useless things. Pyong Tuet killed Aunt Pyong, today I am here for revenge. Pyong Tuet still tried to deceive, I did not kill anyone, do not falsely accuse a good person." But So Mayan directly grabbed Pyong Tuet's hair, forcing her to look at Aunt Pyong lying in the coffin. "You dare swear to the heavens and earth, if you lie you will have no descendants." "Swear, I will believe you did not kill anyone." In reality, Pyong Tuet had already mentally collapsed to the extreme. Panic-stricken, she knelt down and covered her face. "I will use all of the So family's wealth as compensation." "So Mayan, I do not accept this form of compensation. I do not need money, a life for a life." At this point, Pyong Tuet was already trembling, but still tried to protect her mother behind her. So Mayan, you are still young, it is not worth sitting in prison because of us. So Mayan signaled to the bodyguards, and calmly said, no need to rush, your mother is leaving, I will immediately escort her with you. But Pyong Tuet now realizes that So Mayan is telling the truth. She is extremely scared, emphasizing, the person is killed by me. So Young knows nothing. Just as So Mayan wants to kill Pyong Tuet, So Young suddenly screams loudly, I confess. Aunt Pyong has lost her affection for her, and the one causing this is the woman in front of her. At present, Pyong Tuet and her mother have already received their punishment, but So Young is still struggling. So Mayan, you have no conscience, So Young has taken care of you regardless of good or bad, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning or something? However, Aunt Ha, who has always been kind and weak, immediately scolds So Young, your mother is the murderer, if there is any punishment, it will be for your family. So Mayan, driven mad, grabs So Young by the throat, I agreed to spare you but didn't say how I would spare you. Then, So Mayan orders the guards, take her away. So Young, shocked, looks at Peng Shindan for help, Peng Shindan, save me. But So Mayan turns to look at Peng Shindan and warns, Peng Shindan, if you dare to interfere, you won't end well either. Peng Shindan doesn't know what to say or do, then So Mayan takes Aunt Ha and leaves. The next day, So Mayan finishes everything and goes for a morning run. Like Jiol Jiol appeared sarcastically, I heard you've been running for 3 hours, are you planning to use these legs to escape again? So Mayan replied, I just want to go out for a walk. After stopping the car, like Jiol Jiol told So Mayan, Mang Sang received information, the relevant authorities have investigated the So family, and someone named So will soon be taken to the slums. So Mayan looked at the man in front of her who had silently helped her, thank you, Mr. Like. She knew, I have prepared myself to take responsibility for causing such a big trouble in public. But so far no one has come looking for trouble, I know you have taken care of it for me. Like Jiol Jiol praised her, very clever, then jealously said, so you even know who is protecting you. I thought you were grateful to that Fong guy. Then like Jiol Jiol teased So Mayan again, Peng Shindan knows about that incident, you didn't disappear for no reason, you must be very excited now. So Mayan, knowing the man in front of her was extremely jealous, replied, what does Peng Shindan's excitement have to do with me? Like Jiol Jiol got the answer he wanted, couldn't help but kiss So Mayan's hair. So Mayan, your indifferent demeanor truly captivates people. The girl had just finished taking care of the aftermath. The dark night sky mirrored her current mood, but what people didn't expect was that all of her actions were captured by the camera. The man stared at the computer screen, as if afraid that So Mayan would disappear. Even when Mang Sang handed him a contract worth tens of billions to acquire the Hoan Wan Group, he didn't care. Like Jiol Jiol asked Mang Sang, how has she been lately? Mang Sang honestly replied, since the last time she returned from the Peng family, the young lady has always been at Hyangwon until Aunt Pyong's coffin left the gate. Like Jiol Jiol felt very suspicious, that girl looks very calm, but I have a feeling she's hiding something from me. But Mang Sang found it a bit strange, is being calm not good? Then like Jiol Jiol expressed his analysis, So Mayan has always targeted the So family for revenge. Now she has defeated the So family, what will she do next? At this point, Mang Sang also reacted, the young lady wants to escape. But like Jiol Jiol was not worried at all, only showing a cold, stern look and instructing Mang Sang, eliminate all those around her, then expand the scope, and coldly saying, once she intends to flee, capture her immediately. If she resists, break her leg, and prepare a good wheelchair. Sang wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. Like Jiol Jiol frowned at this, his face showing disappointment, little darling, behave yourself, I really don't want to break your leg. On the other hand, Hyangwon's Aunt Ha sighed, impermanence of life, and to So Mayan, a person who was healthy a few days ago is now gone. So Mayan, on the other hand, was very calm, believing that everyone dies eventually, it's just a matter of time. She comforted Aunt Ha, even if Aunt Pyong cries her eyes out, she won't come back to life, so we have to think about the next step. At that moment, So Mayan received a call from Ta Ho Yi, the villa on the other side has been completed, just waiting for you to come over. However, So Mayan replied to Ta Ho Yi's message, I'm not going anymore. The man thought his little darling wanted to run away, so he ordered his subordinates to break So-mayan's wings. But when So-mayan saw Ta-hoya's message, she felt a slight tremor in her heart, but the next moment her face showed no hesitation as she replied, "I'm not going anymore." Then, seeing Ta-hoyi persisting, So-mayan directly turned off her phone. She then told Aunt Ha, "I have to go back to school." At this moment, in the school, a group of students are gossiping about So-mayan. So-mayan directly approaches the leader with a beer belly, who is drinking water, and upon hearing the girl's words, his eyes widen in surprise. He coughs and asks, "Do you want to switch to law?" So-mayan calmly looks at the leader, firmly replies, "Yes, that's right." The leader seems reluctant to let So-mayan go to the law department, trying to stop her. But So-mayan doesn't fall into the trap, coldly saying, "Whether I can learn or not is my business, the leader doesn't need to worry." The beer-bellied leader's face suddenly becomes very unpleasant. "What tone is this? Don't think you can lure a legislator just because you're good," he says, embarrassed and angry, pointing to the door. "Now go out into the hallway and stand there for me. Think carefully about what it means to respect your teacher and uphold your principles." So-mayan smirks and sarcastically smiles. "Leader, if you knew I could handle a legislator, dealing with you wouldn't be difficult." The leader, provoked and furious, immediately smashes the glass of water in his hand, threatening angrily, "Do you still want to go to law school? Dream on." So-mayan smiles at the leader, saying, "If the leader doesn't approve, then I'll leave. However, my people do not like to be idle. If I have too much time on my hands, I will end up investigating like So-jong-mayon, looking into whether the leaders are engaging in corruption or backdoor deals, eliminating all possibilities." Half an hour later, So-mayan successfully switched to studying law. Just as So-mayan was planning to leave school, Peng Shindan hurriedly approached her. "So-mayan, can we talk? 3 years ago, he betrayed her, and now he wants to know what really happened." However, So-mayan does not want to pay attention to him, saying, "If you have something to say, just say it." But Peng Shindan remained silent for a while, then spoke with a gloomy expression, "I have a lot to say to you, but I don't know where to start." Not wanting to waste time with the man in front of her, So-mayan coldly replied, "If you don't know, then don't speak." Feeling uncomfortable, Peng Shindan quickly grabbed So-mayan's hand. "Do you not want to see me like this?" So-mayan, with a cold look, annoyed, said, "Let go of my hand." Suddenly, a luxury car came speeding towards them. At that moment, So-mayan was still tightly held by Peng Shindan. Sensing something amiss, she turned her head in fear. Without much thought, she directly pulled her hand away from Peng Shindan. With a loud bang, So-mayan couldn't avoid it. Her arm was cut by the broken glass, causing it to bleed. Peng Shindan also ignored the injury, quickly asked So-mayan, "Are you okay?" Meanwhile, like Jiol caused this incident, his face darkened as he stared at So-mayan, then slowly lowered the car window. Like Jiol sat in the luxury car, smiling as if not smiling at the two in front of him, then sarcastically said, "What? Want to run away?" So-mayan looked at like Jiol with great confusion. Peng Shindan, with a fearful face, looked at like Jiol. "Why is he here? Didn't he hold your hand tightly earlier? Why not hold it anymore? Keep going." Like Jiol coldly spoke. So-mayan immediately distanced himself from Peng Shindan and showed that he was not familiar with him, but like Jiol clearly didn't believe it. "If that's the case, why aren't you heartbroken?" With that, he stepped on the gas and rushed towards Peng Shindan. Peng Shindan was shocked, his eyes wide open, scared, and moved to the side. With a loud bang, the red supercar seemed to deform. Like Jiol's only intention was to look at So-mayan standing next to him without a hint of concern, mockingly saying, "You've made up your mind to run away, haven't you? Pretending not to be hurt now?" This man thought that his woman wanted to run away with another man, so without distinguishing right from wrong, he drove the car towards the two of them. Fortunately, So-mayan quickly avoided the collision. The sudden impact left So-mayan's face puzzled. At that moment, like Jiol lowered the car window, smiling as he looked at the two people jokingly, trying to escape. So-mayan quickly explained, "I'm not trying to run away, it was just a misunderstanding." But the man in the car suddenly looked angry and jealous, saying, "I'm not only angry but also jealous." So Mayan immediately threw his luggage into the trunk, to Hyangwon. Meanwhile, Peng Shindan, who had been scared earlier, couldn't believe why So Mayan was in like Jiol's car. So Mayan then clearly defined the boundaries with Peng Shindan: we are just siblings, we have no relationship, don't come looking for me in the future. Then So Mayan got into like Jiol's car, not even bothering to look at Peng Shindan again. The car quickly drove away, leaving Peng Shindan standing still in confusion. Back in Hyangwon, the guards were standing in the courtyard with extremely unusual expressions. Like Jiol hurriedly pulled So Mayan inside, and Aunt Ha, looking very worried, asked, "Miss, Assistant Mang said you wanted to run away, so he brought you back here." "How could you run away? Don't you have to go to school?" So Mayan reassured her, "Aunt Ha, don't worry, everything is fine." In the living room, there is a cane placed on the table, next to a wheelchair. Like Jiol signaled So Mayan to sit down. But So Mayan, completely confused, asked back, "Sit where?" Seeing this, like Jiol forcefully made her sit on the wheelchair. With a tone colder than ice, he said, "Of course, sit here." Then he himself sat down, his lips close to So Mayan's ear. "So Mayan, I spoil you under conditions. If you run away with another man, then in the future, you will sit on this wheelchair." So Mayan tried to suppress her fear, quickly explaining, "I'm not running away." But like Jiol didn't bother to listen, and asked So Mayan, "Do you know what a bone-crushing lock is? Once you wear it, then tighten it round and round, your bones will slowly shatter." After speaking, like Jiol directly put it on So Mayan's knee. So Mayan calmly looked at the man in front of her, then spoke up, "I want to say one last thing." Like Jiol told her, "Speak," but still didn't stop his actions, the excruciating pain making So Mayan tremble. Bring my luggage here." Hearing this, Sang brought the green luggage from the trunk. Then opened it in front of like Jiol. The entire suitcase was filled with law books. Like Jiol's face immediately turned pale, sweat dripping down. Because the man didn't believe her, the girl's bones were almost broken from the handcuffs, the pain making her tremble all over. But because she didn't want to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair, So Mayan told Mang Sang to bring her luggage, and at the same time opened it in front of like Jiol. When the law books fell to the ground, like Jiol's face turned pale, unable to believe the outcome. So Mayan pursed her lips, coldly looking at the broken handcuffs on her legs. Like Jiol's hands felt like they were burned, quickly retracting, looking like a child who did something wrong and didn't know what to do. Completely devoid of the previous ruthlessness. He then turned his anger towards Mang Sang, "Can't you work a little faster? Investigating unclear matters and still dare to come report to me?" Mang Sang was wrongly accused, only able to stay silent and accept the blame. "It's my fault." Like Jiol found someone to blame, his face dark with anger as he scolded Mang Sang, "Get out." At that moment, So Mayan endured the pain, calmly looking at like Jiol, "Mr. Like, please continue, that way I owe you less." Like Jiol quickly bent down to unlock the broken handcuffs. After that, blame was once again placed on Mang Sang. "It's Mang Sang's fault, I will find someone to deal with him and vent my anger for you." So Mayan, with a cold and mocking attitude, replied, "No need, I am just a pet of Mr. Like, whatever he wants is what I will do, I have nothing to say." Despite this, like Jiol still refused to admit his mistake, immediately coldly saying, "So Mayan, you are not allowed to speak to me like that." However, So Mayan had no intention of getting involved with the man in front of her. "Mr. Like, I am going upstairs to read," she said, not bothering to pay attention to the man. In the large study room, So Mayan sat quietly reading a book. Then she heard a knock on the door. Knock knock. So Mayan thought it was Aunt Ha bringing dinner, but instead it was like Jiol holding a jar of candy. He then took out colorful macarons. Even more strangely, there was a box of diamonds. Like Jiol looked at So Mayan intently, softly saying, "Choose whatever gifts you like." "Do you like it?" So Mayan looked at the diamond ring and calmly said, "Thank you, sir. Like, I really like it." However, like Jiol did not like So Mayan's attitude. He pressed the diamond ring tightly onto So Mayan's book and said, "Each diamond inside is very precious." So Mayan, feeling disturbed while reading, slightly impatiently replied, I know, I will tell Nanny Ha to keep it safe, definitely not to let it get stolen. Like Jiol was extremely annoyed, saying, "Why are you talking to me like this now?" But So Mayan did not want to answer his question. She just stood up expressionless and said, "Sir, I have to go eat, I will go take a bath now." After speaking, she turned and left. However, as soon as her feet touched the ground, the pain in her knee made her take a deep breath. At that moment, like Jiol pushed her against the wall and said, "So Mayan, don't pretend you don't know right from wrong." Like Jiol stared at her like that, then helplessly muttered, "How can this woman be so stubborn?" So Mayan remembered her shackled legs, coldly saying, "Sir, should I bite your knee and then persuade you?" The next second, like Jiol held So Mayan's hand and led her to the living room, immediately handing her a broken bone key. "I turned you into what you are now, do the same to me. I want to see how you can tempt me." So Mayan now only feels that this man is crazy. If she really crushes his foot, she might lose her life in the next second. Like Jiol looks into So Mayan's thoughts, lifting her chin, casually speaking as if it were a normal conversation, "I am willing to die in your hands willingly." So Young is scared by his threatening words, stepping back. "Mr. If you are willing to do anything, just let Hyangwon guard outside." Like Jiol shows a pained expression, "I really wanted to tempt you earlier, now I want you to tempt me." So Mayan is completely speechless, no longer caring about this nervous man. At that moment, Diha interrupts their conversation. "Young master, miss, dinner is ready." So Mayan, enduring the pain, walks over to Diha. "I'm hungry, let's go eat." Unable to contain herself, she exclaims to Ha, "He's really gone crazy." The girl casually says "crazy guy," causing Ha to fearfully collapse to the ground. And like Jiol, not far away, although he can't hear what So Mayan said clearly, can roughly guess the situation. So Mayan looked at Aunt Ha beside her, who was trembling constantly, and instantly understood that this statement was a taboo. Like Jiol's face at this moment was very unpleasant, warning So Mayan, "Don't let me know what you say behind my back, or else you will also know my methods." This man's unpredictable attitude made So Mayan feel very puzzled. Could he really be nervous? After like Jiol left, Aunt Ha immediately reminded So Mayan, "Don't ask, don't speak, or there will be consequences." So Mayan heard this but didn't care, exhausted all day and now just wanted to sleep. In the middle of the night, So Mayan was embraced with a burning heat, but her eyes remained closed. "Aren't you supposed to leave decisively? Why come back?" The result was the man behind her saying defiantly, "Can you control me? All of Hyangwon belongs to me, I'll sleep wherever I want." At this point, the man's hand slipped down to So Mayan's injured knee, and she couldn't help but ask, "Is it still painful?" So Mayan didn't deny it, as it was indeed very painful. In the end, in the middle of the night, like Jiol wanted to take So Mayan back home to bathe in hot springs. However, So Mayan refused, not wanting his rough treatment, and like Jiol immediately changed the subject. He leaned close to So Mayan's ear with a hint of threat in his voice, "I don't like the feeling of others leaving me." So Mayan, as if hearing a joke, replied, "Even the CEO of Lakeshore Corporation can say such childish things? No one in this world can always be by someone's side." The next day, So Mayan woke up to find like Jiol had already left early, leaving only Aunt Ha to help her apply medicine to her wound. So Mayan asked Aunt Ha, "Do you believe that one day I can send you away in peace and also give you a stable life?" Aunt Ha firmly replied, "I do." So Mayan then said, "Give me a little more time, and I will send you away from here." Because the man was a pervert, the girl wanted to leave this nerve-wracking man, but sneaking away seemed impossible because he had a tight grip on the city and she also had to take Aunt Ha with her, so she needed some time. She first returned to school, where Tang excitedly ran up to her, "Sister Mayan, both of these boxes of books are yours." So Mayan furrowed her brows, "Since when have I been welcomed like this?" Tang sat across from So Mayan, chirping incessantly, "You are now the magical figure in our school." But Tang had not finished speaking, so Mayan felt very annoyed and said, "You're too noisy. Take these things and disappear from my sight immediately." Tang was a bit disappointed, "This is all my hard work, don't you really want to see it?" So Mayan sat there bored, stabbing the pen into the table, causing Tang to shiver, feeling the pain from that night in the city flooding back. Mayan, don't be angry, I'll leave right away. Suddenly, So Mayan remembered something and called Tang back. Did you say that a lot of people are paying attention to me at school right now? Of course, Tang excitedly said. You're the one who overthrew the counselor. The whole school forum is looking for you. At this moment, So Mayan also noticed that regardless of gender, everyone's eyes were on her. I really don't like being noticed, can you help me deal with it? Tang was a bit confused. It's already on hot search, how do we solve this? So Mayan asked, are there any other characters in the school who can attract comments? Tang immediately analyzed. Before you came to school, So Young and law school beauty Hajong Ui were the most famous at Imperial Capital University. Now So Young has disappeared, and Hajong Ui is just a cold flower with nothing special. So Mayan told Tang to come up with some ideas to attract attention, like eating while planting banana trees. However, before she could finish, Tang interrupted, what are you eating? Miss, you are really cruel. So Mayan was about to say, planting banana trees to eat rice, if you can do it. She also took out a gold card, this is the reward. Tang looked at the gold card in her hand, feeling trapped. Ignoring everyone's discussions, So Mayan walked alone in the school courtyard. Suddenly, someone who looked like a student bumped into her. After apologizing, the person hurried away. So Mayan immediately opened the paper that person gave her. Seeing the note from the mysterious person, So Mayan's first reaction was that Jiol wanted to investigate her. But after some thought, she realized that Jiol would not use such petty tactics. Therefore, she decided to go to Tham Lake to meet the other party. Upon arrival, a group of well-dressed bodyguards stood in the hallway by the lake. So Mayan thought that this mysterious person must be an important figure. As she approached the lake, the bodyguards respectfully bowed and invited her inside. Inside, she saw a middle-aged man. This man was Jiol's father, Jiang. So Mayan wasted no time and went straight to the point. Jiang came to see me for what reason? Jiang looked at her, his eyes filled with curiosity that made it hard to distinguish. Miss Ta is smarter than most, I won't beat around the bush with you. Do you need any help? So Mayan chuckled at his words and asked back, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Jiang also chuckled. He was not one for long conversations, so he directly asked So Mayan, do you want to leave Jiang? Looking at the man in front of her, So Mayan expressed, I have no reason to leave. CEO sure wants money, he gets money, he wants beauty, he gets beauty. But Jiang had already investigated So Mayan, all the big and small incidents during this time are enough to see that you are the bird in the cage. It seems that the man in front of her knows himself quite well, clearly prepared in advance. So Mayan coldly said, Mr. just speak your mind. Jiang seemed like a cunning man, squinting his eyes and leaving a sentence, I know Miss Ta has reservations about me, today I came to discuss mutual benefits, so I want to express my intentions to Miss Ta first. So Mayan, on the other hand, wanted to see what this cunning old man was up to, only seeing a hint of pain on Jiang's face at that moment. Jiol didn't tell you he has an illness, did he? This statement caused So Mayan, usually so calm, to be unable to hold back her surprise. What illness does Jiol have? The girl, who was determined to leave the male protagonist, received a mysterious note. When they met, she discovered the mysterious person was the father of the male protagonist. This man directly offered to help her leave Jiol. He then told her, Jiol doesn't just have a mental disorder, his mother also had schizophrenia. This kind of illness is due to a special kind of mad blood that only the Du family has. This statement clearly shocked So Mayan. She thought to herself that her supposed mental illness was fake, but it was actually Jiol who had real mental issues. She was silent for a few seconds, then asked, what do you mean by only the Du family? Jiang knew she was interested and continued, because this kind of illness has never been seen elsewhere in the world. And when this illness flares up, one must drink blood, kill people, only death can cure it. Originally, my wife developed the illness after suffering a major shock upon marrying into the Du family. Not only did she kill everyone in the room, but she was also eventually dealt with by the police. My daughter Seol Rock developed the illness at the age of 21, killed all the servants in the mansion, and finally, in her last moment of clarity, chose to commit suicide. So Mayan seriously listened to the other person's words. It turned out that this was the background that like Jayoljul did not want anyone to know. However, even so, she was still like Jayoljul's sister, unable to bear being oppressed for a long time before getting sick. Like Jayong continued, Jayoljul's eyes are not normal, that is the special genetic inheritance of the Du family. Because he also has the blood of madness in him, like Jayong kindly reminded, Nista, you said you are his pillow, if one day he gets sick, how much chance do you have to survive? So Mayan saw the introduction of AS paralysis syndrome, calmly replied, I think like Jayoljul not getting sick is already cruel enough. Like Jayong thought so Mayan had fallen into a trap, continued to speak ill of like Jayoljul. At this moment, so Mayan asked him, Mr. Like, how do you want to help me escape from like Jayoljul? Like Jayong raised a finger, right now, there is only one way, he has to die for you to live. Hearing this, so Mayan involuntarily looked at him, Mr. Like, he is your biological son. He gave the girl a chance to kill him. Not long before, someone sent a letter to So Mayan. Seeing the words on it, the girl decided to meet. But when she saw the middle-aged man sitting by the lake, she realized that he was like Jayoljul's father, like Jayong. However, as soon as they met, the man told her that his son was insane, and he proposed to cooperate with So Mayan. He just needed her help to kill his son, and in return, she would gain her freedom. The cruelty of the man shocked So Mayan. Even the fiercest tiger will not eat its own cub, yet this man wanted to push his son to his death, even saying, I have many children, the ones who do not listen are useless. In reality, my main goal is to take over the Likeshire conglomerate and live a luxurious life. I promise you, if you help me kill my son, I will be your biggest supporter from now on. But So Mayan was not foolish, even a demon who dares to kill his own son, I dare not touch. I know you are smart, you must have a recording device here, but I am afraid because I know you will do anything for your freedom. Seeing the arrogant man in front of her, So Mayan was speechless. She thought living in the slums for 3 years was dirty enough, but she did not expect the glamorous city to be even more filthy. Then, the assistant took out a vial. Like Jayong excitedly introduced. Pour into the water will be colorless, odorless, and tasteless, causing organ damage. No one can suspect. He placed the medicine bottle down and stood up to leave, not forgetting to remind So Mayan, if you don't want to live in torment until death, then act quickly. So Mayan felt amused, clearly not wanting to escape yet someone had already paved the way for her to run. In the hall of Lich family, like Jayoljul asked, how was So Mayan's journey today? Mang Sang honestly replied, I always have someone watching over the young lady, but today our person was cut off by the young lady for a while. Like Jayoljul paused at this and moved his hand, if I'm not mistaken, she must have gone to meet my father. Like Jayoljul drew his bow with a normal tone and said, how do you think she will do? Mang Sang, I think the young lady is not a heartless person, but the premise is that she has not experienced a broken bone lock. Like Jayoljul did not show any joy or sadness, used force to pull the arrow, and then calmly said, prepare the doctor, I will give her a chance. How would a man without a heart go mad? Even knowing that tonight the girl will kill him, he still accepts everything to make his little darling happy. After all, I almost destroyed her legs due to a misunderstanding. The assistant said, I don't expect you to take risks, because we basically don't know how the young lady will act. The man just said, go find a doctor to treat, I don't want to hear anything else. When the man returned to Hyangwon, the spirit wondered if So Mayan would start to feel disgusted because of the madness in him. His first words when entering the house were, where is she? Aunt Ha praised, the young lady is reading a book, and very diligently, like she wishes she could stick to the book for 24 hours. The man seemed to be in a very bad mood at this time, coldly saying, go invite the young lady down for a meal. Then So Mayan appeared in front of him in a white dress. Like Jayoljul didn't know what to say at the moment, so he casually asked, do you really like white? So Mayan coldly replied, I somewhat like it. Like Jayoljul frowned, looking at So Mayan's strange attitude, and in the next moment, So Mayan questioned, Mr. Like, how do you hope your pet will behave? At that moment, like Jiol brought a glass of water, saying, for example, pour me a glass of water. So Mayan did not refuse to take the glass. Like Jiol stood behind, staring at the glass of water in So Mayan's hand, longing to know if she would do anything else. The man behind made So Mayan unsure of what to do. The next second, she brought a glass of sparkling water in front of like Jiol, and he slowly raised the glass and asked, So Mayan, do you hate me? The man intentionally asked the girl to take the glass of water, even though he might die, but he still wanted to explore his position in her heart. When like Jiol held the glass full of bubbles, he growled each word, So Mayan, do you hate me? So Mayan, puzzled, raised her head and replied, not to the point of hatred, after all, you have saved me twice. The man holding the glass chuckled, you may hate me, even kill me, but don't expect to leave me. After saying that, he raised his head without hesitation and drank all the water. So Mayan, confused, wondered what kind of nerve disease she had. Meanwhile, Mang Sang sat outside drawing circles on the ground. Eldest miss, please don't be foolish. By midnight, like Jiol felt no discomfort in his body. In the bedroom, So Mayan sat on the edge of the bed reading a book, and the next moment, her chin was lifted by someone. So Mayan looked up to see like Jiol approaching her. Suddenly, the man leaned down and kissed her lips, emitting a forceful taste. But as the man tried to go further, he felt something hard under her knee. Gun or knife? Suddenly So Mayan pushed like Jiol away in embarrassment. What are you doing? She then flipped the pillow to take out a pen. To sleep, we must first tidy up. A tear slid down like Jiol's face, her eyes narrowing. It's just a pen. After calming down, like Jiol smoked a cigarette, looking at the woman in front of her without intending to harm her. So Mayan, do you really want to know my background? My aunt told me, my life has been peaceful, never involved in any disputes or competitions. There are even rumors that the descendants of the Du family are smarter than others, everyone achieving great things, leading many families and powers to fight for the future generations of the Du family. The Like family has always been a large clan, with many siblings. Like Jiang wanted to compete for the position of heir, using various methods to pursue the eldest daughter of the Du family, my mother, Du Cham-di. When my mother used tactics to help like Jiang become the one in power of the Like family, he turned against her. He is seen as crazy by others, but he feared being hated by the girl, so he explained his feelings to her, revealing his background. It turns out that my mother's family has never competed with others in life. It is rumored that the people of the Du family can make big things happen, so the big families started competing with each other. As for my father, like Jiang, he used all kinds of tricks to finally marry my mother. However, after like Jiang had taken advantage of my mother, he immediately turned against her, even demanding a son after my sister was born. On the night I was born, like Jiang intentionally brought another woman home to spend the night. Surprisingly, that woman was none other than my mother's close friend. That same night, my mother was attacked and in a moment of confusion, she ended up killing the attacker. In order to completely get rid of his crazy wife, like Jiang himself called the police to shoot and kill my mother. He then remorselessly married the other woman. He even sent my two sisters to Hyangwon to be tormented and abused by the servants. Eventually, my sister couldn't bear the abuse any longer and ended up killing them and then committing suicide. When my sister died, I knelt in front of like Jiang and begged him to cremate her. But he didn't even bother to look. After hearing like Jiang's story, So Mayan felt extremely uncomfortable and softly comforted the man in front of her, it's all in the past. Suddenly, So Mayan's hand was tightly grabbed by like Jiang. So Mayan, why don't you listen to him and quickly kill me? So Mayan couldn't help but exclaim, and the man seemed to know it all. Before So Mayan could say anything, the man pressed her down on the bed. Based on your personality, dealing with me is not difficult. So you really don't want to kill me? Seeing the man expose her thoughts, she said, I never thought I would harm you. But the next moment he felt, are you pitying me, a person with a nervous disorder? But she told him, in fact, no one in the world is completely healthy, and there is nothing to pity. Hearing this, like Jiol disagreed, madness and fever are not a character. So Mayan said, you are too stubborn. Not everyone in the family gets sick, why can't you think positively? Like Jiol said, indeed, some people never get sick in their lifetime, no different from normal people. In my understanding, you can now stand in a high position, the pressure you have endured from childhood to adulthood is unimaginable, but you still haven't gotten sick, so you're not considered crazy. Hearing So Mayan trying to comfort herself, like Jiol smiled happily on his face. So Mayan felt the burning gaze, quickly turned her back to the man, it's too late, time to sleep. But the man hugged So Mayan and promised, if one day I feel like I'm getting sick, I will let you go. But for now, you can't leave me. So Mayan also said, if I really want to leave, I will tell you, I won't sneak away. So Mayan blushed. That night, she couldn't sleep at all. The next morning, So Mayan had dark circles under her eyes and looked lifeless. Like Jiol cheerfully said, when you were in the slums, weren't you patient enough? You can't bear it now? So Mayan didn't want to say more, just complained, you are even more ruthless than the bandits. Like Jiol, heartbroken, told So Mayan, don't go to school today, stay home and rest. What can you learn in the law academy after 3 years in the slums? It's better to stay home and rest. But So Mayan immediately retorted, before that, the So family also looked down on me and in the end, didn't I send them to prison? After speaking, she ignored whether like Jiol agreed or not, stood up and said, I've finished eating, I have to hurry to class. But like Jiol felt that his girlfriend would not do well on the exam, so he instructed Mang Sang, check the exam time and the results of the miss, if she doesn't do well, adjust her score to avoid her coming back crying. The girl was exhausted all night without sleep, with dark circles under her eyes the next morning, blaming the man for being even more cruel than a beast. Like Jiol advised her not to go anywhere today, to stay home and rest. But So Mayan will have her first exam at the law school in 2 days, so she must make use of the time to study even if she is tired. When So Mayan arrived at school, the scene in front of her made her embarrassed, she quickly looked away. As a result, Tang shamelessly ran over, Sister Mayan, praise me quickly. Suddenly a voice came, participating in the exam is as tense as a banner, some people have delusions of being the best. So Mayan looked towards the source of the sound, turns out it's So Young's dog. Han Nam Nam blushed with anger, don't speak sarcastically. Tang quickly stepped in, Sister Mayan called you a dog, not just any dog but an unfaithful one. Just as Han Nam Nam was about to respond, someone intervened, and only a friendly girl raised her hand to greet So Mayan, she was the talented law school student Ha Jong Ui. When So Mayan showed no interest, Tang quickly lowered his voice and said, the other person's identity is the heiress of Lakeshire Conglomerate, the president of the elite society. Causing trouble with her will make you wish you were dead rather than alive in this school. However, So Mayan didn't care, saying, I've heard her name for a long time, it's nothing to me. Ha Jong Ui, on the other hand, was not angry at So Mayan's attitude, but instead enthusiastically cheered for the other person. Standing beside them, Han Nam Nam couldn't help but mock So Mayan, saying, she doesn't have the qualities, fundamentally unable to enter the elite society. Seeing her boss being ridiculed by her, Tang couldn't help but immediately retort at Han Nam Nam. Ha Jong Ui, after seeing the two arguing for a while, slowly criticized Han Nam Nam, saying, your words are too harsh. Then, switching to a professional and insincere smile, she said to So Mayan, I believe in your abilities, you will definitely enter the elite society. After they left, So Mayan asked the question in her mind, what exactly is the elite society? Tang explained to her, the elite society is an existence similar to the honor students of Imperial Capital University. Simply put, it consists of the top figures in Imperial Capital, most of whom come from this place. Just by entering the elite society, even as a student, you can receive the highest level of education and directly receive support to graduate. Knowing the many benefits of the elite society, So Mayan was determined to join. So, it's possible to rebuild the slum area. She originally just wanted to finish the exam quietly, but someone always deliberately caused trouble. Not only did they slash her chair, but they also crumpled paper to sabotage her. Therefore, she decided not to tolerate it anymore. She kicked the crumpled paper back with one foot and told the teacher, "Someone is cheating." Very quickly, the two foolish girls were taken to the office, while So Mayan awaited the final exam. Unexpectedly, Ha Jong-ui sat next to her, looking extremely pleased, and explained to So Mayan, "My health isn't good, I might cough occasionally, which could affect the exam." So Mayan, being an art critic, immediately knew Ha Jong-ui was acting and said, "No problem." At that moment, the proctor banged on the desk, "The exam will start in 30 seconds, no cheating or exchanging answers." When So Mayan turned on her computer, it unexpectedly crashed to a blue screen. She quickly asked the proctor, "Can I switch to another computer?" The beer-bellied man, holding a grudge, replied, "All computers have been assigned, there are no extras." At this point, Ha Jong-ui pretended to plead with the proctor to borrow another computer. Ha Jong-ui's words were quite effective. The proctor said, "I'll have someone bring another computer." At this moment, Ha Jong-ui looked happy as if she wanted to bloom, but after 50 minutes had passed, the computer still hadn't arrived. So Mayan couldn't sit still and asked the proctor, "Why hasn't the computer arrived yet?" The man didn't want So Mayan to leave, saying, "Whether the computer is brought here or not is not my concern." So Mayan quickly realized that this guy didn't want to help at all, but she remained calm and continued typing on the keyboard, after which all the computers in the room encountered issues. The students taking the exam were in chaos. The proctor approached So Mayan and questioned, "Did you do this?" So Mayan replied, "It's unfair to blame me, clearly I am the one who suffered the most loss." At this point, Ha Jong-ui stood up to support So Mayan, saying, "I think the most important thing now is to contact the school to bring in another computer." However, when the proctor left, Ha Jong-ui said, "I know you did this, but I won't tell anyone because I want to be friends with you." Because only So Mayan's computer in the exam room had an issue, the proctor accused her of not wanting to take the exam and intentionally causing the problem. In response to the proctor's vengeful actions, So Mayan decisively infected all the computers in the room with a virus, which made the proctor furious and yell loudly. However, without evidence proving that So Mayan was responsible, she had to switch to a different exam room. The whole day passed, and So Mayan finally stepped out of the school gate. Like Jol had been waiting outside for a long time. As soon as So Mayan got into the car, like Jol couldn't wait any longer and leaned in close to her. "I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" So Mayan honestly replied, "Because of the exams, I didn't have time to miss you." This answer displeased the man greatly. "My little darling didn't miss me," like Jol said to So Mayan, "then make some time to miss me." Not wanting to waste too much time on this topic, So Mayan switched to another subject. "I met your sister at school." Like Jol was momentarily confused. "I don't have a sister." "Who are you talking about from the like family?" So Mayan asked again, "Then what is your relationship with your sister?" Unexpectedly, like Jol's face immediately darkened, and he replied gloomily, "Except for my older sister, I don't know anyone else." So Mayan continued to share her thoughts about Ha Jong-ui. "This girl doesn't seem to be a good person." Upon hearing this, like Jol immediately pressed the accelerator. "Why? Did she do something to you?" So Mayan said, "Just some petty tricks, nothing worth getting angry about." However, Ha Jong-ui said she wants to be friends with me. "But who knows if her real intention is to get close to me so I can kill you." Like Jol couldn't help but sneer, "Relying on those useless people?" Despite his words, like Jol still wanted to know So Mayan's answer. "Each one of them approached you, offering very good conditions. Were you tempted?" However, So Mayan turned the question back on him. "If I were tempted, how would you deal with me?" The man loved her blindly. Even if the girl betrayed him later, he still didn't care about anything, bringing light to her in the darkness. He pinched So Mayan's small face. "That glass of white water that day." This sentence surprised So Mayan a lot. Turns out like Jol knows everything. "Are you really not afraid of something in the water?" Like Jol said in his heart, "Even so, I will drink without hesitation, because I cherish you, so I can die in your hands is also my honor. If someone from the like family comes looking for you, I will show them what I'm capable of." So Mayan felt that like Jol was not a normal person, but she naturally felt something stirring inside her. At that moment, Mang Sang came to find Professor Cho of the school. "This is a gift from our like chairman for you. Just change So's grade from this time to an A." But then, Mang Sang received a call from the professor. He asked, "Do you really want to change S to A?" Mang Sang thought he misheard. "Could you repeat that? What grade did the young lady get?" Mang Sang confirmed that he did not mishear, feeling happier than getting married, quickly stopped Professor Cho. "Please don't change it anymore." After hanging up the phone, he thought to himself, "Is this really the girl who lived in the slums for 3 years? What kind of person did Chairman like bring back anyway?" At this moment, a classmate who overheard about the test scores mentioned that there was an S grade. As soon as the other students heard this, they guessed it must be Ha Jong Ui. Han Nam Nam, showcasing his talent, began to flatter Ha Jong Ui. "You truly are the president of the Honorable Association, beautiful, kind-hearted, and smart." Being praised to the heavens, Ha Jong Ui decided to treat everyone to a meal and didn't forget to invite So Mayan along. However, So Mayan lazily declined Ha Jong Ui's kind offer. As a result, Ha Jong Ui maliciously spread rumors that So Mayan had gotten in through connections. This successfully led the narrow-minded students to criticize So Mayan for relying on her family to get into the school. In their eyes, she was only there because of her connections. Outwardly, Ha Jong Ui told them, "Everyone, don't say that," but in reality, she intentionally kept the topic ambiguous, leading her classmates to attack So Mayan. Even though So Mayan ignored these dirty tricks, Ha Jong Ui was relentless, continually telling her classmates, "Don't ostracize So Mayan because of me." A sycophantic classmate said, "So Mayan is really ungrateful. Our goddess Ha Jong Ui is so righteous, yet still speaks well of her." So Mayan was speechless at this point. The people from the like family were truly strange, their actions were baffling. She hadn't thought much when Professor Kong, with a dark face, walked into the classroom. Seoyun was extremely curious. "I heard that this time the law school has an S grade." Without saying it, "I know it must be Ha Jong Ui." As a result, Professor Kong, with a cold and stern face, spoke up, "It's not Ha Jong Ui, it's De Hyang Rak." Seeing So Mayan so impressive, her classmates immediately changed their attitudes, praising her. "She has brought honor to the law school." At this moment, Ha Jong Ui pretended to say 2 words, "Congratulations." So Mayan asked her, "This time, am I qualified to join the talent association?" Although not happy, Ha Jong Ui still took So Mayan to the familiar room of the talent association, telling her, "Wait a moment, I will go through the admission procedure for you." So Mayan listened and waited for a while. A while later, Ha Jong Ui came back with a file, and a deep and serious voice came, "I heard that the Talent Association finally has a new member. We came to see." Ha Jong Ui quickly introduced So Mayan to the boy in front of her, head of the Talent Association, So Su. The boy with green hair, looking at So Mayan's file, directly and impolitely raised a question, "What's the meaning of leaving the parents' names blank?" So Mayan coldly replied, "The meaning is clear on the face of the letter: no father, no mother, born and raised by the heavens." The naive girl thought that achieving good grades could get her into the Talent Association. However, she did not know why there were so many rules to join the association. For example, it was mandatory to provide a 3-generation family history and pay a membership fee of 1 million. So Mayan did not understand. What is this all about? I have never heard of this before. Ha Jong Ui politely helped So Mayan explain the question. These are the strict rules of the Talent Association, not to be disclosed, but everyone who joins the association must do so. Now So Mayan also seemed to understand. Talking about fairness and talent is all fake. It's just deceiving the general public. The true purpose of the Talent Association is capitalism, only caring about money, paving the way for their future generations. This statement made So Su's expression change, wanting to say something in opposition, but in the end, she only uttered, "You." Finally, So Mayan continued to mock, talking about intellectual clubs, sounding so noble, making everyone think they rely on merit when they don't realize that you are all descendants of the wealthy and officials. To put it bluntly, the Talent Association is just paving the way for your future. Another person could not sit still and retorted angrily, "We all rely on merit to join." So Mayan threw the file in her hand. "The Talent Association is so dirty, I don't want to be a part of it." Seeing So Mayan leave, the members of the Talent Association, who were usually arrogant and conceited, felt extremely annoyed. At this moment, So Mayan returned to Hyangwon. Seeing Antha watering the flowers on the wall, she walked over to take the watering can. Antha, puzzled, asked, "Normally, young ladies only read books. Why do you want to water the flowers today?" So Mayan told Antha about what had happened today. "I used to think that injustice only existed in areas with rat burrows, but I never thought that it could also happen in schools." But Antha, who had worked as a maid for half her life, felt the opposite. She thought it was normal, that injustice could happen anywhere. But So Mayan was not satisfied. The next moment, a voice rang out, and like Jyoel appeared behind So Mayan, saying, "Who made our little darling unhappy? I'll take care of it for you." This man needed to confirm a few things, so he took out a magazine and asked the girl, "Have you read this magazine before?" "During this time, I have been focused on studying and reading books, so I have not read this magazine." As a result, the man handed the magazine to her and said, "Read the entire contents of this magazine right now." Before So Mayan could ask, "What do you want to do?" the man boldly pulled her onto his lap and demanded, "Don't miss a single word while reading." As So Mayan read the book, like Jyoel played with her hair out of boredom. At this moment, Antha brought in freshly brewed coffee, like Jyoel held the steaming cup of coffee about to take a sip. Before he could taste the flavor, So Mayan said, "I've already read the entire contents inside." Like Jyoel looked surprised, "You finished reading so quickly?" Thinking that So Mayan wasn't serious about reading, he began to ask her, on page 5, where was the highest entertainment organization in the city located? Upon hearing this, So Mayan immediately understood the true implication of like Jyoel asking her to read the magazine. She easily answered, "When we were at our poorest, we lived in a cheap shared rental room, 4 people in a small 10 square meter room, sharing a pack of instant noodles." Like Jyoel showed admiration in his eyes, then proceeded to ask more difficult questions. On page 6, in the top left corner of the image, there are 2 pairs of shoes, one pair has a star pattern. How many stars in total? Recalling, So Mayan quickly answered, 5 stars, 3 big and 2 small. At that moment, like Jyoel affirmed, "You truly have the courage to memorize up to 10. My little darling not only has courage, but also has good skills, and extraordinary memory. I truly don't know what abilities my woman has that I don't know. I don't know the secrets of my woman. Before that, I relied on my skills to escape the death trap of the slums. The extraordinary memory is innate." But this answer did not satisfy the man. "I don't like you having too many talents. What I want is to keep everything about you," even though So Mayan tried to explain, "I belong to you." But he still felt, "You're just saying it, not from the heart." So Mayan disgustingly pushed the man in front of her. "Mr. Like, I thought we understood each other." A Mr. Like made him extremely irritated. He didn't hesitate to press his lips against So Mayan's. The gesture seemed like he wanted to absorb the other into his body. Moments later, he pulled away from her lips, lazily saying, "I will make you change." Seeing the tension gradually easing, So Mayan once again said, "I really have no secrets to hide from you." Like Jyoel changed the subject. "Going to school is not a problem, but building the slums, this unrealistic dream should not be pursued. It's just a dream that will never come true." After that, like Jyoel promised So Mayan, "After you graduate, you can play as much as you want, or come work at my company. Except for the CEO, the other positions can be freely chosen." So Mayan was a bit surprised. "You're acting like you're giving me the whole conglomerate to play with." Like Jyoel held So Mayan's hand, "My network can still let you play. What's a conglomerate?" At this moment, like Jyoel asked again, "You have a superhuman memory, so do you still remember clearly the times we had fun together?" So Mayan reacted, her face blushing, shouting loudly, "I don't remember." Like Jyoel immediately responded, "Not remembering is okay, tonight you can remember more clearly." Teasing like that made So Mayan angry and she said, "No shame. This girl just wanted to quietly paint a picture, but there was always someone coming to pick a fight." So Mayan, feeling frustrated, questioned, "What do you want from me?" However, Ha Jong Ui put on a pitiful face, "I hope you can consider joining the Talent Association." Surprisingly, So Mayan didn't fall into the trap, The rich kids of the next generation clearly think I'm not even worthy of stepping in. Despite So Mayan's sarcastic remarks, Ha Jong-ui didn't give up, using a trick. If you join the talent association, you will have access to countless resources to lure the other party. But So Mayan said, I have no parents, no three-generation pedigree, and no 1 million to join. Ha Jong-ui said, I can handle these things. This weekend is my parents' wedding anniversary, and there will be many famous people attending. I will introduce you to them, and if they approve of you, we can overcome this rule. So Mayan smiled faintly and walked up to Ha Jong-ui, saying, Be clear, you know who I am. Like Jiang Jae knows, and I know. Upon hearing this, fear flashed in Ha Jong-ui's eyes, and she nodded in acknowledgement. You are my brother's girlfriend, but I approached you to bridge the gap between my brother and father. However, So Mayan fundamentally did not believe Ha Jong-ui's words. I warn you, do not involve me in the messy affairs of the like family, and do not bother me. A barefoot person like me is not worthy of wearing shoes. Unexpectedly, So Mayan bluntly said. Ha Jong-ui persisted, I still hope you can attend the banquet. She then tearfully pleaded with So Mayan, don't give up the opportunity to join the talent association just because you don't like me. Moreover, if you don't like the rules of the talent association, only by participating can you break them. This statement made So Mayan somewhat shaken. Break them? Ha Jong-ui finally convinced So Mayan to attend the party. As she descended from the rooftop, she saw Han Nam Nam and another girl approaching her from a distance. Han Nam Nam also noticed Ha Jong-ui and quickly greeted her, asking, Why are you here at the Art Institute? Ha Jong-ui smiled and replied, I'm here to persuade So Mayan to join the talent association. Upon hearing the name So Mayan, Han Nam Nam looked disdainful and questioned, We don't even know if So Mayan's achievements are real or fake, why would you advise someone like that? Without delay, Han Nam Nam introduced Ha Jong-ui to the girl with her, saying, This is Io from the Art Academy, here for the theme painting competition this academic year. Hearing this, Ha Jong-ui quickly seized the opportunity and remarked, While on the rooftop, I saw So Mayan painting, although I couldn't see clearly what she was painting. If I'm not mistaken, it might also be the theme of the year. Han Nam Nam's expression darkened at this revelation, silently thinking that So Mayan had topped the law school exams and now wanted to come to the art academy to steal the spotlight. Seeing Han Nam Nam's contemplative expression, Ha Jong-ui knew her words had an impact. Satisfied with achieving her goal, she added, This weekend, I invite you to come to my house for the party. Feel free to bring Io from the Art Academy. Han Nam Nam was amazed, and uncertainly asked, Can I really attend the like family's banquet? Ha Jong-ui humbly replied, Of course, aren't we friends? As Ha Jong-ui left, Han Nam Nam began to plot something with Io, wait and see how I deal with So Mayan later. Han Nam Nam hid in a corner along the path on the rooftop, waiting for So Mayan to come down. At that moment, So Mayan heard a strange sound in the empty classroom. She quickly dropped the painting she was holding and rushed outside to see what it was. Meanwhile, Io came in from another direction, intending to tear up So Mayan's painting out of curiosity, but ended up opening it instead. When she saw the artwork inside, she was amazed by the quality and colors, realizing it was a school-wide award-winning piece. As footsteps approached the door, Io panicked, thinking that So Mayan was returning. She quickly changed the paper on the desk and hid underneath, praying not to be discovered. However, So Mayan didn't seem to notice and took the painting with her as she left. Once So Mayan was gone, Io cautiously emerged from under the desk, relieved that she wasn't caught. In a corner where they couldn't see, a smirk appeared on her face, hinting at something mischievous. After a fierce battle, the girl, although on the defensive side, was also out of breath. Like Jiol, with a sinister face, stared at So Mayan and said, I am the one who worked the hardest. However, So Mayan couldn't stand his words and quickly changed the subject, telling like Jiol, Ha Jong-ui invited me to a party, and I want to go. But like Jiol, not happy with So Mayan's words, said coldly, If you like parties, I will organize one for you. On a plane, at a bar, in a pool, or on the beach, anywhere you want. So Mayan, with a resentful face, looked into the man's eyes and said, Still the same, I want to go. Like Jiol's tone immediately became cold and indifferent, questioning, If it's a trap set up by the like family, don't expect me to come to your rescue. I know very well that people from the like family are cowards, otherwise you wouldn't have been kidnapped so many times. The man chuckled lightly and exclaimed, truly a woman of mine, actions speak louder than words. He then mocked, do you need me to have your back? Seeing the CEO of the machete in a bad mood, So-mayan quickly said, I can handle every corner of the like family myself. After that, she explained to the man, I want to attend the party not to make friends with the like family, nor do I want to harm you, it's just that I have different intentions. Upon hearing this, like Jaol's lips unconsciously curved up, his tone also softened, are you afraid that I will misunderstand? I feel that clear words would be better. But like Jaol then pressed her down, I feel like you don't want to sleep. Talking too much like that. Time passed quickly, and before she knew it, it was the day of the like family's party. So-mayan wore a white dress, elegantly walking to the hall of the like family. Han Namnam's face immediately changed upon seeing So-mayan. Then, both angry and jealous, she muttered, she even got an invitation? Ha Jong Ui is too kind. So-mayan paid no attention to her. Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, long time no see. The girl from the slums attending the rich family's party, while also facing the mockery of her cunning classmate who claimed she didn't deserve to be at such an event. She exchanged cold glances with Han Namnam, this brainless girl. Peng Shindan approached So-mayan to greet her, but in So-mayan's heart, it felt like fire. Every time she encountered this wretched person, something bad always happened. At this moment, the server introduced, this place is still a bit further from the hall. I will drive you there. On the car, Peng Shindan hesitantly asked So-mayan, are you still mad at me for revealing your secret back then? However, I know you really want to ask not that question, but actually want to know what kind of relationship I have with like Jaol, right? Peng Shindan was caught off guard by So-mayan's direct revelation, feeling a bit embarrassed, I am really curious, also want to know the answer. So-mayan calmly looked at Peng Shindan, telling him, I am indeed seeing like Jaol. After knowing the truth, Peng Shindan was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with pain. So-mayan smiled and reminded Peng Shindan, don't reveal my relationship with like Jaol, or someday I will be kidnapped, I will come back to settle with you even if I become a ghost. Hearing this, Peng Shindan felt even sadder, knowing that So-mayan still doesn't trust him because of what happened back then, but he still wanted to remind So-mayan, like Jaol's methods have always been ruthless, no mercy. So-mayan didn't want to hear Peng Shindan's unnecessary words, whether I deserve it or not is none of your business. Seeing So-mayan's back, Peng Shindan muttered to himself, leave him, I don't want you to suffer. You want to find a peaceful place to return to, you can. Ha Jong Ui approached them in a golden gown and asked directly, Peng third young master, is she your dance partner for tonight? So-mayan shook his head in denial. Peng Shindan also said, we just happened to ride the same tram together. Ha Jong Ui didn't ask much, but offered to help, take them inside. I will introduce you to the seniors in the talent association later. Like Jaol was emotionally drained at the bowling alley, Mang Sang, who accompanied him early, was already exhausted. He knew that despite not mentioning the like family, the boss was worried that his daughter would be in trouble with her father. So Mang Sang made an excuse for the boss, chairman like, why don't I take you over there and see what's going on? The girl from the slum area attended the high-class party, while her CEO boyfriend sat drinking with his assistant. The assistant warned the boss, there is a possibility that your father will cause trouble for the young lady. Like Jaol remained unfazed and replied, So-mayan wants to go there alone, facing trouble is just part of life. Mang Sang was speechless, chairman like was indeed stubborn. So-mayan was brought to the grand and luxurious hall. Vice President of the Talent Association, So-su, immediately sneered when she saw So-mayan. Dehyang Rocco, why did you come to this filthy world obsessed with money of the upper class? Who is this? Asked the middle-aged man next to her. This is President Wang, this is Dehyang Rak. She scored an S+ at the Law Academy some time ago, but with a proud personality. When she heard the entrance fee to the group was 1 million, it seemed to touch her noble soul, and she directly threw away her application. A stranger added, the seniors in the Talent Association, hearing this, showed disdain one after another. At this age, I have never seen anyone so arrogant. When Peng Xindan saw Somayan being attacked by many people, she immediately stood firmly in front of Somayan, warning the others, "Don't speak so rudely." So Su not only showed no respect, but also spoke even more outrageously. She must be seducing the third young master of the Peng family. Somayan stood next to Peng Xindan, calmly looking at her small hand, as if the mocking remarks from everyone did not affect her. At that moment, the middle-aged man with an annoyed look called Somayan over. "Come here, I want to teach you a lesson." Somayan politely replied, "Okay." Then, the man began to lecture Somayan. In a world where the big fish eats the small fish, the ruling elite sets out stable survival rules, and the common people only need to follow them to have a peaceful life. This statement made Somayan feel disgusted, and she asked back, "Chairman Huang, are the rules that you rich people set really for the common people?" Chairman Huang's face showed confusion, not knowing how to answer at that moment. Then, Somayan stood up and spoke word by word. "You also protect your own family, generation after generation standing at the peak of wealth, while at the same time trying to prevent others from developing." The girl from the slum was sneered at by the second-generation rich, saying, "Events like this high-class party are not for commoners like you to participate in." At the elegant and luxurious banquet of the like family, most people sneered and mocked Somayan. A middle-aged man politely said he wanted to preach to her, but in reality, he implied that she didn't understand the rules of the rich. Somayan objected to the middle-aged man who wanted to provoke others but also wanted to save face. So Su's expression changed when she heard this. "What did you say?" Somayan said, "If there is no problem with your brain, maybe you will understand the meaning behind the words on my face." Chairman Huang was clearly provoked and angered. Then he coldly said, "This girl is indeed stubborn, but talking so much won't change anything. You definitely won't get into the talent association, nor can you enter the elite circle." The people around also cheered. "Even if the commoners have good brains, they are only worthy of working for us." So Su, after looking disdainfully at Somayan, sarcastically remarked, "I advise you to be more practical. Finding someone with money early on might get you into the high society. Besides, other than empty talk, what dignity do you have?" Somayan, with a determined look, replied, "Whether I have dignity or not, everyone will soon know." Next, Somayan walked up to Su and stared at him. Su, feeling threatened by Somayan's demeanor, panicked and saw Somayan take a dart from him and throw it directly at him. The dart flew past Su's face. A thud sound followed as Somayan's dart hit the bull's eye. Somayan smirked and sarcastically said, "Even a rich kid can't throw a dart. What dignity do you have?" Su's face turned pale. He clenched his teeth but couldn't say a word. At that moment, Ha Zhong Yui intervened, pretending to be kind and said, "Dehiang Rak, you're here? Let me introduce you to him." But before she could finish, Su interrupted, "Ha Zhong Yui, don't be a useless good person. De is very noble. How can he look at the talent association?" Somayan said, "I really don't value the talent association." After speaking, she turned and walked out. Ha Zhong Yui, with a shy face, held onto Somayan. "Dehiang Rak, I'm really embarrassed. Did they say something that made you angry? Let me apologize on their behalf." Somayan smiled as if not smiling at the other person, thinking that this girl really knows how to act. Is the current situation not the result she wants? She is really too fake. She deliberately left Somayan trapped at the banquet, then slowly appeared. She then insincerely said, "As the situation turned out like this, I also have to take responsibility," so she apologized on behalf of her classmates to Somayan. Somayan looked at her with a sarcastic smile. Classmate Ha is really kind-hearted. Ha Zhong Yui, upon hearing this, pretended to be surprised. "Did they really bully you?" After speaking, she took out her phone. "I'll call my brother. To avoid being scolded later, it's better to admit fault first." Somayan felt very strange. What does this have to do with like Jiol? At the same time, in Mang Sang's apartment, two men were playing games non-stop, playing from morning till night, not winning a single game. The weaker man expressed, "I'm so sleepy, boss, I want to go to sleep." But like Jiol is very spirited, saying, "Let's play another round." Suddenly, the phone next to him rang. Mang Sang looked and said, "It's from Ha Zhong Yui, asking, do you want to answer the call?" Normally, like Jiol would definitely not answer, but thinking of his little darling still at the Like's house, he coldly said, "Answer." On the other end of the line, Hajong Ui weakly said, Assistant Mang, I made a mistake and want to tell him. She then said, I invited So Mayan to the party, but momentarily didn't pay attention to So Mayan being harassed by others. She continued, I know So Mayan is your brother's girlfriend, I hope Assistant Mang can pass the message to your brother. I'm truly sorry. After hearing this, like Jiol clenched his teeth in anger, stood up and threw the game console in his hand down. How dare they play like this? Dare to harass my little darling? Mang Sang noticed that Chairman Like was angry and immediately asked, Do you want to go back to the hall or not? Like Jiol said, I'll go by myself. At this moment, the phone in his hand also rang, a message from So Mayan saying, Don't believe what Hajong Ui said, and don't come over here. This man is the father of the male lead, and also a cunning boss. His daughter is still pretending innocently, saying, I want to help So Mayan join the talent association. So Mayan directly exposed Hajong Ui, Do you want to use me to get closer to like Jiol? Hajong Ui admitted, Yes, I have a purpose, but it's also that my father can reconcile with his older brother. So Mayan directly took out her phone and showed Hajong Ui the message from like Jiol, I wasn't planning on coming, are you being harassed or is this unrelated to me? Hajong Ui asked, Do you normally live with your older brother like this? So Mayan furrowed her brows with a pained expression, I am actually a bird in like Jiol's cage, living is not easy, so I also want to investigate like Jiol from your side. So Mayan's extraordinary performance made Hajong Ui couldn't help but think, could it be that I guessed wrong, this girl and my older brother really don't get along? Finally, So Mayan coldly said, In the future at school, just pretend you don't know me. Don't bother me. After speaking, she turned and walked away. But the next moment, someone excitedly shouted, Chairman Like is here. As soon as the words were finished, the guests whispered to each other. Hana immediately tensed and warned like Jiang, don't fall into like Jiol's trap, you must stay alert. Like Jiang heard this and replied with a grunt, not ruining the party is already not bad for like Jiol. Only saw like Jiol slowly step into the crowd from outside, his eyes fixed on So Mayan, while the girl next to him blushed, thinking he was looking at them. At this moment, the husband and wife like Jiang approached like Jiol. Hana gently said, I am really glad you could come to me. In return, like Jiol coldly mocked, just a second wife but can still spend money recklessly. Seeing his son not giving him face, like Jiang was about to explode but was stopped by Hana. She took the initiative to approach, asking like Jiol, can you dance a dance with me? Like Jiol replied indifferently, then what about my dance partner? At this point, Hajong Ui boldly approached and said, during this time, I have practiced a few simple dances, can I? But like Jiol didn't even look at her, he went straight to So Mayan. Originally just wanting to avoid the limelight, quietly be a bystander. The result was CEO the Machete insisting on dancing with her. The girl refused 1,000 times, saying, I don't know how to dance. But the man directly took her hand to the center, saying, having legs is enough. The crowd was astonished, secretly wondering if the chairman like had really found a commoner. Only Hajong Ui knew the reason behind it. After that, the music started playing, and So Mayan's waist was gently held by like Jiol, as she followed his movements. Like Jiol then praised her without hesitation, your dancing is not bad. At this moment, So Mayan asked softly, you don't like me, do you? Like Jiol replied with arrogance, even my dog wouldn't bully others in my clothes. This statement angered So Mayan, who retorted, I am not a dog. In your eyes, I am just someone who doesn't know right from wrong. Around the stage, there were numerous envious eyes staring at So Mayan, as she had become their enemy after today. So Mayan was so furious that she couldn't speak, blaming like Jiol, you always bring unnecessary troubles to me. So Su, who was observing from the side, couldn't help but ask, does your brother really like this girl? Hajong Ui, jealous but still trying to speak well of So Mayan, said, So Mayan is good at everything, it's normal for your brother to like her. Upon hearing this, So Su's face turned dark, go away, consider today a pass for her. After the dance ended, the crowd applauded with various thoughts, then immediately surrounded like Jiol, praising him. Ha Jong Ui called So Mayan, who was about to leave, forcing a fake smile and saying, "You dance beautifully." So Mayan used a dismissive attitude to respond to the other person, saying, "I have to go." But Ha Jong Ui held So Mayan's hand, not wanting her to leave, and then took her to another luxurious hall, where like Jiol was also sitting arrogantly. Ha Jong Ui directly pulled the chair on the right and told So Mayan, "Sit down." But this time, like Jiol didn't even bother to look at So Mayan, his gaze fixed on the glass of wine in his hand. The girl from the slums was invited to the upper class party, where everyone was wealthy. Therefore, the people here who considered themselves superior immediately mocked her. The scheming girl Ha Jong Ui, after seeing So Mayan being bullied, slowly made her way over, and everyone could tell it was intentional. Ha Jong Ui held So Mayan's hand and led her to a luxurious room. At this moment, like Jiol was also present. But So Mayan had previously told like Jiol that she didn't want their relationship to be public. Ha Jong Ui said, "I'm very happy today because my brother and all my friends are here," and then raised a toast to everyone. The guests raised their glasses one by one, except for So Mayan and like Jiol, who looked indifferently at the white teacups in front of them. Meo jokingly said to Han Nam Nam, "The cups got mixed up." At this moment, So Su said, "You, studying D, don't even respect everyone's face. Ha Jong Ui doesn't even lift a finger to pour a drink for her, right?" Like Jiol smirked and stared at So Mayan, wanting to see her reaction. So Mayan praised So Su, "You really understand etiquette, bribing the maid must have cost quite a bit of money." So Su immediately broke out in a cold sweat, trying to explain, "I don't know what you're talking about." Suddenly, a loud clang echoed as the glass shattered on the floor. Like Jiol turned to the cold maid and sternly asked, "How much were you paid to bribe her?" The maid, trembling with fear, confessed, "I was blinded by money, took money from Mr. So, and intentionally placed the wrong glass for Mr. So Su tried to defend himself but found himself unable to speak clearly. Like Jiol, losing patience, waved his hand and said, "Why are there people like this?" Mang Sang immediately had the maid taken out, awaiting her tragic fate. Ha Jong Ui, knowing her brother was truly angry, quickly apologized, "I'm sorry, it's my fault for not managing the servants properly." In the end, like Jiol didn't even give her a chance to explain, saying, "Does this little ability of yours require managing people? Take care of yourself first." Then, in a normal tone, he added, "Bribing the like family's servants in the like family's home clearly shows how little you think of me." Mang Sang immediately reported, "The Soshur group has always relied on the port of the like family for exports." Upon hearing this, like Jiol paid no attention and ordered, "Stop all dealings with the So family." This man had bribed a servant to embarrass So Mayan, but his dirty trick was exposed by So Mayan directly. Like Jiol was not pleased with this and stated, "To think that he would dare to bribe a subordinate in front of the like family, clearly he does not respect me." He then instructed Mang Sang to cease all business activities with the So family, saying, "Even though So Sure is just a small company, I do not hold them in high regard." So Su panicked and explained, "I did not intend to cause trouble with the like family, I just wanted to teach So Mayan a lesson after being humiliated by him in front of everyone." Curious, like Jiol asked, "How were you humiliated?" So Su quickly replied, "Last time, So Mayan scolded us for being rich and greedy." Like Jiol furrowed his brow and looked at So Mayan, asking, "Did you say that?" So Mayan honestly admitted, "Yes, I did." Surprisingly, like Jiol responded, "The scolding was accurate, but you and I are not the same, I have never been greedy." The crowd was shocked by his words, their eyes widening in surprise. Mang Sang immediately signaled for the guards to quickly tie up So Su and take him away. At that moment, behind like Jiol, a voice echoed. Chairman Like saw Peng Shindan's father holding a glass of wine and saying, "I have always admired your work, I want to toast you, and I hope you will respect me." Like Jiol, although sitting in a chair, still respectfully clinked glasses with Peng Shindan's father. However, Han Nam Nam, with a cunning mind, was still uncomfortable as the situation was unclear. She questioned Peng Shindan, "If President Fong has already toasted Chairman Like, why shouldn't you and De Hyang Rak also toast Chairman Like?" Peng Shindan replied, "What are you talking about? So Mayan, who had just gotten rid of one rival, So-su, now had to deal with Han Nam. Peng Shindan's father's face immediately darkened and he asked Peng Shindan, "Who is this girl?" Peng Shindan quickly explained, "It's not what everyone thinks, De Hyang Rak and I are just good friends." But Han Nam continued to provoke, "De Hyang Rak is President Fong's girlfriend, right? Last time So Mayan said you two were a couple, this time you're dressed like lovers." Peng Shindan's father was now extremely anxious, thinking that this time it's over. This kid wants to compete for the girlfriend with chairman like, he's really bold. Ha Zhong Yui sat quietly, casually sipping her wine but couldn't hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. The girl offended the rich man, so she was constantly tricked at the banquet. She thought that getting rid of So-su would make things better, but Han Nam came to stir up trouble, saying in front of everyone, "So Mayan seduces Peng Shindan, the lover is the evidence." Peng Shindan hurriedly explained, "So Mayan and I are just friends, I hope everyone believes me." Upon hearing the words just friends, So Mayan coldly spoke up, "Prince Fong is too much, how can I be friends with you? To avoid misunderstandings, can you take off your jacket? Anyway, you can't tell me to take off my dress." Peng Shindan quickly took off his outer coat, saying, "This is a coincidence," and warned Han Nam, "Don't speak nonsense." Although he said that, it was not difficult to see that he was in a bad mood as he tightly gripped the glass of like Jiol in his hand. Unexpectedly, Han Nam not only did not stop, but went even further, saying, "The two of you sitting together on the tram, chatting and laughing, I thought you were in love." As soon as she finished speaking, So Mayan's eyes immediately turned cold. "Han Nam, have you not had enough of my teachings?" However, Han Nam thought that she had hit So Mayan's sore spot and quickly said, "It turns out that Chairman like just invited you to dance a dance, that's why it's clear now." "What dance makes it clear?" Like Jiol coldly spoke up. This incident made Han Nam shiver with fear, but he still didn't forget to pull So Mayan down into the water. "De Hyang Rak wants your attention." Like Jiol's mouth curved up, walking towards So Mayan, "What's wrong? Do you want my attention?" Before So Mayan could even speak, this man mocked her, "Why are women nowadays so obsessed with imaginary handsome men? It's embarrassing, people like you I don't even bother to look at." Although So Mayan expected like Jiol to say hurtful words, hearing them firsthand still hurt a bit. Ha Zhong Yui immediately understood like Jiol's thoughts, clearly furious but pretending not to be, actually protecting So Mayan. Like Jiol didn't want to stay here any longer, afraid he would do something he would regret. He handed the blood-stained glass to Mang Sang, as earlier he heard others talk about So Mayan and Peng Shindan wearing lovers' clothes, unable to contain his jealousy. Seeing the red blood on his palm, feeling his heart shrink, he worried that the girl wouldn't be happy. He was the ruthless CEO of the machete in everyone's eyes, but because of a girl, he became fearful. Enduring the sight of her and another man in matching attire. But he was truly afraid, after publicly announcing their relationship, So Mayan would be hurt by others. He felt helpless, unable to protect her, and couldn't bear the thought of losing her. Like Jiol was troubled by these thoughts, quickly leaving the boring banquet. So Mayan looked out the window, remembering like Jiol's earlier humiliating words towards her. Instead of being angry, she felt like he was trying to help her, to care for her. Someone approached So Mayan and apologized for the unpleasant events of the evening. Of course, So Mayan didn't blame her and simply said, "Don't invite me again in the future." Ha Zhong Yui then changed the subject, asking about the conflict between the two siblings and if she needed to intervene. Facing Ha Zhong Yui's tactics, So Mayan sarcastically remarked, "What do you have to advise with? Have you ever thought about whether like Jiol would spare any dignity for you?" Ha Zhong Yui seemed intimidated by So Mayan's words and quickly excused herself to get some honey water for her brother. So Mayan smiled deeply and commented, "This little sister is really good to her brother," before telling Ha Zhong Yui to hurry up and leave. However, before she could go far, a hand suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist and pulling her inside. Ha Zhong Yui also heard the commotion, turning her head to see the long corridor empty, feeling a bit scared. So Mayan on this side was pressed against the wall by like Jiol. The man asked, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" So Mayan looked at the man in front of her, "I truly appreciate you for helping me out in front of everyone. But you have truly humiliated me, so I feel that saying thank you is not worth it. Suddenly, like Jol raised his hand and said, Mayan, look at me. So Mayan was a bit puzzled. Where did the wound on your hand come from? The unpredictable CEO said, it's because of you. So Mayan carefully bandaged the man's wound, intending to speak words of reason to like Jol, can you consider my feelings before doing anything? But then, like Jol tightly held So Mayan's hand, I heard that my woman was riding in the same car with someone named Pun. I was so jealous that I couldn't control myself. The CEO of the machete, despite his careless injury, suddenly wanted his girlfriend to comfort him. So the girl carefully bandaged his wound with a handkerchief, but the man remembered the dinner party that made him jealous, pushing So Mayan onto the bed with one hand. Fireworks lit up the silent night sky. So Mayan smiled at the man in front of her and asked, do you really love me? Like Jol naturally did not admit it, instead saying, are you dreaming? Suddenly, someone's stomach growled loudly, the little darling is hungry, it's not the right time. Like Jol immediately stood up to call the servant to prepare dinner. After waiting for a while and he had not returned, so Mayan decided to go downstairs to find some food. Just as she was about to go downstairs, she heard like Jol and his father arguing. Like Jae was scolding like Jol, you are ungrateful, you threatened me, you point a gun at me. Everyone knows that like Jol is a mysterious bastard. Like Jae became angrier as he spoke, directly calling like Jol ungrateful. Hajong quickly intervened, but like Jol did not spare a glance for like Jae, saying to him and Hajong warn you and your mother not to touch my woman. If So Mayan loses a single hair, I will hold you accountable, regardless of whether you did it or not. This statement made like Jae furious. If I had known I would give birth to a disobedient child like you, I would have killed your mother. Don't let her give birth to this cursed breed. Mother is the limit for like Jol. He pulled out a gun and aimed it straight at like Jae's forehead. At the same time, Mang Sang told So Mayan, President Like will not actually intervene. Because before her mother passed away, she had clearly instructed in the letter that no harm should be done to the Like family, regardless of any enmity. So Mayan immediately approached the two, holding a bottle of mineral water in hand, saying, I'm here to get water, you two can continue. But the next moment, the bottle was thrown straight at like Jae, and So Mayan conveniently took the gun in like Jol's hand, a bang sounded, the bullet flew through like Jae's hand. She may appear cowardly in the eyes of others, but she quickly snatched the gun from her man's hand, shooting directly at like Jae's left hand. A loud bang resounded, the bullet pierced through the opponent's hand, while challenging, I am not like Jol, shooting you doesn't count as going against the wishes of mother like Jol, right? The pain made like Jae's face turn pale, letting out a gut-wrenching scream. Hana, seeing this, clenched her fist wanting to deal with So Mayan, but like Jol beside growled, try touching her. Ha Jong Ui at this point was also very frightened, calling for help, quick, call a doctor. After regaining his composure, like Jae, in pain and anguish, knelt down on the ground, roaring loudly, why are you all still standing there? Capture this woman for me. Hana quickly went to care for her husband, then scolded like Jol, it's because you spoiled her, let her harm her own father. Like Jol looked at his little sweetheart, appearing puzzled, yes. Why did you do that? So Mayan then grabbed like Jol's tie with her hand that had a gun earlier, and coquettishly said, I want you to stay by my side, but they are too annoying, they never let you go. Seeing the girl's actions in front of him, like Jol's mouth curled up, do you miss me that much? And then he wanted to take So Mayan back to the room. Ha Jong Ui wanted to hold on to the man that she longed for, but only So Mayan turned her head to reply, my father will take care of you, my brother and I have to stay together. Mang Sang, who was watching this scene on the upper floor, revealed a comforting smile, Chairman Like is no longer alone tonight. When the two returned to the room, like Jol immediately asked So Mayan with concern, is your ear hurt? I'm not afraid of a little pain, but if like Jae gets hurt because of me, he will definitely pay more attention to me. However, like Jol said something, Mayan, do you love me? If you love me so much, how can I let you get hurt? The man was humiliated by his father, but he had to follow the instructions in his mother's letter, not to harm the like family no matter what. However, So-mayan was different. She was not a like Jaeol, she directly shot through like Jaeongjae's hand. Ignoring the stares of the crowd, she grabbed like Jaeol's tie and pulled him back to the room. Back in the room, like Jaeol's first reaction was to ask the woman who shot for him, "Is your hand hurt? I promise to protect you for the rest of my life." At that moment, Mang Sang knocked on the door and informed like Jaeol and So-mayan that dinner had been brought. So-mayan then pushed the food cart inside. She had already peeled the shrimp for like Jaeol, who after eating the shrimp, even licked his lips provocatively, making So-mayan feel uncomfortable. However, unconsciously, during the night, like Jaeol sat on the edge of the bed and said softly, "My sister used to love sitting here watching the sunrise when she was young." So-mayan approached him and asked, "Is this the room where your sister used to stay?" Then, like Jaeol told So-mayan, "My sister also left a letter, basically telling me to live well and come to this room to watch the sunrise when I have the chance." So-mayan understood that the man in front of her was reminiscing about his sister. Suddenly like Jaeol asked So-mayan, "Do you also like watching the sunrise?" But So-mayan shook her head and said, "I don't like it, because when I was alone on the deserted island with no family or friends, I have seen enough sunsets and sunrises without hope." Like Jaeol knew that the girl in front of him had to endure dark days on the deserted island, so he promised her, "With me here, you won't have to live those days again in the future. When you see the sunrise, just think of me. Don't dwell on the past." However, So-mayan secretly thought to herself that she would no longer watch the sunrise in the future. The next day, in the school auditorium, So-mayan teased Tang, "Your hair looks like an old lady's." In response, Tang said, "This is a symbol of youth spirit," and then mentioned, "I heard that there is a sensational artwork in the Fine Arts Department competition this time. The principal is preparing to give out awards during today's ceremony." So-mayan questioned Tang, "What does this have to do with you? You're not even in the Fine Arts Department." But Tang replied, "Of course it's related, I already know that this artwork is by you, he is the devoted younger brother of the female lead." When a magnificent painting appeared from the Fine Arts Department, he was certain it was So-mayan's work. However, when the principal announced that the author of the painting was Imeo, Tang was puzzled, "Why isn't it So-mayan?" In the pyramid, each floor was painted with different types of people, resembling the current social situation. Imeo couldn't paint a picture with such depth. So-mayan stood beside, smiling faintly. Imeo couldn't paint it, because this painting was originally done by her. At this moment, the principal invited Imeo on stage to share the inspiration for this painting. Han Nam didn't know that this painting was stolen by Imeo, cheerfully urging her, "Hurry up and give a speech on stage," while sincerely saying, "Congratulations." Imeo slowly walked up on stage amidst applause, starting to introduce, "This painting was inspired during a trip to Egypt," but the next moment, the painting on the screen disappeared, replaced by the process of Imeo stealing the painting in the classroom. Imeo then sat down on the ground, realizing that So-mayan knew everything. Thinking that Mayan's painting was stolen, Tang was furious and wanted to immediately rush up and attack Imeo. However, the situation was not over yet, as So-mayan made a scene at the party at the Like's house, showing how the members of the Talent Association look down on ordinary people. At this moment, Tang immediately understood. It turns out that this pyramid painting depicts each of them. The principal asked So-mayan to come on stage, and as she passed by Imeo, she was extremely angry. But who can be blamed for this? So-mayan had warned them early on that they wouldn't turn back. At this point, Professor Kong called So-mayan back, accusing her of making this video to manipulate the school. So-mayan smirked, saying, "I believe in myself, I feel the principal must have seen through my painting, and he will also ask me about the idea behind this painting. Moreover, all the students have seen it clearly, how could Professor Kong not understand?" Professor Kong still didn't like So-mayan, being left speechless by her words. Then, So-mayan said to the principal, "Professor Kong, as a law professor, not understanding art is normal, but the principal, with a broad education, must be able to understand. Although you agree with this statement, you don't support my actions. Especially if someone else stole my painting, I should report to the teacher in time. Upon hearing this, So-mayan said, I was very afraid. At that time I got an S+ in the exam, but the Talent Association didn't let me in, and someone special came to warn me that if I reveal the secret rules of the Talent Association, they will kill me. Moreover, the school's network-related matters are not managed, so I was stolen the painting but dared not speak up. I think only by making this matter big can I protect myself. The girl exposed all the dirty rules of the rich people in the school, making most students outraged. It's disgusting. Ha Jong-ui, the president of the Talent Association, couldn't stand it anymore. Her face darkened as she led the wealthy members of the Talent Association out. Before leaving, So-su pointed towards So-mayan with a threatening intention, but So-mayan was not afraid at all. She coldly said, if something happens to me, don't be surprised. At the Talent Association meeting, a man suggested, find someone to deal with So-mayan. However, So-su disagreed. The news is spreading. If something happens to So-mayan, none of us will escape. Ha Jong-ui sat there, tortured, saying, I invited So-mayan to the like family's banquet. It's like leading a wolf into the house, causing trouble for the Talent Association. So-su did not agree with Ha Jong-ui's words, saying, So-mayan is already cunning. Outside, a member of the Talent Association entered with a poster, saying, So-mayan wants to establish a truly intellectual club named Jeonpung Society. Ha Jong-ui took the pyramid-shaped poster for closer observation. So-su looked at the content inside, her face turning grim. I don't believe anyone would dare to join. Even if someone does, they will be enemies of the Talent Association in the future. Ha Jong-ui looked at the pamphlet in her hand and weakly said, this pyramid painting is truly beautiful, desperate yet passionate. Many people will be attracted to it, not to mention our talented students who have been suppressed by our Talent Association. Another member caught the key point, the pamphlet only needs to show real power, and the Jeonpung Society will provide resources equivalent to the Talent Association. But So-su didn't believe this devil's words. How can a commoner compare to the rich like us? Upon hearing this, another member said, a few big companies sponsor the Jeonpung Society, and she comes from a common background but dares to oppose the rich. At this point, the Talent Association member also couldn't understand, why are there so many big corporations sponsoring the Jeonpung Society like this? Furthermore, Ha Jong-ui looked at the list above and did not find like Jiol's company, which made the descendants of the rich uneasy. Do we really have to confront a commoner? Ha Jong-ui quickly said, a club that has not been officially recognized by the school is still not legitimate. This statement awakened So-su, his face darkened. I will go find the principal, see which leader dares to give the green light to the Jeonpung Society. Meanwhile, Xiap Tang held a registration form, praising So-mayan. Ms. Mayan is truly formidable. In the morning, many people signed up, but So-mayan remained calm. Most of these people are just temporarily interested in participating. The ones I want must have real ability. So-mayan's phone kept receiving messages from like Jiol, I want to come to the school to find you. So she told Xiap Tang, you go register. From today, you are the vice president of the Jeonpung Association. Xiap Tang hesitated a bit, Mayan really values me too much. So-mayan told Xiap Tang, don't think too much, it's just a small mistake, but I will also pay you. After arranging everything, So-mayan called like Jiol and asked, why are you looking for me if nothing is wrong? The man replied, I want to see what my little sweetheart is doing. Then So-mayan casually said, the painting I drew was not bad according to the judge's evaluation, and immediately sent a photo of the artwork to like Jiol to see. After seeing it, the man praised the pyramid painting and decided, tonight I will take you to the Diamond Shopping Center, but So-mayan refused. Like Jiol said, if you don't like it, then I will take you on a trip. Waiting for So-mayan to hang up the phone, Ha Jong-ui stepped out from behind the tree and asked, did you call our older brother? So-mayan, without any hesitation, immediately mocked, Ha Jong-ui, do you like eavesdropping on other people's phone conversations? When Ha Jong-ui confronted So-mayan, questioning, why do you want to harm me? So-mayan sarcastically replied, Ha eldest miss, why would you say that? Ha Jong-ui explained, I kindly invited you to the like family banquet, but why did you secretly record the video, putting me in such a difficult situation? So-mayan simply humphed, saying, I don't see what I did wrong. Ha Jong-ui, frustrated, stated, I misjudged you. Furthermore, So Soo was right, you are not someone worth befriending. So Mayan, almost dismissively, said, I never thought of being friends with you in the first place. Disappointed in So Mayan, Ha Jong-ui advised, initially, you could have warned him or told the teacher, but sharing a video of stealing paintings will ruin someone's life. Approaching Ha Jong-ui step by step, So Mayan provocatively remarked, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have taken such drastic measures against them. Ha Jong-ui pretended to be clueless, asking, what do you mean by that? So Mayan continued to push Ha Jong-ui back towards the large tree. With a voice full of accusation, who incited them to steal the paintings? If it wasn't for that day when she talked about me going from the rooftop down to Han Nam Nam and Meo, would they have known? Ha Jong-ui leaned against a big tree, her eyes flashing with astonishment, then immediately shouted loudly, such injustice. This kind of trickery has been going on for 3 years in the slum for So Mayan. People like you are too familiar to me, the kind of people who always hide behind a facade. Of course they won't act on their own. Just by catching the dark side of each person, revealing clues can trap them. Ha Jong-ui's face was warm with indignation, trying to defend herself, don't talk nonsense? But So Mayan burst out laughing, Ha Jong-ui, do you think everyone is foolish? So Mayan saw Ha Jong-ui's tears flowing, coldly saying, I don't know where your hostility towards me comes from. Until that night at the Like Families party I finally understood, you don't have a sibling relationship with Like Jaeol, you love him, right? A younger sister secretly loves her older brother but can't admit it, can only deny that her feelings for her brother are purely sibling love. When you invited me to the Like Family party, it was also to meet Like Jaeol once to ease your longing. After being exposed by So Mayan, Ha Jong-ui couldn't breathe, immediately coughing violently. However, So Mayan kindly patted her back and said, this cough won't kill you. Ha Jong-ui criticized So Mayan, you're too much, why do you curse at others like that? So Mayan replied, stop pretending, even with a recording pen you still think others don't know? Ha Jong-ui was shocked, her face unbelievable. So Mayan touched Ha Jong-ui's face and said, if you want to steal my man, do it openly and fairly. If you want to compete with me, let Talent Association and John Pung Association compete fairly. Then, So Mayan directly said, you're not like Jeong Jae's biological daughter. If he finds out how many years he has raised you, who knows what the outcome will be? Ha Jong-ui was pushed to the limit and shouted, shut up. So Mayan continued to challenge, record whatever you want, let's see who will be at a disadvantage after it's made public. After speaking, So Mayan left confidently. However, Ha Jong-ui clenched her fists behind her, silently resenting the fact that she thought the So family could control So Mayan, only to have So Jong-myung dragged down into the abyss. She never lost hope, seeing Like Jeong Jae holding a photo of So Mayan, even hearing that Like Jeong Jae wanted to confront So Mayan. But she waited and waited, the girl had no interest in him, and even became his older brother's girlfriend. So she was very jealous. How could she win the love of her brother? Relying on her beauty and upbringing, she could definitely become like Jeong Jae's wife. Ha Jong-ui silently vowed to become like Jeong Jae's woman, not believing that So Mayan always had everything go her way. CEO The Machete took his girlfriend shopping for the first time. He casually waved his hand and told his subordinates, pack up all the clothes that fit. However, So Mayan had just tried on 2 outfits and couldn't bear the headache, exclaiming, if there are too many clothes, I can't wear them all. Clueless Like Jeong Jae asked, are you suggesting that I buy a room to store clothes? Mang Sang, standing nearby, awkwardly reminded the boss, they don't know the size of the young lady. So Mayan was about to say, size Z, but before she could finish, Like Jeong Jae interrupted her, embracing her waist and leading her to the fitting room. Although I know your measurements, my ultimate goal is to personally feel how small my darling's waist is. So Mayan urged Like Jae, hurry up a bit. Like Jae only took comfort in claiming, it's really a size Z. So Mayan thought that after buying clothes, she could go back to Hyangwon, but Like Jae took her to a cafe and asked her, did you establish the John Pun Society? Hearing this, So Mayan knew that today's focus was here, so she straightforwardly admitted, yes. Today, when you see that painting, you know you haven't given up on that dream yet, but doing so will inadvertently confront the wealthy. Mang Sang, standing beside her, couldn't help but worry. The talent association seems to be the underground existence of all the wealthy, offending them. The life of the young lady may not be able to protect. Finally, like Jiol said, you just need to end the Jeonpung Society. I can give you anything. However, the Jeonpung Society has just begun. My purpose is not just that, so I can't give up. You know I won't give up on those people in the slums. But in this harsh survival world, people in the slums will be eliminated, without consent. So Mayan bravely questioned like Jiol, so the deaths of your mother and sister, do you also feel that it is fate? Like Jiol listened with narrowed eyes. When So Mayan realized her words had hurt the other person, she immediately stood up and bowed. I'm sorry, I offended you. She knew she shouldn't talk to someone who had lost a loved one. Like Jiol slammed his hand on the table without even looking at So Mayan, then left without turning back. In the middle of the night, So Mayan sat alone on a long bench in the park. Like Jiol, who had already left, returned and asked, why do you feel so strongly for the trash in the slums? So Mayan shared her painful past, an orphan taken in and then abandoned by the So family. They were all good people, yet they were cast aside into the slums, so I feel it's unfair. Upon hearing this, like Jiol said, I'll give you 1 month. So Mayan immediately asked, how far do you want me to go? His answer was, make the whole country aware of the existence of the Jeonpung Society within a month. Make the public acknowledge the existence of the Jeonpung Society. Facing such a challenge, So Mayan didn't hesitate and agreed, looking at like Jiol with pure eyes and a satisfied smile. She was determined to save the people in the slums and was willing to confront the wealthy at any cost. Her boyfriend, despite his power, only wanted her as a pet. Finally, you can't just ignore it. Give her a month to prove herself, and by then, don't come crying to me for help. Mang Sang didn't understand, why is the boss letting the young lady develop the Jeonpung Association? Like Jiol replied, the little darling won't give up hope unless she's forced to. In just a few days, she will definitely be threatened by others and give up. Mang Sang pondered for a while and said, the answer is correct, indeed, the descendants of the Wealthy Talent Association won't let the young lady pass the school's challenge easily. Thinking of this, like Jiol instructed Mang Sang, increase the number of bodyguards around the young lady during this time. Those people will eventually play dirty. Mang Sang asked, should I help the young lady establish the Jeonpung Association? Like Jiol said, for now, if it's not a matter of life and death, there's no need to assist. Mang Sang took the order and immediately went to make arrangements. Once alone, like Jiol thought to himself, what if the little darling cries and begs me for help? But if she cries too pitifully, I might not be able to bear it. At the same time, in the school's conference hall, Su continued to attack with sarcastic remarks, even Xiap Tang can get into the Jeonpung Association. It seems this association is just a joke, don't expect to compete with the Talent Association. But Xiap Tang's mouth was not to be silenced, immediately objecting, whether it's fitting or not, it's not up to you to decide. At this moment, Su looked down at the clock, only 3 minutes left until the conference would begin. It seemed that So Mayan was not brave enough to come. The principal said, close the doors, and the 2 students immediately walked over to shut the doors, while Xiap Tang anxiously stood up and shouted, it's not time yet, don't close the doors. The 2 students closed the doors and stood still. Right at that moment, So Mayan confidently pushed the door open in high heels. She was a magical girl, arriving at the classroom right at the last second. Su from the Talent Association still couldn't stand So Mayan, sneering, she really looks down on everyone. Xiap Tang also wondered, why did Miss Mayan come so late? Did something happen on the way? At this moment, Xiap Tang said to So Mayan, our Jeonpung Association is ranked 5th. As the principal began reporting from the first association, Su cunningly said, let's start with student So Mayan, she's so confident that we can't compete. But Professor Kong from the Talent Association cleared his throat and told So Mayan, bring the registration documents of the organization up here. Xiap Tang immediately brought the documents to the principal and Professor Kong. When Professor Kong saw the sponsor's name on the document, his face showed a moment of surprise, as So Mayan had the support of the mysterious Tasher. The angry voice of like Jiol suddenly transmitted to So Mayan's ear, "Are you looking for Tahoe? The great deity in front of you is not enough, you have to go look for that name? Stop immediately for me, or I will dismiss your Hoi Peng." So Mayan calmly replied, "I have a deal with him. If seeking the great deity is considered betraying the deal, then what should I do?" Hearing like Jiol still continuously blaming, So Mayan decisively turned a deaf ear. At this moment, the principal said, "So Mayan is right, isn't she? Is there any problem with the documents I submitted?" So Sue crossed her arms arrogantly and questioned, "Are all your sponsors fake?" She mocked, "Is Xiap Tang's house just making fake evidence? Are you going to look for some street thugs?" Xiap Tang heard this and burst into laughter. Talent association, oh talent association, even dogs love gossip. Being called a dog, So Sue immediately reprimanded Xiap Tang, but Ha Zhongyui shook her head and said, "Don't provoke." The principal looked at the data in his hand and said, "Our sponsors need some time for evaluation." But So Mayan didn't want to waste time on these trivial matters. She said, "I have invited all representatives of the sponsors here, you should directly bring them in for inspection." After finishing speaking, Principal and Professor Kong were immediately not calm. The next second the large classroom door opened. President Huang led the group of people slowly entering. President Huang first walked to So Mayan's side, bowing respectfully, "Miss De." Then he went to the front of the principal, "Long time no see, you probably won't check on me, right?" The principal immediately said, "President Huang is teasing again." Professor Kong, who always confronted So Mayan, was sweating, asking, "Why did the Tasher family sponsor a student organization? Do you have any background at DA's school?" President Huang simply said, "I just admire the spirit of speaking and doing of DA's students." Next, President Huang seemed to intentionally remind, "I hope a student organization will truly be established." Xiap Tang was a bit impatient at this point. "I want to know when the principal can approve our John Peng Association." The principal said, "The definition of John Peng Association and Talent Association is similar, so only one can exist." But So Mayan did not agree with this statement. "My John Peng Association does not need a 3-generation background, and definitely does not need to waste 1 million. Knowing that Tasher only sponsored the John Peng Society for praise, Professor Kong began to arrogantly say, "The rules of joining the society can be improved by the Talent Association. There is no need to establish another John Peng Society to waste resources." However, So Mayan strongly opposed, "If they are similar, only one outstanding student organization can exist, so if 2 organizations compete, the one that loses should disband." She is seen as a commoner in the eyes of the wealthy descendants, but she wants to establish a student organization to compete with the Talent Association of the rich. Professor Kong still dislikes So Mayan, mocking her for wasting resources. "So Mayan, I feel that if 2 similar organizations can only exist one of them, then let both compete, the loser will disband." The principal and other students all showed expressions of astonishment. Professor Kong, "A John Peng Society that has not yet been established dreams of competing with the Talent Association, clearly it is like hitting a rock with an egg." Meanwhile, So Mayan argued, "Even a country can change dynasties, why can't a small student organization disband?" At this point, So Mayan challenged Ha Zhongyui, asking, "Do you think I am right?" Ha Zhongyui could only grit her teeth and say, "Our talent association has real power, of course we are not afraid." At this point, the principal interrupted the conversation between 2 people, saying, "If that's the case, let's see the joining data of both sides." Hearing this, Professor Kong asked, "Bam Bang Bang, why do you want to join the John Peng Association?" Bam Bang Bang replied, "I also thought about joining the Talent Association but was directly rejected, so I need a breakthrough opportunity for ordinary people, maybe with more resources, to show my abilities to more people." As soon as these words were spoken, the students below reacted, applauding and praising. Ha Zhongyui looked worriedly at So Su, who reassured him, saying, "Don't worry, I have the support of these students in my hands." He jokingly added, "Bam Bang Bang, I heard your mother seems to be washing dishes at a restaurant, the job seems very tough." Bam Bang Bang looked at So Su's back with anger, trembling, but tears filled his eyes, and he reluctantly said, "I won't join the John Peng Association anymore." His friend next to him, fearing So Su's reaction, quickly said, "I won't join either." Seeing his friends backing out, Xiap Tang felt very strange, then couldn't help but curse the talent association. What have you done to them? The principal also sighed at this moment. Luckily there was no one who wanted to join the John Pung Club right now, otherwise he wouldn't know what to do if he offended the rich. This result made Ha Zhong Yui extremely satisfied, then she showed a pleased expression. But So Mayan was not afraid. Instead she raised 3 fingers and said, "In less than 3 minutes they will come back." She, a commoner, dared to confront the rich, so Su thought she was a crazy dreamer. So Mayan was annoyed with this arrogant person, only seeing her calmly walk up to the principal and say, "Sir, as long as they come back and join the John Pung Club, there will be no problem, right?" Hearing this, the principal thought that if the rich had already acted, this group of people could not come back, so he said, "Yes, as long as they come back in 3 minutes and firmly join the John Pung Club, there will be no problem." Ha Zhong Yui beside her still felt a little uneasy. But So Su told her, "Don't worry, these common students, even if stubborn, are afraid of their families being threatened." However, before 3 minutes had passed, the 2 students rushed in and said, "We want to join the John Pung Club." This sudden change made So Su unable to believe it, then she threatened their families. Bam Bang Bang was no longer afraid of So Su. "My mother has changed jobs." At this moment, So Mayan spoke up, "If we want to compete fairly, only talent association can do it without resorting to dirty tricks." She then approached the principal and questioned him, "Can you stamp it now?" Although the principal didn't want to offend the wealthy, he had said earlier that if someone returned within 3 minutes, he would agree. With no other choice, the principal reluctantly stamped the document. Xiap Tang was excited and exclaimed, "John Pung Society is finally established." After leaving the classroom, the group of talented students gathered in front of So Mayan, reverently calling her Sister Mayan. Xiap Tang was overjoyed, knowing that Sister Mayan deserved all the admiration, but now was not the time to relax as they couldn't compete with Talent Association and risked being disbanded. Bam Bang Bang was particularly confident, saying, "I won't boast about other things, but when it comes to intelligence, I'm sure I won't lose." Hearing this, So Ban was filled with determination and vowed, "I won't let Sister Mayan down." So Mayan promised them, "I will handle the remaining issues. All members just need to participate in competitions, and the resources will belong to us." Seeking help from another man, this angered CEO the Machete. So Mayan explained, "I went to find Ta Hoyi as a sponsor, because I saved his life." Then she took out a small cake, sincerely told like Jiaoel Jiol, "This is leftover cake to celebrate the establishment of the John Pung Association." As she said this, the arrogant man directly said, "I don't eat leftovers from others." Seeing that the other party had no intention of eating, So Mayan said, "It can't be wasted, I'll eat it myself." But the man, who was easily swayed, said he wouldn't eat it and then ate it, saying, "Feed me." So Mayan obediently fed him the cake. At that moment, like Jiaoel Jiol held So Mayan's hand and kissed her small lips, then released her. "Everyone says French imported cake is delicious, but it still can't compare to a small corner of my sweetheart." He continued, "In the future, if you have any problems, just find me and cut off contact with Ta Hoyi." Unfortunately, all the sponsors he finds are following the Likeshare conglomerate. So Mayan thought to herself, "I have thoroughly researched those people and there is no risk involved. Right now, you don't want to manage them, but if anything happens in the future, just find me." The next day, a sign with the words John Pung Association was hung in a corner of Xiap Tang School. So Mayan is now a group of excellent students starting their first meeting of the John Pung Association. Xiap Tang beside is not satisfied. "The school suddenly put our John Pung Association in an empty warehouse." Another student said, "This is the difference between the rich and the common people." So Mayan is extremely calm about this, because this world is not absolutely fair. But thinking back, unfairness is quite comfortable. Everyone listening laughed. Indeed, unfair competition is very interesting. She is a common girl looked down upon by others, but she founded an intelligence club, becoming a thorn in the eyes of the rich. Although the members competed for the first time with the Talent Association of the Wealthy, from their expressions, it can be seen that So Ban won. Xiap Tang immediately whispered to So Mayan, because those Talent Association people secretly took the exam questions, causing the exam to use backup questions. At this moment, So Ban approached with a face full of smiles, knowing that he had won in the first round. Tang sincerely congratulated So Ban, saying, "I will treat you to a meal." Then the second battle began. The Talent Association presented a design map, making Jiang Hua sweat. Why did my design fall into their hands? Tang also looked worriedly at So Mayan. So Mayan said, "The Talent Association only knows how to steal the works of others, which makes people look down on them. Luckily, I still have a trick up my sleeve." Knowing early on that they wouldn't succeed, I instructed Jiang Hua to design another improved version. Currently, Jiang Hua stood in front of the judges, presenting the work and saying, "This is the optimal solution that I have worked hard to create." The Talent Association's consecutive failures also caused them to trend on Hot Search. At that moment, Ha Zhongyui read about the Hot Search on her phone, gritting her teeth in anger. The next second, she began coughing violently, almost fainting. Seeing this, So Su immediately took responsibility. If it wasn't for me not doing a good job, So Mayan wouldn't have turned the tables on us. Hearing this, Ha Zhongyui realized the effectiveness of her humiliation strategy. Ha Zhongyui then pitifully said, "If the Talent Association loses for the third time, by then, the senior members of the association will definitely not spare the current president." So Su was shocked to hear this. Before he could say anything, Ha Zhongyui continued, saying, "In the end, I will be blamed for all the faults. More seriously, I may disappear without a sound in this world." Fearing that the goddess's threat would come true, So Su said, "That will not happen. I absolutely will not let Hui Zhanpeng win the third match." Ha Zhongyui said, "Useless, we've used tricks before, but still lost." So Su said, "You're right, but this time I will be more ruthless," planning to immediately deal with So Mayan. Ha Zhongyui saw So Su's back and smiled triumphantly. "This girl, worth billions, shares a room with her classmates. My purpose is to ensure everyone's safety." Bam Bang Bang asked, "Just as I arrived, all transportation tickets were sold out, so I had to take a taxi here." So Mayan explained, "Talent Association likes to do bad things to ensure no accidents happen on the way." For Bam Bang Bang, with so much effort from Mayan, could you not be afraid of failure? So Mayan replied, "Don't worry, you just need to compete, I'll take care of the rest. Now everyone go back to your rooms and rest." Outside, there was a knock on the door. So Mayan thought it was Tang coming to invite her to dinner, so she shouted through the door, "I'm not eating dinner tonight." But the knocking on the door outside continued incessantly, the urgency of the front louder than the back. So Mayan silently thought that Bam Bang Bang and Tang couldn't not talk. Could it be the Talent Association coming? She grabbed a belt tightly tied to her hand, carrying a sharp object as she walked towards the door of the room. The knocking on the door still echoed. She stood on guard to one side. Suddenly she opened the door, walking towards wanting to strangle the other person, but the next second she fell into the arms of a man wearing a hat with a black mask. "Do you want to kill your man?" When she saw the person coming, So Mayan finally let go of the stone in her heart, calmly asking, "Why are you here?" Like Jiol lazily said, "The truth proves that even if you want to hide, there is nowhere in this country that I can't find you." Upon hearing this, although a little annoyed, So Mayan still obediently explained, "I don't want to hide, I just do it to avoid the people of the Talent Association. Whether I hide or not, I know, if not how can the little darling stand like now?" Then, like Jiol picked up his luggage, walked in and said, "Tomorrow I have to attend a financial meeting, so tonight I will stay here." Facing the appearance of like Jiol, So Mayan also did not refuse. "You are all dusty, go take a bath." But like Jiol held So Mayan back. What they did next, everyone can probably guess, right? The couple was preparing to exercise when suddenly there was a knock on the door at the wrong time. It turned out to be a classmate coming to find So Mayan to confirm the plans for tomorrow's competition. At this moment, So Mayan was breathing heavily, quickly refusing. Bam Bang Bang outside the door heard her voice sounding a bit strange, concernedly asked, "Mayan, are you okay?" "So Mayan, my throat is not good." Bam Bang Bang, not knowing the reason, worriedly asked, "Are you having a cold? I'll go get some medicine for you right away." Hearing this, So Mayan panicked, "I already took medicine, I just want to rest for a while now." Just then, like Jiol intentionally made a sound. Bam Bang Bang smartly understood the reason why So Mayan didn't dare to open the door was because there was a man inside. At this time, Tang, worried that So Mayan was hungry, brought dinner over. Bam Bang Bang immediately signaled him to be quiet. However, Xiap Tang's face was puzzled. What are you doing? But Bam Bang Bang couldn't explain the situation inside, so he just pushed Xiap Tang to leave. Finally, the two were quiet and laid down on the bed. Like Jiol told So Mayan, the president knows about the existence of the Jonpun Society. So Mayan was not surprised by this and asked, how did they react? Upon hearing this, like Jiol worried about So Mayan's safety, because if the president doesn't react, those under him will take action. No wealthy person wants to see the current rules being broken. I know tomorrow will not be easy, I have to be extra careful. But for now, we need to plan tomorrow's strategy clearly, to avoid any mishaps. That night, a man came to find his little darling. After a passionate encounter, the man said, "Be careful tomorrow, because no wealthy person wants to see the current rules being broken." So Mayan replied, "I am certain that someone will cause trouble in tomorrow's competition, it will not go smoothly." The next day, Xiap Tang and Bam Bang Bang were already seated at the breakfast table early. At that moment, So Mayan approached them and asked for 2 more plates. Xiap Tang, curious, asked, "Since when did you start eating so much, Mayan?" Suddenly, a tall man wearing a black hat and mask emerged from So Mayan's room, leaving Xiap Tang frightened and questioning, "Who are you?" So Mayan was at a loss for words upon hearing this. But the next moment, Xiap Tang seemed to think of something, so Mayan actually called for a male companion. As a result, So Mayan was momentarily speechless, this time it was difficult to explain. Bam Bang Bang sitting beside said, "This is very normal, everyone has needs, so I understand completely. Moreover, seeing So Mayan being so comfortable, I feel much relieved. We can deal with the competition later." So Mayan now saw Bam Bang Bang adjusting his mood, it was time to go to the exam point. At this moment, in the international exam hall, the 3 members of So Mayan's group appeared directly and sat in the front row. Xiap Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "So Mayan looks simple and beautiful, why does she need a male companion?" At this time, Ha Zhong Ui and So Su arrived. Coincidentally, the organizers had arranged for the Talent Association and the Jonpun Association to sit next to each other. Ha Zhong Ui looked at So Mayan and pretended, "I actually wanted to come with everyone, but for the past 2 days, I haven't seen anyone, turns out everyone has already arrived." So Mayan heard this and said, "Stop acting, the competition hasn't ended yet, you still have a chance to make a move." This man suddenly appeared, causing a commotion in the hall. The reporters, eager for good material, quickly switched the microphone to interview, "Why did President Like come here?" But the assistant next to him said, "Today we are not accepting interviews." So Mayan was speechless at this point, like Jiol had nothing to do and came here to watch the excitement, so she sent a message to like Jiol asking, "Why are you here?" This will make Hoi Jonpun less noticed and difficult. At this moment, Ha Zhong Ui glanced over and asked, "Who are you texting?" But So Mayan sarcastically replied, "Do you have a habit of reading other people's messages?" Ha Zhong Ui immediately turned away, denying it, but she was not happy inside. How come So Mayan can always text like Jiol, but I can't? Xiap Tang sitting next to them also began to be curious, although it's my first time meeting like Jiol, his appearance and demeanor are really powerful. Hearing first time, So Mayan really wanted to say that she had met him once this morning, this is the second time. Suddenly, So Mayan received a reply message from like Jiol, "Come see how I die." At this moment, Bam Bang Bang whispered to So Mayan, "I need to use the restroom." So Mayan said, "I want to go too, you know Talent Association will strike anytime, anywhere. Instead of sitting and waiting to die, it's better to actively fight." When So Mayan and Bam Bang Bang left their seats, So Su immediately took out her phone. At this moment, there is only 1 minute left in the competition, but suddenly there are many people lining up outside the restroom. So Mayan signals to Bam Bang Bang, then loudly says, "Let's go to the restroom in the players' lounge." But there is a man standing in the corner peeking out, observing their every move. So Mayan feels being watched, turns around to look, and the man quickly runs away. However, when So Mayan and Bam Bang Bang enter the lounge, someone outside locks the door, trapping them inside. At this moment, So-soo receives a message on his phone, and he involuntarily reveals a wicked smile. Two girls go to the restroom but are intentionally locked inside by a villain. So-soo sees the message from his subordinate and reveals a wicked smile. Ha Jong-ui clearly has some doubts, so Mayan is a cautious person, it's not easy to trap him. So-soo reassures her, saying, "Don't worry, my men saw So-mayan enter before locking the door." Then, So-soo reveals a secret, "I not only locked the door, but I also want So-mayan to die." With 3 minutes left in the competition, player number 4, Bam Bang Bang, still hasn't appeared. So-soo sits in the competition area, arms crossed, feeling triumphant because he believes Bam Bang Bang won't show up. Not satisfied with the translation for 3 seconds, Bam Bang Bang suddenly appeared in front of her, challenging him. So-soo's face turned pale and she couldn't stop trembling. "I clearly instructed that we have to wait for someone to enter before locking the door, so what's happening now?" However, Ha Jong-ui, who was sitting in the guest seat early, had already guessed that So-soo's actions were still lacking. Suddenly, she remembered something and immediately turned her head back. The empty seat no longer had the figure of like Jeol. At the same time, the water in the room had already flooded up to So-mayan's feet. This time, the Talent Association's actions were truly ruthless, as the electrified water seemed to be a fatal accident. But So-mayan simply dealt with the situation in front of her. She walked to the electrical panel, knelt down, and opened it to see the tangled wires inside, which didn't seem to faze her. Back in the slum area, an old man had taught her about electricity, so she carefully examined the wires, handling them with caution. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was forcefully broken from the outside. Like Jeol stood behind it with a dark expression, while Mang Sang anxiously asked, "Miss, are you okay?" So Mayan looked at like Jeol appearing in front of her, stunned, and asked, "Are you here to save me?" As she spoke, a fire seemed to burn in like Jeol's heart. The girl was locked in a left-handed room, and her situation was extremely dangerous at the moment. In her eyes, only the water under her feet seeping into the electric panel could lead to a dangerous electric shock that could be fatal. Although So-mayan also knew about electricity, she could only act very carefully at this time. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard, the door outside was kicked open, like Jeol led Mang Sang hurriedly towards her, So-mayan was stunned and asked, "Are you here to rescue me?" But like Jeol said, "The little darling doesn't need saving, but we do need to fix this miserable electric panel." He was momentarily angry, then said, "I'm free with nothing to do," and left. Mang Sang, standing beside her, was puzzled. "Miss, why don't you break the door and run out, isn't that more convenient?" But So-mayan explained, "It's easy for me to go out, but the electrical wires in this room are connected to the entire technical room. If we ignore it, the consequences of an electrical short circuit are unimaginable." Mang Sang didn't say anything more, just told So-mayan, "Chairman like seems to be in a bad mood." So-mayan replied, "Let's fix the electrical wires first before we talk." Seeing So-mayan's skillful actions, Mang Sang was amazed and said, "Miss, you're really amazing. However, to be fair, I hope you go and persuade Chairman like." So-mayan also knew that like Jeol's anger would lead to severe consequences, so she immediately took out her phone and called him. Suddenly, she turned her head because she felt a murderous aura behind her. With a loud bang, the window was shattered by someone, and a stern-looking man jumped in. The man raised a bow disguised as a clock and aimed it at So-mayan. With a whoosh, a black arrow flew towards her. So-mayan immediately dodged, and after stabilizing herself, she looked at the man in front of her, thinking that the person who locked the break room must be one of So-soo's people, but who was this person? However, it was mostly likely, though, that if it wasn't Ha Jong-ui, it was someone from the group of wealthy individuals who disliked her. Arrows continued to fly towards her from behind, eventually cornering her into a dead end. She saw her opponent coming closer and closer. The girl felt a heavy murderous aura emanating from behind, and then saw a person in black jumping in through the window. At that moment, the person in black, without saying a word, directly pressed a button on the bowstring, shooting an arrow towards So-mayan. Fortunately, So-mayan was agile enough to avoid it in time. After regaining her footing, she immediately accelerated and fled. But the assassin still closely followed her, quickly pushing her to the corner of the stairs. At that moment, a voice rang out, "I'm here, what are you afraid of?" Like Jiol angrily reminded So Mayan, "Hurry up and stand next to me." Without hesitation, So Mayan ran quickly to Like Jiol's side. After pushing So Mayan to stand behind him, Like Jiol couldn't contain himself any longer. "Who dares to touch my little darling?" To protect So Mayan from harm, Like Jiol held her tightly, using his back as a shield. An arrow immediately pierced Like Jiol's back. Seeing him take the arrow for her, So Mayan's heart felt like it was about to shatter. The two fled into a laboratory in the Technical Institute, but the assassin, relying on their sixth sense, quickly found them. At this moment, So Mayan couldn't help but ask, "Where did the bodyguards you brought go?" Upon hearing this, Like Jiol was furious. "If you didn't think I couldn't stand the light, I could have been here alone." Suddenly, another door opened. Ha-Jong-Ui stood at the door with an innocent face and said, "Big brother, why are you all here?" At that moment, an assassin shot an arrow towards Ha-Jong-Ui, a thud sound as the arrow hit her chest. Like Jiol immediately seized the opportunity to shoot the assassin, a thud as the opponent fell to the ground. Ha-Jong-Ui, with a bloodless face, holding her wound, painfully said, "It's good, big brother, you're fine, that's good." She finished speaking, slowly closed her eyes and fainted. But Like Jiol just looked at her without saying anything else. Ha-Jong-Ui's appearance at this moment is very coincidental, but also very reasonable, as if it was all planned, making one unable to help but doubt. However, Like Jiol is also very ruthless. Seeing someone willing to risk their life to save them, anyone would be moved, right? He saved the girl from an arrow, but the assassin behind them was still on their tail. As they hid in a research room, the pure and innocent facade Ha-Jong-Ui found her way here, suddenly asking them, "Why are you two here?" However, the next moment, the assassin aimed the arrow towards Ha-Jong-Ui again. Like Jiol quickly took out the assassin in this opportunity. Seeing Ha-Jong-Ui faint, he didn't say anything else. But So Mayan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Ha-Jong-Ui's appearance at this time is extremely coincidental, as if it was planned in advance. At this moment, Mang Sang hurriedly ran over upon hearing about the incident. Like Jiol calmly instructed, "Go check if the assassin is dead or not. If not, bring them in for interrogation. As for Ha-Jong-Ui who fainted on the floor, take her to the hospital to see if she can be saved." Seeing the wound on Like Jiol's shoulder still bleeding, So Mayan was very concerned about his health. Mang Sang said, "It's my fault, I will immediately take Chairman Like to the hospital." Like Jiol replied, "No need for the hospital, you immediately arrange for Dr. Park to come to the hotel." After speaking, he told So Mayan, "Take me to the room." Moments later, Dr. Park said, "The arrow is too deep, I recommend Chairman Like still go to the hospital's operating room." But Like Jiol insisted, "Don't talk too much, quickly remove the arrow." Dr. Park asked, "Chairman Like, do you really not need anesthesia?" Mang Sang answered, "Dr. Park, you also know Chairman Like doesn't like to be numb." Seeing this, Dr. Park didn't say much, put on gloves, and began the procedure. When he saw the arrow, this method is too cruel, the arrowhead is even a barb, like a fishhook. Like Jiol's face was getting paler and sweat was dripping down his forehead. At this moment, a small hand reached out to hold his hand tightly. Dr. Park determined the position, then removed the arrow deeply embedded inside. Like Jiol groaned in pain, then leaned his head on So Mayan's shoulder. So Mayan could only use one hand to support his head as he leaned on her, comforting him, "It's almost over, the worst of the pain has passed." He had just replaced a girl in taking an arrow, unexpectedly at the moment when the doctor helped him pull out the arrow. Like Jiol, who had witnessed all kinds of scenes before, suddenly cried out in pain. However, in the moment when he leaned his head on So Mayan's shoulder, wanting to be comforted, Mang Sang, who was beside them, immediately understood that his boss was pretending, while Dr. Park also reminded Like Jiol, "During this time, you must rest well, even though you didn't injure any internal organs, your bones are still injured." Seeing Like Jiol's uncomfortable expression, So Mayan felt extremely heartbroken. Dr. Park said, "I know what you want to say, the stitching will be done very quickly." However, the man in front of her was trembling all over, making So Mayan even more heartbroken. When Dr. Park finally finished bandaging like Jaol's wound, So Mayan anxiously asked, "Is there anything else we need to pay attention to?" Dr. Park's answer was simple: for now, avoid strenuous activities. But Dr. Park originally said, "Have to go back," and then stopped, wanting to say something to like Jaol. So Mayan immediately understood and said, "I will avoid him for a while." Like Jaol coldly said, "You don't need to beat around the bush, just say it." Then Dr. Park, with a complex look in his eyes, said, "Chairman-like, you know that the condition of the body will also affect the mental state, so during the healing period, it's best to avoid anger." So Mayan asked, "Is it that serious?" Dr. Park immediately understood that So Mayan was not just a pretty face, otherwise Chairman-like would not trust her like that, even getting angry for this young lady. He then said, "As long as Chairman-like maintains a good mood, there should be no problem." After Dr. Park left, So Mayan comforted like Jaol, "The newly stitched wound will surely hurt a bit." She carefully put the coat on like Jaol's arm and asked, "Are you hungry? Do you want me to cook some porridge?" Like Jaol teased, "My little darling suddenly knows how to cook porridge?" So Mayan smiled and said to like Jaol, "I may not know how to cook abalone porridge, but I can make the usual dishes." He saved a girl from an arrow, and in return for her gratitude, she offered to cook a bowl of porridge for him to eat. After speaking, she turned and walked towards the kitchen. Waiting for So Mayan to leave, Mang Sang immediately reported to like Jaol, "The assassin has confessed, it was So Su who ordered him to do it." "I want to know who locked the bedroom door?" Mang Sang said, "It was also So Su. Because last time he cut off the transportation route of the So family, he held a grudge and that's why he targeted the young lady." However, like Jaol felt it was not right. Based on this method, it must be two people, perhaps the assassin doesn't even know who his master is. But first, control So Su, and if we don't know the true intentions of the So family, don't let them cause trouble in the imperial capital anymore. Like Jaol continued, "How is it outside now?" Just as he said that, Mang Sang replied, "The John Pung society of the young lady is very powerful, not only winning 3 times in a row, but also exposing some members of the talent association for faking their backgrounds." Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Like Jaol quickly ran to the bed, then grimaced in discomfort. So Mayan entered. "There is no food in the kitchen. Should Assistant Mang or I go buy ingredients to cook?" However, Mang Sang said, "How can we let the young lady handle this?" Terrified, Mang Sang said, "I must leave." As Mang Sang left, So Mayan looked at like Jaol lying uncomfortably on the bed, worriedly asking, "Do you want me to call Dr. Park here?" Like Jaol replied, "Come sit next to me." Then he adjusted So Mayan's position and comfortably lay on her lap, teasing, "I almost lost my life this time because of you. How do you plan to repay me?" But So Mayan said, "If I have the chance, I will help you out." Like Jaol found it amusing. "Clearly, you are cursing me. Who dares to touch me?" So Mayan asked, "How do you want me to repay you then?" Suddenly, CEO the machete said, "Then make a vow, say that you will never leave me in this lifetime." This man asked his girlfriend to help him out. In return, he hoped she would vow to never leave him. So Mayan said, "That vow is too heavy. How can it be easily done? I have a more practical way. You lost this bet, I agree to go on vacation with you." Like Jaol, feeling a bit displeased, coldly said, "This is your agreement with me, no regrets." And then he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. After that, So Mayan took out her phone. Inside there were hundreds of unread messages. She opened them all of them were from members of the John Pung Association expressing concern for her safety. She quickly sent a message, casually saying, "I have some urgent personal matters to attend to today, so I have to leave in a hurry, forgot to inform everyone." However, Bam Bang Bang was a bit skeptical, demanding So Mayan to take a selfie to prove that she was safe. So Mayan could only send the photo over. Xiap Tang suggested, "Let's have a celebration party tonight." But So Mayan seemed certain that she couldn't make it tonight. She told everyone, "You guys go ahead to celebrate. After finishing my task, I will immediately return to the imperial capital." The chapter on the John Pung Association is just beginning. No one should be complacent. However, Xiap Tang messaged again, Mayan, are you looking for a male consort? Even though you are still young, you should pay attention to your health. So Mayan only replied with one word, leave. Just then, Tahoyi called, his voice carrying excitement, congratulations, I knew you could do it early on. After that, So Mayan told him, today, like Jiol helped me out, now he's still lying in bed. But Tahoyi said, have you developed feelings for him? So Mayan, like Jiol is very kind to me, almost annoying, but So Mayan tells Tahoyi, it's not annoying, it's chaos and distraught and confused. As Mang Sang approaches, So Mayan hurriedly hangs up the phone with the other party. Seeing So Mayan still has another phone, Mang Sang is slightly surprised. If like Jiol finds out about this phone, it will definitely be a disaster. So Mayan says, I will throw the phone away later. Mang Sang just smiles and says lightly, I won't say anything, Miss just needs to control it well. Mang's assistant has no intention of informing the boss, just saying, I hope Miss can enjoy her vacation. Dr. Park said if Chairman Like remains silent, he will sink into a deep abyss forever unable to climb out, getting sick is just a matter of time. So Mayan is puzzled again, why are you suddenly telling me this? In my eyes, Miss is not like other girls, since Miss appeared, I see Chairman Like happy, scolding me less. Moreover, Miss is intelligent, there are things Chairman Like can't stand to do 1,000 times, avoid hurting both of us. Mang Sang's words were vague, as he asked directly, are you secretly contacting someone else or causing trouble for Jeonpung society? At this point, Mang Sang also made his attitude clear, Miss, I know you are very talented, but so far it's been enough. So Mayan said, but in my eyes, the pet that like Jiol dotes on is the greatest value of a woman, but this is not the kind of value I want. Mang Sang did not give up, saying, I heard the contents of your phone call earlier, you said Chairman Like is too good to you, you were a little annoyed, but your tone clearly wasn't annoyed. I don't understand what you're talking about. But Mang Sang's next words were, if one day you have to choose between the slum and Chairman Like, I hope you can choose Chairman Like. At this point, like Jiol also woke up, and so Mayan quickly fed him some porridge. Mang Sang reported, Boss, Ha Zhong Ui is still in the emergency room after being injured. Furthermore, Ha Na wants to visit. Like Jiol did not refuse this matter, but if she causes trouble, immediately escort her back to the hall. What did the presidential palace say? Facing the boss's question, Mang Sang said, the one taking the blame is So Su, who has now been expelled from the school. Moreover, the presidential spokesperson also declared that they would conduct a strict investigation on the Talent Association, giving everyone a reasonable answer. However, So Mayan did not expect that Ha Zhong Ui was actually the president of the Talent Association, completely clean from beginning to end, not a single stain on her. Like Jiol saw So Mayan's confusion and interrupted her thoughts, asking, what are you thinking about so deeply? So Mayan smiled and replied, Ha Zhong Ui took the blame for him, so it's normal for him to protect her this time. However, like Jiol said, Ha Zhong Ui is technically your sister, if she takes the blame for the Talent Association, I will also lose face. But to his surprise, So Mayan asked, have you ever thought about why Ha Zhong Ui appeared, and why she took the blame like this? Like Jiol replied, Ha Zhong Ui just wants to live peacefully in the future. However, like Jiol noticed that So Mayan always talked about Ha Zhong Ui. So Mayan truly admired Ha Zhong Ui's high-mindedness, being able to resolve such a tumultuous situation cleanly. However, like Jiol was unsure of what his little darling was thinking. Suddenly, almost accidentally, So Mayan said, Ha Zhong Ui sacrificed herself this time, it's normal for him to protect her. In like Jiol's eyes, Ha Zhong Ui is his nominal younger sister, if she takes the blame for Talent Association this time, he will also lose face. He then notices that So Mayan seems to care a lot about Ha Zhong Ui, he wants to know if his little darling has ever been bothered by Ha Zhong Ui. So Mayan immediately asks like Jiol back, what will you do if I say yes? In response, like Jiol coldly says, I will have someone pull the oxygen tube from Ha Zhong Ui. However, with no concrete evidence, So Mayan can only shake his head and say, I can handle it myself. Like Jiol says, Ha Zhong Ui doesn't have that kind of courage, if she really did something, she would immediately tell me. But for So Mayan, who clearly sees that men look at women slightly differently, she doesn't bring up the issue anymore. She suggests, "Can you give me 3 hours to go back to school and handle this matter?" Like Jiol doesn't object, saying, "If you want to go, then go." Upon hearing this, So Mayan seems incredulous. Why is this man so kind today? But then like Jiol says, "If you go, I won't be happy, my mood will be bad and I will get sick. If I get sick, it will make the entire imperial capital sink into a sea of blood," he said, reminding So Mayan, "This is the butterfly effect from your going to school tonight." So Mayan was speechless. Nothing serious had happened, yet the man had said it like that. Like Jiol slammed the table and said, "Anyway, I'm bored, if you invite me to go with you, I might agree." Upon hearing this, So Mayan immediately raised her hand to invite this arrogant CEO the machete. Although like Jiol agreed, he said, "You go change clothes for me." A moment later, So Mayan took like Jiol to the conference room of the Jeonpung Association in the school. As soon as they entered, Bam Bang Bang warmly greeted them. Xiap Tang, on the other hand, looked shocked as if seeing a ghost. Sister Mayan suddenly brought that male pet here. So Mayan hesitated for a moment, saying, "Everyone sit down for the meeting." At this moment, like Jiol grabbed Xiap Tang like a little chicken, then generously sat in his place. Xiap Tang, angry, cursed beside him. So Mayan immediately said, "You can find a seat yourself." Xiap Tang was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, standing still for 3 seconds. Sister Mayan really doted on this male pet, didn't she? CEO the machete wanted to go to school with his lover because he was bored at home. When they arrived at the conference room, Xiap Tang was surprised to see like Jiol because Mayan suddenly brought her male favorite there that night, and even rudely took his seat. Seeing the two glaring at each other, So Mayan felt a headache, hesitated for a moment, and told Xiap Tang to find a seat as he pleased. Xiap Tang was shocked to hear, Mayan is clearly favoring this male favorite. Upon hearing this, Bam Bang Bang told Xiap Tang, "Sit down quickly, don't waste everyone's time." Then, So Mayan began the meeting. "Our Jeonpung Association can't keep attracting attention forever. Once we fall, it will be the time for the rich to settle scores with us." However, before she could finish, like Jiol suddenly crawled onto the table and lay down, his indiscreet hand reaching towards So Mayan. In response to like Jiol's touch, So Mayan just glanced over, seeing the affection in the man's eyes. Although she blushed for a second, So Mayan quickly adjusted her emotions and continued with the previous topic. At that moment, So Mayan looked at the report in her hand, discovering Bam Bang Bang's desire is acting. Jianghua and So Ban were slightly surprised to hear, based on Bam Bang Bang's intellect, going into acting is a waste. Xiap Tang complained, "Even the worst student, if I want to be a movie star, I can just go to the film crew to try acting, why bother joining Jeonpung Society?" Bam Bang Bang explained, "My family is very ordinary, in need of money, no time for playing around." However, So Mayan temporarily lost interest in her because she once said that forming Jeonpung Society had its own purpose. "What I need is not a movie star." Facing members without any ambitions, like Jiol couldn't help but glance at them. Bam Bang Bang then assured, "I know Jeonpung Society doesn't need movie stars, but the entertainment industry has always been a capitalist land. Once I become famous, I can attract any capitalists to the society." Just as she finished speaking, So Mayan said, "Not bad, if you can become famous in the entertainment industry, not only capitalists, in the future Jeonpung Society can also have some influence." Bam Bang Bang immediately said, "Thank you for agreeing to let me enter showbiz." But So Mayan also said straightforwardly, "Jeonpung Society will not accommodate useless people." Meanwhile, like Jiol was still hesitant, considering himself the biggest capitalist in this country, why would he need a movie star? He appeared to be a male sweetheart on the surface, but in reality, he was a CEO of the machete, willing to accompany his girlfriend to school without hesitation. At this moment, So Mayan is arranging for the next competition. But Xiap Tang, who is next to her, is talking to So Ban about the male companion that So Mayan brought along looking very serious. Could he be a special forces soldier? The sound of the two of them is too loud, making the meeting room silent and terrifying. Like Jiol then crosses her arms in front of her chest and hemp before slamming her hand on the table, saying, "Is it my turn to speak or yours?" If you like gossiping, go to the school newsroom. Her stern words make Xiap Tang and So Ban frightened, apologizing for their behavior. Unexpectedly, like Jiol then sarcastically remarks, so you can be so fierce in front of others. So Mayan sighs and admits her mistake, acknowledging that she shouldn't have disrupted the meeting. She decides to write a self-criticism, but requires So Ban and Xiap Tang to do the same. The two of them agree immediately. Like Jiol, being mischievous, asks if So Mayan, as the founder of John Pung Club, also needs to write a self-criticism. Ignoring him, So Mayan reminds everyone to be mindful of their actions during this time and not leave consequences for others to deal with. Members of the John Pung Society immediately made assurances. The conference was about to end, so Mayan briefly mentioned a few other matters, and said, "In a few days, I will not come to school. If there is any issue, directly find Xiap Tang." Upon hearing that So Mayan would not be coming, Xiap Tang said, "Mayan, maybe you have fallen too deep into the charm of this male favorite." As the crowd dispersed, he could not contain the burning desire inside him. He pulled Bam Bang Bang to the window, and saw this mysterious man suddenly serving tea and pouring water for So Mayan. More importantly, his Mayan obediently placed the water in front of him. This scene made both Xiap Tang and Bam Bang Bang unable to believe. Give him whatever he wants, Mayan is spoiling this male favorite too much. The two peeped by the window, seeing their boss suddenly obeying a male favorite. Bam Bang Bang thought, this is not right, Mayan will be immersed in beauty and unable to escape, then she will no longer manage the John Pung Society. Before finishing speaking, he threatened Xiap Tang, who was flustered, "We must find a way to get rid of this male favorite. Our Mayan is ambitious, she cannot destroy everything for a male favorite." Seeing Mayan obediently bringing water in front of him, the man behind the door couldn't help but vent his anger. Who does this man think he is, a president or a big rich man like Jiol? How dare he make Mayan pour water, while the two people in the room had no idea that someone was outside. At this moment, So Mayan said to Jiol, "I need to use the restroom, then we can go home." As soon as she left, Xiap Tang and Bam Bang Bang immediately sneaked into the conference room. The moment he heard footsteps, Jiol quickly put on a hat and a mask. Xiap Tang angrily walked up to Jiol, slamming his hand on the table. "Sir, may I ask for your name?" However, Jiol didn't even bother to look at him, directly turned away from Xiap Tang, his arrogant attitude making Xiap Tang want to hit him. But Bam Bang Bang held onto his shoulder and said coldly, "Don't provoke him," then politely added, "Sir, I understand that your profession may require confidentiality. I don't know how Mayan usually pays you, but to buy you, the price may be very high." Jiol didn't respond, silently thinking to himself, what are these two fools talking about? Seeing Jiol not engaging in conversation, Xiap Tang angrily pushed Bam Bang Bang aside. "You talk to him so politely, why bother? Let me handle it." Next, he walked over to Jiol, took a card and placed it on the table. "My friend, I'll make it clear to you, whatever amount Mayan gave you, I'll double it and you leave her immediately." Jiol looked at the card, smiled and asked sarcastically, "You want to pay me to stay away from her? This is the funniest thing I've heard all year." Jiol's attitude completely infuriated Xiap Tang, who couldn't hold back anymore and shouted at him, "You're just a kept man, what's there to be so arrogant about? If you're so good, show me the money." Jiol remained seated, seemingly unfazed, but exuded a cold aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Who are you calling a kept man? He may be wealthy and influential, but he was misunderstood by his lover's friend as a kept man, with the friend even pulling out a card offering to pay double to make him leave So Mayan. As So Mayan returned to the conference room, she witnessed Xiap Tang in pain, being pushed down onto the table by Jiol. Confused, So Mayan questioned, "What's going on?" This statement seemed to give Xiap Tang a sense of support, as he paled and shouted, "Mayan, he's harassing me." At this moment, Jiol pushed Xiap Tang away and said, "You dared to point at me with your hand last time, the grass at the grave has grown 2 meters tall." So Mayan knew that Jiol was truly angry, and she told Bam Bang Bang, "Quickly take Xiap Tang to the hospital, the medical expenses I will transfer later." But Xiap Tang still didn't give up hope. "Mayan, please leave him soon. He is too strong. If he hits you carelessly, what will happen? Clearly, Bam Bang Bang's eyes were better. Seeing that Like Jioel's demeanor was not simple, he quickly took Xiap Tang to the hospital, fearing that he would really have to lie in bed. Seeing Bam Bang Bang dragging Xiap Tang away, So Mayan quickly closed the door. Then, she explained to Like Jioel, Xiap Tang's personality is not bad, he just has a hasty temper. Hearing his lover speaking well of another man, Like Jioel was momentarily unhappy. So Mayan immediately said, I'm not praising him, what I mean is even if Xiap Tang pointed at you with his hand, there was no need to be so cruel to him. Upon hearing this, Like Jioel became even more agitated, angrily telling So Mayan, Xiap Tang called me a male pet. So Mayan was shocked to hear this unbelievable news. She sprayed out all the water she was drinking, quietly thinking that Xiap Tang was capable of saying anything. Seeing Like Jioel's contemplative appearance, So Mayan said, I have never spoken to anyone, it's all their speculation, I will find the opportunity to explain to them next time. This statement made Like Jioel seize the chance to ask, how do you plan to explain clearly? So Mayan scratched his head and said, I can't tell them you are Like Jioel, I can only say that you are my lover. The wealthy person accompanied by his lover to school is suspected by others of being a male pet who was being taken care of. Facing the angry Like Jioel, So Mayan said he would explain clearly to his classmates that he is his lover. However, Like Jioel was easily persuaded, feeling at the moment, this answer is not bad either. Seeing the CEO in a better mood, So Mayan suggested, let's go home now, and at this moment, Like Jioel affectionately held So Mayan's hand. They walked down the school hallway, looking at the award-winning pyramid painting. Like Jioel asked, where is the original painting from? So Mayan said, the painting currently hanging is a competition entry, the original painting has naturally been kept by the school. At that moment, the principal approached with a few insinuating remarks, student So, it's really good to find you here. So Mayan felt a bit strange, the principal coming to find her must mean something important. The principal took out an invitation card, clearly printed with the words Presidential Palace. So Mayan received it, immediately understanding why the principal's attitude had changed so drastically. It turned out that she was expected to speak a few words in front of the president to praise the school, or else feel ashamed to say, the school has always supported the John Peng Association. However, So Mayan coldly looked at him, making the principal embarrassed, and he could only find an excuse and leave. Like Jioel approached and asked, what is this? So Mayan opened it and her eyes lit up, her mouth curved into a smile, the president wants to meet all the members of our John Peng Association. The next morning, in front of the presidential palace, the members of the John Peng Association were waiting for the main character. Just then, So Mayan slowly walked up. Bam Bang Bang saw this and immediately leaned over to help her shield from the sun. Seeing Xiap Tang standing aside, So Mayan knew he was still upset, and she said, don't think about it anymore, the person that day is my boyfriend, his personality isn't that great, misunderstood as a temporary favorite by others uncontrollably. As she finished speaking, the members of the John Peng Association were all stunned. Xiap Tang seemed to not believe his ears, Mayan, do you really have a lover? The principal personally delivered the presidential invitation to her, so she arrived at the presidential palace on time. She saw Xiap Tang still angry from being hit, so Mayan approached to explain that the person was her lover, although not very good-natured, being called the most pampered man of the time. However, all members of the John Peng Society were shocked to hear the words lover. Xiap Tang momentarily couldn't believe it, Mayan, do you really have a lover? Everyone showed curiosity and listened as So Mayan explained the reason she couldn't come to the John Peng Society for the past few days, but Xiap Tang still had an uneasy look, thinking to himself, I must have eaten a bear's gallbladder, and she said her brother-in-law is the most pampered man, why didn't Mayan tell me earlier? At this moment, So Mayan said, in the future, don't jump to conclusions. Let's gather all our private feelings now, move forward, and then speak. After that, all the members of the John Peng Society confidently walked inside. In the spacious palace, they walked and admired the beautiful scenery, but Xiap Tang and So Ban were still tense, worried that their outfits were not suitable for the occasion. However, they were now stopped, and the other party said, for safety reasons, we need to pass through security checks. So Mayan knew this was a mandatory requirement, so she complied. After passing through the security checkpoint, the butler led them to a living room, saying, "Please have a seat and rest for a moment. The president is in a meeting and will be here shortly." However, they waited for a full 2 hours and there was no sign of him. This made So Mayan unable to help but suspect that the president was intentionally keeping them waiting. Another moment passed, and the large door finally opened. Outside stood 2 guards in suits, and President Deyoung Gamseon entered with a smile. So Mayan immediately stood up from her seat, and the others followed suit. So Mayan respectfully bowed her head and said, "Hello, Mr. President." Deyoung Gamseon replied, "You don't need to be so formal, please sit down and speak." Seeing this, So Mayan also relaxed. At this moment, Deyoung Gamseon spoke up, "There's nothing special about finding everyone, I just wanted to see how the students are making waves in the country, what they look like." Then Bam Bang Bang looked at Deyoung Gamseon and said, "I remember you, your competition was broadcast live, when you were overwhelmed by the athletes from Country E but eventually overcame the pressure to win the championship. What is your name?" Possibly praised by the president, Bam Bang Bang immediately said, "My name is Bam Bang Bang. I sincerely thank you for the president's praise." Next, Deyoung Gamseon shifted the topic to So Mayan. "I heard that the Jeonpung Association was founded by your classmates, so the courage is also very great." However, So Mayan was not arrogant, smiling and saying, "I dare not say that I am courageous, I just want to try, to see if ordinary people in Country A have the opportunity to dream or not." As soon as she finished speaking, all the members of the Jeonpung Association were tense. Deyoung Gamseon, as a president for many years, had encountered all kinds of people, but this was the first time he had seen someone as straightforward as So Mayan, so he asked in return, "So how do you want to dream?" So Mayan, unafraid of offending anyone, replied with a sarcastic tone, for example, not having to wait 2 hours in the waiting room. Upon hearing this, the butler became angry and said, "You speak very interestingly, the president has hundreds of thousands of things to wait for, waiting a little is normal." At this moment, So Mayan looked up at the camera on the wall and said, "So there are probably many high-ranking officials behind us evaluating us, right? Let's see how our students finally look like. Is it coercion or a little sweet treat to soothe?" Seeing So Mayan fearless, Xiaoptang sweated coldly. Mayan is really daring. Meanwhile, Deyoung Gamseon, deeply mysterious, said, "I finally understand why you can withstand the pressure of founding the Jeonpung Association. At the same time, your personality reminds me of someone else who is stubborn, daring, and unwilling to submit." Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoptang asked, "Who is that person?" Deyoung Gamseon did not hide it, directly mentioning the name, like Jiolgeol. "I regret not inviting like Jiolgeol here today for So Mayan to meet him, to see who is more stubborn between the two." They were all outstanding students from ordinary families, although invited by the president's office, they still had to wait for 2 hours. Moreover, there were cameras recording everything in the room, and this was exactly what the president wanted to convey to them. After a short wait, the president finally showed up, saying, "As long as the Jeonpung Association does not ignite class conflicts, I can give you an opportunity." So Mayan responded, "As long as the Jeonpung Association can develop peacefully, I can accept this proposal." However, the president furrowed his brows and asked, "What do these 2 words peaceful mean?" So Mayan recounted, "In the previous competition, Bam Bang Bang and I were tricked, and we couldn't prevent those schemes." Seeing the girl daring to make conditions with him, the president fell into contemplation, then made a commitment to So Mayan, "In the future, if anyone comes to bother you, they can come directly to the presidential palace, and I will send someone to handle it." He also instructed the steward, "Remember that if So comes to the presidential palace in the future, you must inform me immediately." Xiaoptang and So Ban heard the conversation between the two, couldn't contain their excitement. This is the key to immortality in legend. So Mayan also couldn't help but think that although she didn't expect the president to handle these messy matters, with his words, the pawns around the Jeonpung society would also be cleaned up. At this moment, the president asked them, "What do the students carrying dreams of the future want to do? Can I help?" So Ban stood up first and said, "I want to go to a research institute and contribute to the national mathematical theory." Xiaoptang, "I want to attend the highest architectural academy." Seeing the 2 determined young men, De Young Gamseon couldn't help but praise, they have determination. Then, he turned to So Mayan and asked, and you? What do you, So Mayan, want to do in the future? So Mayan, holding a cup of tea, spoke calmly, I want to enter Kong Bop Ho. Upon hearing this, the president could not help but think to himself, Kong Bop Ho, the only place that can amend the country's laws. This girl is really daring. He then hesitated and repeated the 3 words Kong Bop Ho. So Mayan's gaze remained resolute as she simply replied, yes. Seeing this, the president dared not say more and, with a smile, said the ambition of the Jeonpung society is indeed grand. However, even for an intern, Kong Bop Ho requires passing numerous tests, and it is quite difficult. So Mayan remained completely unperturbed, I will definitely pass the exams. This girl left an impression on the president as someone who dares to dream and take action. The fact that she openly declared her desire to enter Kong Bop Ho, a place that can change the laws, stood out. The president, seeing this, offered polite congratulations and then excused himself, citing other matters, and left. The butler immediately understood the president's intention and went to offer a tour of the estate to the guests. However, So Mayan knew well that this was the hint that it was time to leave. As they exited the living room, De Young Gamseon headed to the adjacent study. Inside, there were several prominent figures in formal attire. They were watching So Mayan and her group leave on the screen. At this moment, a dissatisfied voice rang out, the girl leading is too arrogant, what is she without any real power? She doesn't have a humble bone in her body. Another man with a sneering face said, a girl who hasn't even graduated dreaming of entering Kong Bop Ho, in my opinion, the Jeonpung Association should not allow her to continue, she should be dealt with. But the president thought differently, I feel So Mayan has more courage than me, instead of forcing her, it's better to recruit her to work for us. Furthermore, it could help in the future, both resolving public doubts about class distinctions. Someone who disagreed brought up Kong Bop Ho, I see So Mayan as a little devil, she should be dealt with soon. But the president expressed his thoughts, currently, the Jeonpung Association is an opportunity for the common people, as long as she doesn't oppose us, if she wants to rise, I can pave the way for her. If she later wants to confront high-ranking officials, I can bring her up and also bring her down. However, members of the Jeonpung Association on this side were unaware of the criticism from the other side. They couldn't even dream of speaking with the president in the presidential palace. Janghua, I feel the president is not only young but also very friendly, completely different from the wealthy members of the Talent Association. However, So Mayan reminded him, don't judge people by their appearance, especially those in high positions, no one is simple. On this matter, Bam Bang Bang also agreed with So Mayan, I heard that the president and like Jeol have a good relationship, so like Jeol must not be that simple. The girl who lived in the slum for 3 years, now told her classmates that she could become president, De Young Gamseon is not as simple as she looks. Bam Bang Bang fully agreed with So Mayan because she had heard that the president and like Jeol have a good relationship. However, Bam Bang Bang curiously asked, people judge who is more handsome between De Young Gamseon and like Jeol, who do you think is more handsome? So Ban said, you don't need to think, it's obvious that President De Young is gentle, calm, polite, deserving of 100 points. Unexpectedly, Bam Bang Bang asked So Mayan, who do you think is more handsome between them? So Mayan thought for a moment and said, in terms of looks, there is no need to compare De Young Gamseon and like Jeol, De Young Gamseon is far behind. But I have never seen like Jeol, clearly Bam Bang Bang was not convinced, and President De Young looks much more handsome on TV, besides, beauty needs to be seen in real life to compare, did you really see like Jeol in person, Mayan? At this moment, Xiap Tang spoke up, why did everyone forget? In the previous exam, like Jeol went to the scene, and of course, Sister Mayan saw it. After that, Bam Bang Bang didn't ask about beauty anymore. Involuntarily, they went to a place they had never been before. Xiap Tang pointed to the majestic wall in front of them. Unable to do anything, Xiap Tang turned back to say to everyone, let's go up there. The sky was high and blue, with white clouds floating gently. Under his guidance, everyone walked up the quiet city wall. Moments later, they finally reached the highest point. In the distance was the vast sky. Soban shouted loudly into the air, "In the future, I must become a mathematician. I want to become the best mathematician in the research institute." The second person was Jianghua. "In the future, all the buildings I design will win awards, the championship cup of Hi John Peng." The third person was Bam Bang Bang. "Very simple, I hope to make a lot of money in the future." The fourth person was Xiap Tang, excitedly shouting, "I want to follow Sister Mayan, whatever she does, I will do. If Sister Mayan fights, I will fight to the end." When it was So Mayan's turn, she didn't scream, she didn't speak loudly, she calmly said, "I just want to rebuild a place." Xiap Tang was extremely puzzled and asked again, "Where is that place?" So Mayan opened his eyes wide, looked into the distance, and coldly replied, "That place is called the earthly hell." Each of them had different dreams. Some sought fame, some sought money. So Mayan just wanted to build a place called earthly hell, but similarly, no matter what So Mayan wanted to do in the future, they would all follow without objection. Not far away, like Jiol Jiol looked at the group of young people, his voice calm, his tone unclear whether he was happy or sad. "Do you believe she is happy now?" Like Jiol Jiol called So Mayan, "When will you come back?" So Mayan answered the phone, her voice clear, "I will come back immediately." As she said that, the people from Xiap Tang immediately became angry, one by one saying, "Come back for what? Let's go celebrate." Suddenly, like Jiol Jiol sternly said, "So Mayan, come back." So Mayan felt a murderous intent. "What's wrong with you today?" Like Jiol Jiol noticed his heavy tone and quickly changed his attitude. "I remember you now." Seeing this, So Mayan gave up gathering with friends and returned to Hyangwon where flowers bloomed in all 4 seasons. As she entered the door, she suddenly felt a bit annoyed, and then like Jiol Jiol hugged her from behind. So Mayan quickly told him to stop. "You forgot what Dr. Park said, didn't you? It's not appropriate right now." Like Jiol Jiol grabbed So Mayan's hands, pressed them above her head, displaying the controlling attitude in front of her. "I heard you want to join Kong Bop Ho?" Like Jiol Jiol looked at So Mayan in silence, warning her with a meaningful gaze, "Don't think De Young Gam Sien really admires you, he just sees you as someone with a bit of courage, wanting to turn Hoi John Peng into a pawn for control. And if De Young Gam Sien knew you wanted to join Kong Bop Ho because you thought you could live and leave Kong Bop Ho, what would he do?" So Mayan struggled and said, "I know all this, you abandoned me first." Like Jiol Jiol, seeing that So Mayan was clueless, became even more furious and shouted, "You know everything but still insist on doing it." At this point, So Mayan couldn't contain her anger and criticized like Jiol Jiol, "You clearly said before that you wouldn't control me, but now you're here going crazy. In the end, you never thought I could come to this day." Like Jiol Jiol slowly reached for So Mayan's face, finally squeezing her neck tightly, threatening, "Are you afraid of me? If so, I will deal with you first, this troublemaker." However, So Mayan did not push like Jiol Jiol away, calmly looking into his eyes. "He has his stance, I have my perseverance. He cannot stop me, and I cannot stop him. Like Jiol Jiol, we are 2 people from different worlds." The man grabbed the girl's neck, but she did not struggle at all, calmly telling the man, "Let's break up." Upon hearing this, like Jiol Jiol smirked, his expression suddenly changed, he punched the wall hard, growling loudly, "Don't even dream about it." After speaking, like Jiol Jiol lowered his head and bit So Mayan's lips as if expressing his dissatisfaction. However, in the end, So Mayan couldn't resist wanting to push him away, but was pushed back onto the bed by like Jiol Jiol, ultimately being completely dominated by him. After a passionate encounter, the 2 fell asleep together, but like Jiol Jiol encountered a nightmare in his sleep. He dreamt of being hung in mid-air when he was young, with the servants constantly mocking and cursing him, and So Mayan in a red dress holding a gun in her hand. A loud bang sounded, as if his sister abruptly left him. Despite crying and begging her not to leave him, the sound of her footsteps kept repeating in his ears, like Jiol Jiol, "The debt I owe you in this life, I have repaid, I have to go now." He wanted to chase after her and ask, "Why are you leaving me alone here?" Despite having both hands tightly tied, he could only watch as her figure grew further and further away. Suddenly, like Jiol Jiol opened his eyes wide, sweat pouring down his face. So Mayan reached out to wipe away his sweat, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you? Did you have a nightmare? Thinking about the scene in his dream, like Jaol pulled So Mayan into his arms with force, fearing that she would leave him. Recall your words about wanting to break up, do you hear me clearly? I don't want to say it a second time. Confused, So Mayan wondered what had happened to like Jaol today. Next, she heard CEO the machete like Jaol say, between us, there's only life and death, no separation. This man had madness in his genes, but after undergoing treatment for a long time, he had never relapsed. However, this time he couldn't control the pain he felt for So Mayan, making him suspect that his madness was being awakened. Therefore, the next day, he went to a high-end clinic to see Dr. Park, wanting to understand the cause. But after a thorough examination by Dr. Park, it was found that his health was completely normal. Like Jaol said, but I still feel strange, that energy is about to lose control, even I can't control it anymore. Hearing that, Dr. Park quickly asked, are the hallucinations back? Like Jaol replied, just a dream, dreaming of a girl wanting to leave me. Dr. Park walked up to like Jaol, smiling, and said, it's just a dream. Maybe it's because of the previous injury, affecting the quality of sleep. Don't worry too much. This situation will improve quickly. Like Jaol looked incredulous, staring at Dr. Park, coldly asking, are you sure? Faced with like Jaol's gaze, Dr. Park felt panicked for a moment, then respectfully said, dreams are reflections of emotions, not related to your illness. Reflection of emotions, like Jaol repeated. From this conversation, Dr. Park could see that Chairman like really liked this young lady. After that, like Jaol stood up to leave, suddenly stopping in his tracks, his tone neither happy nor sad. What if one day she really has to go? Dr. Park felt a chill, forcing an awkward smile. Women, even if they want to leave, it's fake. But they need more comforting from men. Once is not enough, twice. Hearing Dr. Park's words, like Jaol suddenly enlightened, muttering to himself, so comforting, then. Not until her feet couldn't walk anymore, she said and then left. After like Jaol left, Dr. Park quickly reached out to grab his soft and limp feet, making Mang Sang feel very strange and asked, what's wrong with you? Dr. Park wiped the cold sweat on his face with a towel on the table, saying, isn't it because Chairman like actively came to see me for the first time? And I didn't prepare mentally at all, afraid of being criticized, not being able to do the job, losing my meal. Not only was Dr. Park scared, but Mang Sang was also a little scared, his face confused, asking, what's wrong with Chairman like after all? Hearing this issue, Dr. Park's face also sank, although it may not be a big deal for now, but I can see that the girl in Lang City that day is very important to Chairman like, I think we should keep an eye on her. I have a strong premonition that if that girl really leaves, something big will happen to Chairman like. The man suspected his mental illness was about to flare up, so he went to see a private doctor the next day to ask about his condition. However, the doctor told him, there is nothing wrong with your body, no need to worry too much. But as soon as like Jaol left, Dr. Park's whole body went limp, reaching out to grab the table to prevent himself from slumping down. Seeing the appearance of Dr. Park, Mang Sang's face showed a bit of worry, wanting to know, what happened to Chairman Like's body in the end? Regarding this issue, Dr. Park's face immediately turned serious, although it's okay for now, but from Chairman Like's own mouth, I know that girl means a lot to him. If she really leaves, Chairman Like will be in big trouble. At the same time, So Mayan was in the school library looking for books. Suddenly, her phone rang, and when she opened it, she saw her Aunt Ha's message, Miss, the young master is really good to you, the candy room has been fixed, all the candies inside are your favorite. For the things like Jaol had done, So Mayan felt no emotion, just because like Jaol took care of her limitlessly, like a little bird wanting something, waiting for the little bird to be so immersed in it that it couldn't fly anymore. At this moment, like Jaol sent a message buying her a pair of earrings worth 80 million. Although she didn't want it, she had no chance to refuse in front of like Jaol. So she just replied with 2 words, thank you. Quickly, like Jaol sent a message saying, I have to attend 2 meetings tonight, no time to come back to Hyangwon. Come with me to have a meal, please. At dusk, So Mayan drove to the Likeshire Corporation. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a supercar approaching, and the owner of the car was Ha Jong Ui, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Hajong Ui walked up to Like Jiol, blocking his path, with a fake weak smile on her face. "Brother, it's been a while." However, Like Jiol responded with a cold and sarcastic remark, "Are you still not dead?" So Mayan, who was not far away, couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hajong Ui looked towards So Mayan, her face filled with hatred and jealousy shining in her eyes. Quickly changing to a fake smile, she said, "I came at the wrong time, disturbing your date with Hyangrak." But as she tried to gain sympathy from Like Jiol, he ignored her and walked over to So Mayan. This girl may appear weak, but in reality, she is cunning and unpredictable, willing to sacrifice herself for the love of her stepbrother. After waiting for her injuries to heal, she finally went to find Like Jiol, only to receive his indifferent remark, "Are you still not dead?" So Mayan couldn't help but burst into laughter. But Hajong Ui, with a thick skin, was not angry at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "So it turns out that you are bothering my brother in Hyangrak State." However, Like Jiol completely ignored Hajong Ui and went straight to So Mayan's side. Watching the two of them walk away, Hajong Ui couldn't contain her anger. She trembled in the wind, tears falling as she reluctantly asked Mang Sang, "Assistant Mang, when I was in the hospital, why didn't my brother come to visit me even once?" This question made Mang Sang a bit hesitant, and he could only come up with an excuse on behalf of Chairman Like's work is too busy, he really couldn't make it. Although Hajong Ui accepted this on the surface, deep down she knew that Like Jiol's surprised look earlier clearly showed that he was still alive. Thinking back to the competition some time ago, she borrowed his name to arrange for some assassins to ensure the success of the plan. But she never expected that one of the assassins' arrows would hit Like Jiol. She thought that by saving him from the arrow, she might earn a different look from him, but since then, he has never visited her even once. Hajong Ui blamed So Mayan for all of this. Not only was the Talent Association replaced by the Jeonpung Society, but Like Jiol was also under the control of So Mayan. So Mayan is the thorn in the side, without removing her, one cannot have everything they want. Suddenly, Hajong Ui saw So Mayan's car parked at the entrance of the Likeshire Corporation, and noticed a few books of Kong Bop Ho on the passenger seat. She came up with another evil idea: if So Mayan wants to go to Kong Bop Ho, then let's go together. In this upscale Western restaurant, Like Jiol brought out the latest diamond necklace. So Mayan frowned and asked, "Why have you been giving me gifts lately?" Like Jiol honestly replied, "Of course, because I want to spoil my little darling." To this, So Mayan said, "You're giving too much already." But Like Jiol said, "It's still not enough." So Mayan looked at him with a complicated expression and asked, "When will it be enough?" Like Jiol arrogantly said, "Of course, it will be enough when you stop leaving." The girl was treated like a bird in a cage by the man who nurtured her, giving her all kinds of luxurious gifts every day. However, So Mayan did not like this method at all. She asked the man, "How long do you want to keep giving me gifts?" To her surprise, Like Jiol replied, "I will stop giving you gifts when you stop leaving, so that you can stay by my side forever." As they were talking, a waiter brought 2 fruit ice creams to them. So Mayan tasted a bite and found it even more delicious than the previous meal. Like Jiol took out a golden card and said to So Mayan, "This ice cream is the most famous dish in the shop. However, it is not for sale to the public, only VIP customers can enjoy it." After hearing this, So Mayan immediately put the ice cream in her hand down and said, "Even eating ice cream is classed, this business tactic is really cunning." But Like Jiol replied, "I don't see anything wrong with this method. Because that's how the world works. If we don't differentiate people, how can we have such high-class sweets like this?" Of course, the clothes and accessories So Mayan was wearing were all unique and exclusive, things that others would never be able to have no matter how hard they tried. Everyone is selfish, choosing to shine alone rather than living in harmony with others. This arrogant and self-centered feeling is not something everyone deserves. Hearing Like Jiol's analysis, So Mayan just humphed in response. She was amused by Like Jiol's tactics, as he had previously used confinement to prevent her from leaving and was now trying to use money to bind her. So Mayan stood up and approached Like Jiol, holding out a spoon of ice cream in front of him. she gently asked the man in front of her, "Do you really hope that I will be enchanted by wealth like this?" Like Jiol replied, "There's nothing wrong with being enchanted by the safety net that I provide for you." At this moment, So Mayan changed the subject. "I want to know if you have any ambitions? Something that could give you the motivation to keep living." Like Jiol's expression immediately turned serious as he said, "To kill like Jion. Therefore, So Mayan also told like Jiol, "Seeking revenge on the So family is just the first step in my life's plan. What truly needs to be done is to rebuild the rat's nest. If that cannot be accomplished, I am willing to die with my eyes wide open." After hearing So Mayan's words, like Jiol said, "Right now, what's more important to me is how to keep you by my side for the rest of my life. If not, I won't be able to close my eyes even in death." He then added, "Guess which one of us will ultimately achieve our desires?" The girl had just finished a bet with the CEO. She received a call from her best friend, who asked her, "What do you think of like Jiol now?" She replied, "Since like Jiol helped me out, I can't hate anything he does." Upon hearing this, Tahoyi casually said, "If you have feelings for him, you can give it a try. How can the rich be? Our sister Mayan wants to love, who can stop her?" Mayan said, "Now is not the time for love, there are more important matters waiting for me to handle." However, Tahoyi interjected, "If you stay by like Jiol's side, he might be able to rebuild the slum." Upon hearing this, So Mayan couldn't help but criticize Tahoyi. How can a CEO be so naive? The slum has existed for over 100 years, the hidden secret inside is the reason why even presidents and the wealthy refuse to rebuild it. One day, I will stand against like Jiol, how can he help me? At that moment, Tahoyi suddenly realized, "Do you want to cut ties with like Jiol? And the way to end it is to use Ui?" So Mayan did not deny this. Because Ui can also be taken by like Jiol. Her feelings for like Jiol are definitely not fake, thinking that Mang Sang once said like Jiol always wants to find someone who will not leave him, stay by his side. Ui can also give up for him, or maybe he is the right person. If they can be together, I can quietly withdraw. Although like Jiol really breaks people's hearts, but the pain for him cannot change my original intention, nor give up the rat's nest. The next day, So Mayan went to the gate of Kong Bop Ho. The tall statue of the goddess stood in front of her, So Mayan's eyes deepened thought, her final steps finally coming. At this moment, a sound with a mocking tone came, "Hyang Rak, we meet again." Ui slowly walked over. "I also came to take the exam today, thanks to you for being a school mirror and telling me to give it a try." Like before, So Mayan did not show any respect for her, even mocking, "Are you here to compete with me, ignoring your illness?" Facing So Mayan's attack, Ui's face was difficult to look at. She immediately said, "Hyang Rak, we had a little misunderstanding at school before. But you can quickly bring John Pung to the current level. Following you will definitely not be a bad choice." However, So Mayan exposed Ui without any hesitation. "You want to use me to get close to like Jiol?" Ui was caught off guard and broke into a cold sweat, warning So Mayan, "In the future, you shouldn't speak so ambiguously. I only have brotherly feelings towards my brother." However, So Mayan just smiled and didn't respond. This arrogant attitude infuriated Ui, who couldn't help but flare up. She silently vowed to make So Mayan pay one day. Ui was cunning and ruthless, willing to go to extreme lengths to steal someone else's boyfriend, even faking a disability to enter the Kong Bop Ho competition. So Mayan casually entered a testing room on this side. Inside, there were several men and women sitting down. The teacher urged, "The test is about to begin." So Mayan casually found a seat, picked up a pen, and started writing the answers on the test paper. After finishing, she glanced back at Ui sitting behind her. To Ui's surprise, her clear target this time was like Jiol after she appeared, and all the previous bad deeds were forgotten. In her eyes, Ui seemed a bit more mature this time. After completing the written test, it was time for the Kong Bop Ho interview. So Mayan calmly stood before the interviewers and answered all kinds of questions. Moments later, she gained the judge's recognition. When she walked out, someone led her to the resting room. There, So-mayan saw Ha Jong-ui and another man sitting on the sofa. As she found a seat and sat down, she thought to herself, these people are all rich descendants, Kong Bapho is truly not normal. Today is just a trainee recruitment, but the attendees all have power. Suddenly, Ha Jong-ui approached So-mayan, looking very friendly, and said, we just entered, maybe we're just the most ordinary clerks. To this, So-mayan thought, I don't mind at all, whatever it is, just get into Kong Bapho first and then talk. At the same time, a staff member with a survey form approached. So-mayan sat down and wrote on the paper. Ha Jong-ui sat next to her, secretly looking at So-mayan's paper, then marked the exact same 3 items as So-mayan. After that, Ha Jong-ui stood up and expressed to the staff, I want to be assigned to the same place as So-mayan. Because my health is not good and we are close friends. Being together with So-mayan can help take care of each other. After finishing these tasks, Ha Jong-ui sat next to So-mayan again, let's clear up the misunderstanding earlier and become close friends, okay? However, So-mayan glanced at Ha Jong-ui and said, don't you find it awkward to say that? It sounds like we used to be friends. So-mayan finally reached the final step, the interview with Kong Bapho. At the same time, Ha Jong-ui's ulterior motive also appeared here. Furthermore, in the investigation, she chose the exact same items as So-mayan. The reason Ha Jong-ui did this was entirely to get closer to like Jyoel through So-mayan. After the interview ended, So-mayan immediately walked out. But Ha Jong-ui beside her clung to her bodyguard, saying something unknown. Then, the bodyguard stepped forward to shield So-mayan. In the eyes of others, their relationship seemed very good. At that moment, like Jyoel arrived to take So-mayan home and saw the scene, his face darkening. He quickly approached, his eyes full of hostility as he stared at the bodyguard, get lost, is it your turn to shield my person? Ha Jong-ui couldn't believe like Jyoel would suddenly appear, weakly calling out, brother. Hearing this detestable sound, like Jyoel finally noticed that Ha Jong-ui was also there. To capture the attention of like Jyoel, Ha Jong-ui explained, I am also a law student, looking for an internship before graduation. I didn't expect to run into Hyang Rak here. After speaking, she walked up and held So-mayan's hand, that's right, big brother, Hyang Rak is very good. And he said he wants to come along to take care of me. So-mayan looked at Ha Jong-ui's smooth performance and was speechless. As a result, like Jyoel pulled So-mayan back, with a slightly annoyed tone, do you have so much time? Instead of taking care of these useless people, why not go back to Hyangwon early? Like Jyoel said again, let's go, back home. Ha Jong-ui stood there watching the two holding hands and leaving, feeling jealous and her heart aching. When they got closer to the car, So-mayan finally asked like Jyoel, why did you come here? Like Jyoel looked at her, to see if you can handle the competition without crying or making a scene. At this moment, Ha Jong-ui suddenly chased after them, hesitantly saying, can I go back to Hyangwon with everyone? I have some legal questions to ask Hyang Rak. Upon hearing this, like Jyoel chuckled lightly. Next, without any hesitation, he sarcastically said to Ha Jong-ui, to Hyangwon? Are you even worthy? The black car quickly drove away. Ha Jong-ui stood still, clutching her chest in pain, unable to understand why her big brother hated her so much, even though she was willing to do anything for him. A man with billions of assets but only loves one girl, even having to take care of herself in the rain and sun. Ha Jong-ui saw this scene, envy and jealousy pierced her heart. She couldn't understand how she could sacrifice herself for like Jyoel but not even receive a direct glance from him. On the other side, So-mayan also wanted to know, why do you hate Ha Jong-ui so much? Therefore, like Jyoel told her, because Ha Jong-ui is the daughter of Hana and like Jyeong-jae. So-mayan said, but Ha Jong-ui is just their adopted daughter, there's no need to be like this. But like Jyoel cruelly replied, I don't care if she's blood-related or adopted. If you dare to bring Ha Jong-ui to Hyangwon, don't blame me for being impolite. Facing the cruelty of like Jyoel, So-mayan smiled and asked, how impolite? In response, like Jiol pulled So Mayan into his arms. Don't worry, it's not that cruel, at most it will just make you cry and beg for my forgiveness. Just as they were about to do something, Aunt Ha approached with a tray of fruit. Seeing the actions of the young master and miss at this moment, Aunt Ha quickly placed the fruit tray down, shyly saying, I didn't see anything, you two can continue. Aunt Ha unintentionally interrupted, So Mayan casually picked up a cherry and prepared to eat. But before So Mayan could put the cherry in his mouth, like Jiol grabbed his wrist and then put the cherry into his own mouth. He then said, You like eating sweets like this, your teeth will have cavities one by one. How am I going to kiss you in the future? So Mayan replied, I feel like you have double standards about this. Are you planning to set up a room full of sweets for me? Like Jiol said, I remember you once said you were never afraid of exams from childhood to adulthood. I'm planning to give you a few tests. So Mayan confidently said, Bring it on. My brain can remember very well, just need to read it once to remember everything. Like Jiol asked the first question, your zodiac sign, your age. So Mayan quickly answered, Scorpio, 25 years old. Then, like Jiol asked the second question, how many abs do I have? You can't avoid this question. So Mayan didn't want to answer this question, but she closed her eyes and thought, 6 abs. Just as like Jiol was about to ask the next question, So Mayan's phone suddenly rang. Seeing that it was Kong Bop Ho calling, So Mayan quickly pushed like Jiol away. A moment later, So Mayan excitedly shared the news with like Jiol. Kong Bop Ho informed me that I will start working in 2 weeks. Finally, she achieved her wish to step into Kong Bop Ho. Today is So Mayan's first day at work, and Ha Jong Ui also slowly entered under the admiring eyes of her colleagues. She greeted them warmly, Hello, seniors. Then she told everyone, I have to sit next to my close friend So Mayan. She then slowly walked over to So Mayan, hesitantly asking, Can I sit next to you? Ha Jong Ui's calculations made So Mayan unable to help but admire her. If she refused, would it immediately create a bad impression on her seniors? But So Mayan didn't care about the eyes of others, nor did she pay attention to Ha Jong Ui. With no response from So Mayan, Ha Jong Ui could only pull a chair and sit next to her. At this point, she tried to start a conversation with So Mayan. Hyang Rak, you still don't know how to use this tool properly, do you? Earlier, the seniors taught me, let me teach you. However, So Mayan didn't want to engage with her, just placing a guidebook in front of Ha Jong Ui. Seeing So Mayan's cold attitude, Ha Jong Ui was extremely resentful. She stood in front of everyone in the office and told So Mayan, you shouldn't bring school emotions to the workplace. However, this time So Mayan had no intention of giving in to Ha Jong Ui. She looked up and noticed everyone was busy. She opened the book and placed it in front of Ha Jong Ui, blocking her view from this angle. After finishing, So Mayan coldly looked at Ha Jong Ui, holding her chin tightly, and then coldly said, Ha Jong Ui, let me make it clear to you, I'm not unable to deal with you, but I simply can't be bothered. However, in the future, if you continue to speak out of turn, I will have to help you in my own way. Ha Jong Ui wanted to speak, but So Mayan held her chin tightly and silenced her. Her chin was left with a mark from So Mayan's grip. Seeing that Ha Jong Ui did not resist, So Mayan smiled and let go, then tapped her face twice to remind her, if you dare to provoke me, I will make you cry out loud. This girl, because she had no background, was ridiculed by her colleagues on her first day of work. While in the restroom, she suddenly heard 2 girls discussing her and Ha Jong Ui. One of the girls criticized So Mayan, she's just a commoner, without any background. They chose to flatter Ha Jong Ui. I heard that the Talent Association is being oppressed by the Jeonpung Society now. Ha Jong Ui will surely see through So Mayan. After much discussion, the 2 girls decided, we have to discipline So Mayan to get Ha Jong Ui's attention. Therefore, they said, first, let's create a small disturbance, with one person blocking the camera and another one getting the documents that So Mayan has to submit tomorrow. Although this plan was simple, they believed, this plan is enough to deal with her. We are about to win Ha Jong Ui's favor. After the 2 girls happily left the restroom. After they left, So Mayan continued to hide in the corner, pushing the door to enter. Ha Jong Ui's plan was truly terrifying, pretending to be the spoiled younger sister of like Jayoel to win everyone's favor, but the people here were foolish. Just based on a smile from Ha Jong Ui, they knew who to deal with in this office. However, So Mayan felt differently. She even found the incident on her first day of work quite interesting. As she walked out of the restroom, she saw a girl rummaging through the desk. She kindly reminded her, "The documents are in the drawer." The girl was surprised by So Mayan's sudden appearance and was momentarily scared. So Mayan told the girl, "Step back," then opened the drawer, only to be greeted by a group of cute snakes. The drawer was opened, and these adorable snakes were set free. The office echoed with high-pitched screams. So Mayan looked at the trembling girl behind her and sarcastically said, "You've been played." After that, So Mayan bent down and caught a small snake, thinking that in the slum area, these cute animals were delicious food for her. At that moment, a boy was hiding in a corner. He couldn't believe that So Mayan suddenly wasn't afraid of snakes. So Mayan held a trash can in one hand and with the other hand, she grabbed the small snakes and threw them inside. Meanwhile, the female colleague who wanted to harm So Mayan earlier was so scared that a small snake wrapped around her leg. Her face turned pale, her eyes panicked as if she was about to die. "Miss, save me, please." On her first day of work, the girl had already impressed all her colleagues. The reason why she could make her colleagues scared was because everyone here didn't like her. To teach her a lesson, they secretly put a bunch of snakes in the drawer. But So Mayan came out of the slum area, looking at these small snakes as if she had found delicious food. The boy who was still hiding in a corner couldn't understand why she wasn't afraid of snakes. Was she not a girl? At that moment, a small snake wrapped around the ankle of a girl. She was extremely terrified, crying and begging So Mayan to save her. But So Mayan didn't help, instead she praised the terrified look of the girl. Seeing So Mayan showing no intention to help, the girl hesitantly asked, "Aren't you going to catch it?" So Mayan smiled and asked back, "Why should I catch it?" Realizing her rude behavior earlier had angered So Mayan, the girl saw the snake getting closer and risked apologizing. As the cute little mouth of the snake was about to kiss her, the girl closed her eyes in fear but kept saying, "I'm sorry." At that moment, So Mayan easily caught the cute snake. The girl, feeling helpless after being saved, tears up and says, "From now on, you are my savior." After these events, So Mayan turned to look at the wall behind him. The culprit, who had been hiding in a corner, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Thinking she could teach and win over So Mayan, Ha Jong Ui didn't expect to offend the girl instead. Ha Jong Ui was still planning to pretend to comfort So Mayan a little later, hoping to move her and possibly get closer to like Jayoel. But when she entered, the scene of So Mayan being ridiculed was nowhere to be seen. It was just a group of colleagues surrounding So Mayan's desk, flattering him. Ha Jong Ui couldn't believe what she was seeing. She couldn't understand what happened. These people were just flattering me earlier, why did they suddenly change their attitude? At that moment, So Mayan saw Ha Jong Ui outside, reminding her of the incident where someone abandoned a snake earlier. Her female colleague who was almost bitten by the snake immediately warned So Mayan, "Someone wants to steal the documents you're working on." So Mayan sighed, "Having power is really good, no need to act when subordinates come to the door." Upon hearing this, the two girls behind So Mayan immediately showed their support. "Today you saved us, in the future we will help you. Watch out, make sure others dare not cause trouble." The atmosphere immediately became a bit strange. Ha Jong Ui stood there with an extremely unpleasant expression. A man mocked the girl, "You just arrived and already causing trouble, are you always this patient when catching snakes?" So Mayan, who was already feeling sleepy, widened her eyes upon hearing this. "Are you sending someone to follow me again?" Like Jayoel, afraid of being misunderstood, quickly explained, "The incident of catching snakes has spread throughout Kong Bop Ho, it even reached the president's ears." Regarding this matter, So Mayan felt, the president really can't sit still, suddenly going to eavesdrop on these trivial matters. However, like Jayoel said to So Mayan, "Young Gamsean has predicted that you will be his subordinate in the future. Therefore, young Gamsean must understand your every move." Upon hearing this, So Mayan thought to himself, "I feel a bit paranoid, is the president going to monitor me?" At that moment, like Jiol pointed to his cheek and said, "Give me a kiss, and I will tell you everything I hear at the presidential palace." Although like Jiol's smug demeanor was detestable, so Mayan reluctantly kissed him, thinking, "It's just a kiss, it won't hurt." Taking advantage of the situation, like Jiol continued to pretend and blabbered about random things. There were snakes in the grass, everyone was scared, but So Mayan caught them all. So Mayan chuckled at the funny story spreading outside. However, like Jiol said, the situation is not as simple as that. He asked, "Who actually released the snakes?" "It was either you or Yui, but Yui, being the third young mistress of the like family, is untouchable." Unable to hide anything from like Jiol, so Mayan confessed, "It was a male colleague trying to intimidate me as a newcomer." Upon hearing that someone was trying to bully his little favorite, like Jiol immediately called his subordinates and ordered, "Take care of the troublemaker bothering So Mayan for me." At the same time, the support behind them also had to disappear from the imperial capital. After making the call, So Mayan reminded So Mayan, "If there are still any troublesome matters in the future, you must report to me." Suddenly, like Jiol hugged So Mayan tightly, making So Mayan feel scared for a moment. Luckily, he was just feeling overwhelmed and needed to go to sleep. But before 2 seconds of silence could pass, he started his old song again. "By the time you reach the legal position, it will be a very long time from now. I know this process will be very long." At this point, like Jiol said, "I wish you could never reach it in your lifetime." Hearing this, So Mayan seemed to want to cover his ears. Is this the words of a friend? The internship path of the poor girl was especially smooth. A colleague brought her a special document to edit. So Mayan took the document and felt a bit strange. The law to perfect the rat's nest? The female colleague explained briefly, "This is a law to deal with criminals who dare to escape from the rat's nest." As soon as the colleague left, So Mayan eagerly opened the document in her hand. She saw the law inside, and saw the 2 letters at the end. So Mayan's pupils immediately contracted. So Mayan is currently emitting a cold aura, driving away all the weak ones with no place to go. However, she is still angry and hears a surprised voice outside. Why did like Jiol come to Kong Bop Ho? So Mayan checks the time and wonders if like Jiol came to pick her up. But her quick thinking is denied, as this time like Jiol clearly came to find Yui. So Mayan is surprised and wonders when the relationship between like Jiol and Yui became so good. In a room with only like Jiol and Yui asks if he came to pick up Hyangrak and use her as a shield. Like Jiol doesn't immediately answer, but his aura becomes menacing as he orders the bodyguard to remove all cameras. Upon hearing the boss's command, the bodyguard quickly complies, making Yui feel a bit scared, but she pretends to understand. "I promise not to disclose the relationship between you and your brother in Hyangrak." Like Jiol crosses his arms and tells Yui, "I'm not looking for her, I'm looking for you." Yui seemed to be in disbelief, immediately stunned. What does my brother mean? Is he finally paying attention to me? He is a wealthy man whom everyone fears, but his girlfriend refuses to publicly acknowledge their relationship. However, he heard that his girlfriend was harassed on her first day of work. He was sure that it was his stepsister who caused it. So he went to find Yui himself and ordered his subordinates to remove the cameras in the room. This time, he had to personally teach this ignorant girl a lesson. Seeing like Jiol exuding a murderous aura, Yui felt a fear like never before. At that moment, like Jiol did not greet her, but instead raised his hand to choke Yui and pushed her against the wall. Like Jiol coldly said, "Do you dare to harm my woman?" Struggling to speak due to being choked by like Jiol, Yui said, "Brother, have you misunderstood?" However, like Jiol, more ruthless than a snake, did not want to hear Yui's explanation. "You dare to touch my woman, are you tired of living?" Yui felt extremely confused, not knowing where she fell short compared to So Mayan, willing to sacrifice herself to like Jiol, but he cruelly wanted to kill her. Suddenly like Jiol released his grip, stopping his movement, causing Yui to fall hard to the ground. She weakly sat on the floor, gasping for breath, trying to inhale. At this moment, like Jiol said, in the future, stay away from Somayan a bit. If her existence still obstructs your path, I won't hesitate to kill her with my own hands. I have 100 ways to deal with her. Ha Zhongyui, sitting on the ground, felt like those cruel words were piercing her heart like a knife. But like Jiol seemed unfazed. This is my final warning. If anyone dares to harm Somayan again in any way, even just a strand of hair, I will hold you accountable for this debt. Ha Zhongyui, tears streaming down her face, said, "Why won't you look at me even once, despite all I've sacrificed for my brother?" Like Jiol ignored her, turning away and leaving. However, as he opened the door, Somayan was standing outside. Like Jiol's cold demeanor immediately disappeared when he saw her, replaced by a smile. "Do you remember me?" Somayan didn't respond, glancing briefly at the battered Ha Zhongyui sitting on the ground. She had overheard like Jiol's intention to kill Ha Zhongyui. It seems that the plan for Ha Zhongyui to befriend like Jiol was unsuccessful. The rich man wanted to kill his sister because she dared to enter his forbidden territory. Despite Ha Zhongyui's efforts to explain, the snake in Somayan's drawer was not related to her. But like Jiol fundamentally did not listen to her, only warning her to keep Somayan away, or else if anything happened to Somayan, it would be Ha Zhongyui's responsibility. Upon hearing these indifferent words, Ha Zhongyui felt like a knife stabbing her heart. Clearly my love for him is greater than Somayan's. Why doesn't he look at me once? Even though Ha Zhongyui was in agony, like Jiol showed no mercy. Somayan witnessed the whole process outside the door, knowing that the plan to befriend like Jiol had failed halfway. They returned to change clothes and headed to a large football field. Somayan handed a bottle of water to like Jiol and asked, "Why did you have time to come here today?" Like Jiol was clearly a bit dissatisfied at this moment. "Do you want to comfort me with a bottle of water? If you find out who sent the assassin last time, will you give me another bottle?" Upon hearing the words assassin, Somayan's face was puzzled. It had been so long since that incident, why was he still investigating it? But very quickly like Jiol bravely said, "I won't investigate anymore. After all, investigating will only result in a bottle of water." Suddenly, Somayan raised her hand to reveal the bracelet on her wrist. She asked like Jiol, "Do you remember this?" Like Jiol didn't need to think to answer, "It's an electronic lock." But Somayan said, "This is an electronic shackle, moreover, I am from the slum." Like Jiol was puzzled by Somayan's words, feeling a bit strange. Looking at the bracelet on her wrist, Somayan calmly told like Jiol about the latest law of Kongbap Ho. "Right now, I am still a wanted criminal." Suddenly, like Jiol raised his hand to stop Somayan from speaking further. Then, like Jiol asked Somayan, "Do you know what Jiol means? What's your name?" In ancient times, all Sun Mak had these two characters, extremely prominent and authoritative. It seems that the person who named you also had great expectations for you. This was the answer that Somayan gave. Like Jiol looked into the distance for a long time, calmly replied, "My mother, before she died, gave it to me." Jiol means the missing star in the sky, meaning the sky. Somayan said, "This name is very nice. They say everything is in the sky. Whatever you want, you will have." The man wanted to be the sky of the girl, protecting her for a lifetime without sorrow or worry. But she rejected his good intentions, which made the man extremely dissatisfied. "You really don't know right from wrong." At this moment, Somayan raised the bracelet made from a modified key. "I feel like your protection is like this bracelet, although very beautiful, it can only be a disguise accessory. What I want is not the identity of Dihang Rak, nor a bracelet modified from an electronic key. What I want is to live honestly and openly. I want to completely remove this key, even if it means shedding blood without regret." Like Jiol completely disregarded her thoughts. "If you truly want to remove me, you can figure out a way." Indeed, this man still doesn't understand himself. Somayan felt, only the people in the slums, recognized by the true country as commoners, can truly break this electronic key. Upon hearing this, like Jiol immediately grabbed Somayan's hand and told her, "You and the people in the slums are not the same. You are not those useless people." So Mayan interrupted like Jioel, angrily saying, people from the slums are not useless. Therefore, the sky is not suitable for me, it should be left for others to enjoy. But before taking 2 steps, Ha Jong-ui was suddenly embraced from behind by like Jioel. I love you, my woman can only be you. It's too late to change my mind now. The next, Ha Jong-ui went up to So Mayan. She pitifully said, I didn't know my existence would cause you so much pain. I'm leaving now, I hope everything goes well for you in the future. Facing Ha Jong-ui, So Mayan showed a cold expression. You even pretend to be kind before leaving. Their colleagues, who smelled gunpowder, discreetly eavesdropped on the conversation. Ha Jong-ui suddenly appeared weak, deliberately raising her voice, your misunderstanding of me is too much. I never intended to harm you. Then she said, I will still be at Kong Bop Ho, just in a different department. But we can still compete, this time to see who can advance faster. Upon hearing this, So Mayan mocked Ha Jong-ui, how many times have you competed and still not enough? In Ha Jong-ui's eyes, she had never been So Mayan's rival, but she couldn't compete with like Jioel, whom she secretly loved. Ha Jong-ui is preparing to leave, but not without pretending to be friendly. She finds So Mayan and speaks insincerely, wanting So Mayan to compete with her again to see who can officially advance faster. So Mayan, without any politeness, mocks her, have you not lost enough yet? Ha Jong-ui bows down to look at So Mayan and says, you should understand, I can defeat you, but I cannot defeat my older brother. Ha Jong-ui then turns and leaves, but not without reminding So Mayan, we still have a chance to compete in the future. So Mayan replies, I wish you all the best, and tells Ha Jong-ui, I have a farewell gift for you. At that moment, Ha Jong-ui hears a noise coming from the gift box she is holding. She looks down and is shocked to see a venomous snake staring at her, its tongue flickering menacingly. She screams in fear, dropping the box to the ground, scattering papers and books everywhere. A black snake emerges from inside. Terrified, Ha Jong-ui curls up in a corner, thinking about the gift So Mayan had mentioned. She cries out in realization, it was So Mayan, she released the snake. Ha Jong-ui sits on the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face. 2 months later, So Mayan became a functional legal officer, a member of the parliament. She became the assistant to lawyer Jang Jingri. It was puzzling to people that a stubborn character like Jang Jingri had never taken notice of anyone before. But this time, because of So Mayan, he suddenly clashed with other members, insisting on taking So Mayan under his wing. In the presidential palace, the young Gamseon looked at like Jioel and said, you seem uninterested in everything, but I must say that your classmate De is truly a talent. Like Jioel slowly asked in return, why do you say that? At this moment, the young Gamseon revealed the news he knew, I heard she has extraordinary memory, going from an intern to Jang Jingri's first assistant in just 2 months, a promotion unprecedented in the history of Kong Bop Ho. Like Jioel raised his glass in admiration. The young Gamseon did not give up hope, continuing to share all kinds of news about So Mayan, from an ordinary girl with no background. Not only did she establish the John Pung Association, but her classmates are all impressive. In just 2 months, they all became well-known figures in the country. Listening to De Young Gamseon's words, like Jioel thought to himself, what a waste, the girl I noticed isn't impressive at all. Suddenly, the president feared that the wealthy would snatch her away from him. Because he felt that So Mayan was like a treasure. For this matter, like Jioel looked disdainfully at De Young Gamseon and said, am I supposed to steal someone? De Young Gamseon replied, you underestimate others, although De Hyang Rak's name is not good, everything else about her is very impressive. But he paid no attention to like Jioel's increasingly darkening face. Like Jioel asked him, are you looking for subordinates or looking for a woman? In my eyes, a talent like De Hyang Rak, hiding the relationship between men and women, nurturing her so that she can handle many people under my command. But like Jioel suddenly said, you think quite well. De Young Gamseon was momentarily puzzled, I just casually said a sentence, why is your attitude so strange? Like Jioel calmly wiped the billiard cue, saying, nothing. You are willing, but others may not be so sure. But Young Gamseon was full of confidence, saying, I will wait for Hyang Rak to graduate, and by then I will place her in the presidential palace. However, he then expressed his doubts to Jeol. I have some doubts about Hyang Rak's intentions to climb higher. Upon hearing this, Jeol was momentarily stunned. He then asked Young Gamseon, what are you suspicious of? Young Gamseon, being questioned, expressed his views on Hyang Rak. Based on her abilities, she could easily succeed in other places, but she chose the most difficult path as an assistant to Kong Bop Ho. Jeol did not answer Young Gamseon's question while wiping his hands. Suddenly, Young Gamseon ordered his subordinate, investigate the roots of Hyang Rak again, I need a more comprehensive view of her. Upon hearing this, Jeol frowned, knowing that there was no issue with the context he provided to So Mayan, but he could not avoid scrutiny from the presidential residence. Finally, Jeol grunted and said, are you idle? A girl in her early 20s also needs to be investigated. Upon hearing this, Young Gamseon felt a bit suspicious of himself and then instructed the steward, stop the investigation. However, Jeol felt that the little darling was climbing up too quickly, causing others to doubt, but she was so intelligent that she could not ignore the consequences of her actions. Yet, she was still eager to do so, showing how much she cared for the waste in the slums. Just playing a game with CEO the machete, whoever loses will have to take off their outer shirt. Afterwards, So Mayan immediately asked Jeol, Jang Jingri is your person, right? Jeol smiled and did not deny, why, did you figure it out? So Mayan thought to herself, Kong Bop Ho may seem tall as the sky, but in reality, it is a place of conflict among the wealthy. I am just a student, and even if Jang Jingri were to praise me, she would not eagerly support me becoming a council member. It is clear that there are people behind her. However, just as So Mayan was seriously analyzing, her in-game character was directly defeated by Jeol. What he wants is this result, he said to So Mayan. Lose a round, lose an item. Strip. So Mayan did not hesitate, quickly taking off her outer coat. Jeol turned to look at So Mayan's body from top to bottom, a sinister look in his eyes. However, he quickly adjusted the air conditioner temperature slightly higher, fearing that his little sweetheart would get cold, and another game began. This time, So Mayan focused on the screen, continuing the previous topic, aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you and pull you into the water later? Jeol remained focused on the controller, then calmly said, it's okay, your man knows how to swim. Upon hearing this, So Mayan suddenly understood, with a hint of surprise in her eyes, are you intentionally helping me? Jeol stared at the screen, taking the opportunity to defeat So Mayan's character in the game once again. He then said, if my woman won't help me, then who will? So Mayan's mind was no longer focused on the game at this point. He turned to Jeol and eagerly exclaimed, do you know the secret of the slum? One day, I will reveal all of that secret. It will cause a great shock to you rich people. But Jeol remained seated, looking at So Mayan, then interrupted her with a smirk, I know everything. So Mayan seemed incredulous, but you strongly opposed what I wanted to do before, didn't you? But Jeol scoffed and explained, I am still the same, I am not for the people of the slum. I am only for one person, the little darling that I love the most. So Mayan was immediately moved, overwhelmed by the tangled emotions, leaving her speechless. After a long pause, she found her voice again, you don't have to be like this. You can stand coldly aside, and I would still be touched. However, Jeol took So Mayan's hand and placed it on his lips, softly saying, if I say I want to be your sky, I will not back down. The knife stabbing me right now is in your hands. To repay me, you must spend your whole life compensating for me, the girl said. The girl has not been to school for 2 months. At this moment, all the members have gathered in her conference room. So Mayan, sitting in a key position, cleared her throat and said, I have been too busy to congratulate everyone, so I will congratulate now. After saying that, she clapped twice, and then the conference room door opened automatically. In front of everyone's eyes was a pink buffet table, with all kinds of wine, desserts, fruits, and balloons hanging around, creating a very romantic atmosphere. The members who had been cold-shouldered for 2 months were delighted to see this scene and said, "Sister Mayan, you didn't forget about us?" Bam Bang Bang approached the exquisite food there, amazed by the most expensive macarons in the imperial capital. Xiaoptang also took out a bottle of champagne, very excitedly saying, "This type of champagne is also very expensive." So Mayan stepped out from the conference room and walked over to them, saying, "It seems that now these members don't blame me for disappearing for 2 months." As for So Ban, he only had admiration for So Mayan in his eyes, smiling and saying, "Sister Mayan must have had a reason for being busy." At this moment, Xiaoptang cautiously poured champagne for So Mayan. So Mayan also took a glass of wine with the members of the Zhongpeng Society to celebrate. Suddenly, she saw the members of the Zhongpeng Society behind her with a gloomy expression, and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" The answer Xiaoptang gave was, "Everyone here is already a big shot, and I'm just me, I don't deserve this kind of wine." Upon hearing this, Soban immediately draped his arm around Xiaoptang's shoulder and scolded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Why would brothers say such unpleasant words to each other?" So Mayan knew that Xiaoptang had been busy with various tasks, and with a serious expression, she said, "Xiaoptang has quietly helped the members of the Zhongpeng Society with everything for the past 2 months." She then walked up to Xiaoptang and said to him, "You are the vice president, an indispensable member of the Zhongpeng Society. Without Xiaoptang, our society would not shine brightly." At this moment, So Mayan changed the subject and said seriously, "I have always said that I founded the Zhongpeng Society, and nurturing everyone comes with a price. It is time for everyone to pay that price." She told everyone, "Next, I will run for a counselor position, and when that time comes, I need everyone's full support." Counselor? These two words made Xiaoptang widen his eyes in surprise. Could it be that Mayan wants to become president? So Mayan glanced at him, then calmly said, "Who said being a counselor means becoming president? My purpose is to become the president of Kong Bop Ho." This talented young woman has nurtured a group of ordinary people into talented individuals in various fields, but she has her reasons for doing so. Now is the time for everyone to repay her. She then continued by saying that she will run for a counselor, and she needs everyone's full support. Upon hearing this, Xiaoptang couldn't help but be curious. A counselor? Does Mayan want to run for president? As for Jianghua, to become a counselor, one must have the backing of the wealthy. Even President Duong currently has like sure conglomerate behind him. Upon hearing this, So Mayan said, "I don't need any conglomerate behind me, I have Hui Zhongpeng." Bam Bang Bang approached, gently touched glasses with So Mayan, and looked at her with complete trust. "If you want to become a counselor, we will definitely support you wholeheartedly." So Ban, a loyal fan of So Mayan, also raised his glass and said, "Whatever you say, Mayan, we will do." So Mayan looked at them, feeling happy in her heart. She finally waited for this day. After the party with Hui Zhongpeng, So Mayan went alone to the real estate room. The enthusiastic marketing staff introduced to the lady about the location of Lake Shore, and also explained the rules for purchasing a house. At that moment, So Mayan said, "If I want to buy more, can I skip this procedure?" The marketing staff was stunned by the question, how exactly is the buying process like buying vegetables? But the staff didn't hesitate, cautiously asking, "So, how many would the young lady like to purchase?" So Mayan then said, 70 meters and 10 meters, I plan to buy 10 units of each type for now. And later on, I want to buy a few more villas. The marketing staff had never seen a lady like her, directly astonished and stammering, Sir, did you just say you want to buy 20 units first? Are you planning to hoard houses?" So Mayan knew that buying in such large quantities would intimidate the staff, so she explained, "I'm not hoarding land, I'm buying for many people to live in. If you're worried about any issues, you can sign a deposit contract first." Although the marketing staff was naive, she immediately politely bowed and said, "Buying such a large quantity at once, I can't decide on my own, I need to ask my superiors." Then the girl turned and left, but her high-heeled shoes didn't seem to listen, as if they couldn't believe it. At that moment, another young lady led a middle-aged woman with a radiant aura inside. The woman took off her sunglasses and asked, "Do you have any houses available? Price is not an issue." The marketing staff hesitantly replied, like Cher has never had any houses available before. As soon as she heard this, the woman became dissatisfied and demanded that they have houses available. The marketing staff wanted to explain further, but another woman interrupted, saying, "We don't talk to marketing staff, go call the manager here." So Mayan was scrolling through her phone, bothered by the background noise, her ears slightly ringing. She looked up and noticed the two women, who seemed familiar, but she didn't care. At that moment, the two women also noticed So Mayan. Another woman pulled the woman next to her, whispering softly, "Does she look like her?" The girl held 100 million, went to her boyfriend's real estate office to buy a house. This action momentarily shocked the marketing staff, who said she was out of control and hurriedly ran to invite the leader. Just as So Mayan was waiting, the two elegant women also entered. They suddenly found So Mayan's appearance somewhat familiar. Then, the woman seemed to want to say something, with a look of disbelief on her face. The distinguished guest in the real estate office was Ha Jong-ui. She was signing the house sale papers. Since the last time So Mayan shot a gun at like Jeol has cut off their activities fee. Therefore, she was eager to sell this apartment quickly to make some money. After dealing with these matters, Ha Jong-ui looked at Han Nam kneeling on the ground begging for help. However, Ha Jong-ui had no intention of paying attention to this useless pawn. She told Han Nam, "Get up quickly, this posture is really unattractive." But Han Nam said, "I won't get up no matter what, unless you're willing to help me." Ha Jong-ui changed her demeanor to one of difficulty, saying, "I'm not unwilling to help, it's just that there's no way. Because the Talent Association has been suppressed by the Jeonpung Association, my words have no weight now." Upon hearing this, Han Namnam's face showed hatred. "It's Dehyang Rak again, why is she everywhere?" Not wanting to pay attention to Han Nam, Ha Jong-ui quickly found an excuse, "I'm not feeling well, I'll go ahead." But Han Nam didn't want to miss the last lifeline and quickly got up to follow. At this moment, Ha Jong-ui passed by the restroom and suddenly heard a conversation between two ladies. Suddenly hearing the words So Mayan, she immediately stood aside quietly to listen. One woman said, "I think that girl looks a lot like So Mayan." It is said that So Mayan was abandoned as a baby, and the So family kindly took her in. However, she then seemed to think of something. The So family adopting So Mayan is like leading her to a rat's nest to avoid disaster. Ha Jong-ui quickly caught information about the rat's nest, a wicked glint in her eyes. At that moment, Ha Jong-ui overheard two women saying, "Just returned from abroad, planning to visit the So family to learn more." Watching the two figures walk away, Ha Jong-ui thought to herself that these two people clearly did not know that the So family was now in a difficult situation. Meanwhile, Han Nam, noticing Ha Jong-ui's contemplative expression, asked with a hint of suspicion, "Jong-ui, what are you thinking about?" Ha Jong-ui, who was lost in thought, was startled by Han Namnam's voice and responded, "Han Nam, your relationship with So Young was initially good. Do you know why Dehyang Rak hates the So family so much?" Han Nam, wanting to flatter Ha Jong-ui, immediately shared what he knew. Dehyang Rak ruined So Young's birthday party. Furthermore, Han Nam revealed an important piece of information. During the birthday party, So Young and Dehyang Rak had a big argument. So Young even said that Dehyang Rak escaped from the rat's nest and she had to check her electronic lock. After hearing these words, Ha Jong-ui's eyes were filled with cunning, and in her heart, she had a thought, what if it's true? Have you ever seen such a wicked woman? The cunning girl Ha Jong-ui speculated, So Mayan is the criminal, escaping from the slums. Just thinking about it, her heart was beating extremely fast. Therefore, she had to quickly verify this matter. She stood by the road, watching the driver drive away. After the car was out of sight, she entered a jewelry store. 10 minutes later, Ha Jong-ui had disguised herself as someone else and walked out from inside. Next, she waved to stop a taxi. The car then appeared in front of the private villa. Ha Jong-ui walked down the stairs to the basement. However, what surprised her was that inside, there was suddenly a girl with green hair locked up. Ha Jong-ui walked up to the girl and pulled down her mask. Seeing the girl locked up without any reaction, Ha Jong-ui took 2 steps forward. As soon as So Young saw someone approaching, she screamed in fear, "Demon, you are the demon!" Ha Jong Ui held her nose, looking at So Young as if she saw trash. "You are also quite brave, still alive until now." So Young trembled in fear, begging Ha Jong Ui, "Can you forgive me?" Ha Jong Ui knelt in front of So Young and asked, "Did So Mayan get taken to the rat's nest by you people?" So Young cautiously replied, "Yes, when So Mayan turned 18, my father took her to the rat's nest." Ha Jong Ui was shocked and blood rushed through her veins. So Mayan is truly one of the rat's nest people. So Young continued, "I didn't dare to speak up before because I was afraid it would affect my father's reputation, but back then, So Mayan was sent there by deceitful means. What made me doubt even more is that people in the rat's nest all wear electronic locks. Why doesn't So Mayan have one? I also had doubts about this issue, but So Mayan truly doesn't have a lock on her, just a bracelet." Ha Jong Ui furrowed her brows, stood up, and ignored So Young, her mind only filled with thoughts of the electronic lock. Finally, she concluded that perhaps a special technique was used to create an outer layer resembling a lock, making it look like a bracelet. Ha Jong Ui couldn't understand why her older brother clearly knew that So Mayan was from the slums but still wanted to support this lower-class person. She also couldn't comprehend how So Mayan founded the Jeonpung Society, sparking class conflicts between the common people and the wealthy, and then joined Kong Bop Ho, striving to become a council member. Surely, there was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Thinking about this, Ha Jong Ui tried to calm herself down. She had to stay calm, gather evidence slowly, and then use a trick to bring her down to hell. Xiap Tang invited So Mayan to a newly opened bar for a gathering. As So Mayan was about to shut down her computer, a news report suddenly appeared on the screen. Seeing this, So Mayan couldn't help but clench her fists tightly, knowing that the culprit who killed Aunt Pion was about to meet their end. She eagerly grabbed her car keys, then turned to Xiaptang and said, "Everyone go ahead, I'll join you there later." The imperial capital prison was deserted, with no houses around, only a cold, enclosing wall. In the cold visiting room, So Mayan sat quietly. Soon, Pyong Tuet was brought out, unable to believe that So Mayan had come to visit her one last time. She calmly told her foster mother, "I have paid for your last meal, a floating cake." Upon hearing this, Pyong Tuet's eyes turned red, her voice trembling as she asked her. "She has been taking care of the child for a long time, hasn't she? I remember her like that. I take care of the child." But before she could finish, So Mayan interrupted, "Both of them are Pyong, she hasn't taken care of me as long as you have, but in her, I found the figure of a mother," So Mayan said, wanting to get up and leave. Pyong Tuet's eyes fluctuated, then she called So Mayan who was about to leave, "Mayan, young, little one." But So Mayan thought Pyong Tuet wanted to eavesdrop on So Young's actions, so she said, "So Young lost both legs and was taken to the slums. If fate allows, she might still be alive." "No, Young is not fundamentally like that." Pyong Tuet wanted to say something, but seeing the cold and indifferent eyes of So Mayan, Pyong Tuet had to hold back her words. She didn't dare to bet, even though So Mayan was the only relative she could meet before she died, she didn't believe So Mayan would save So Young. So Mayan turned back and asked, "What do you want to say after all?" Pyong Tuet inquired, "Finally, our family is also facing retribution. Young also lost both legs. Does the child still hate us?" In response, So Mayan asked back, "How do you feel?" At this point, Pyong Tuet fell into endless self-blame, not knowing whether to reveal that So Young was in the hands of Ha Jong Ui or not. So Mayan, seeing Pyong Tuet's appearance, angrily exclaimed, "You won't find anyone else to talk to." Pyong Tuet, momentarily taken aback, weakly asked, "What?" So Mayan coldly stated, "Before the execution, no one will come to visit you anymore. What do you want to say? This is your last chance." Thinking herself clever, Pyong Tuet tried to probe So Mayan, "So Mayan, do you dare to call me mother?" Upon hearing this, So Mayan immediately replied, "I cannot accept such motherly affection." Her response was like a bucket of cold water thrown in Pyong Tuet's face, making her momentarily look unpleasant. Unperturbed, So Mayan continued, "If you don't want to speak, then keep it buried inside." Remembering the past, she couldn't bring herself to call out mother. Furthermore, she realized that Pyong Tuet only wanted to ask her to take care of So Young, and she didn't owe them anything. With this in mind, So Young didn't even look back, walking straight out. So Mayan walked out step by step. Ahead of her, two prison guards were escorting a man in a gray coat. As they passed each other, the man glanced at So Mayan. After seeing the man's appearance, a look of shock flashed in her eyes. Just go to the prison to visit the dying foster mother, So Mayan saw someone she could never forget in her life. It wasn't until he passed by her that she realized she wasn't mistaken. Then, she called the guard over and said to him, "I am a Kong Bop Ho employee, here today to deliver documents to the prison." Upon hearing the renowned name of Kong Bop Ho in the imperial capital, the guard politely greeted So Mayan. So Mayan also smiled, "You flatter me too much." At this moment, the guard escorting the man recognized So Mayan. "I know you're the student who was once featured on TV, so young and already at Kong Bop Ho, very bright future ahead." After that, So Mayan casually said a few words to them, pointing to the man being escorted, pretending to hesitate as she spoke. "This is." Regarding this matter, the guard said, "I won't hide it either, the latest regulations for the rat district have been implemented. This criminal here has been sentenced to death, now being taken for their last meal." Upon hearing this, So Mayan clenched her fist, trying to maintain a smile on her face. "What a coincidence, Counselor Jiang Jingri just asked me to write a report on the rat district. I wonder if I could have some time to interview him." The guard thought for a moment. There might be some disease in the rat district, so it's not advisable to do so. So Mayan immediately brought some offerings to the prison. "It's okay, I want to write a report. Could you both be a little understanding, and also, could you prepare some good food?" He looks pitiful. With the added power of money, the prison indeed allowed the man to receive the items. The man smiled gently. "It's been a long time, So Mayan." Upon hearing this, So Mayan's eyes welled up. "Jiang, I thought you were dead." Unexpectedly, Jiang calmly said, "I will be soon, after finishing this meal." Heartbroken, So Mayan asked while holding a small notebook, "Why were you arrested?" Jiang's answer was, "I was accused by someone." Unable to control her emotions, So Mayan said, "Why didn't you come to me? If only a little earlier." Before she could finish, Jiang interrupted her. Mayan, the outside world is truly fascinating, you will be even more interesting to me." Just because he was abandoned by a woman, the man no longer had the will to live. So Mayan visited the dying foster mother in prison, only to unexpectedly meet Jiang, who had always protected her in this dangerous place. And Jiang was also about to be executed. She couldn't understand. Clearly Jiang could find someone to help him, but he would rather die than involve her. Jiang told her, "You don't need to be sad, I have been living happily for a year now. Meeting you is even better than spending over 20 years on the crazy island." He also said to So Mayan, "You arrived at where I live a little late, I bought you a lot of candies." So Mayan stood still, listening to Jiang's words. She breathed with some difficulty. Jiang also knew that So Mayan was feeling sad, so he smiled and urged her, "Quickly take notes." Seemingly to prove to her how happy he was, Jiang used his hand to describe, "I found a sister-in-law for you, she looks extremely beautiful, and her waist is very slim." So Mayan listened quietly to Jiang's story. "Your sister-in-law knows that I ran away from the slum but still loves me. She lived with me in the basement for half a year." Jiang talked about his girlfriend, his eyes blushing. "Unfortunately, I have no status, can't earn much money, can't give her the life she wants." Later she followed a second-generation rich. So Mayan heard the changing situation, her eyes widened momentarily. "Did she accuse you?" However, Jiang smiled and replied, "Blaming me for not being good, not letting her go, so she ran away to bother her, and second-generation rich had someone beat me up and throw me to the police station door." Hearing Jiang's name, So Mayan clenched her fist and a look of hatred flashed in her eyes. "What are their names? Where are they now?" Seeing So Mayan like this, Jiang knew what she wanted to do, so he stopped her. "Don't go looking for her. After all, she is someone you once loved." Upon hearing this, So Mayan felt even more heartbroken for Jiang, clearly a good man like him ending up in this situation. At that moment, the prison guard brought food. So Mayan quickly turned away, not wanting others to see her emotions. She saw that the prison scene only brought a few vegetables and a chicken drumstick. In her heart, she couldn't help but curse these greedy people, giving so much money but only bringing a few things. The prison guard urged, "Eat quickly, it's almost time for the execution." After the guard left, So-mayan immediately asked Tae-jang, "Do you know where the key to the ankle chain is? I'll help you escape from here." But Tae-jang refused. "I don't want to run away. But I don't want to leave you behind. Trust me, I know a powerful figure who can protect us." This was the best brother So-mayan had ever seen. "I don't want to involve you, I would rather choose death." It turns out that So-mayan wants to save Tae-jang, so she plans to break him out of prison. However, Tae-jang knows that doing so would lead So-mayan into an inescapable hell, so he shakes his head and refuses. Seeing his determined expression, So-mayan can't help but speak up. However, Tae-jang solemnly says, "This prison has very strong security. If it's just for me, the chance of failure is very high." So-mayan doesn't want to give up. She has a premonition that a powerful figure she knows can solve this. Tae-jang knows So-mayan's personality. Once she has made up her mind, she will be very persistent. Tae-jang asks, "Do you really want to save me like this?" So-mayan replies, "As long as you cooperate, I can guarantee that nothing will happen." Tae-jang instructs, "Go find that important person and inform them so they can prepare everything in advance." So-mayan immediately stands up, wanting to go get her phone to make the call. Before leaving, she asks Tae-jang, "What time will you be executed?" "Don't worry, I will eat very slowly. I will be here waiting for you to come back." So-mayan quickly walks away, but suddenly turns back and says, "Jang, you must not deceive me." She then walks slowly before suddenly running as fast as she can. As soon as Mayan left, Tae-jang's momentary pain burst out. Mayan, this is the first time this brother has deceived you, and it will be the last time. I really can't let you be in danger." While still thinking, Tae-jang was taken away by the guards because it was not yet time for execution. A slow-moving police officer approached with documents in hand. At this moment, Tae-jang slowly raised his head to gaze at the sky. He knew he couldn't wait any longer, knowing Mayan's character would ignore everything. "It's good, I can meet her for the last time without regrets." Next, Tae-jang suddenly rushed towards the police officer, with a fierce expression. The terrified police officer stepped back, then raised the gun in hand straight at Tae-jang, only to hear a bang. Everything returned to calm. Meanwhile, So-mayan heard the distant gunshot echoing in her ears. Her breath seemed to stop. Her face also suddenly froze. The girl had only come to the prison to visit her dying foster mother, but unexpectedly met an old friend here. It turned out that the man had escaped from the slum, and as predicted, he was quickly taken away for execution. So-mayan used her influence to have a private conversation with Tae-jang. Upon meeting, So-mayan immediately wanted to clarify why Jang was caught here. The result, Tae-jang calmly explained that he had escaped from the slums a year ago because he still remembered his ex-girlfriend, which led to him being beaten by her rich second-generation boyfriend in front of the police station. Understanding the situation, So-mayan mentioned that she knew a powerful figure who could help them escape. Although Tae-jang knew So-mayan had this ability, he pretended to agree outwardly while secretly planning his own escape. As So-mayan rushed outside to call like Jyoljol, Tae-jang gazed up at the sky with longing before suddenly turning fierce, grabbing a police officer's gun. A gunshot rang out, and Tae-jang closed his eyes forever. Meanwhile, So-mayan ran outside, frozen at the sound of the distant gunshot, unable to believe what had just happened. At dusk, outside the Lakeshore Corporation, the sky was silent. Inside, like Jyoljol had just seen off a business partner and returned to his office to find a missed call from So-mayan. Jang Jingri was unsure of the reason for the call, thinking So-mayan must have called because she missed him. Therefore, Mang Sang instructed, "Prepare new clothes for me, I have to go pick up the little sweetheart." Meanwhile, Zyup Tang sat on this side with the So band group in front of the bar waiting for So-mayan until late at night. At that moment, a luxury car approached not far away. Zyup Tang looked up and saw like Jyoljol coolly stepping out of the supercar. His imposing demeanor frightened Zyup Tang, who quickly stood up, trembling, and called out, "Brother-in-law." Soban and Janghwa saw like Jyoljol approaching, and they were all shocked and immediately bowed respectfully, saying, "Hello, brother-in-law," to like Jyoljol. Like Jiol, without many words, asked, "Where is So Mayan?" Upon hearing this, Zyap Tang, with a slightly strange look, rubbed his head and said to Like Jiol, "Brother-in-law, you can't contact Sister Mayan either?" Can't? Like Jiol caught onto the key word. Zyap Tang explained, "We had planned to come to the bar together tonight, but we couldn't contact Sister Mayan." Like Jiol immediately frowned, then turned and took out his phone to call Mang Sang, saying, "So Mayan is nowhere to be found, search the entire city and find her for me." Upon hearing this, Mang Sang was stunned, then asked, "Did the young lady run away?" Like Jiol's voice rang out, "She can't run." He was the most powerful man in the imperial capital, but now he was hiding his identity to seek out his lover's friend. It turns out he still couldn't contact So Mayan, so he had to come here reluctantly. But even the Zyap Tang group temporarily didn't know where Mayan was because they couldn't find her either. Upon hearing this news, Like Jiol's face darkened momentarily, hoping his little darling wouldn't be like what he was thinking. He then contacted Mang Sang, determined to find her even if he had to dig up the ground. Quickly, Mang Sang found out, So Mayan is in the imperial capital prison. He then sent the location to Like Jiol. Like Jiol stepped on the gas pedal, his red sports car racing towards the imperial capital prison. Under the streetlights, a slender figure was sitting on the side of the road. So Mayan was drenched in the rain, her arms wrapped around her shoulders, huddled like a lost little dog unable to find its way home. Like Jiol quickly approached upon seeing this scene. So Mayan, soaked to the bone, had no expression on her face, only her lifeless eyes staring back. There was no regret, no anger. Like Jiol immediately leaned the umbrella towards her to shield her from the rain and wind. So Mayan slowly raised his head, heartbroken and desperate, saying, "An older brother, who used to take care of me on the crazy island, has passed away." At this moment, Like Jiol showed a contemptuous expression, "If there's Taho Yi on the left, there must be Zyap Tang on the right, and now there's another older brother. Do you think I believe that Like Jiol is dead?" But Mang Sang continued to mutter, "At first, the people on the crazy island were very unwelcoming to newcomers. I had nowhere to stay, and every day I was harassed by people with mental issues. It was Jang who gave me a place to stay and taught me how to find food." Like Jiol stood in the rain listening, feeling as if his heart was being tormented, finally unable to hold back. "Are you sure you have to recount your memories with another man in front of me?" So Mayan seemed not to hear Like Jiol's anger, continuing to mutter, "Jang is truly a good older brother. It seems like he knew I wanted to save him, so he took a police officer's gun and got shot dead on the spot to avoid implicating me." Upon hearing this, Like Jiol finally had some sympathy for Tae Jang. So Mayan was truly tormented. "I thought I could save him, but the result was that Jang died before me." However, Like Jiol also coldly replied, "They have already been in the place of execution, whether they die before or after is just a result. I understand these principles, because Tae Jang is from the slums, but why should people from the slums live in such humiliation? Even in death, they are not given a proper burial, and their bodies are used for research?" So Mayan truly doubted, "As for me, I am also from the slums, what am I living for? Will I have the same fate as Jang?" Like Jiol furrowed his brow, raised his hand to take So Mayan away, and said, "Don't think too much, talk about it when we get home." But So Mayan's legs were numb from sitting in the early rain. Suddenly she bent over as if about to collapse, her body unable to hold on, and fell to the ground. Like Jiol quickly helped her up. Fear quickly appeared in his eyes. Because So Mayan's pale lips suddenly started bleeding. Her brother had died in an unjust fate. So Mayan couldn't understand how someone as good as Tae Jang had to suffer such a cruel fate just because of his background in the slums, and she herself had also fled from the slums. Would her fate be the same as Jang's? Seeing So Mayan in this state, Like Jiol immediately hugged her tightly. He had vowed to be So Mayan's sky, even if the sky were to fall, he would be there to catch her. At this moment, So Mayan, feeling heartbroken, suddenly had blood gushing from her pale lips. Like Jiol eagerly said, "I'll take you to the hospital." But So Mayan firmly refused, saying, "I want to go back. The candy that Jang left for me hasn't been taken yet." Then she looked at like Jiol with a trembling voice. My legs are too numb, I can't walk anymore. Like Jiol stared at her. This girl wouldn't shed a tear even if she was bleeding, but he obediently knelt down for So Mayan to climb on his back. After that, the two walked in the rain to Chongyang village, searching for a long time until they finally found the house at 23 West Suburb as Taejang had mentioned. Like Jiol carried So Mayan and kicked the door open. Then they went down to the basement, where the door had not been opened for a long time. When they looked inside, they saw the simple furnishings, mixed colors, clearly taken from a second-hand market. But even though the interior was old and worn out, it was evident that Taejang had carefully arranged everything. Like Jiol found a chair and carefully helped So Mayan sit down. The small bed was 1.5 meters long. The bedding was neatly folded, and a photo of Taejang and his girlfriend hung on the wall. So Mayan said to like Jiol, the candy is at the head of the bed, in the third panel from the left. Like Jiol immediately turned and opened the third panel. Inside, he found a small hole with a locked metal box inside. He brought the box to So Mayan and asked gently, the box has a combination lock. How would you like to open it? So Mayan was not worried about this question. Jang didn't mention it, but he must have known that I could figure it out. She recalled that the first time she met Jang was on October 29th. Then, with a click, the combination was correct. Inside the box was a collection of colorful candies, both large and small, with every flavor imaginable. The corner of So Mayan's eyes grew red, knowing that Jang had been buying candy since he started earning money, never forgetting for a whole year. But why had he never come to see her? Suddenly, she noticed a strange color at the bottom of the box. She reached in and found a diary beneath the candy. She took it out and saw that it was an old, thick diary. As she flipped through the pages, the messy handwriting made So Mayan's heart ache as if it were being cut by a knife. Mayan, Jang worked hard all day washing dishes and finally could buy a diary. Is my older brother's courage great? He can even navigate through the country, avoiding the electric nets. The country and the crazy island are completely different, with skyscrapers everywhere and white and yellow stripes on the ground. He doesn't know how to walk. Today, he was hit by a car and cursed as blind. Mayan, I'm waiting for Jang to earn enough money to buy a big boat to come pick me up on the crazy island. Like Jiol carried So Mayan step by step to Chongyang village, found a box of candy left by Taejang in an old hideout, and a diary underneath it. So Mayan looked at the contents of the diary. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed. She couldn't understand why Jang had been living so hard for a year after escaping the slums, but he had never complained. The heavy rain continued until midnight. Antha, Mang Sang, and Dr. Park were all waiting outside the gate. When they saw the car enter the yard, Mang Sang immediately walked over. Like Jiol carried So Mayan out of the car. Antha, with red eyes, ran over and asked, what happened? Why is the young lady bleeding from her mouth? She was fine this morning when she left. So Mayan was carried into the bathroom by like Jiol to take a hot bath before being placed on the bed. At this moment, So Mayan was in a half-dead state. Dr. Park took a blood sample from her arm, saying, I have to take this for testing, but it seems like there may not be anything wrong with her appearance. It's probably due to excessive excitement leading to a hemorrhage. However, So Mayan did not care about her illness, as if she did not hear anything, only flipping through the diary pages left by Taejang. Seeing her like this, like Jiol angrily snatched the diary and coldly said, you can read it any time, but not today. Dr. Park, standing by, could not help but speak up, Miss, if you feel happy, smile. If you feel sad, cry. Suppressing emotions will only cause pain and illness. At that moment, Antha brought ginger soup and worriedly, saying, Miss, have some ginger soup, after taking a long bath like that, you might catch a cold. So Mayan said, I'm fine, I don't want to drink now. Give it to like Jiol. Antha said, a girl cannot afford to catch a cold. Continuing to encourage So Mayan, she advised, Miss, you must drink the ginger soup. Suddenly Antha's shoulder was patted. Dr. Park said, Chairman Like also got caught in the rain, needs to drink ginger soup. Manhwa heard that and said, "I'll go cook more right away," then turned and left. After Manhwa left, Somayan immediately leaned on like Jyoljil, slowly closing her eyes. Dr. Park saw this and didn't say anything, put the medicine in Like's hand and said, "Chairman Like has time, help the young lady apply this medicine." Then, Dr. Park reminded like Jyoljil to remember to apply the medicine and left the room. When there were only two of them left in the room, like Jyoljil offered ginger soup to Somayan, but she refused to drink no matter what. Seeing this, like Jyoljil patiently persuaded Somayan, "It's just ginger soup, a little spicy. After you drink it, I'll go get candy. I have a whole room full of candy that I rebuilt. I'll buy all the candy in the world to give to you. You can eat whatever you want, just drink the ginger soup." Taejang's death left Somayan unable to move on from the pain. Like Jyoljil, on one hand, felt heartbroken seeing his wife being caught in the rain and also angry that Somayan didn't take care of herself. Therefore, he tried to coax and threaten Somayan into drinking the ginger soup. However, no matter how he threatened, Somayan remained motionless. Despite how good like Jyoljil's intentions were now, looking at Somayan's appearance, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. "I drank ginger soup," immediately ordered someone to bring the man's body back here for a proper burial. Upon hearing like Jyoljil's words, Somayan's eyes lit up with emotion. "I knew you wanted this." Like Jyoljil angrily said, "Can you obediently drink ginger soup now?" However, Somayan paid no attention to like Jyoljil's words, only looking up at him. "Like Jyoljil, I want." Before finishing the sentence, like Jyoljil interrupted, "You're crazy, with a broken arm and injured foot, you still want that? Forget it." Somayan's pale lips trembled as she spoke each word. "If I close my eyes now, many people will die in front of me. I don't want that anymore." And with that, Somayan pressed her lips against like Jyoljil's. In that moment, the blood rushed to like Jyoljil's head. He threw the bowl of ginger soup from his hand, turning the guest into the host and kissed back. "Alright," they closed the door, "probably didn't want me to see." The next morning, Dr. Park stood in Hyangwon, enduring like Jyoljil's anger. "It's been 2 days and the fever still hasn't subsided. I see you don't have the money-making skills of like Jyoljil, which means you don't have the ability to earn a living." Upon hearing that, Dr. Park's face turned pale, quickly explaining to like Jyoljil, "The princess's condition is not physical, but internal. She is experiencing emotional distress. Wait for 2 more days and she will naturally improve." Chairman like, mental illness is difficult to treat. The princess is currently silent. Any new stimulation could shift her attention. Just then, Mang Sang suggested, "Why not buy a pet for the princess?" Like Jyoljil thought for a moment, "A pet? Not a bad idea, but I'm not sure what kind of pet would be best." Dr. Park immediately replied, "Gentle, affectionate, and cute." After some discussion, like Jyoljil decided, let Mang Sang take on this noble task. Meanwhile, Somayan in the room was still feeling down, lying on the bed. Suddenly, her phone rang and she saw a message from Ta Ho-yi, advising her, "Don't be too sad, the dead cannot be brought back to life. The clues about Taejang's ex-girlfriend and the second-generation rich have been found." At that moment, like Jyoljil slowly walked in. Somayan, seeing him still at home, weakly asked, "Why didn't you go to the company today?" Like Jyoljil approached her, placing his hand on Somayan's forehead. "Still not feeling well, don't sit up. It's not comfortable lying in bed all day." After saying this, like Jyoljil pulled Somayan up, not allowing her to refuse. "I bought some pets for you to choose from, go see which one you want to keep." Then like Jyoljil used the excuse, "My foot is injured and I can't go downstairs." Like Jyoljil carried Somayan downstairs. In the hall, there was a box that seemed to contain live animals because there was a layer of cloth covering it, making it impossible to see what was inside. Somayan sat there, watching the mysterious animals about to be revealed under the cloth. Like Jyoljil immediately lifted the cloth on the nearest box. Inside was a fierce eagle flapping its wings, looking aggressive and not friendly at all. Like Jyoljil said, "They said they wanted to choose a well-behaved one for you. I took a long time to choose this one for you." Somayan was speechless, so she chose not to respond. Seeing that she didn't like it, like Jiol opened the second box. This time it didn't look bad, a 2-month-old white African lion cub. But So Mayan still didn't like it, so like Jiol, angry, told Mang Sang to uncover all the other boxes revealing rare and precious animals that are few in the world. Until she saw the last small white dog. So Mayan immediately brightened, choose that small dog. The richest man in the imperial capital, wanting to make the woman laugh, suddenly ordered his subordinates, no matter how much it costs, bring back a gentle and obedient pet. However, when opening the Mang Sang transport box, instead of an eagle, there was an African lion. So Mayan felt speechless. These animals, how are they similar to pets? Seeing that her little beloved pet did not like it, like Jiol immediately opened the next cage, but this time it was even stranger, a white bear, a white tiger, and even a white wolf. So Mayan helplessly looked at these strange animals. Suddenly she saw a small white dog lying in a corner, very beautiful. So Mayan liked it a lot. Keep this dog, I don't need anything else. But unexpectedly, like Jiol's face turned dark. Are you sure you want to choose this dog? After speaking cruelly, he stared at Mang Sang. Mang Sang, haven't you introduced yourself yet? This dog is your addition, right? Feeling the jealousy of the boss, Mang Sang was extremely tense, sweating profusely as he explained, Miss, this is Rak Tae Jian, not a rare breed, but very good at making others happy. Upon hearing this, like Jiol's face turned dark. Mayan has just picked your pet, how should I thank you? Or should I exchange it for another car for you? Upon hearing this, Mang Sang immediately froze. My company just exchanged the car not long ago. The car is worth 20 million, do you want to change it to a 30 million car this time? As a result, like Jiol said a sentence that made Mang Sang feel like he was falling from the sky. Return that car to the company, I'll give you an extra 1 million as a reserve, spend it as you please. Mang Sang was shocked to hear this, realizing that a jealous CEO is truly terrifying. After everyone left, So Mayan immediately said to like Jiol, thank you. Because like Jiol was still angry, the dog was chosen by Mang Sang. I used the car to thank him, do you still want to thank him? I'll help you call him back. However, So Mayan replied in a firm voice, who chose the dog is not important, I just want to thank you. Thank you for making me happy. Upon hearing this, like Jiol immediately went from being upset to happy, gently pinching her small face, it seems like you still have a conscience. At this moment, So Mayan felt the warmth of like Jiol, she calmly said, actually, I'm fine. But like Jiol said, how can you be fine? Tae Jang's death has left you living in sorrow. Then, like Jiol encouraged her, don't you want to rebuild the slum? Don't you want to use your counselor status to earn the love of everyone? Don't you want everyone's support? Yet here you are lying in bed. Although I say that, I dare not confirm whether I can do it or not. I also don't know how many more people will die after I do it. Seeing So Mayan struggling, like Jiol immediately said, or you give up, obediently stay in Hyangwon for me to nurture, you can have whatever you want. Upon hearing like Jiol's words, a light of resistance and defiance immediately appeared in So Mayan's eyes. Like Jiol noticed all of this but restrained himself from mocking. It seems like you fundamentally don't want to. If you just lie down on the bed, what can you avoid? Will the man come back to life, or how many people in the slum will die? Then like Jiol added, if you want to do it, then do it, if you want to rebuild, then rebuild. That way, you can avoid Tae Jang's death. However, there is a man standing behind her that she fears? Because Tae Jang died, So Mayan was engulfed in grief that could not be overcome. She was very confused about how many more people would die trying to rebuild this slum. Seeing her negative demeanor, like Jiol had to provoke her, then give up, obediently be a woman in my Hyangwon, you can have whatever you want. So Mayan couldn't remain calm anymore, immediately showing resistance in her eyes, determined not to give up halfway. Like Jiol captured all her emotions and knew his words affected her, so he continued to provoke, you see, you don't really want to. Can you avoid anything lying in bed? Can that man come back to life, or can fewer people die in that slum? He caressed So Mayan's hair, promising her, if you want to do something, do it. If you want to build, then build. That way you can avoid death like Tae Jang. Even though your man is still behind you supporting you, be brave and do what you want to do. So Mayan felt extremely surprised at this. Strange, why do you seem like a psychologist today? Like Jiol's attitude suddenly became serious and resistant. What? Am I not capable of being a psychiatrist? Should I be like a deep well, gloomy all day, waiting to be assassinated when someone with hemoptysis gets mad? Like Jiol, I didn't mean that. Sensing her little darling's slight anger, like Jiol immediately stroked her head. I want to tell you, someone as crazy as me is still counseling you. If you can't cheer up, I will. Before he could finish, So Mayan asked him, what will you do? I will make you lie in bed in pain for 2 more days. Like Jiol's face lit up with a satisfied smile. Just as their relationship was becoming more intimate, Aunt Ha rushed downstairs holding a phone. Miss, your phone has been ringing while I was cleaning your room, did you hear it? Both of them, who were still wanting to be intimate, had thoughts in their hearts. Like Jiol teased the small dog, making people unable to guess his mood. Has the phone not been thrown away yet? So Mayan didn't follow along. What? Are you going to get angry again? Like Jiol admitted defeat directly. Out of consideration for your illness not being fully healed, I'll let it go this time. However, So Mayan reminded like Jiol, even though I'm not angry this time, remember that I have a very possessive nature. Regarding this matter, So Mayan also told like Jiol, you should know that I'm not going to do any flirting with guys or girls right now. At that moment, Ta Hoyi texted, Tae Jang's ex-girlfriend and second-generation rich will be coming to Zyaptang's John Pung bar tonight. Like Jiol immediately stood up and said, I have to go handle some business. But So Mayan called him back, I hope you don't use words like going crazy in the future. Because in our world, everyone has a dark side, but even in that darkness there is a glimmer of light. So I hope you don't dwell in the darkness forever. I also hope you don't remember your own madness. Like Jiol, who normally kills without hesitation, remained still at this moment. He listened to So Mayan's words, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. He truly loved the woman in front of him, the green-eyed woman, and was extremely determined to bring her from the slums to where they were now. Right now, he didn't want to leave her for a second, not even to handle business. He couldn't resist carrying her over there. Then he passionately kissed So Mayan on the face. I really want to hold you in my arms, and take you wherever I go in the future. The second-generation rich man hugged the woman tightly in the club, proudly declaring, tonight, my son Tan will take care of the whole club. Zyaptang, the bar owner, couldn't help but gossip when he saw the two clinging to each other. So Ban, who was nearby, was curious and immediately leaned forward. It turns out that the woman in Tan's heart used to be inseparable from a fugitive criminal in the slums, but couldn't resist the allure of money and fell for the second-generation rich man. Unfortunately, that man was thrown to the police by Tan and sentenced to death. His soul may have already flown to the other world. Hearing this, Bam Bang Bang and So Ban both felt that it was too much, as the latest law targeted the slums. Moreover, seeing the couple in the club made them feel disgusted. Suddenly, So Ban shouted, Hey, look at that! A figure appeared at the door, with a stunning presence that left everyone in awe, praising, Mayan is so beautiful. She stood amidst the chaos, watching the couple dance passionately on the dance floor. At this moment, Tan Gongzi heard some mocking words and immediately stepped forward to refute. Jean Jin's body is clean, I even took her to the hospital for examination, basically she has not been violated by that rat's nest of a man. Facing Tan Gongzi's anger, the person next to him immediately respectfully said, Tan Gongzi, I heard that the leader of that rat's nest has been sentenced to death. Tan Gongzi looked proud, pulled the woman next to him to kiss her, then said, Who dares to steal my woman, will end up like that, and even slapped her butt. The woman was not ashamed and clung to him. Perhaps those around could not bear to look, immediately exclaimed, Jean Chong, regardless of good or bad, had a romantic relationship with that man, why be so heartless? Did you already betray him? However, Jean Chong leaned close to Tan Gongzi to hide her shame, then sarcastically said, Tae Jang doesn't know good or bad, even a toad wants to eat swan meat. Those around burst into laughter. So Mayan stood among the crowd, watching the two not far away, wondering why they were so happy. The words in their mouths about the rat's nest were just a joke. Their shamelessness made So Mayan furious. She directly called Xiaptang. Xiaptang, I want to destroy your bar. If this bar can't open anymore, I will compensate you. Without waiting for the bartender's reaction, she casually took a bottle of wine from the wine barrel. Then, she pushed through the crowd straight to the couple. Before the playboy realized the danger approaching, he saw So Mayan's slender shoulders and couldn't help but reach out to touch her. In the next second, So Mayan's eyes turned cold as ice. Holding the bottle of wine in her hand, she forcefully smashed it on the head of this wretched man. The whole hall suddenly fell into a terrifying silence. Even Xiaptang standing above was completely stunned by the scene. The playboy reacted by holding his swollen head, angrily shouting, "Who are you?" So Mayan stood in front of him and replied with a faint smile, "I'm the one who wants to take your life." The girl with the bottle of wine didn't say a word, she just directly smashed it on the head of the second-generation rich. This shocking scene left everyone at Xiaptang's party speechless. The man held his head in pain, his voice trembling slightly, asked, "Who are you?" But So Mayan was here for revenge for Tae Jang, so she didn't have much to say. She just replied, "I'm the one who wants to take your life." And with that, she kicked his kneecap, making him kneel down in humiliation. After that, holding a half-broken bottle of wine in his hand, he pressed it against his neck. The man who was threatened only reacted now, shouting loudly, "Quickly come help me." Hearing the second-generation rich man's plea for help, a group of flatterers reacted, indiscriminately rushing towards So Mayan. Seeing Mayan being harassed, the Xiaptang group also rushed over. They immediately started fighting with this group of people. Even Bam Bang Bang, who seemed calm, also fought aggressively, while So Ban was pulling someone else's hair. Xiaptang uttered words of hatred, "How dare you come to my bar and beat my boss? Today, no one is leaving here." After that, the nightclub immediately descended into chaos, with some people wanting to take advantage of the situation and immediately grabbing a bottle of wine from the ground to hit So Mayan from behind. However, before his dirty trick could be used, he saw like Jiol approaching and knocking him down from behind. So Mayan, hearing the commotion, turned back, a hint of joy in her eyes. Seeing that proud figure, she was a bit surprised. "I never dreamed that like Jiol would come here." The man just coldly looked at her, then reached out his hand and said, "Be careful, so as not to harm yourself and make it difficult for me to maintain your body." At this moment, the bodyguards also arrived, quickly suppressing the chaotic scene. Half an hour later, the bar was cleared out, leaving only a few troublemakers kneeling on the ground. In the dimly lit bar, Tan, who was initially angry, began to feel fear. Jin Chong took 2 steps back, wanting to quietly escape. So Mayan stood coldly in front of them, looking at a man and a woman on the floor, her eyes revealing a fierce determination. Tan, confused, looked up at So Mayan and asked, "We have no grudge, why are you causing trouble with me?" But instead of a reply, she threw a fruit knife on the floor. Then, standing above them, she said to the couple, "I am here to find my enemy. You can resolve it yourselves to lessen the pain." As she spoke, like Jiol stared at her, while Tae Jang realized she had no intention of seeking revenge. Bam Bang Bang and the Xiaptang group were completely bewildered. They had seen Mayan's terrifying threats before, but had never witnessed her forcing someone to commit suicide. So Mayan looked at the kneeling couple, who were begging for mercy, and threw the fruit knife in front of them, saying, "End it yourselves." The Xiaptang group watched the whole process, feeling uneasy and restless. Knowing that Mayan is most terrifying when angry, Tan Gong Tu never thought she would attempt suicide. Upon hearing this, Tan Gong Tu almost collapsed to the ground. "I didn't know the hatred ran so deep, forcing her to do this?" Jin Chong, kneeling beside him, said, "I roughly guessed who you are. You are Mayan, right? The best girl in the world, as he said?" "I didn't expect Tae Jang to mention me to you." She then chuckled lightly. "He trusted you completely, told you everything, and you betrayed him. Do you deserve to die?" Jin Chong couldn't believe he had actually guessed correctly, but he wanted to confirm one last time, "Are you really Mayan? Are you doing this because of Tae Jang?" Tan Gong Tu, still kneeling on the ground, said, I never expected this revenge to come from Taejang. He couldn't help but look at So Mayan, his face full of doubt. Why do you know people from the lower class in the slums? Are you the same? Before he could finish speaking, So Mayan, with a cold expression, raised her hand and stabbed him straight in the neck, causing Tan Gong Tu to fall to the ground lifeless. Seeing Tan Gong Tu in such a state, Jin Chong was filled with fear. So Mayan approached her step by step, kneeling in front of her, then without any mercy, she held her chin in her hand. Why betray Taejang? I have read his diary, he can sacrifice everything for her, and she treats him like that? Hearing this, Jin Chong couldn't hold back her tears. She still didn't forget to justify herself. On one side is Tan, who spends money like water, on the other side is an empty pit. Which one would you choose if you were me? Then why did you betray him? So Mayan growled, wishing she could slap this woman's face. Jin Chong, agitated, shouted, I don't even remember him, it's him who can't let go of me, always clinging to me. I was just worried that his identity would be discovered by others, so I warned him not to come looking for me or I would reveal his rat's nest identity. Who would have thought that Tan would overhear this? Upon hearing this, So Mayan couldn't help but laugh, mocking, so you are truly unfortunate for betraying Taejang, unfortunate for becoming a plaything of the second generation rich. Jin Chong was silenced by So Mayan's words, only able to look at her with crocodile tears. Mayan, have you ever loved someone? However, like Jiol is no exception, eager to know the answer. Jin Chong noticed So Mayan's hesitation and reached out to hold her hand. They say if you have ever loved someone, you would understand that I truly do not want to hurt him. But Taejang and I are from two different worlds, so there will surely be no outcome. Jin Chong cried as he spoke, while So Mayan listened quietly, her hand involuntarily pushing his away. Like Jiol, seeing this, looked worriedly at So Mayan. Then, with a loud thud, like Jiol kicked Jin Chong, let me handle these two. They already know who you are, so no one can let them go. The wealthy young master, Tan, from the imperial capital, suddenly found himself threatened by a university student, kneeling on the ground in tears. Meanwhile, So Mayan, seeking revenge for Taejang, did not hesitate to reveal that she was a runaway from the slums. However, this action made like Jiol momentarily anxious, so he decided to let So Mayan vent her anger before dealing with the two. Because if So Mayan's identity were to be revealed, it would surely cause chaos in the imperial capital. He then turned around and ordered his subordinates, first, get rid of these two troublemakers. The situation, which seemed to be coming to an end, ended with Jin Chong unwillingly shouting out loud. Mayan, you cannot give people a future, someone like you only leads others to a dead end. Taejang is a typical example. Looking at Jin Chong's back, So Mayan remained silent, but she had never felt that people in the slums were inferior to others. The bar was quiet to a frightening extent at this time. The Xiap Tang group witnessed everything and could not help but doubt, but they did not dare to ask. On the other hand, Bam Bang Bang approached confidently and asked, do you really know people in the slums, Mayan? Finally, So Mayan did not hide anymore, nodded and admitted, I do know them. Like Jiol did not want So Mayan to continue speaking, he stepped forward and held her hand to leave. However, before they could leave the door, they heard a subordinate running towards them to report, young Master Tan and the woman have been rescued halfway by Ta Xin's people. Like Jiol's body exuded a murderous aura upon hearing this, a bunch of useless people, even with just one young Master Tan, they can't handle. But he was not worried in return, those who can escape from me are not born yet. On the way back home, like Jiol comforted So Mayan, don't pay attention to what that woman said. I don't hold her words in my heart. However, in a few days, it will be my first lecture at Kong Bop Ho. Until then, I will climb higher and higher, more stable day by day. Hearing this, like Jiol was clearly not pleased. He then said to So Mayan, you must go abroad for a trip. Soon it was the day like Jiol went abroad. Mang Sang sighed, chairman like truly could not bear to leave his beloved wife. The young lady had been seeing him off for 3 hours and still hadn't finished. At this moment, the two were on a private plane enjoying gourmet food. Like Jiol picked up a piece of meat and handed it to So Mayan, completely indifferent to whether So-mayan wanted to eat it or not. Eat it yourself, I'm already full, So-mayan protested. I really can't eat anymore. Be good, open your mouth. Do you think I don't know your appetite? Will this little bit of food be enough for you? Just as he finished speaking, So-mayan continued to refuse. Really, enough is enough, I said I won't eat anymore. This time, like Jiol didn't make it difficult for So-mayan anymore, he just said, come here and hug me. So-mayan was speechless but still got up and went over there. I like it best when I stroke your hair. Like Jiol reminded her, you always have to keep your phone on. Make 3 phone calls every day, you must answer my calls first. Knowing the man's personality, it was difficult to find a peaceful way of living together, so Mayan cheerfully agreed, okay. But this time I'm leaving for a bit longer. Despite your instructions for Mang Sang to take good care of you, I still have some concerns. Seeing his appearance, so Mayan worried that he would take her abroad. Therefore, she said, it's almost time to board, I'll go down first. Seeing So Mayan's actions, like Jiol looked resigned and said, go on, act like I don't care about you, even though he said that, his hands involuntarily held onto So Mayan, remember me at home, remember me at work, remember me every second of every minute. And also, don't let that dog on my bed. So Mayan said, you're quite talkative today, huh? It seems that even the wealthy blood-sucking vampire has only that much to say. Like Jiol smiled contentedly, go on, I'll let you off today. The wealthy imperial capital like Jiol once again began to look pitiful and resentful. Because he had to go abroad for a week, he couldn't bear to be away from Mayan. Unexpectedly, the heartless woman suddenly urged him to leave quickly. This made the man very angry, so he set a rule for these 7 days, call at least 3 times a day. And you must remember me at all times and places. Seeing the man constantly talking in front of her, So Mayan was momentarily speechless. Got it, he's really chatty today. The next day, So Mayan was in the drawing room. Early in the morning, she received a concerned phone call from a man. Are you stressed about the lecture in 3 days? I have never thought of the word stressed. For me, the more people care, the more I win their hearts. By then, I was still happy, how could I be stressed? However, like Jiol replied, no. Besides predictions, perhaps only a professional assassin could do it without leaving a trace. But I have assigned Mang Sang to investigate those assassin organizations to see who ordered the hit. I also feel strange. I even used Tasher's intelligence network but still got nothing. This feeling is not good, it makes me feel like there are eyes staring at me in the dark all the time. If they were betrayed before they died, like Jiol said solemnly. Before he finished his sentence, So Mayan noticed the bracelet on her wrist and speculated, if they were betrayed, the other party would surely keep these 2 alive to expose me instead of killing them. Therefore, the killer must have another purpose. But I don't know what that person wants to do now, I really don't like this feeling. Like Jiol told her, you don't need to think too much for now. In 3 days, I will send undercover bodyguards to protect you. They will ensure your safety throughout the outing. Not wanting like Jiol to worry too much, So Mayan said, it's probably Tan, the unlucky young master, encountering enemies seeking revenge. Like Jiol could only advise her, after the lecture, go home a little early and avoid contact with outsiders. What do you mean by outsiders? So Mayan smiled and asked back. As soon as she finished speaking, the man on the other end of the line spoke word by word, except for me. So Mayan did not argue, knowing that this man was possessive. She said, I have always been cautious in my work, so there shouldn't be any problems. 3 days later, the chosen location for the lecture was the old place in Kong Bop Ho. Luckily, So Mayan had quite a reputation. The place that was usually deserted, even birds didn't bother to fly to, was now crowded early in the morning. Mang Sang parked the business car on the grass next to the building. So Mayan sat inside flipping through the draft she would use in a while. At that moment, Mang Sang reminded her, Miss, it's almost time. You should get ready to go on stage. Aunt Ha listened, feeling both tense and excited, cheering for her young mistress. So Mayan smiled at Aunt Ha, then confidently stepped out of the car. This girl aspires to change the laws of the country, choosing to speak at the old location in Kong Bop Ho. At this moment, all members of the Jeonpung Association came to support. We don't care what So Mayan's true identity is. Following So Mayan is definitely not wrong. Bam Bang Bang came forward to adjust So Mayan's clothes. The So Mayan I know has a righteous demeanor, surely she won't harm us. I am very grateful that you can trust me unconditionally like this. If one day I encounter trouble, you all must learn to protect yourselves. Bam Bang Bang, I don't understand why So Mayan would say such ominous words. Regardless, we will always stand by So Mayan. As long as So Mayan has any request, we will risk our lives to fulfill it. Suddenly, a detestable voice rang out. Ha Jong Ui, who hadn't been seen for a long time, appeared here with Han Nam Nam. Xiaoptang immediately shielded So Mayan, with a disgusted expression, saying to Ha Jong Ui, "Oh, isn't this the president of the talent association that our Jeonpung Association has suppressed to the point where they can't even lift their heads?" Sensing Xiaoptang's hostility, Ha Jong Ui boldly stepped forward to face them. "What are you doing? It's like you're guarding me." Because Talent Association always points to Hoi Jeonpung, Bam Bang Bang acts like a bodyguard protecting So Mayan from behind, fearing that Ha Jong Ui will cause trouble. Ha Jong Ui stops smiling and doesn't move forward anymore, just mocking So Mayan. "Can you quickly climb to your current position? Maybe you have secrets you dare not speak out?" After a mocking Ha Jong Ui leaves, Han Nam Nam cannot ignore it, rushing to criticize So Mayan. "You have no shame, causing me to be expelled from school." Not only that, Han Nam Nam wants to slap So Mayan, but So Mayan easily catches her wrist. Ha Jong Ui looks innocent towards Han Nam Nam, then quickly goes to pull her hand, saying, "Can you stop causing trouble?" Although she appears to be preventing it, her hand deliberately touches So Mayan's arm. So Mayan's eyes cold, she pushes both of them to the ground. Then she suspiciously looks at the bracelet that has been tampered with and suddenly finds a watermark on it. Before she can think, she receives a call from Like Jiol Jiol. Like Jiol Jiol, who is overseas, is always worried. Have the guards been arranged properly? Are the people coming in without any problems? I have a feeling that something will happen. So Mayan expressed some concerns about Like Jiol Jiol's worry, then she said, "Don't worry, I'm about to go on stage." Ha Jong Ui looked at So Mayan speaking confidently on stage, with a smirk on her face, as if she had everything under control. So Mayan concluded, "Next is the time for the people to ask questions. I have a question." A girl in a cloak spoke up among the crowd. So Young slowly opened her dry lips. "I want to ask, why did you choose to give your first lecture in front of the old Kong Bop Ho building?" So Mayan looked coldly at her, and suddenly the bracelet on her hand made a strange sound, with a crack appearing on it. So Young continued to press, "Did you become a member of Kong Bop Ho to reclaim the rights of criminals in the slums?" Xiaoptang widened her eyes in shock, wondering why this woman was here. Mang Seng noticed, something is not right. Immediately control the scene, must protect the young ladies safely out. However, So Young felt that it was not enough. She took step by step closer to So Mayan, with suspicion in her voice. "Is your real name De Hyang Rak?" As she finished speaking, countless papers fell from the sky. The people couldn't help but look up. Some reached out to take them. On the paper was a picture of a family, with So Mayan standing behind the So family. So Mayan also took one, seeing the photo above couldn't help but smile faintly. Before the So family always excluded her from photos. This one was not bad even with Photoshop, no trace could be seen. The girl was originally a fugitive. But she risked her life to save the unfortunate people in that slum, willingly ignoring the danger to run for counselor. However, on her first campaign speech, So Young was beaten and thrown into the slum only to suddenly appear here in disguise. "You are not De Hyang Rak, your name is So Mayan, the adopted daughter of the So family. 3 years ago, you were imprisoned for bullying a classmate on a crazy island." So Young tightly held her hand and continued to expose So Mayan. She knew that by revealing these things So Mayan would have no place to hide. Xiaoptang, So Ban, and Bam Bang Bang couldn't believe what was happening, but they couldn't understand why they were being sent to the crazy island. So Mayan turned to look at Ha Jong Ui sitting among the crowd. Ha Jong Ui also looked back at her, revealing a smile. Finally, she understood that this group of people had conspired against her. Meanwhile, Mang Sang felt that something was not right and immediately ordered his subordinates to take control of the situation. But So Young, being dragged down, refused to stop. She spoke each word with a sharp tone. So Mayan, do you dare to admit it? You are clearly a criminal who escaped from the slums but dreams of changing the country's laws. The Xiap Tang group was immediately in a panic, unable to overlook the malicious intent of this crazy woman disrupting Mayan's lecture. Bam Bang Bang didn't believe a word So Young said and angrily retorted, she speaks nonsense. Hearing this, So Young burst into laughter, then pointed her thin finger towards So Mayan. Do you dare to raise your hand? Let everyone see the electronic lock on your hand? The people below continued to shout, all eyes focused on So Mayan. Upon hearing these words, So Ban was extremely angry. He shouted loudly at the crowd below, don't be too much, just watch. How could our Jonpung Society chairman be a fugitive? So Ban walked up to So Mayan, then grabbed her wrist and raised her hand high. It was only at this moment that small patterns appeared on the bracelet. So Ban also heard very faint sounds coming from the bracelet. He was surprised to see the changes on the bracelet, not knowing what to do next. At that moment, Mang Sang rushed onto the stage and told So Mayan, Miss, quickly follow me, and we will figure out how to handle the situation later and hold a press conference. So Mayan knew she couldn't leave now, and everything she had done before would be in vain. Suddenly, she grabbed the mic and confessed, I am So Mayan, the adopted daughter of the So family. 3 years ago, I was framed by the So family and sent to the crazy island, becoming a rat in the sewer. Since then, I have learned how cruel the underworld can be. How many secrets are hidden in the mouths of the public? So Mayan was no longer afraid. She revealed the 100-year-old secret hidden in the underworld to everyone. Those called criminals, infectious diseases are all fake. Because they are all the hands and feet of the rich. But the more So Mayan revealed, the more the microphone cut off the sound, her voice unable to reach every corner. So Mayan looked up and saw many police cars coming towards this place. They arrived quickly. Everything was indeed arranged in advance, with the purpose of uprooting the grass with her. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Mang Sang quickly pulled So Mayan away. So Mayan turned to the Xiap Tang group, then told them, remember the words I said to everyone before. The escaped criminal status of the girl was finally discovered. At this moment, a group of police officers purposefully walked towards her. Mang Sang, anxious as if sitting on fire, said to So Mayan, Miss, come with me, I have agreed with Chairman Like to protect you. However, So Mayan knew that she could not avoid this disaster. She told the Jonpung Society member, remember my words, you must know how to protect yourself. The scene at the lecture hall was chaotic, and the police quickly rushed in to arrest Bam Bang Bang. The Jonpung Society member, who had once shone brightly, was now dragged down from the stage in a cruel manner. In another scene, Mang Sang drove the supercar down a road where hardly anyone could follow. He looked at the girl sitting behind him without saying a word, thinking that she was scared. So Mang Sang spoke up to comfort her. Miss, don't be afraid, everything is under President Like's control. But first, we need to find a safe place to hide. As for the members of the Jonpung Society, I will think of a way to save them. So Mayan remained silent, pondering the events that had unfolded recently. Everything seemed to be intricately connected like a tightly woven web. Just when she was about to reveal a secret in the slum area, the timing was perfect. It seemed like the web was specially made for her. So Mayan looked out the car window and said, Assistant Mang, I think my time is up. Mang Sang furrowed his brows and replied, No, miss, with President Like here, you will be fine. Just wait for the person from overseas to return. Before Mang Sang could finish his sentence, a gunshot suddenly broke the peaceful atmosphere. Seeing the scene ahead, Mang Sang immediately hit the brakes. The road in front was blocked, with numerous police officers standing beside the car, guns pointed at them. Sweat poured down Mang Sang's forehead as he sat in the car. He pressed a button on his phone and said, Bring the car here, I will take advantage of the chaos to escape. If Miss is caught today, none of us will survive. So Mayan sat quietly in the car, listening to them talk, her fingers tapping lightly on her leg. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. After counting, Mang Sang's phone suddenly rang, the sound echoing outside the car. So Mayan heard a familiar voice coming through. Mang Sang, don't hide anymore, I know you're helping Dee escape. Seeing De Young Gamsean calling, so Mayan was not surprised. After all, it's a big web. In any web there are powerful figures, how can one stand firm? Mang Sang was surprised that De Young Gamsean called him so quickly, not knowing what to do. Mang's assistant So Mayan spoke up, you've done a lot already, if someone wants to push me to death, how can I easily escape? After hearing So Mayan's words, Mang Sang panicked, Miss, let's wait for chairman like. He wanted to protect her, but facing so many guns, being stubborn could cause irreparable harm. Remember from today, I and like Jiol Geol are no longer involved. So Mayan, after saying each word, opened the car door and got out. So Mayan raised both hands and stood still, looking at the sky with a sudden understanding of Tae Jang's desperation that day. The police saw her coming out and immediately rushed towards her with guns to surround her. Because of So Mayan's unique situation, she was taken to Gangnam-yeon, a special organization of the country. A man in black sat in front of her, coldly interrogating her. You founded the Jeonpung Association, joined the Kong Bop Ho, what are your intentions? To this kind of question, So Mayan did not want to answer. She raised her fair face calmly and slowly said, why don't you ask De Young Gamsean, see how he plans to deal with me? The man chuckled lightly at her words, you're so arrogant at such a young age. He then aimed his gun at So Mayan and demanded, quickly tell me your intentions. How many people in the rat's nest want to escape? But So Mayan was not afraid at all, saying, tell De Young Gamsean to come talk to me, or I won't say anything. No one has ever been so arrogant in Gangnam-yeon. Besides, just because you want to meet the president doesn't mean you can. So Mayan's attitude only angered the man. Then, a loud bang rang out as the man shot So Mayan in the left shoulder. Despite being hit, she did not utter a sound of pain. She had witnessed Gangnam-yeon's tactics before. If you want to know the purpose of founding the Jeonpung Association, the president will not answer if he doesn't come here himself. At that moment, the interviewer was extremely angry. No one had dared to talk back to him before, and this woman had not shed a tear yet. Meanwhile, in Like Sher's luxurious villa, on the TV was broadcasting the image of So Mayan's slum identity being taken away by the police. Like Jeongjae sat on the sofa in a very good mood, discussing with Hana about So Mayan. No wonder this girl initially lived and died clinging to Like Jeol, turns out she is from the slum. Hana laughed mockingly, So Mayan thinks she's the best, believing that revealing the so-called secret of the slum to the public can lead public opinion, like a fool talking in his sleep. At this moment, Ha Jong-ui pushed the door open, saw the two people chatting lively, then went to find a seat and asked Like Jeongjae, Dad, will Big Brother ever bail out So Mayan? Like Jeongjae said, it's best if he does, then like Jeol will confront all the rich people, until he's not dead, he'll be skinned alive. But Big Brother won't ruin himself for a slum girl. Hearing this, Like Jeongjae got angry. What do you understand about this? Like Jeol must make a mistake for De Young Gamsean and the rich people to rescue me from this predicament. Hearing this, Ha Jong-ui clenched her fists. Her thoughts differed from Like Jeongjae's. As the wife of the Like Sher conglomerate, she couldn't allow Like Jeol to fall into trouble. In another scene, at the presidential mansion, Mang Sang furiously kicked open the door to the president's office. The guards, looking alarmed, said, we couldn't stop him. De Young Gamsean, unfazed by the commotion, waved the guards away. Mang Sang then marched straight up to De Young Gamsean. He then bowed his head, speaking directly, So Mayan is under President Like's protection. Please release her immediately. If you find it troublesome, you may keep her under surveillance elsewhere, but she cannot be detained in Gangnam-yeon. Upon hearing this, De Young Gamsean's previously calm expression faltered, and he furrowed his brows as he asked, does Jeol know about this? Mang Sang checked his watch and said, they are in a meeting over there, and the signal is temporarily cut off, but the meeting will end in 10 minutes. Since receiving this news, I've had a headache ever since. De Young Gamseon interlocked his fingers, his tone somewhat complex. Mang sang, let me ask you a question. How do you think Jolgol feels about So Mayan? Mang sang, standing straight and serious, responded word by word, Mr. President, pardon my boldness, but if Miss So Mayan were to die in Gangnam, your position might not be secure for long. Upon hearing this, De Young Gamseon's expression froze, then he sighed and said, has it really come to this? At that moment, the butler entered with coffee. De Young Gamseon, after a long silence, looked up at the butler and made his final decision, send someone to Country Tea to investigate and temporarily cut off all possible routes for Jolgol to return home. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mang Sang's face changed dramatically, and he looked at De Young Gamseon in disbelief. You want to imprison President Like abroad? Don't forget how President Like supported you in your bid for this position. Unexpectedly, De Young Gamseon became furious, crossing his arms and saying, I know how powerful your Like sure is. I'm sure there are ways for him to return home from here. Mang Sang, now both angry and panicked, realized that with President Like not present and the young lady in captivity, everything rested on his shoulders. Yet he could not understand how De Young Gamseon knew that he had the capability to help President Like return home. Here is the reason why De Young Gamseon sought to talk to Mang Sang. Like Jolgol has always trusted you the most. If he leaves, the network within the country will be in your hands. As long as you cooperate, Jolgol will not be able to return. At that time, after we have resolved the situation, So Mayan will openly welcome Jolgol back. Upon hearing this, Mang Sang couldn't help but say, is this an attempt to betray Chairman Like? The girl was brought into the most mysterious organization in the imperial capital, Gangnam. The methods used by this place make even the most extreme villains tremble. However, at the moment, Mang Sang is under immense pressure to find President De Young Gamseon and demand the release of the young lady. If the young lady dies in Gangnam, by the time Chairman Like returns, no one will need to live anymore. But De Young Gamseon has a different idea, telling Mang Sang, I want you to stand with me on the front line, keeping like Jolgol from returning home for a few days. I cannot let So Mayan harm like Jolgol, I can only secretly deal with So Mayan. But Mang Sang said, this is too outrageous. Asking me to betray Chairman Like is impossible. De Young Gamseon, upon hearing this, was displeased. Why would it be considered betrayal? Do you feel that what I am doing is betrayal? He is loyal to Jolgol, why wouldn't I consider him as a brother? After saying that, De Young Gamseon took out a tape and showed it to Mang Sang, where So Mayan and Taejang were talking in the cell, every word being recorded. There was also a scene of So Mayan fighting Tan at the bar that was also recorded. Mang Sang looked at the content inside, seemingly horrified. The anger in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. This is a conspiracy, this whole thing is a conspiracy against the young lady. That's right, this is a conspiracy. The informant told me that Jolgol, who is raising his classmate D, is the mysterious person behind the scenes. De Young Gamseon calmly replied, I also have my difficulties. If there was no informant, I wouldn't want to touch So Mayan. The most important thing is that So Mayan is from the slums, and he was seen with an electronic lock in front of the public. Moreover, doing so cannot be discussed with other wealthy families. Mang Sang asked, what do you think at this point? De Young Gamseon's answer was, So Mayan definitely can't be kept. I'm not afraid of being overthrown either. Upon hearing this, Mang Sang's face instantly became unpleasant. If the young lady dies, it means we are betraying Chairman Like. Finally, without waiting for President Like to make a move, he will shoot himself, which is more comfortable. However, De Young Gamseon smiled and asked Mang Sang, so you suggest keeping So Mayan, but can she keep the secret of the slum? As a president, you must give an answer to the wealthy and noble. Upon hearing this, Mang Sang was at a loss for words. If I really can't protect the young lady, I will also lose my life. At this moment, De Young Gamseon proposed a solution, then send like Jolgol to manage So Mayan, make her reveal all the secrets behind her back. Moreover, never allow the slum to be rebuilt. And don't let So Mayan leave Hyangwon. Mang Sang was momentarily silent. How is this different from killing the young lady? But for now, this is the only way to save her life, De Young Gamseon continued. If like Jolgol can ensure this, then he can come back. However, as a condition, he must make a certain move. If there are any changes, like Jolgol will also fall. At this point, Mang Sang remained completely silent. He suddenly felt a headache like never before. De Young Gamseon clearly stated, the current situation does not allow Chairman Like to return because it is not in his best interest to maintain his like sure, to uphold his rights and position. This commoner girl is being held captive, her existence threatening the wealthy. Just as the president decided to eliminate her, Mang Sang said, I hope De Young Gamseon can reconsider, because the young lady is Chairman Like's lifeline. However, De Young Gamseon believed, like Jolgol's rise to power today is not easy. I cannot stand by and watch my brother lose everything. Mang Sang was already conflicted, and hearing De Young Gamseon's words made it even harder. Remembering the young lady's advice to him, if anything happens, sever my ties with Chairman Like. Outside the presidential palace, many people had gathered. They questioned, how can someone from the slums escape the asylum? And even become a council member at Kongbap Ho? De Young Gamseon did not want an investigation, as it would involve like Jolgol. Mang Sang still held on to his last hope, the young lady has never killed anyone. From a legal perspective, she is more law-abiding than anyone else. I don't care if So Mayan has killed someone or not. What I need is a pawn to bear the blame. Think clearly, everything I do is for like Jolgol. Suddenly Mang Sang's phone rang, the caller was like Jolgol who was overseas. Mang Sang had never refused Chairman Like before, but this time he was extremely hesitant. He didn't know if he should answer this call. However, De Young Gamseon turned off his phone and calmly said, like Jolgol and So Mayan, Mang Sang can only protect one person. After that, Mang Sang's phone kept ringing but he chose to ignore it. I have to meet Miss So Mayan, Mang Sang demanded, but De Young Gamseon set a condition. First, you must control like Jolgol's domestic network, ensure that he cannot return temporarily. Meanwhile, in Country T, like Jolgol was replaying a video lecture by So Mayan, unable to contact her, feeling very uneasy. He frowned and looked back at his computer. Two subordinates reported to him, Mang's assistant still doesn't pick up the phone. The vice president also doesn't pick up. Another person entered and said, couldn't book a flight back home. However, just now received a report from the president, this financial conference for Country A is very important, Chairman Like must participate fully before he can return home. As he finished speaking, like Jolgol nervously struck a matchstick. So I have to return to the country soon. Hearing the deep sound to this extreme, the subordinate's scalp was tingling but could only hesitantly report. The president said, if you must return to the country soon, the plane flying to Country A must also turn back. Like Jolgol angrily slammed the table, then instructed the subordinate to relay to De Young Gamseon, if you're good, then keep me here for life, if not, any harm to my woman will make him pay 100-fold. At this moment, Xiap Tang asked Mang Sang, do you know if So Mayan holds any evidence? If the evidence in her hands is leaked, it will affect the country. Mang Sang shook his head, I don't know, the young lady has never let a drop of water fall, how could she tell me? De Young Gamseon speculated, So Mayan may have a trump card in her hands. At the moment, there is a slight worry that she will drag everyone to death. In the interrogation room, So Mayan's face was pale, her lips cracked with blood. She closed her eyes tightly, seemingly out of breath sitting on the ground. Mang Sang saw this scene, wide-eyed in disbelief that the girl inside was the same elegant young lady. Suddenly, Mang Sang felt blood rushing to his head. Mang Sang grabbed De Young Gamseon by the collar and shouted angrily, De Young Gamseon, you said you wouldn't harm her, right? This is Dang Nam Yang's rule, interrogation must first break bones. When Mang Sang saw the young lady again, he seemed to go crazy, grabbing De Young Gamseon by the collar and shouting loudly, is this what you said you wouldn't harm her? However, De Young Gamseon appeared resentful, Gang Nam Yang's rule is not for me to decide. As the two argued, So Mayan slowly opened her eyes. Mang Sang immediately knelt beside her, asking, are you okay, miss? In response to Mang Sang's question, So Mayan calmly replied, I'm fine, not dead yet. Then she looked at Do-young Gamseon and asked, "Have you found out the identity of the spy yet?" Do-young Gamseon shook his head, "Not yet." I didn't expect her first question to be this. It seems she has guessed the spy. If Do-young Gamseon can't really find out as he said, then who wants to frame themselves to death? It seems that the abilities of the president's office are not that great. And there is Hi John Pung, don't let the rich people bother them. At this point, Do-young Gamseon knew that Hi John Pung was So Mayan's weakness, so he proposed, "I can protect them, but on one condition. I currently feel like a pawn of fate. As long as the conditions are not too excessive, I can consider them. First, tell me how many supporters are involved in your plan. Second, do you have any items from the slum? Have they been left abroad? Third, publicly confess that everything you said was a lie," Do-young Gamseon stated, holding up 3 fingers to indicate the 3 conditions. So Mayan closed her eyes and weakly leaned against the wall. "I'm sorry, but I can only offer my life. I will not agree to any of these 3 conditions." Yet Do-young Gamseon was not disheartened and continued to persuade, "You just revealed your weakness to me." So Mayan's heart skipped a beat at his words. She acknowledged, "They are indeed my weakness. But the John Pung Association knows nothing and they are just civilians. Their lives are not important to you and the wealthy." Upon hearing this, Do-young Gamseon hesitated. "It seems these people are not significant to you, which means there must be other supporters behind you. How many people have you actually plotted with?" Unable to reveal anything else, So Mayan could only use her life to silence the public. Seeing that she was uncooperative, Do-young Gamseon became furious. "Her network was originally in my hands." Thought he could catch So Mayan off guard, but the next words from So Mayan almost made him furious. "I can still commit suicide, and you can say I'm too scared to do it. But my backup can see that maybe the whole country of A will die together." Do-young Gamseon was mentioned in silence, still in prison, yet this woman dared to threaten him back. He suddenly turned to Mang Sang and asked, "Besides Tasher's house, does So Mayan have any other assistants? Dealing with one like Shur in Tasher's house is already difficult enough. If there are more, it will be a big problem." However, Mang Sang shook his head, "I really don't know." Do-young Gamseon saw that he couldn't get any useful information, immediately turned and left, telling Mang Sang, "Stay and talk to So Mayan, see if you can get any information out of her." Seeing the pale face of the young lady, Mang Sang frowned, wanting to say something but not knowing what to say. So Mayan knew that Mang Sang was now in a dilemma, so she spoke first, "Is Do-young Gamseon harmful to him? I can assure you that the 3 of them have known each other since childhood, and furthermore, Do-young Gamseon and Chairman Like have a mutually beneficial relationship." "Miss, just tell me what you know," suppressed Do-young Gamseon, "and I will immediately bring Chairman Like back to the country. If he is here, he can protect you safely." So Mayan sat down, placing her hands on her knees, looking very fragile. "His words mean he wants me to hand over all evidence, betraying everyone behind me. Then accept to return to Hyangwon as a bird in a cage. Also, do not mention the rat's nest. Just a little slip will harm like Jiol. Seeing the young lady understand so well, Mang Sang fell silent. So Mayan smiled and said each word. "Assistant Mang told me, sooner or later I have to choose between the rat's nest and like Jiol. Now I have made my decision. I don't need like Jiol. The girl, covered in wounds, sat huddled in the prison cell, her emaciated body showing she had endured hardships. The reason she ended up in this situation was all because she indulged in the sweets of the rich. Seeing the young lady in such a pitiful state, Mang Sang's eyes filled with anger and sorrow. He directed all his anger towards the president. "You clearly agreed not to harm the young lady." Unaware that Do-young Gamseon had no way out. Gang Nam-young has always had a rule: break the bones before interrogating. Do-young Gamseon advised Mang Sang, "You should advise So Mayan to directly confess all the helpers behind, at least to protect himself." But So Mayan said, "I don't need this. Even if I lose my life, I will never betray my helpers. I remember you once said that sooner or later, there will be a day when I have to choose between the slum and Lake Jiol. So my choice now is to not need Lake Jiol. Mang Sang was extremely frustrated. Miss, why do you have to do this? Since Aunt Ha knew about you, she cries every day, tears almost blinding her. How can you watch her like that? Just as Mang Sang was advising, So Mayan revealed a secret. The reason I can be so fearless is because after arriving in the imperial capital, I built an organization, with my escape route inside. The young Gamsean thought that killing a slum person like me could calm everything down on the outside, without knowing that it gave my organization a little more time. In the future, someone will rise again to rebuild the slum. However, for now, I still have a concern. I hope Assistant Mang can convey to like Jiol, telling him not to be too heartbroken by then. Consider it fulfilling a dream for me. Upon hearing So Mayan's words, Mang Sang was extremely shocked, but these are not retreat paths for the young lady, they are only retreat paths for the entire rat's nest. So Mayan covered her mouth with her hand, blood still flowing from the gap in her hand. She weakly said, "From the moment I started building the rat's nest, I no longer needed a retreat for myself." Seeing the young lady's determination, Mang Sang's heart ached deeply. If you die, what will Chairman Like do? Do you know how much Chairman Like loves you? Have you ever felt sorry for him? Especially since Chairman Like cannot bear any setbacks. Upon hearing Mang Sang's words, So Mayan admitted, "For my own life, I have not yet devoted deep feelings to like Jiol like that." When Mang Sang wanted to say more, So Mayan immediately ordered him, "Before I die, keep like Jiol abroad. Furthermore, I hope Assistant Mang does not make any mistakes. No matter what, I will not change." So Mayan slowly released her hands from her knees. In short, you cannot let him return home now. The young Gamsean saw this scene and knew that Mang Sang could not advise So Mayan. He walked over and patted Mang Sang's shoulder, unable to hold back a sigh. "Mang Sang, have you thought this through?" Mang Sang heard this and stood still for a while. Then, he slowly knelt down, tears streaming down his eyes. He knelt in front of So Mayan, his voice trembling. "Miss, I'm sorry. Does this kneeling represent you on behalf of like Jiol, or the like Sure conglomerate abandoning me?" So Mayan sat coldly on the ground, her mouth twitching as she looked at Mang Sang. "Just go." The young Gamsean saw that Mang Sang had said everything he needed to say. There was no point in staying any longer, so he told him to leave. Knowing that the young Gamsean wanted to punish So Mayan, Mang Sang couldn't help but scold, "How long do you want to torment the miss?" The young Gamsean's answer, "I still want to see how tough So Mayan's bones are. Giving up like this is not my style. What if So Mayan can't bear Gang Nam Yang's methods and reveals everything?" As soon as he finished speaking, Mang Sang regretted not punching the young Gamsean, his eyes red with warning. "Chairman Like will return sooner or later, and when he does, he will hold each of us accountable, no one will escape." The young Gamsean looked at him seriously, assuring him, "Mang Sang, I have boundaries, I know what to do. If you can't bear it, then don't look." This girl offended all the rich people of the imperial capital, so she was imprisoned in a dark underground cell without sunlight. After being pressured by the rich, Mang Sang chose to abandon like Jiol. He said to the young Gamsean, "I hope you can still treat the young lady well. Because when Chairman Like returns and finds out how we treated the young lady, we will face his wrath. No one will be able to escape then." At this point, the young Gamsean solemnly assured, "I will be cautious." After Mang Sang left, the young Gamsean took the initiative to speak. "You are a student. No, you should call her So Mayan. Does the word Mayan have any significance?" So Mayan calmly replied, "It means unconsciousness in the Mayan school. I don't understand why a girl like you is so stubborn. At first, I had high hopes for you after a simple investigation." He continued to ask, "Is there really nothing you want to say?" So Mayan did not answer his question, knowing the torment that was about to come. At this moment, a man in a robe brought a white pill. The young Gamsean looked at So Mayan and began to introduce. Gang Nam Yang is not only known for its brutal methods of torture, but also for the infamous TP-1314 drug. This drug is specifically designed for hardened criminals, with just one pill enough to make someone wish they were dead. So Mayan looked at the seemingly ordinary pill on the plate and remarked, "One life, one fate, it sounds quite romantic." Hearing this, the young Gamsean furrowed his brows and said, "In Gangnam Yang, no one, whether foreign criminals or rebels, dares to mock this drug. Honestly, I admire you a lot and truly do not want to see you take this drug. I also cannot understand you. If Jiol treats you so well, you wouldn't need to worry for your entire life. Why choose this irreversible path?" So Mayan sat on the ground as if lost in thought, not answering De Young Gamsean's question. Suddenly, she slowly stood up, revealing a helpless smile. "There is a tree on the crazy island. I don't know what kind of tree it is, but it blooms in all 4 seasons. Rain or shine, it always blooms. That tree, in my eyes, is the tree of life on the crazy island. But I am not superstitious, everything in this world follows rules. Does such a tree truly exist? I really doubt it." After that, Somayan stood up straight and walked in front of De Young Gamsean. "If there is a chance, you should go there to see it for yourself." De Young Gamsean looked at her, feeling extremely uncomfortable. He then ordered his subordinates, "Bring the medicine here." Somayan took it without hesitation and directly put the medicine into her mouth. Seeing this, De Young Gamsean turned around and instructed his subordinates firmly, "Tie her up to prevent her from committing suicide." People in pain tend to think of suicide as the end of everything. Following the order, 2 men in suits approached and tied Somayan's hands and feet to prevent her from doing anything reckless. Some guns were even pointed directly at her. This girl drank the infamous interrogation drug. Because he was afraid that she couldn't bear the intense pain and choose to commit suicide, De Young Gamsean had his men tie up Somayan's hands and feet. At this moment, Somayan's face was pale, but she stood there calmly. Her left shoulder was stained with blood, her clothes torn, but there was no hint of fear on her face. De Young Gamsean sat with his legs crossed, calmly saying, "Somayan, I know that you have endured enough humiliation in the slums for 3 years and can still strive for justice, but these should not become the reason for you to be determined to rebuild the slums." Under the influence of the medicine, Somayan's head began to ache as if hundreds of arrows were shooting into her head, hurting to the bone. But she knew she had to endure. De Young Gamsean sat there, watching Somayan's increasingly pale face continue to speak. 100 years ago, the rich fought madly, endless killings, many clans rose up, and many others disappeared. In the end, the remaining rich wanted to avoid further fighting, wanted balance, so they thought of driving away the losers, the weak, to madness. None of them wanted their enemies to live on, nor did they want their neighbors' enemies to easily die. Therefore, among thousands of schemes, the term rat's nest represents madness. At this point, Somayan could not hear clearly what De Young Gamsean was saying. The pain all over her body made her tremble incessantly. She could only live or die by holding onto the cold handcuffs. Only in this way could she control this relentless torment. But De Young Gamsean continued to speak alone. "You're right, the rat's nest people spread disease everywhere, have no culture, commit crimes everywhere. These are rumors spread by the rich, aiming to scorn the rat's nest people. That's why they isolated that island." Somayan still had no expression on her face, no signs of pleading. De Young Gamsean raised her hand to signal the subordinate to increase the dosage of medicine. A cold man approached Somayan and added another pill into her mouth. With her hands bound, Somayan could only swallow the pill. De Young Gamsean furrowed her brow, then continued speaking. "For many years, there have been wealthy and talented people who abandoned those who offended them on the Mad Island for torture. The Lakeshore conglomerate is no exception." At this moment, Somayan only felt pain, becoming increasingly unbearable, her eyes becoming blurry. But she could sense a big commotion happening outside. De Young Gamsean couldn't keep her captive here forever. If she could endure for another 72 hours, she could be freed. De Young Gamsean began to advise, although the current laws in the slums are very unjust, compared to country A, it is clearly lacking in morals. Somayan bowed her head, gripping the iron restraints tightly, forced to endure. De Young Gamsean continued, "Somayan, have you ever thought that in country A, the rich have always been the foundation? If the truth about the slums is fully exposed, the rich will once again fall into internal conflicts, and the economy will surely decline. By then, everyone will fall into unbearable misery. Suddenly, So Mayan raised her head, her pale face weakly saying, "So, do the people of the slums have to be sacrificial lambs for generations?" The girl held the secret that all the wealthy people in the imperial capital could not reveal. Therefore, after she was captured by the president, she was tortured and forced to drink truth serum to interrogate the men who could not bear it. At this moment, under the influence of the drug, So Mayan felt like she was being pierced by thousands of arrows in her heart. The constant pain made her only able to cling to the cold iron bars to stay conscious. Seeing So Mayan in this miserable state, the young Gamsean advised, "You just need to keep the secret of your slum in your belly, sacrifice a slum without morals, exchange peace for the wealthy. I will not let you endure such torture." But no benefit could sway So Mayan's determination to build her slum. She weakly raised her head and said, "Do the people of the slums have to be sacrificial lambs for generations?" The young Gamsean was very surprised. Could So Mayan still speak under the influence of the two pills? He silently thought that this woman really knew how to endure. After a while, the young Gamsean finally replied, "For the peace of country, such sacrifice is worth it." Hearing this, So Mayan's eyes filled with resentment weakly said two words, "Ironic." Seeing that So Mayan did not give in, the young Gamsean could not help but be moved. She didn't even think about the international situation, did she? She was born in Country A and has feelings for Country A. Therefore, she should forever bury these secrets. So Mayan clutched the iron chain, the intense pain immediately spreading throughout her body, causing excruciating pain everywhere. Meanwhile, the young Gamsean stood in front of her, still with a warning look. She looked up at the young Gamsean in front of her, her voice barely audible. "Based on what?" The young Gamsean was momentarily surprised, silently wondering what she was really up to that made her so stubborn. Then she heard So Mayan rebutting the young Gamsean, "We are all human, based on what basis can you treat me unfairly? Your grand principles are not heard, and I refuse to accept them." The subordinate beside her couldn't take it anymore, and approached So Mayan with a pill. "This woman is too unruly, daring to speak to the president like that." However, Du Young Gamsean intervened to stop him, saying, "Stop here today." The subordinate in a suit was a bit surprised. Ordinary people would faint from just one pill. This woman took 2 pills and can still argue with the president. It's truly unbelievable. The young Gamsean looked at So Mayan indifferently. "I will overlook it for today. Tomorrow I will directly give her 4 pills, she should think carefully about it." Then, he instructed his subordinate, "Give her a glass of water. Also, make sure she doesn't die." The subordinate quickly poured water into So Mayan's mouth, saying, "No one in Gangnam has been able to withstand 4 pills. It's better to be honest, at least she can die more comfortably." So Mayan took 2 sips of water, the water and her blood mixing together, the taste bitter and unpleasant. At the same time, like Jiol finally contacted Mang Sang overseas and calmly asked, "How is she?" Mang Sang hesitated for a moment before reluctantly answering, "She is in Gangnam." Like Jiol, still devoid of emotions, asked, "What punishment is she facing in Gangnam?" Mang Sang couldn't bring himself to reveal the punishment the young lady had to endure, only awkwardly explaining, "Chairman-like, this is the path the young lady chose for herself. She doesn't want to involve you, so it's better to let go this time. I just want to know what punishment my little darling is facing in Gangnam." However, Mang Sang hesitated for half a day and still couldn't bring himself to say. Like Jiol coldly transmitted the message, "Speak up if you know something." Under pressure from Chairman-like, Mang Sang remained silent for a while before reluctantly speaking up. "When I left, the young lady's condition was still good, but I could tell that the president intended to use that medicine on her." Like Jiol looked out at the night scene through the window, thinking about Tipon 1314, the medicine Gangnam used to deal with tough guys. He had previously had like Jiang try it. Then, coldly, he asked Mang Sang, "How long does the young Gamsean plan to torment her?" Mang Sang honestly replied, "I don't know," he didn't say. But like Jiol knew the rules of Gangnam, and he probably had to endure another 3 days. If he didn't return within those 3 days, So Mayan might die. In this situation, he could only order Mang Sang, "You go pressure the young Gamsean to let me return home, if not, he won't need to be president anymore." Upon hearing this, Mang Sang felt tortured and hesitant, but still refused. Chairman-like, let this matter pass, I will personally bring you back home, and then you can punish me as you wish. Like Jiol was unexpectedly unfazed, just giving a faint smile and slowly saying, Mang Sang, you are in like sure, under 1 in 10,000. Every time I go abroad, to prevent any uncertainties, you manage the network within the country. No wealthy person will defend against their most trusted subordinate. After saying this, Mang Sang trembled, silently wondering if the like president was also on guard against him. Was he really being pushed into a corner of death? However, while he was thinking, the voice of the like president came through. I have never doubted you before. Hearing this, Mang Sang's heart ached, so painful that he couldn't breathe. He agonizingly said, President-like, you have worked hard for many years to get to where you are today. I don't want you to lose everything. Like Jiol chuckled, calmly saying, so what? You have been loyal to me. Knowing that Mang Sang did not want to do anything else, like Jiol instructed him on a few other simple matters. I want to call Somayan. I will decide on the time. Also, I want you to bring a candy cane in there, and bring the dog in as well. She likes it. Hearing like Jiol's calm instructions, Mang Sang's voice couldn't help but stutter, yes, I understand. After like Jiol hung up, Mang Sang couldn't hold back his emotions any longer. He bowed his head onto the steering wheel, tears streaming down. On the other side, like Jiol heard the subordinates report. Chairman-like, we have tried everything. There is no way to enter Country T from within. All flights to Country A have been stopped. Even flights stopping in other countries have been halted. Like Jiol has been waiting in this hotel for 15 hours. Waiting is just the helplessness of the subordinates. He cannot wait any longer, these 15 hours are his limit. Like Jiol turns back to look at his subordinates, with a deep tone, slightly surprised, you secretly contacted a boat. The subordinates clearly stunned for a moment. A boat? But even sailboats cannot go, they are all heavily controlled. Like Jiol frowns, a dangerous coldness in his eyes, then calmly replies, steal a boat. Who would have thought that the wealthiest and most powerful person in the imperial capital would suddenly find himself in a situation where he has to sneak back to his country using a boat, just because the woman he loves is currently being tortured to unconsciousness in the country? If he cannot return to the country within 3 days, she will surely die. The subordinates beside him hear the boss's desire to sneak back and are momentarily shocked. Country T often experiences natural disasters, moreover, the treatment is not good, many people choose to escape to other countries. But with the noble status of chairman like sitting in this type of boat, this journey is not something an ordinary person can endure. I can't manage so much, no matter what methods I have to use, I must return to Country A. In Gangnam-yeong, Country A, Somayan is suffering. Her mouth is forced open. Gam Seonk, with an expressionless face, sits there listening to the subordinate report, Mr. President, a total of 4 pills have been administered. At this moment, Somayan feels like she is being bitten by thousands of ants, intense pain. She is exhausted, her body cold and lifeless. She momentarily feels herself back at the So family home. The little girl quietly opens the door, peeking through the crack to see the So family celebrating So Young's birthday. In the end, she is still discovered by them. So Young corners her, and the trembling So Mayan can only sit down. Seeing her fear, So Young is extremely excited, smashing the cake directly into So Mayan's face. The thick layer of cake makes it difficult for So Mayan to breathe, she struggles but cannot escape the pain. Suddenly, So Mayan wakes up, gasping for breath, her face pale with no blood. At that moment, Mang Sang enters and witnesses the scene. He hurriedly rushed over there. Meanwhile, young Gamseon observed for a while, with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. Then she instructed her subordinate, release the person, conveniently give her 2 painkillers. So Mayan's consciousness was still chaotic, her body immersed in endless pain. Even when someone forcibly opened her mouth to give her medicine, she still thought they were increasing the dosage, only to suddenly remove the chains, causing So Mayan's body to collapse to the ground. Mang Sang stood there holding a jar of candy, heartbrokenly looking at the young lady who had almost bravely cried. A tall man with red eyes walked up to the young lady and knelt down, embracing So-mayan sitting on the ground. His eyes turned even redder, and his lips trembled. "Young lady, who do you see me bringing here?" Hearing this, So-mayan turned her head to look to the side. Not far away there was a small white dog standing there. Its big round eyes were looking at her but not approaching, as if not recognizing her. So-mayan waved to it. "Jagun Hayden, why don't you come over here?" Seeing this, the little dog then ran over to her, nuzzling into her lap. At this moment, Mang Sang gently took out a handkerchief to help the young lady wipe off the dirt on her face, and at the same time said to her, "The dog and the candy were brought here by Chairman Like. The Chairman Like wants to call her." The girl was exhausted, but the first thing she thought of was how to completely break off the relationship with her boyfriend. Today, Mang Sang followed Like Jiol's instructions and brought a small dog and sweets to Gangnam Yan. "Miss, Chairman Like wants to call you." Upon hearing that Chairman Like wanted to call So-mayan, De Young Gamsean immediately advised, "You should say something to make Chairman Like lose hope, because he probably won't come back temporarily, nor can he save you. But you have to make him lose hope until he comes back. Both Mang Sang and I can bear less guilt." After speaking, Mang Sang immediately retorted, "I don't care how Chairman Like feels about me. If he's afraid, don't drag me into it." De Young Gamsean felt a bit dissatisfied when Mang Sang didn't stand united with him. Finally, he said in a philosophical way, "Aren't you afraid of Like Jiol's anger, no matter how much pressure he puts on me?" Mang Sang coldly replied, "He deserves it." After that, Like Jiol called. Mang Sang quickly asked, "Miss, do you want to answer?" So-mayan didn't say anything, just nodded gently. Mang Sang originally intended to give the phone to her, but seeing her pale face, he immediately put the phone to her ear. He became a phone stand for her. The gentle sound transmitted, and in an instant, So-mayan's eyes passed through many scenes. At that moment, Like Jiol lifted her chin and said, "Little darling, welcome to my world." That day, they kissed for the first time. Like Jiol gently said, Mayan, I will be your sky, protecting you smoothly, a worry-free lifetime." The scene continued to pass by. Hearing Like Jiol's voice, So-mayan calmly said, "Yes." Like Jiol on the other side then asked her in a low voice, "How many pills have you taken?" "Try to hold on, I will come back immediately." But So-mayan, not wanting to involve Like Jiol, lied to him, "I only took one pill, my body is still fine." Then she bowed her head to look at the small dog under her feet, slowly took a deep breath, pressed her hand to the ground to restrain herself, making her voice sound a bit more normal. She said, "I originally wanted to talk to you after rebuilding the mouse nest, but I may not live until then. I'll tell you now." Hearing her words sound almost final, Like Jiol smiled faintly, "You want to say, I don't want to hear it now, keep those words. Wait for me to come back." However, So-mayan basically did not listen to him. With a calm and serious tone, Like Jiol, "I have never had feelings for you before." On the other end of the phone, there was silence, only the rapid breathing, but So-mayan continued, "In recent months, you have been really good to me, but your bad side towards me is not insignificant. You provide me with food and clothing, but you also make me a caged canary. You have protected me from others, but your bone-crushing grip almost broke my leg." Like Jiol stood there listening to So-mayan speak ill of him, not knowing what to say. After a while, Like Jiol inquired and replied, "Do I make you feel indebted?" Because of the past torment, So-mayan's voice was weak, but she now spoke loudly to Like Jiol, "Yes, the good and bad things you have done to me are indeed a debt. Before I die, do not appear in front of me. I truly hate to see your face." Hearing such resolute words from So-mayan, Like Jiol felt like he was being stabbed, but he pretended to remain calm, "Then wait for me to return." So-mayan did not expect his reaction, feeling a bit shocked. After being shocked, she continued to say, Like Jiol, "Do you not understand what I'm saying?" However, before she could finish, Like Jiol interrupted with a harsh tone, "I told you to pretend not to understand, didn't I?" The girl from the slum had no hope of destroying everything for her lover, so she would rather die than speak words that went against her heart. She used the most cutting words to hurt her lover, but also because she didn't want him to fall into difficulty. But like Jiol, in a distant foreign country, was willing to sacrifice everything to save the girl he loved, even risking his life on a dangerous illegal boat. At this moment, like Jiol stood in front of the outsider without hesitation to reveal his identity, humbly begging So Mayan to pretend, to wait for him to return. But to So Mayan, she couldn't help but doubt how much like Jiol truly loved her. Because he was like Jiol, a man who never showed his face to the world, yet now he suddenly begged her. But as the boat began to depart, everyone was pushing and shoving to get on board. Therefore, like Jiol simply turned off his phone. Suddenly, he thought about if he could secretly take on the identity of a victim and sneak back to his country, without any valuable items on him. Therefore, he took off the watch worth 100 million and handed it to his subordinate, giving the order, "You must return immediately, absolutely cannot let anyone else discover that I am not at the hotel." The subordinate stood aside, watching this scene anxiously, feeling extremely complicated inside. No one could have expected that President Like would willingly disguise a girl as a victim to escape back to her country. Next, he said, "I heard the rule that, after boarding the ship, all passengers will be confined to the lowest space of the hold, and if anyone is found out, they will be thrown into the sea immediately." Like Jiol listened with a gloomy look but did not say anything more. Then, without looking back, he walked towards the passengers. He followed them, blending in with the crowd. At this moment, like Jiol, who was usually arrogant and proud, stood among the dirty crowd, but he didn't care at all. On the other side, Young Gamsian curiously asked So Mayan about her words to like Jiol, "Were those words to make him lose hope, or your true thoughts?" Mang Sang, who was already displeased with Young Gamsian, couldn't contain his anger at this remark. "Are you the president or just a neighbor? Why do you care about this?" Young Gamsian expressed her thoughts, "Because I can sense that like Jiol still wants to return." At this point, So Mayan no longer needed to pretend, sweating profusely. She closed her eyes, her pale face helpless. "To avoid a long night of dreams, you should resolve me sooner." So Mayan knew that only when he died, everything could be peaceful. At this moment, Young Gamsian whispered something into his ear. The more he listened, the more he frowned, thinking that Jiol might not really be impulsive and run to find the masterminds behind the pressure on him, but what if he actually suffered an attack? Young Gamsian stood up with a headache. "I have to go back to work at the presidential office," then glanced at Mang Sang. "You should go back too." Mang Sang looked at So Mayan with concern for a moment but had no choice but to leave. Fortunately, Young Gamsian still had a conscience and agreed to let the little dog stay with So Mayan. After they left, the chain was pulled up. So Mayan was pulled up like a doll. Moreover, the pain-relieving effect of the medicine was gradually fading. The pain struck her brain once again. He was not a god who could cover the sky with one hand, yet he was willing to suffer for a girl from the slums who ruined his fortune. As a brother of like Jiol, Young Gamsian did not want him to return to oppose all the wealthy people in the imperial capital, nor did he want him to easily lose the benefits he had. Therefore, he decisively kept him outside. Only when like Jiol has not returned, he must hand over So Mayan in order to be able to block the public's mouth. But when he found out that the little darling was taken to Gangnam, and furthermore she was not dead, he had to come back to save her. Even if he had to crawl back to his country, he didn't care. At this moment, like Jiol had disguised himself, bowing his head and blending in with the stinking black crowd. However, the authorities here did not treat the people as humans. Even moving slowly and gently was brutally tortured. In this situation, like Jiol was no exception. Like everyone else, he was pushed down into the ship's hold. The authorities above threatened, "If anyone dares to make noise, they will end up in the sea as food for sharks." Right now, all the people, including like Jiol, were like goods packed on top of each other. He comforted himself that he just needed to endure 20 hours to return safely to country A. But things were not that simple. Suddenly there were people fighting in the cramped space. At this moment, two people started fighting over a small matter. Another man who was hit did not back down, using strong punches to retaliate. The situation was extremely tense, like Jiol was also hit, but he chose not to speak out because he had something more important to worry about. At this moment, the overseer above approached without a word and directly threw the two troublemakers into the sea. Furthermore, the situation was still not peaceful. Half an hour later, a man holding a whip approached and grabbed like Jiol by the collar, not distinguishing between right and wrong, saying, "You are the culprit who caused harm to my two brothers and threw them into the sea." Like Jiol, who usually carried himself arrogantly in front of everyone like a god, was forced to explain, "It wasn't me." But the man was determined to settle the score with him, raining down punches and kicks on him. Like Jiol felt like he was back to being bullied by a group of servants when he was young. In the dark shadows, he covered his head with his hands, gritting his teeth to endure. Reminding himself that he couldn't fall off the boat, his little darling was still waiting for him. The beating continued for a long time until the overseer threw a piece of bread down, and everything stopped. Like Jiol lowered himself to look at the crumbs of bread in front of him, then without hesitation picked them up and put them in his mouth, even though it was just stale bread. The taste almost made him gag, but he forced himself to swallow it all because he had to survive. His little darling was still waiting for him. The CEO of the machete never expected that one day he would have to hide under the boat eating expired bread. The reason he did that is because he had to sneak back to his country to save the girl he loved. At this point, it was the third day So Mayan was locked in Gangnam. Deyoung sat on the chair, advising, "Why do you have to endure this?" So Mayan did not deny that she was truly in pain to the point of desperation. Gangnam's cruel methods were truly deadly, even she couldn't bear it and wanted to die to end it all. Seeing So Mayan's miserable appearance, Deyoung's eyes darkened. "So Mayan, do you hate me?" As soon as he finished speaking, So Mayan slowly raised her head to look at Deyoung, struggling to say, "If I turn into a demon, of course I will seek revenge. You may be among them." Hearing this, Deyoung couldn't help but feel excessive, neither expressing hatred nor denying it. Revenge was also a natural thing for him. At that moment, Deyoung suddenly stood up and walked in front of So Mayan. "Would you like something to eat? I will continue to give you medicine later." So Mayan was not polite to him, coldly saying one word, "Candy." Right now, Deyoung didn't want to stay in the cold prison cell for a second longer. He instructed his subordinate, "Give her candy, then give her the interrogation medicine." Then he walked out from inside to outside. The butler approached and asked, "President, has she confessed anything yet?" Deyoung said, "We can't wait any longer. So Mayan is now living and dying without admitting guilt. Therefore, we can only add more charges to her to cover up the truth from the public. For example, the case of encountering a murderer escaping from the slum. Whatever charges can be added, just put them all on her, ensuring that the rich and the public only know the fabricated lies of So Mayan about the slum." Then Deyoung, while walking, instructed the steward, "Call the members of the Jeonpung Association, have them testify to So Mayan's crimes. Because the accuser next to her will be more convincing and can quickly calm the situation down." However, the steward still had some concerns. The rich over there are not easy to believe. If they still don't believe, what should we do when it comes to a thorough investigation? Just mentioning this, Deyoung also felt a headache. If they want trouble, let them have trouble. After all, she is already dead. Moreover, how long can my presidency wait for like Jiol to return? At this moment, the automatic lock at Gangnam was retracted, and So Mayan once again collapsed to the ground. Being tortured for 5 hours made it difficult for her to breathe. At this moment, she was being helped up by 2 men to sit on a chair. The man in front of her looked at her with admiration and said, "You are the bravest woman I have ever met. In fact, I have never seen a man endure like you." So Mayan's vision was blurry at this point, and another man handed her a document and said, "Your superior will no longer force you to take the medicine, just sign here and you can be free." The girl was tortured, and all she wanted now was to die quickly. Since she was imprisoned, she had endured constant punishment in Gangnam for 3 days. The inhumane torture made her breathing painful. Even the Special Forces king of Gangnam could not help but admire the superhuman endurance of this girl. The TP-1314 drug was so effective that even the men themselves could not endure it. The superior now issued an order, stating that if So Mayan signed the judgment paper, she would be quickly released. Because the rat's nest incident has a huge impact on the country, the decision has been made to publicly execute it tomorrow. So Mayan said, signing or not signing doesn't matter, we all have to die anyway, so what's the difference? Two men, despite not wanting to see this result, had no choice but to ask So Mayan, is there any wish you haven't fulfilled yet? If it's within our power, we will try to fulfill it. Upon hearing this, So Mayan quickly asked, what about the members of the Jonpung Society? Upon hearing this, one of the men immediately became agitated and said, those people are a bunch of scoundrels. They have betrayed you, and all the crimes have been pinned on you. This verdict couldn't have been reached so quickly without them. Although this result left So Mayan somewhat surprised, after thinking about it, she realized that it wasn't all bad. At least she could suffer a little less. Seeing her sad expression, the man changed the subject, would you like something to eat? The food from Gangnam Yang is decent. At this point, So Mayan couldn't eat anything, only saying, bring me some candy from Mang Sang. The man seemed to forget that So Mayan was dying. Why do you rely on candy to live? Girls who eat too much sweets are prone to cavities. In a moment, only So Mayan and the small dog were left in the cold, empty cell. From the dog's expression, it was clear that it could sense its owner's pain. So Mayan is saying goodbye to her puppy, I have to go now, to a very far place. In her mind, the image of like Jiol appears, the good and the bad of him, his excessive indulgence. Little did she expect that this plane ride would be her final meeting with like Jiol. You take care of like Jiol for me. So Mayan pleads with the small dog, although like Jiol may sometimes seem fierce, he's actually not. Just be sweet and affectionate towards him, he won't get angry. Meanwhile, two people outside are secretly watching So Mayan, both sighing, if this girl wasn't from the slums, it would be better. In a small room, Bam Bang Bang sits quietly at the edge of her bed. Her pale face, blank eyes staring ahead. She recalls being caught in a trap, men in suits surrounding her, claiming she works for the president. They even threatened to bring her mother in. Eventually, she reluctantly believed in betraying Mayan. Every time she remembers this betrayal, Bam Bang Bang wishes she could slap herself twice. She relied on betraying friends to gain freedom. However, her mother feels ashamed. Having a daughter who values her life more than her honor is truly disgraceful. The mother did not know that her daughter had different thoughts. Actually, I have already bought a ticket for you to go abroad. The money is all in the card, you just need to pack up a little and leave this country. The mother found this extremely confusing, and Bam Bang Bang explained, if I didn't betray Sister Mayan, those people would definitely not let us go. Especially since Sister Mayan publicly confessed today. I will go to the scene at that time to prove that I was falsely accused. By then, the public opinion will be attracted to the scene, and the execution will be postponed. Upon hearing this, the mother suddenly understood, so I have blamed you wrongly. Seeing her mother's regretful expression, Bam Bang Bang said, I have never forgotten Sister Mayan's kindness. If it weren't for her, you would still be washing dishes for others. Moreover, I cannot bear to see Sister Mayan being sentenced to death and not care. The mother couldn't hold back her tears as she caressed her daughter's face. You are a good child with determination. She then decisively tore up the plane ticket in her hand. Bang Bang, I will not go abroad. I will stay here. Whatever you want to do, just try your best to do it. If they do not forgive So Mayan, if they do not forgive you, then I will take your place and seek justice. Bam Bang Bang heard that, turned around and hugged her mother tightly, tears of emotion falling. She was very happy to have a mother who understood and cared for her so much. Next, she picked up the fruit knife on the table. Without hesitation, she cut a line on her face. Does this look like a serious punishment? She asked her mother tensely. Seeing her daughter, who always cared about her appearance, now not caring about her image in the future, the mother cried and nodded. Outside, a crowd had gathered to watch. They were all making assumptions about So Mayan, such as, people from the slums are all disgusting or no one from the slums is good. Bam Bang Bang clenched her fists and walked forward. She had to stand on her tiptoes, standing right next to the camera to have an effect. Suddenly, someone grabbed her wrist from behind. She immediately turned her head to look, who? But when she saw clearly who was behind her, she was momentarily stunned to see Xiap Tang standing in front of her, his face pale and gaunt, looking extremely frail. Xiap Tang, who was used to seeing the beautiful Bam Bang Bang, couldn't help but be surprised. What happened to you? Did someone hit you? The result, Bam Bang Bang calmly asked again, what about you? Have you been beaten by someone? Xiap Tang thought that Bam Bang Bang also came here to save Mayan, placing his hand on her shoulder. I know you are not that heartless, but your actions were indeed cruel. Can a fading star still be a star? As for whether I can continue to be a star or not, it is no longer important to me. What matters now is being able to save Mayan. At that moment, a voice was heard. Xiap Tang's voice is so loud that it can be heard from 10 meters away. The two turned to see So Ban and Zhang Hua, both with injuries, approaching them. So Ban touched his chubby face and sighed. I thought all of you had betrayed Mayan, and I was scared to death alone. Hearing this, Bam Bang Bang couldn't help but laugh, but there was a hint of redness in his eyes. It seems that everyone's thoughts are the same. Xiap Tang looked at them and spoke sternly. All right, why did you foolish people come here looking for death? I can go alone. I am the vice president, and in this crucial moment, you must listen to me. The result was So Ban, in his usual hesitant manner, finally spoke up. Everyone has prepared themselves before coming here, no one will listen to you. Anyway, I won't listen. Bam Bang Bang looked at everyone, then at the time on the clock. It's almost time. No matter what, today we must have the upper hand in the investigation, and publicly question. Hearing this, the people were both fierce and hurried. Investigate again. I can't believe that Ms. Mayan has so many crimes on her. Not far away, there were 3 men dressed casually standing among the crowd, watching the students' fierce attitude. The man at the front corner of his mouth curled up in satisfaction, with a hint of light satisfaction in his voice. It's fortunate that these students did not betray her. At the same time, a subordinate of the man cautiously approached to announce, Young master, it's almost time. This man was Ta Ho Yi, who was originally at a distant border. He vigilantly observed all sides and then instructed his subordinates, later, along with the John Peng Association behind the scenes. When they accuse, we must attract the attention of everyone. At that time, we will take the opportunity to save the person. However, another subordinate had some doubts. Young master, do we really have to do that? What if the president and the wealthy people notice us? Our border will not be safe anymore. Hearing this, Ta Ho Yi chuckled softly. Before returning to the slum area, the border was never stable. I could return safely all thanks to So Mayan saving me. In other words, the current stability of the border is all thanks to So Mayan. However, Young Gamsian is now sitting in the electric car unable to suppress doubts about whether his decision is right or wrong. So Mayan is only 21 years old, still young. A rare talent but being severely tormented by me, even wanting to kill her. But if she can really transform into a demon, she will come directly to seek revenge. She is the most beloved treasure of the rich imperial capital. Everyone thought she would be completely destroyed today. Now, in the Lich family mansion. Like Jiang Jie is extremely excited to watch So Mayan about to be executed live. Ha Zhong Ui, feeling even better, is playing with a cat. Seeing her happy appearance, Hana couldn't help but ask, why are you so happy today? Upon hearing this, Ha Zhong Ui gently glanced at the live scene on TV and thought to herself, today is So Mayan's death day, can I not be happy? Now, everyone in the mansion has their own thoughts. Like Jiang Jie keeps looking at the time on the clock. At this moment on TV, the reporter looks a bit eerie. The execution time is approaching, but the prisoner transport vehicle has not arrived at the scene yet. Ha Zhong Ui felt a bit strange upon hearing the news. Traffic jam? What a weird reason is this? However, like Jiang Jie, who was always serious, suddenly burst into laughter while watching TV, which made Ha Zhong Ui feel uneasy and ask, what's so funny? Like Jiang Jie stood up from the sofa, adjusting his suit, fool, it's time for the execution, but the criminals have not been brought to the scene yet. How can this happen? Hana casually said, maybe the vehicle broke down on the way. But Hana's words annoyed Like Jae. Fool, Do-young Gamseon put in so much effort to stage this big show, how could it delay the execution time? This can only prove one thing, someone has returned. This statement made Ha-jong Ui completely cold. She shivered and backed away. This can't be, the president and his assistant Mang won't let him come back. Like Jae, in a very good mood, directly mentioned the dangerous relationship. There are many people gathered at the scene, strict security on the road. When is the most vulnerable time? Upon hearing that, Ha-jong Ui's face turned pale, as she knew that once So-mayan left Gangnam-yeon, that moment would be the most vulnerable. As the room fell into a deadly silence, Like Jae could no longer hold back and went outside. I must go to the scene to see how my good son will disregard everything for a woman? Furthermore, I have something more important, which is to obtain evidence from the woman in the slum that Like Jae protects with his life, then seek out other wealthy and influential families to join forces. Our era is coming. On the other side, Do-young Gamseon immediately instructed the driver, turn back. Also, arrange for special forces to assist Gangnam-yeon. Ta-ho-yi continued to anxiously wait. At the scene, he felt that something was amiss, so he immediately headed towards Gangnam-yeon. Meanwhile, members of the Jeonpung Association also began to have doubts. So Ban worriedly spoke up, why haven't they arrived yet? Has it been changed to a secret execution? Zyap Tang temporarily did not understand what was happening, but seeing a series of undercover agents dispersing, he felt puzzled. Never mind, arrange for people to follow and then figure it out. Switching to another scene, go back 10 minutes. Although the fact that So-mayan has been sentenced to death is unchangeable. But the president and his assistants still remember asking So-mayan if she had any last wishes, and if so, they would try to fulfill them. Upon hearing this, So-mayan felt a bit sad. She had no last wishes, she would not be able to witness the day the slum was rebuilt, nor could she find her biological parents anymore. She wondered if she was abandoned. She hadn't even said a proper goodbye to Like Jae. Just as So-mayan was lost in thought, gunshots suddenly rang out outside. So-mayan slowly looked up to see everyone around her tensed up. Her heart raced. Who could it be? Ta-ho-yi? Hi Jeonpung? Or has Like Jae returned? Thinking of the latter possibility, So-mayan suddenly opened her eyes wide, hearing distant sounds of fighting. The two men escorting So-mayan realized the situation was not good, quickly pulling her back. Suddenly, a bullet hit the chest of one of the men. The sound of screams echoed in the silent space. I will see who dares to take her out of my sight. This sound made So-mayan struggle to break free from the two men holding her. It was hard to believe as she turned around. A tall figure slowly emerged. He was dressed in ragged clothes, but his posture was straight, his hands covered in blood holding a gun as he walked towards her step by step. Looking at Like Jae in front of her, So-mayan had a moment where she thought she was hallucinating, until she heard those words, Mayan, I'm back. The machete CEO, to save the girl he loved, suddenly stood alone against countless bullets. And there was a gentle breeze-like sentence that didn't lose its softness, Mayan, I'm back, making So-mayan momentarily doubt if she was hallucinating. It was only when her heart started beating normally that she woke up and realized that there was someone in this world who feared her leaving. Then, Like Jae reached out to So-mayan, come here, can you still walk? His voice was gentle like water. It took a long time for So-mayan to regain her senses and answer him, I will follow you today, everything you have now will be gone. However, Like Jae didn't care about what So-mayan said, he just pointed to his arm and said, So-mayan, my arm is broken, it hurts a lot. Upon hearing this, So-mayan felt like she turned into stone, her heart filled with immense pain. Like Jae only pointed to a spot that was turning black and blue, blood and flesh blurred. She no longer hesitated, stepping towards the man who might risk his life for her, even though all the guns were pointed at them. At that moment, a car parked not far away. Do-young Gamseon and Mang Sang quickly got out of the car. Seeing the scene in front of them, Do-young Gamseon raised her hand to her forehead, her head about to explode, thinking how could their leader return. At the same time, the Xiap Tang group also got out of the car and immediately hid in the bushes. They had never witnessed such a scene before. A group of people in uniforms, wearing protective helmets, holding guns aimed at So Mayan and the man standing in the middle. However, the man held So Mayan tightly by the back of her neck, bowed his head and kissed her deeply. This action made So Ban surprised and exclaimed, "So Mayan is." But before he could finish speaking, Xiap Tang quickly covered his mouth and said, "Do you want to die? Why scream like that? That is the richest man in the country, like Jiol Jiol." Much later, like Jiol Jiol finally let go of So Mayan. But his tall figure could not bear the pain, slowly starting to collapse. As he knelt down, one leg on the ground, the gun in his hand also fell helplessly. So Mayan was also shocked and knelt down, seeing the corner of like Jiol Jiol's mouth continuously bleeding. She seemed to think of something, immediately taking off his shirt and seeing the bruises on his chest. So Mayan was not sure what he had gone through on the way back, but he must have endured a lot of suffering. Like Jiol Jiol tried to stand up. "Let's go, they dare not touch me." After saying that, he threw the gun in his hand and held So Mayan's waist trying to embrace her. But So Mayan, seeing his injuries all over, vehemently refused. However, like Jiol Jiol insisted on carrying So Mayan, his woman who had suffered so much, back like a princess. For a woman, he did not hesitate to confront the entire nobility of the imperial capital. Even though Young Gamsean knew his stubborn nature, she had no more words of advice to stop him. "You don't have to ruin everything for this. I don't care anymore. Right now, I just want to take So Mayan away. Moreover, So Mayan is injured, I will not easily overlook this debt." After some threats, like Jiol Jiol continued to ignore Young Gamsean, carrying So Mayan forward. Young Gamsean stood still, her face extremely unpleasant. After a long silence, he finally made a decision: "No shooting, capture them for me. In fact, I don't want to do this, we are all being forced." Mang Sang felt the situation was strange. Immediately he stood in front of like Jiol Jiol and So Mayan. "Mr. President, can't you turn a blind eye? It has come to this point, I can't stand by Young Gamsean anymore. Even if I have to die, I must protect Chairman like." Upon hearing this, Young Gamsean felt like his heart was being hit by a hammer, his face turning pale as he said, "Mang Sang, like Jiol Jiol is crazy, are you crazy too?" Just then, several police cars rushed in. People got out of the cars, pointing guns straight at them from behind. Next, these people stood in front of Mang Sang, and Young Gamsean also seriously wanted to protect So Mayan and like Jiol Jiol. Seeing this scene, Young Gamsean couldn't help but doubt, where did these people come from? Do they all want to rebel? However, Tahoyi didn't say much, just coldly said, "I don't care about the grudge between like Jiol Jiol and my president, but I have to take So Mayan away." This incident left Mang Sang unable to adapt. Waiting for his senses to return quickly, he asked, "Who are you?" Because he was so familiar with this voice, even though the other person was masked, So Mayan could still recognize him as Tahoyi. However, the appearance of Tahoyi was something So Mayan could not have expected. So Mayan looked up at like Jiol Jiol and noticed that he was sweating profusely, clearly unable to hold on any longer. At this moment, Young Gamsean looked at the chaotic group of people, feeling troubled and unsure of what to do. "All want to fight, right? Not fighting is too ordinary. Then let me fight." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of guns echoed from all sides, even more lively than fireworks welcoming the new year. Amidst the gunfire, So Mayan felt like Jiol Jiol holding onto him. He then took a step back, his heart aching involuntarily. "You should let me go first." Like Jiol Jiol heard but paid no attention, instead exerting more effort to hold So Mayan horizontally, bowing his head and asking, "Who is that person?" So Mayan knew what he was asking, but suddenly he shuddered. "That's Tahoyi." Indeed, upon hearing that name, like Jiol Jiol's face immediately turned dark, suddenly chasing from the border to the imperial capital. It truly is diligent effort in suffering. The appearance of Tahoyi made like Jiol Jiol jealous. Moreover, he even boldly declared that he must take So Mayan away. Hearing another man wanting to take his woman away, like Jiol immediately stood up, from the border to the imperial capital, its diligent effort in suffering. At this moment, the silent battle between the two men made So Mayan's heart beat wildly. She felt uneasy. Like Jiol, you first put me down. Meanwhile, Ta Hoye's men were still fiercely fighting against Gang Namyang. Not wanting more people to get hurt, So Mayan bravely ran to the police car, grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly, "Everyone stop for me." Upon hearing So Mayan's command, Ta Hoye immediately gestured to his subordinates, "Retreat." Gang Namyang's men, who had been with So Mayan for 3 days, were familiar with her voice and stopped as well. Ta Hoye's men, under the gaze of the crowd, gradually retreated. When Ta Hoye approached like Jiol, he stopped. Seeing the pitiful and miserable man, the cold-hearted man spoke up, "If the rich and powerful can't take care of someone, it's better to let me take her away." After hearing his words, like Jiol couldn't help but smirk. "I respect So Mayan from my family, you can take her away now. If not, I'll have people carry your coffin back to the border." After hearing like Jiol's words, Ta Hoye showed no signs of anger. Instead he looked at like Jiol with interest. "Perhaps Chairman Like will seek me out for a conversation. When that time comes, I will welcome him." At that moment, the scene suddenly became quiet. Young Gamsean stood there watching as the sudden gunfire erupted and then abruptly stopped, feeling puzzled. "Why are you all standing there dumbfounded? Why not pursue them quickly? If things have come to this point, Young Gamsean, can we both take a step back and agree on the outcome?" So Mayan's clear voice fell on everyone's ears. "No one benefits from confronting each other here." "I agree with your request," said So Mayan. However, like Jiol felt that Young Gamsean had nothing to say. Because now he did not look favorably upon him. But in the end, they still listened to So Mayan. So Mayan turned back and instructed Mang Sang firmly, "Immediately return to the hall. Under no circumstances should like Jiang leave the hall, or contact those who should not be contacted." Upon hearing this, Mang Sang raised his head. "The young lady is right. If she does not appear at the scene, the old man will surely be able to guess what has happened. If the old man pulls President Like down now, I will be in chaos," Mang Sang said after regaining his composure, sweating profusely. Therefore, he quickly said, "I will return now." Just as they were about to enter Gang Namyang, like Jiol's hand accidentally touched So Mayan's wound, causing So Mayan to momentarily endure the pain and take a deep breath. Although So Mayan quickly recovered his composure, he still felt a problem. "What's wrong with your shoulder?" However, So Mayan quickly came up with an answer. "It's nothing, Gang Namyang is too humid so it's a bit painful." But who is like Jiol? Did So Mayan lie or not? He could tell at a glance. Did they use force against you? Unable to deceive like Jiol, So Mayan had to admit, "Yes, it's a gunshot wound." Upon hearing this, like Jiol's eyes darkened. "Very good, suddenly daring to harm my little darling. I'm talking to you, take her to the room to undergo interrogation." Like Jiol calmly suppressed his anger and looked towards Young Gamsean. This dangerous storm came crashing down, leaving Young Gamsean's skin tingling. A billionaire betrayed his brother for a woman, disregarding the position of the president. When Young Gamsean found out the amount of time he was not in the imperial capital, he used a gun to injure So Mayan, and he chose the negotiation location to be So Mayan's prison cell at that time. As he walked into the room still stained with blood, it was not hard to imagine how his little darling had been tortured for the past 3 days. Young Gamsean followed behind like Jiol, completely unaware of his angry expression at the moment. "How did you finally return?" Young Gamsean looked at the battered body of like Jiol, reaching out to unbutton his vest and put it on like Jiol. However, like Jiol retaliated by slapping Young Gamsean's face before he could do so. Without any defense, Young Gamsean stumbled and hit the wall beside him. Young Gamsean suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate, clenching his fist. But before he could strike, like Jiol caught his hand. In the next moment, a loud thud echoed as like Jiol forcefully pushed Young Gamsean's head down onto the table. With a face full of anger, like Jyoel threatened Young Gamseon, Young Gamseon, you dare to kill my woman, I see you're tired of being president. At that moment, Young Gamseon, who had never wanted to lay a hand on like Jyoel before, could no longer bear it and shouted, like Jyoel, I am doing this for the country. Like Jyoel didn't bother to hide his disdain. In country A, who doesn't calculate their own benefits before thinking about the country? Who are you pretending for now? Are you doing all this because you don't want any trouble during your time in office? Young Gamseon silently thought that no matter how he explained, like Jyoel wouldn't believe, so he firmly admitted, I do it for my own benefit. Then he asked back, what about you? As the richest man in country A, do you not care about your own benefit? Upon hearing this, like Jyoel's hand, stained with blood, pressed harder against Young Gamseon's head, my benefit is only 2 words, Somayan. You said I initially supported you to become president because of my benefit. Now you're interfering with my benefit, how should this debt be settled? Like Jyoel questioned Young Gamseon word by word, anger and hostility evident in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Gamseon seemed incredulous, a woman is so important to you that you can give up all the power in your hands. At that moment, like Jyoel kicked one of Young Gamseon's legs before slowly letting him go. He then sat down on the nearby chair, casually wiping the blood off his mouth. But now we need to talk. Young Gamseon adjusted her clothes and spoke slowly, so what are you planning to do? How will you speak to those rich and noble people? Like Jyoel chuckled lightly in response, do I need to speak to them? What are they anyway? Unable to contain her anger, Young Gamseon seemed ready to break the table corner, you protect Somayan for a day, there will be no peace outside for a day. Your father will also reap what he sows. When that time comes. However, before he could finish, like Jyoel interrupted him, well then, good. This time I will return to expose the secrets of the slum. The rich in country A have been hiding for too long, it's time to clean up. Surprised by this statement, Young Gamseon widened her eyes, like Jyoel, have you truly lost your mind? Are you really going to demand justice for the slum? Will you once again watch country A fall into a time of fighting against the rich like 100 years ago? Young Gamseon angrily questioned like Jyoel. Like Jyoel responded with a hint of mockery, his voice cold and ruthless, the life and death of the people in the slum have nothing to do with me. I only know that my woman has suffered greatly. To seek revenge for the woman he loves, like, the CEO, decides to expose the secrets of the slum. Upon hearing these words, Young Gamseon thought that like Jyoel seemed to be insane. Surely you must know how brutal the battles of the rich were 100 years ago, right? The life and death of those people have nothing to do with me, I only know that my woman has suffered greatly, like Jyoel coldly replied. Furthermore, if you want to protect the rich and make Somayan suffer, I will reset this country back to 0. Young Gamseon's body immediately softened at the threat. Like Jyoel, do you even know what you're saying? Are you really going crazy over a woman? I have never seen you like this before. You were supposed to be the richest among the rich, yet you are ruining yourself like this. Young Gamseon felt like they no longer knew like Jyoel at all. However, like Jyoel remained extremely calm and said, for every hardship Somayan endures, I will make hundreds suffer in return. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Gamseon suddenly felt, it's ridiculous, then what are Mang Sang and I doing? Aren't we also supposed to protect you? It seems that you are determined to stand by Somayan. I myself am the president, there are things that I cannot decide on my own. If you insist like that, then I can only invite like Jyoung to manage the Likeshare conglomerate again. As for Young Gamseon's thoughts, like Jyoel basically didn't care, so, are you bringing like Jyoung to take my position or am I pulling you down from the presidency first? Upon hearing this, Young Gamseon's face turned pale, I really didn't expect that one day we would come to this point because of a woman. I shouldn't have touched her. At this point, like Jyoel's eyes were extremely dark. Now Young Gamseon no longer pleads with like Jyoel to change his mind, if there are no more words to say, then take her away. All brotherhood is gone with the wind. What if I agree to be a bird in a cage? So Mayan's cold voice suddenly echoed in the prison room. Like Jiol turned around in surprise, seeing So Mayan holding a medical kit, her pale face standing behind. Eyes full of determination looked towards De Young Gamseon. Like Jiol was a bit curious. When did your little darling come? Then, De Young Gamseon seemed to remember something. So Mayan, what did you mean by what you said earlier? He feels that So Mayan is currently much more alert than like Jiol. So Mayan carefully helped like Jiol wipe away the dirt on his face, then coldly said, "Today I will not punish you. You can announce to the outside that there were too many people at the crime scene, so to avoid any incidents, a secret resolution was carried out. What you said is not something I haven't thought of. But the general public can still be deceived, those cunning and experienced rich people surely cannot hide it. Moreover, someone already knows that like Jiol came to rob the prison." So Mayan was still seriously wiping like Jiol's face, watching him slowly regain his handsome appearance. Without turning his head he said, "Therefore, today we should not save people, but kill and destroy." Like Jiol was shocked to hear this. He understood her intention but seemed hesitant to believe. De Young Gamseon said, "Your words are still vague. Your intention is for me to fabricate today's events, then spread the news to the wealthy and the clans, saying that someone entered Gangnam to kill and destroy. Moreover, it is highly likely that it was done by like Jiol. To protect the interests of the man, she chose to be a golden bird locked in a cage. Because of her decision earlier, the president could not believe it and asked her, 'What does this mean?' Today I will not prosecute you. You can inform the outsiders that too many people were present at the scene to avoid any incidents. I have transferred the person to another location to carry out the sentence. Those cunning rich people are not to be underestimated. They already have someone who knows that like Jiol is coming to rob the prison. Therefore, today should not be about saving people, but about killing and silencing them. Do you understand my intention? Do you truly regret doing this? This plan is not bad. Fabricate today's events, spread the news to the rich people and families that like Jiol went to Gangnam to kill and silence. Based on the methods of like Jiol, it is certain that the people of the slum area will not pose a threat to you, so you must take matters into your own hands to kill and silence. Use this as a warning to the people in the slum area not to cause any similar incidents. I accept this proposal, but fabricating the camera is not difficult. However, it is necessary for like Jiol to reveal himself." Like Jiol doted on So Mayan, "Our little darling is still so smart." With the situation improving, So Mayan smiled and said, "After this, country will be at peace. I won't have to die, and you won't have to cause chaos. Solving things peacefully makes everyone happy. Of course, I have another condition. First, I can't betray the organization behind me, but I can ensure they won't cause trouble." Like Jiol finally couldn't contain his excitement. "Are you sure about this decision? Won't you regret it?" So Mayan firmly replied, "No regrets. In the future, I will be a dead person, not existing in this world. I won't be involved in any more rat race schemes, nor will I meet anyone outside. Furthermore, when you find a safe place for me in the future, I won't take a single step outside, and just die in Hyangwon." Hearing this, De Young Gamseon couldn't help but smile, as this was a suggestion he had made himself, but So Mayan was unwilling to agree back then, and now she was saying it herself. To this answer, like Jiol showed no joy on his face. "Are you sure you want to be the golden bird forever trapped in my hands?" He couldn't understand if So Mayan was being whimsical at the moment or truly seeing through the world. So Mayan touched the edge of like Jiol's ear and smiled, saying, "This is my decision. Besides, what's wrong with ending happily? Why involve everyone in this?" Like Jiol asked uncertainly, "Are you really willing?" So Mayan nodded seriously. Even though she would lose her freedom from now on, she could be by like Jiol's side. Then, So Mayan looked at De Young Gamseon and asked, "I have made a guarantee, what will the president say next? Can she really be imprisoned to death in Hyangwon?" As soon as the words were finished, like Jiol stood up coldly and said, "She will not be imprisoned to death. As long as So Mayan wants, I can take her abroad. She can stay as long as she wants. After everyone agreed, So Mayan raised her small hands and said to like Jayoel, let's go home. Upon hearing the words go home, like Jayoel tightly held So Mayan's hand, revealing a happy smile. At this moment, So Mayan bowed her head and looked at the blurry fingers of like Jayoel, the very thing that took away her last bit of resistance. From now on, she will not be able to just worry about herself. Moments later, So Mayan and like Jayoel had finished changing clothes. They had to pretend to be subordinates of Deyoung Gamsian to infiltrate Gang Namyang, but before they could even leave, they saw Gang Namyang's men approaching to report, "President, there are a few people who look like students sneaking around outside, how should we handle this?" As soon as they finished speaking, they saw the Zyap Tang group being pushed inside. Bam Bang Bang saw So Mayan first, his eyes lit up, and he rushed towards her, Sister Mayan. As soon as he spoke, the others also ran over, surrounding So Mayan and quickly asking about her well-being. So Mayan's eyes fell on Bam Bang Bang's face, feeling a sudden heartache. She reached out and touched the little sweetheart's face. "Are you stupid? How will you make money in the future?" Bam Bang Bang's eyes turned red with guilt. "I know you have suffered a lot, but we can't help." Zyap Tang looked at So Mayan's pale face with great sadness. "Even if we want to help, we have no money or power. In the end, we can't do anything." Just at the moment when they were criticizing themselves as useless, Deyoung Gamsian couldn't help but speak up. The story is not the other way around. If there were no people coming to rob the person first, Sister Mayan and her friends would definitely be in a critical situation now. As soon as he finished speaking, Zyap Tang immediately criticized Deyoung Gamsian. "Sister Mayan's face looks bad. Just by looking at it you can tell she's being forced." Hearing this, Deyoung Gamsian raised her hand to her forehead, extremely speechless. "Am I so easily oppressed like this? Even a few students dare to investigate me." Seeing Deyoung Gamsian rubbing her troubled face, like Jayoel's hoarse voice suddenly sounded, "What's wrong? Don't you deserve to be investigated?" Seeing this patriarch speak up, Deyoung Gamsian immediately shut her mouth, quietly avoiding him, thinking that it's better to avoid trouble. Zyap Tang saw like Jayoel the machete looking cool and tough. He called out brother-in-law in his heart, constantly praying that his brother-in-law could forget about the last time he treated him as a gigolo. After someone took the lead, the Bam Bang Bang group quickly and respectfully called out brother-in-law to like Jayoel. Like Jayoel coldly said humph, then walked over to So Mayan. "Let's go home. You have to say goodbye to them." So Mayan walked in front of a member of the Jeonpung Society. "Listen, today everyone should act like they've never been here. Furthermore, remember that you have accused So Mayan of the Rat's Nest district. Everyone and I no longer have any relationship." Upon hearing this, Zyap Tang immediately became agitated. He explained, "We accused because of..." But before they could finish, So Mayan interrupted, "I am now a dead person, So Mayan has been executed. There will be no more So Mayan in this world." Since So Mayan escaped death, she felt lonely. As she was still lamenting heavily for those 3 days, feeling like she was shedding layers of skin, like Jayoel approached gently and placed his lips on hers. Their kiss deepened over time. So Mayan regained her senses and pushed like Jayoel away. "Stop, there's someone here." Upon hearing this, like Jayoel coldly glanced back at the driver's position. The driver, feeling a chilling gaze as if it could kill, was so scared that his forehead was sweating profusely. Seeing like Jayoel about to explode, So Mayan gently wiped the blood off his lips with a tissue. Like Jayoel also enjoyed her service, his mouth filled with satisfaction. "After being locked up for days, do you finally know my goodness? I know you treat me well." So Mayan looked at like Jayoel with red eyes, silent for a moment before adding, "I just didn't know you were this good." So good that even though he was seriously injured, like Jayoel could come to you without hesitation, could not hesitate in front of Deyoung Gamsian wanting to avenge you. Wanting to publicly reveal the secret of the Rat's Nest. Just seeing So Mayan's obedient appearance, like Jayoel couldn't believe it and said, "I see you being infatuated with me to the point of being uncomfortable. Yet you said you don't love me on the phone." Truly, women's words can be deceiving. As soon as he finished speaking, So Mayan was momentarily speechless. This familiar feeling returned. Indeed it was still the wicked like Jayoel. If it weren't for like Jayoel having a wound on his face now, she felt like nothing had ever happened. everything remained unchanged. At this moment, Somayan looked at like Jayoeljeol's bloodied finger. Previously his finger was very beautiful, long and clearly articulated joints, but now not only was his hand torn, even the nail of his index finger was gone. What happened to you? Somayan couldn't help but ask, but she didn't dare to touch him. Upon hearing this, like Jayoeljeol's eyes turned cold, his fingernails were torn off. He didn't even know which despicable person did it, as if he had a big grudge. It turns out he was ferrying the victim's back. Somayan's heart skipped a beat, finding it hard to believe as she looked at him. Therefore, he dressed like that because he had to disguise himself as a commoner sitting in a dark, drifting boat for more than 10 hours on the sea to rescue her from the gates of hell. Somayan couldn't hold back the pain in her heart, immediately threw herself into like Jayoeljeol's arms and hugged him tightly. You've grown up so much, no one has ever been so kind to me before. Like Jayoeljeol was taken aback by Somayan's sudden enthusiasm. What's wrong, little one? Somayan, with tears in her eyes, trembled as she replied, I'm so happy to see you again, like Jayoeljeol. Thinking about how like Jayoeljeol didn't care about his own life, Somayan's eyes welled up with tears, her eyes burning with extreme bitterness. She had always lived in calculation, and for the first time, she realized that someone could be so caring and kind. Like Jayoeljeol could now clearly feel the girl's trembling. He held her neck, bowed his head, and kissed her on the lips. It was unknown how long this kiss lasted in the weak breath of Somayan. Since entering Gangnam, Somayan had been tormented for 3 days. She leaned against the man, feeling his warm body. Like Jayoeljeol, can I stay at your private mountain page in the future? Somayan looked at like Jayoeljeol seriously and asked each word. To Somayan's question, like Jayoeljeol was extremely surprised. Why would you choose to live there? After all, my mother and sister are both buried there. However, the explanation Somayan gave was, your father knows that you live in Hyangwon, which is not secure enough. Of course, Mountain Page is also the resting place of my mother and sister. If you don't want me to bother you, I can find another place to live. Upon hearing this, like Jayoeljeol's eyes widened. Aren't you afraid? After all, it's living with the dead. Somayan asked calmly, afraid of what? There are graves and bones buried there. I'm not scared, I'm just afraid you'll mock me. Understanding his concern, Somayan smiled lightly and said, what is there to be afraid of? If you don't bother me, maybe in the future we will also rest in this peaceful mountain and river. Somayan's words greatly moved like Jayoeljeol. Does my little darling want to spend a lifetime with me? Alright, I agree with you. In the future we will live here, and even in death we will be buried next to them, like Jayoeljeol promised Somayan. At this moment, Somayan also accepted her fate. Even if she couldn't enter Mountain Page in the future, being a grain of rice until death wasn't too bad. The scenery outside the car window was still beautiful, and Somayan marveled at the view. This might be the last time she could see the outside world. Time was running out, and they quickly arrived at Mountain Page. Aunt Ha and a group of servants were waiting at the large gate. As the car stopped, Aunt Ha rushed over. Seeing the young lady still sitting in the car, Aunt Ha spoke anxiously. Somayan smiled at Aunt Ha and said, I'm fine, you don't need to worry about me. At that moment, Somayan turned to look at like Jayoeljeol, intending to ask him to get off the car, but she noticed his head tilting down, eyes closed. Somayan's expression changed, and she approached like Jayoeljeol, finding his head slumping heavily on her shoulder. Somayan panicked, wondering why he was fine earlier but now seemed lifeless. Despite her efforts to call out to him, there was no response. She struggled to control like Jayoeljeol's unresponsive body, frantically asking, where is Dr. Park? Like Jayoeljeol was unconscious, leaving Somayan worried and anxious. At this moment in the private villa, Aunt Ha is comforting Somayan, Miss, Dr. Park has taken him over there. Dr. Park will definitely be fine. On the contrary, Miss, you need to pay attention to your body a little bit, after all, you have been trapped in Gangnam for 3 days. Somayan also does not want Aunt Ha to worry, because except for like Jayoeljeol, she is the only one who truly cares for her. Therefore, she reaches out to take the hot soup bowl that Aunt Ha brings over. Seeing her fragile appearance, Aunt Ha is momentarily heartbroken. I don't understand why someone as kind as you is not loved by many, and has to endure so much suffering. Fate is truly unfair. So Lion glances at the decoration of Mountain Page. When she sees her painting hanging here, placed by like Jiol, she involuntarily freezes for a few seconds before asking, Aunt Ha, is like Jiol really good to me? So Lion looks at the painting as if pondering, as if speaking to herself. Aunt Ha follows her gaze and nods. I have never seen the young master so heartbroken for anyone before. I once told Assistant Mang that the young master sees you as a precious treasure in his eyes. He will definitely come back to save you. Hearing that, So Mayan felt guilty. I never thought like Jiol would risk his life to save me and the people on the lifeboat. Seeing So Mayan's heartbroken expression, Aunt Ha was also deeply saddened, constantly comforting her. Miss, don't be sad, I will take good care of both of you. Wait for the young master in you to recover, and you will live a beautiful life together. Upon hearing Aunt Ha's words, So Mayan suddenly brightened up. Like Jiol doesn't care about his own life for me, I will definitely love him in the future. So Mayan's words comforted Aunt Ha, but she still had some worries. After all, Miss is not a caged bird. If not, then let it be. Miss, let go of the past and be at peace as the young master's wife. And also, give me some grandchildren to hold. So Mayan listened with a thoughtful expression. Although her mouth carried a smile, it was somewhat forced. Just then, a frantic female voice came through. Who is So Mayan? The patient's condition is not stable, consciousness is unclear. Dr. Park asked So Mayan to visit the patient for a bit. As soon as she heard this, fear covered So Mayan's face, sweat dripping down her face uncontrollably. She rushed to the room where like Jiol was lying, and with a loud bang, she burst through the door. Upon entering the room, one could hear a cacophony of medical devices sounds blending together, a group of medical staff standing around the bed of like Jiol, trying to administer first aid. At that moment, like Jiol was unconscious, his brows furrowed, muttering softly, So Mayan. The sound was chaotic. Ignoring the gaze of the people around her, So Mayan hurried to like Jiol's side, gently stroking his face. Like Jiol, I'm here. You once said that your life is in your hands, not in the stars, right? Please wake up quickly. Like Jiol continued to speak in his sleep, each sentence filled with pleas. So Mayan, you have to wait for me to come back. His words struck So Mayan's heart like a rock. She had heard an old man say that the scariest dream a person could have is not one of joy, but of fear. Therefore, she immediately took like Jiol's hand and placed it on her face, trembling as she said, Like Jiol, listen to me, I'm not dead, you're not on the boat of the dead either, you've come back. The injured man lay unconscious on the bed, his condition deteriorating rapidly. When So Mayan entered the room and saw the man covered in tubes and wires, her heart felt like it was being squeezed. She tightly held the man's hand and gently placed it on her face. Like Jiol, you must persevere, our lives have just begun, there are still many things left to do. At that moment, the man on the bed fell into a terrifying dream. In his dream world, he was still stuck on the refugee boat, willing to return to country as safely, no matter how many refugees attacked him, even if his finger was broken. Even if his bones were shattered into 3 pieces, and his small leg bone was clearly broken, he couldn't fall down, because he knew that if he fell, So Mayan would lose her life. After a while, whether it was So Mayan's voice or Dr. Park's treatment that worked, like Jiol's condition gradually stabilized. Seeing the vital signs on the monitor returning to normal, So Mayan couldn't help but sit down on the floor and listen to the sound of the machines. She recalled the words of the old man she met in the slum, who once said that the easiest thing for a person to fall into is fear. Looking at the man lying on the bed, So Mayan knew that those 10 hours of his must have been full of despair, or else he wouldn't be in such an unforgettable dream. After taking care of like Jiol's matters, So Mayan returned to treat the wound on her shoulder. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Dr. Park entered with a hint of surprise. The wounds on both the upper and lower floors were not light, and it was unclear how the two of them were feeling. So Mayan asked, how is his wound? Dr. Park honestly replied without any concealment, he is still unconscious, and we are not sure how serious President Like's wound is. We are currently conducting a general examination. Upon hearing this, the worry on So Mayan's face became more apparent. So why are you here? What does Dr. Park think? Shouldn't you be by like Jiol's side? Dr. Park explained, I am President Like's medical team preparing for the young lady. If the young lady's injuries cannot be treated in time, waiting for President Like to wake up will surely skin me alive. Also, the young lady can rest assured, after finishing the examination here, I will go upstairs. Knowing that Dr. Park was there because of her, So Mayan did not say anything more. She decisively unbuttoned her shirt, revealing a wound mixing blood and flesh. She asked Dr. Park, is there any issue with like Jiol's bones? Could the broken bone be affecting his internal organs? Dr. Park, with a look of confusion in his eyes, replied, in my opinion, President Like's bones, including his leg bone, have a certain fracture. Furthermore, his whole body is a severe wound. It is possible to endure everything based on strong willpower, he said as he dabbed alcohol on So Mayan's wound. The pain caused her to inhale sharply. Dr. Park, also taken aback, asked in horror, when were you shot? Why did the wound heal so quickly? So Mayan looked at herself in the mirror, the wound on her shoulder not feeling too severe. I was shot at Gangnam, but the bullet has been removed. Hearing her gentle voice, Dr. Park looked at her with a hint of remorse. This level of wound would be devastating to anyone else. How can you, miss, calmly talk to me like this? Are you and President like both angels? You don't even feel the pain. Suddenly, So Mayan's phone rang with a message from Ta Ho-yi. I'm waiting for you behind the fake mountain. The girl in front of him had a wound on her shoulder, but despite the bloody wound, she seemed to feel no pain at all. Dr. Park couldn't help but admire her pain tolerance. I've been practicing medicine for many years and have seen many patients. Most people would have cried in agony with a wound like this. So Mayan explained, when I first got injured, it was really painful. But after taking TP 1314 for 3 consecutive days, maybe the pain nerves were frozen, increasing my pain tolerance. Right now, I really don't feel anything. Although he had heard that Gangnam Yang's methods were cruel, Dr. Park still had some concerns. I wonder if this will have any impact on your health in the future. Seeing Dr. Park's concern, So Mayan reassured him, wait for like Jiol to wake up and go find De Young Gamsian to research that medicine. At that moment, So Mayan received a message from Ta Ho-yi, who had arranged to meet her behind the fake mountain. So Mayan walked on the damp soft ground, passed through the bamboo forest, and headed to the location Ta Ho-yi had mentioned. She stood there calling out, I am So Mayan. As soon as she finished speaking, a tall figure came from behind a nearby rock. The man quickly walked up to So Mayan, his beautiful eyes fixed on the girl in front of him as if no amount of looking was enough. You have suffered enough, he said with a heavy heart. So Mayan, unfazed by her situation, calmly replied, I'm fine, I'm alive. So Mayan immediately raised her hand towards her, if your wounds are okay, we will leave immediately. Tomorrow at this time we can see the sunset at the border. Upon hearing this, So Mayan stood still. She had always been decisive in her actions, and told Ta Ho-yi, I'm not going anymore, not going to the border either. Ta Ho-yi was momentarily unable to respond to So Mayan's sudden change. He couldn't believe it and asked, staying in this private villa under the name of a dead person, living in hiding? Isn't 3 years of loss of freedom in the slums enough? Do you have to bury your freedom for the rest of your life here? I don't understand what you're thinking. So Mayan replied, this is not about freedom, but about not having a choice anymore. Let alone the fact that surviving now is not easy. Ta Ho-yi was unwilling to accept this. Why is there no other choice? You could choose to go with me to the border and start a new life. At first, no one knew your identity, but now the whole nation knows. A slight misstep could draw the attention of like Jian Jie and other wealthy individuals. But at the border, it's different. You can earn money, develop the organization, it's all much easier. Hearing Ta Ho-yi's words, So Mayan couldn't help but think that this man understood her nature very well and also understood what kind of life she preferred. Seeing So Mayan seemingly swayed, Ta Ho-yi continued, wait until your wings are strong again and then return to the imperial capital to take revenge on those who have wronged you. Isn't that better than living here and being at risk of death? So Mayan smiled at Ta Ho-yi and said, if I have made a decision, I will not change it. Ta Hoi anxiously interrupted her, his voice almost bursting. Is it because he was injured? Do you feel that because like Jiol was injured, you owe him something? If it's just that, then it's not necessary. You and he can negotiate terms. Just let me go. You can take the intelligence organization of the Ta family as the best gift. So Mayan did not answer his question, instead asking an unrelated question. Ta Hoi, do you not have a girlfriend? Ta Hoi was suddenly embarrassed. I am disabled, who could like me? So Mayan pondered for a moment and said, it's normal not to have a girlfriend if you're disabled. She then talked about her past with like Jiol. Since like Jiol saved me from the crazy island, I have been grateful to him. He timely appeared to save me. I owe him a favor. He even took an arrow for me. I owe him a favor too. I used to think that if like Jiol ever needed help, I would repay him. But this time, seeing him weak and frail in front of me, I realized that relationships between men and women are not so calculated. Ta Hoi looked at So Mayan with blurry eyes, unable to believe it, and asked, so what are you going to do? In fact, he understood that this girl's decision was unchangeable. Therefore, I can only repay his kindness by loving him. The man who once promised to take the girl far away now hears her say she loves another man and wants a normal life. At this moment, Ta Hoi's heart feels like it's being stabbed by 1,000 knives. He doesn't understand why So Mayan has changed, why the strong-willed girl is willing to be trapped in a cage. However, she tells him, you don't have a girlfriend, so you don't understand the reason behind it. Because like Jiol saved her 3 times, when he appeared in front of me severely injured this time, I knew I couldn't repay this debt of gratitude. But Ta Hoi insists, you're willing to do this not because you see like Jiol as a benefactor, but as a lover. So Mayan calmly admits, yes, I have fallen in love with like Jiol. I love a man who is willing to risk his life for me. No one has ever sacrificed so unconditionally for me. Understanding So Mayan's thoughts, Ta Hoi suddenly feels lost, knowing that he has lost completely. Seeing the man who came from afar to save her, she expresses her gratitude but also hopes he will leave quickly, as this is a dangerous situation. But Ta Hoi doesn't care about what he might lose. He tells her, I will temporarily stay at the Ta family's hotel, waiting for you to change your mind. I can't accept that So Mayan must now live as a caged bird, unable to fly out of Hyangwon. Hearing this, So Mayan fell silent, unsure how to respond to him. However, Ta Hoi persisted, I don't believe you can easily forget everything about the slum. Moreover, building up the slum was your passion, can you really be at ease with it? Hearing this, So Mayan felt a bit bitter, even if I'm not at ease, what can I do? After all, I am already essentially a dead person. A dead person can't do many things. I don't agree with like Jiol's approach. If he lets you live, why can't he let the girl who has suffered all her life live freely? Just because he's seriously injured, does that mean you have to accept this emotional bondage? It's not fair. So Mayan, feeling somewhat agitated by Ta Hoi's words, responded, don't speak ill of him. Ta Hoi, upon hearing this, began to tremble and then started to smile wryly, so quick to defend him. I should have known that from the moment you said you loved like Jiol, this day would come sooner or later. So Mayan, whenever you want to return to your senses, I will be waiting for you at the hotel. I worry that you cannot stay trapped for too long like a bird in a cage. Ta Hoi said before turning away, afraid that he would not be able to resist the urge to forcefully take this stubborn girl away if he stayed any longer. Seeing Ta Hoi's retreating figure, So Mayan's eyes glistened with a hint of bitterness. In truth, she did not like her current life, but she could not follow her own desires. If she were to just leave everything behind, how could she ever live up to like Jiol's sacrifice? Looking at the endless sea on the cargo ship, the anger of the people. In his dream, like Jiol felt the sense of death and despair, suddenly waking up in a cold sweat, enough to prove that the nightmare he just had was real. He sat up on the bed, his chest sending sharp pains through his body. Only by breathing slowly could he find some relief. At that moment, he saw a figure in a pink dress outside the door, his breath stabilizing instantly. What are you doing there? Come here. Like Jiol's words momentarily stunned Dr. Park, who obediently followed like Jiol's gaze to find an empty doorway, no one there. He suspected that this might be a hallucination caused by like Jiol's illness. Like Jiol kept staring at the figure for a long time without coming over. He closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the figure at the door quickly disappeared. Like Jiol immediately turned his head to look at Dr. Park, just catching the doctor's astonished gaze. The room suddenly became eerily quiet. Dr. Park gathered up the courage to ask, "Chairman-like, when did you start having hallucinations like this? Was it the first time earlier or?" Before Dr. Park could finish his sentence, like Jiol roughly grabbed the doctor's collar, his eyes fiercely staring at him. "Treat me, have you heard me?" Dr. Park was being choked by the collar, but like Jiol showed no intention of letting go. "It's been so difficult to wait for the day so Mayan returns to me. I can't afford to become a lunatic." Dr. Park was terrified by the man's threatening demeanor, so he quickly assured, "I will do my best to prevent any unwanted incidents from happening." With Dr. Park's assurance, the cold man warned, "Do not tell Mayan." In order to save himself, Dr. Park promised, "I swear I will not disclose any information outside." At that moment, like Jiol realized that the little darling was not in the room, and he became panicked. "Where is Mayan?" In that moment, Dr. Park truly wanted to run away. Because President Like was radiating an aura of aggression at the moment, I think the young lady felt overwhelmed in the room, so she went outside to catch her breath. Knowing that Mayan was still in the mansion, the man sighed in relief. He was truly afraid that his little darling would run away again while he was unconscious. Dr. Park, knowing that President Like cared the most about the young lady, said, "The young lady's wound is no longer an issue. But she must still take the TP-1314 medication, in case there are any complications in the future. I am not sure." These words angered like Jiol, furrowing his brows. "I will have someone bring the medication to you," he said before leaving. He had never seen a patient who disregarded their own health like this before. Dr. Park stood still, unable to contain his exasperation. Even with a cracked backbone, she could still run away. Does she have to wait until she's paralyzed to be happy? However, he didn't dare say these words out loud. After silently sighing, he took the documents and began researching the blood disorder. President Like was not easy to deal with, and keeping him alive was also a challenge. Meanwhile, Mayan walked along the narrow path back to Mountain Page. As she was about to enter, she saw like Jiol leaning against the door. The sudden appearance of the man made her doubt her eyes. Knowing she wasn't mistaken, Mayan ran as fast as she could to like Jiol. "Why did you go out with such a severe wound?" Hearing Mayan's reproach, like Jiol was extremely happy. He expressed his thoughts, "Because I wanted to wake up and see you." During this time, Mayan always held back her tears. After hearing like Jiol's words, she couldn't help but shed tears. "Are you a child?" Waking up and looking for your mother, she couldn't deny that everything like Jiol did was truly touching to her. Like Jiol felt that his purpose had been achieved. The man who had always been arrogant began to pretend to be in pain. "The wound hurts too much. I want to go back to the room." Mayan, not knowing if it was true or fake, could only follow his instructions. When they returned to the room, they sat on the bed. Like Jiol spoke with a hint of satisfaction. "I saw you cry." Mayan, momentarily unresponsive, asked, "What do you mean by that?" "Today at Gangnam, when you saw my finger broken, you shed tears. You once thought that only when I die in front of you, this heartless woman would cry." Hearing like Jiol's words, Mayan's eyes became gloomy. The man's appearance today and his death are no different. Why do you think about risking your life to return to your country on a boat? Like Jiol's direct answer melted Mayan's frozen heart. "As long as I can meet you, I don't care about the dangers." In order to meet the girl, the man risked his weak body and fled back to his country. However, after enduring the mental pressure for more than 10 hours, the man's blood began to boil. At this moment, he had a clear hallucination, but he was afraid that the girl would find out, so he warned Dr. Park not to disclose this information. Completely ignoring his body's wounds, he just wanted to see the girl quickly. When they finally met, the girl scolded him, "You shouldn't risk your life on a boat, it's very dangerous." But the man replied, "As long as I can meet you, I can sacrifice anything." But the girl cursed, you're crazy. The man didn't feel wrong about this, because he was indeed like that. At that moment, he leaned in close and asked, "Do you love this crazy man?" The girl was suddenly taken aback, not knowing how to answer, and in the next second, the man kissed her on the lips. The girl struggled to push him away as he tried to kiss her deeply, saying, "Don't move, your whole body is covered in wounds." Sensing her intentions, the man told her to stop moving. He then greedily kissed her even deeper. After much difficulty, the girl, blushing, gave the answer the man wanted, like Jiol, "I don't know how to love from any perspective. But I do know, if one day you are in danger, I am willing to sacrifice my life to save you." "Are you serious?" Like Jiol asked uncertainly. She looked at him firmly and replied, "Yes." She had already fallen into the warmth of this man, she couldn't deny it. With the answer he wanted, the man began to boast, "So what else needs to be proven? You already like me." Hearing this, Somayan reluctantly changed the subject, like Jiol, "If you don't want to rest, let's talk about business. How is Assistant Mang doing over there?" As soon as Assistant Mang was mentioned, like Jiol's eyes immediately turned cold. He called, but I didn't answer, thinking of the small, innocent wound he had to endure. Mang Sang was inevitably related. He regretted not being able to tear apart that foolish name. Notify him to keep an eye on Hajong Ui. If that woman likes to cause trouble like that, even if she dies in this hall, she will definitely not let Hajong Ui live the rest of her life easily. Upon hearing Somayan's words, like Jiol felt strange for a moment. Why bother keeping an eye on her? As far as I know, Hajong Ui has always been a coward, probably doesn't have the courage to replace like Jiangji in doing things. Who said she doesn't have the courage? This time, I will expose the identity of the rat's nest, most of which is done by Hajong Ui. If Hajong Ui dares to do that to her, she will not let it go. But now she has to be in this private mountain page, and can only rely on like Jiol's help. Unexpectedly, when like Jiol heard this, he said, "It's impossible, because if Hajong Ui works for like Jiangji, she would have already contacted and prepared with the rich people, no need to wait until now." This statement temporarily angered Somayan, like Jiol, "Don't you believe me?" The reason Hajong Ui hasn't contacted the rich people is because she basically doesn't want to push me into a corner. It's not that I don't believe you, but Hajong Ui waited until now to make a move. Then this logic is somewhat unreasonable. Hearing like Jiol's analysis, Somayan suddenly became angry, his eyes and voice turning cold. "Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I still say Hajong Ui harmed me. Even though I have no evidence, just relying on intuition." Sensing Somayan's anger, like Jiol immediately felt scared, his tone becoming more submissive. "I'm not saying I don't believe you. I'll call Mang Sang to keep an eye on things. You look at me like that and I'm really scared." Somayan escaped death, suspecting Hajong Ui was the culprit behind her harm. But in like Jiol's eyes, this woman seemed timid and weak, probably not capable of such tactics. Because if Hajong Ui had replaced like Jiangji as the master, she wouldn't have waited until now. However, like Jiol's lack of trust made Somayan angry. "Regardless, Hajong Ui harmed me, believe it or not." Like Jiol trembled, "I'm just analyzing my thoughts a bit." "If you say so, I'll call Mang Sang and ask him to keep an eye on things." After quickly calling Mang Sang, on the other end, Mang Sang answered nervously, "Chairman-like, how are you and the young lady doing?" Upon hearing this, like Jiol was clearly not happy. He did not answer Mang Sang's question. At that moment, the voice of like Jiangji came through the phone on the other end. "Like Jiol, if you can't control me, then you are useless. Have the courage to kill me. If not, protect that woman in the slum for one day. Otherwise, I will have my revenge someday." Like Jiangji could not leave the mansion, clearly furious, and even spoke in an unpleasant manner. Like Jiol's face turned dark upon hearing this. That old man still wants revenge? Too bad his thoughts may have to wait until the next lifetime. Control Hajong Ui again. Mang Sang was a bit confused, not understanding why they suddenly brought up the third young mistress. But since Chairman Like had asked, Mang Sang honestly replied, "I don't see her." Those words shocked Somayan. Ha Jong Ui was very cunning, knowing she was not dead, knowing she would suspect, and knowing she would have to confront like Jiol about this, so that woman would have to flee. As for like Jiol, he could not believe Ha Jong Ui's actions, and after hearing this, he began to doubt. Send more people, we must bring Ha Jong Ui back. Mang Sang immediately received the order to go out. Without even hanging up the phone, he added, wait for me to finish the job as chairman like instructed, immediately return to Mountain Page and take the blame. In the room, Somayan looked at like Jiol and told him the situation. The reason why Ha Jong Ui harmed you has nothing to do with being an accomplice of like Jiang, because she loved you. Like Jiol could not believe it. How could she like me? I couldn't even tell a little bit. What surprises me even more is that if I'm not mistaken, from the first time you set foot in Hall Ha Jong Ui disguised as an innocent white rabbit, she has been thinking of countless ways to deal with you. Furthermore, the time Pyong Tuet drove into you was also Ha Jong Ui's doing. Somayan's words made like Jiol more and more surprised. The previous incidents were not enough to make you suspicious, until the 2&D tournament. The assassin seemed to be sent by So Su, but how did Ha Jong Ui coincidentally come out to save you from the arrow? The timing was too coincidental, revealing a flaw. Are you saying Ha Jong Ui has repeatedly tried to push you to your death? Somayan affirmed, yes, that woman has been thinking like that from the beginning. After finishing speaking, like Jiol suddenly stood up from the bed. Due to the sudden movement, his chest was extremely painful. He pressed on his chest while calling Mang Sang, bring Ha Jong Ui back to me, even if she's on the plane, make her stop. If she tries to escape, you don't need to come back to me alive. After saying that, like Jiol directly threw the phone aside, then turned to look at Somayan with a bit of annoyance. Why did you tell me just now? Somayan calmly replied, I don't have any evidence, everything I say now is just speculation. Besides, didn't someone already say that? That girl is normally useless and cowardly. She couldn't have done this. Upon hearing this, like Jiol was about to refute when he suddenly understood something. Somayan, are you jealous? My little cutie is getting more adorable every day, even making you jealous like this. Somayan didn't want to continue arguing with him, just sarcastically remarked on their sibling relationship. Like Jiol seemed to understand, Somayan was jealous. He then lifted Somayan's chin and reassured her, don't worry, besides you, no woman sees like Jiol as wicked. Somayan changed to a fake smile. Alright, it's my honor. After speaking, she led like Jiol to bed, even inserting an oxygen tube for him so he could breathe through his mouth. 3 days later, Mang Sang was kneeling on the ground in front of the building. He knelt upright, even though his clothes were already soaked through with rainwater. The incident in Gangnam still weighed on Somayan's mind. She held a glass of water, calmly watching Mang Sang being punished to the brink of collapse, his appearance breaking Somayan's heart. Just as Somayan was about to go down and tell him to get up, like Jiol embraced her from behind. Since this man returned from the refugee boat, it seemed like he couldn't bear to be away from her, as if she would disappear if he let go of her hand. Like Jiol, he's been kneeling all day, is that enough for you to see? Somayan's words made like Jiol slightly uncomfortable. Why do you want to plead for that guy? If he had the guts to make decisions on his own, he should have thought about this day. Moreover, it's unforgivable that he couldn't even catch Ha Jong Ui. Truly useless. Somayan handed a piece of apple to the man emitting an angry aura. I want to make a proposal to help you calm down. Like Jiol saw this and leaned forward to take a bite of an apple. It's been 3 days, Ha Jong Ui seems to have disappeared. All blame falls on Mang Sang, this useless person. This anger cannot be swallowed. However, out of consideration for the little darling, I can still listen to reason. With the consent of like Jiol, Somayan called Mang Sang in, who knelt there thinking he had misheard, then rushed in. Mang Sang, you are under the Likeshare group, are you not considered beneath one person among many? Upon hearing this, Mang Sang felt uneasy and bowed his head, his face pale as he replied, yes, but I abused the power of chairman like to betray chairman like, causing harm to the young lady in Gangnam. I know my crime cannot be forgiven. In reality, he knew that chairman like cared most about Somayan, but he still felt justified in betraying Chairman Like. When he learned that Chairman Like was in danger and returning, he immediately realized his grave mistake. But at this moment, Somayan did not want to pursue his responsibility any further. Don't kneel here and beg my forgiveness. Starting today, you will continue to use your power to do some tasks. For example, causing a bit of trouble to avenge the president. Somayan ordered Mang Sang to commit a wrongdoing. Go find him, cause trouble to compensate for your sins. Like Jiol looked at the small puppy with a vengeful look, he revealed a perfect smile. Looking for De Young Gamsian causing trouble is really interesting. Then, Somayan instructed Mang Sang, find things that can make De Young Gamsian headache. Mang Sang stood still after hearing that. Miss, are you overestimating me? His eyes pleaded towards Chairman Like, and like Jiol coldly replied, what are you looking at me for? If the miss tells you to do it, then do it. With that, Mang Sang could no longer resist, he could only accept his fate and leave with his head bowed. Meanwhile, like Jiol's mood was extremely good at this time. The relationship between me and De Young Gamsian is like water and fire. Even if he knows he is being provoked, he dare not confront me. Therefore, when De Young Gamsian is angry, he can only vent his anger on Mang Sang. Conversely, if Mang Sang can't hold back, the two will continue to clash. No one will be at peace. Who told them to hurt my sister? All of this is their own doing. Somayan also strongly agreed with like Jiol's tactics. At first, De Young Gamsian and Mang Sang colluded to leave you abroad, and they made my sister suffer so much in Gangnam. In this way, he and his little one did not have to exert any effort to make the two of them suffer. Furthermore, the uglier his woman was, the more he loved her. But he also understood that she sought to vent her anger not out of hatred towards them. It was just that living in this hell all her life made her vent her anger. For her, the reason De Young Gamsian and Mang Sang did this was also because of him. Those two wouldn't sacrifice everything for him if he wasn't good. He didn't care, anyone who hurt her couldn't be let off. He even wanted to kill her. But now she didn't feel that what happened before was important anymore. In fact, before he returned, she thought she would die. Hearing this, like Jiol held her hand, bowed his head, and bit into a grape in her hand. Do you believe me? Even if I have to take this life of mine, I won't let you die. Like Jiol's words were too heavy, like a hammer weighing on Somayan's shoulders. Until now, I have sacrificed a lot for you, and you haven't done anything for me. I don't need to do anything, just being in front of you is enough. This possessiveness is reserved only for her, from beginning to end, it never changes. In fact, if Somayan pushes him a little, he can take a knife and stab himself. He could even help her fulfill her wish to bring chaos back to the country of 100 years ago. But Somayan gives up the slums, gives up her freedom, only to be like Jiol's woman. He is truly happy. Mang Sang is about to go crazy. Just a second ago, he had to receive orders to fight the president with wit and courage. The next second, he received a message to return to Mountain Page and serve a troublesome person. At this moment, Ta Houyi drives through the deep forest to the entrance of Mountain Page. As soon as Ta Houyi gets out of the car, Mang Sang immediately orders his subordinates, search. Ta Houyi is a little dissatisfied with Mang Sang's behavior. You already used a gun to threaten me as soon as I arrived? Truly the style of like Jiol. However, Mang Sang laughs and says, using a gun is nothing, as long as I don't use it to send you off. Then Ta Houyi, pretending to be carefree, walks with the gun pointed at him towards where like Jiol is sitting, quickly arriving at the spot. He was about to speak up about his purpose here when like Jiol sneered at him. In the midst of taunting, like Jiol noticed his prosthetic right leg and mocked him for using a fake leg. Ta Houyi listened quietly, then calmly admitted, that year, someone cut off my leg and threw it into the sea. Luckily, it drifted to the crazy island where Somayan rescued me, and it was thanks to her care that I was able to recover. Ta Houyi's words stirred like Jiol, his face momentarily darkening, his hand holding the dagger also paused. My woman is not someone others can long for. At the southern border, even like Jiol does not dare to look down on me. As he finished speaking, the dagger in his hand flew past Ta Houyi's ear. directly stabbing into the wall behind him. Ta Hou-yi stood still, his face puzzled. Mr. Like holds the transport rights of Lakeshore Corporation in country A, even the president owes him for that. In this world, there is nothing that can escape his notice. Hearing this, Like Jiol smirked, you do have some awareness. If it weren't for your debt to So Mayan for saving you, just by daring to enter Mountain Page, I could have taken your other leg. After that, Ta Hou-yi went straight to the main issue. The reason for coming here. Our Ta family has always not participated in the struggle of the wealthy people of country A. As long as Mr. Like is willing, I am willing to use the intelligence organization of our Ta family to show my intentions. As soon as he finished speaking, Mang Sang's face outside changed. This was not an agreement. The intelligence organization has always been the Ta family's strongest card. Offering it this time means that the Ta family is aligning with the Lakeshore group, and in the future, the southern border could be said to be decided by the chairman of Like. However, Like Jiol did not care about this at all. He chuckled and did not ask what the other party wanted to exchange, just an Owen ignored Ta Hou-yi standing there. Seeing Like Jiol sitting quietly without saying anything, Ta Hou-yi felt a bit panicked and continued. I have only one small condition. Please let So Mayan go free so she can return to the border with me. As soon as he finished speaking, a tense atmosphere surrounded them. Like Jiol suddenly stood up from his seat and quickly pressed Ta Hou-yi against the wall. So Mayan is my woman. Since when did it become your turn to say you want to take her away? Seeing the man in front of him suddenly become angry, Ta Hou-yi also stopped using that attitude and asked back in silence. Like Jiol looked at Ta Hou-yi with a fierce glare, holding a knife pointed straight at his throat. Ta Hou-yi, without fear, confessed, there is nothing left to hide. So Mayan, still young, thought that your risking your life to return to the country was love for her, and she felt she should repay you fully. But both you and I are men, whether it is love or selfishness, I think we both understand. Upon hearing this, Like Jiol's eyes grew even more fierce, his hand movements becoming stronger. At this moment, Ta Hou-yi clearly felt the pain of his flesh being cut, secretly thinking that if Like Jiol held a gun in his hand, he would have been shot in anger long ago. Ta Hou-yi sarcastically taunted Like Jiol, are you embarrassed and angry because I hit the nail on the head, Sir Like? I don't think you fully understand So Mayan's past, do you? You also don't know how she has lived on this deserted island for the past 3 years. Mang Sang stood outside, watching Ta Hou-yi confidently confront the man, unable to help but break out in a cold sweat for him. However, the way in which Like could make President Like so angry can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Just at the moment when Like Jiol raised a dagger to stab Ta Hou-yi furrowed his brow and said, So Mayan on the crazy island has never had a peaceful day. Like Jiol heard this and his hand froze in midair, his handsome face staring at Ta Hou-yi, wanting to hear some news from his mouth. Seeing that the dagger did not come down, Ta Hou-yi knew he had just won the bet, and he began to talk about So Mayan's past. So Mayan originally arrived on the crazy island as a young 18-year-old girl. She was thrown into a group of mentally ill people. At that time, she was beaten and bitten, even nearly died a few times. At first, she probably felt too scared to sleep, couldn't find food, and when hungry, she ate leaves and plants. She was really starving to death, so she picked up some mud from the sea and chewed on it. Mang Sang, who was outside, also paled at the sight of So Mayan's situation. I always knew that life in the slums was different, but I never imagined it would be so cruel. And to think that a girl was tortured for 3 years in the slums and then sent to Gangnam. In the future, with the help of the people on the crazy island, So Mayan learned how to survive in the slums. But even in a place where there is nothing, there is still war like everywhere else, and even a little bit of food can make people risk their lives. After hearing So Mayan's situation for many years, Like Jiol's heart felt like it was being stabbed by 1,000 knives. He gritted his teeth and said to Ta Hou-yi, continue talking. So Mayan later learned about Du Diok Jiang and Mall, so she led the way into the deep forest to find a new type of plant. She defeated wild animals alone, often eating poisonous plants. At that time, she was pale and almost died. But even in such difficulties, she never thought of giving up. Ta Hou-yi spoke about the island, and memories flooded back. She is the most special girl I have ever met. She seems crazy to want to live, but when she works she doesn't care about her own life. I lost a leg at that time and didn't want to live anymore. So Mayan left me the best food, and collected various herbs to treat my illness, even staying up at night to prevent me from committing suicide. As like Jyoel listened, his body turned to stone day by day, as he had never understood So Mayan's past before. Ta Hoyi was completely immersed in his own memories, still recounting. So Mayan told me, even without dignity, we must continue to live. Because only those who can survive can win against the formidable. At that moment, I knew that what So Mayan wanted was respect. Not only did she want it, but she also wanted to change the lives of all the people in the slum. So, I ask you, Mr. Like, how much more effort does So Mayan have to put in to get to where she is today? How much more blood does she have to sacrifice? Have you seen her hesitate for a second? She has been so persistent, not even death could shake her faith, but for you, CEO Like Sure, she easily gives it up. You, the CEO of Like Sure, selfishly controlling her freedom. The border tyrant hopes that the girl with dreams can turn from a bird in a cage. Therefore, you ignore the danger and go to mountain page alone to find Like Jyoel, using the Ta family's intelligence organization as a condition for exchanging So Mayan. However, Like Jyoel does not care about these things. My woman has never longed for another man since when? After being rejected, Ta Hoyi sarcastically remarks to Like Jyoel, you are selfish, turning an eagle that should soar in the sky into a caged bird. Ta Hoyi's words make Like Jyoel furious, holding a dagger wanting to stab Ta Hoyi in the shoulder. So Mayan has never had a peaceful day in the slum. Like Jyoel's expression changed slightly upon hearing that, and his movements in his hands also stopped. Then Like Jyoel learned from Ta Hoyi's mouth, So Mayan not only has to compete for food with dogs in the slums, but she has even been thrown into a crowd of crazy people a few times and endured beatings. Luckily, So Mayan does not accept the fate that fate has arranged for her, instead leading the people in the slums to resist injustice. Therefore, in this life, So Mayan should not give up the trust she has held onto for so long just for Like Jyoel. Moreover, as the CEO of Like Sure Corporation, he should not selfishly control her freedom. Don't you find a man like that ridiculous or something? Upon hearing this, Mang Seng couldn't help but speak up, Sir, please pay attention to your words. I am saying this for your own good, as someone has said before that saying this will only lead to trouble. Ta Hoyi replied, I know exactly what I am saying, I do not feel that I have said anything wrong. Like Jyoel, do you think you are saving her? If So Mayan had died in Gangnam young initially, at least she would have died without resentment for her faith. But now you just want her to be a bird in a cage without dignity, dying later by your side. Mang Seng's heart raced upon hearing this. The name Ta Hoyi is truly courting death without regard for consequences. If he were to die at the hands of chairman Like, how would the young lady over there react? However, Ta Hoyi was furious with Like Jyoel. Like Jyoel, let me tell you, if you do not release So Mayan to fulfill her wishes, you will never truly have her in this lifetime. Mang Seng, standing nearby, listened to the conversation between the two and pointed a gun straight at Ta Hoyi. How can you blame chairman Like for this? It was my betrayal that caused all of this. Whether you die in Hyangwon later on is the young lady's choice. After hearing Ta Hoyi's words, Like Jyoel's face turned dark and he finally uttered a word after a long time, leave. Seeing that he did not get the answer he wanted, Ta Hoyi was not ready to give up just yet. But at this point, Like Jyoel was on the verge of erupting in anger. My relationship with So Mayan does not need an outsider's input. Seeing this, Mang Seng was no longer polite and gave instructions to the two bodyguards beside him, who then forcibly dragged Ta Hoyi, who was still cursing, away. In the fresh air of Mountain Page, Aunt Ha was trimming flowers in the front garden. Suddenly, she saw Like Jyoel approaching her, and Aunt Ha respectfully bowed her head. Does the young master have any business coming to me today? Asked Aunt Ha. Aunt, do you think I treat So Mayan well? Upon hearing such a strange question, Aunt Ha was a bit confused but answered honestly, of course, you treat the young lady like a pearl. Do you feel any bias? Aunt Ha was completely stunned. What kind of question is this? Why would the young master ask her that? Seeing Anha's hesitant expression, like Jiol was not patient and said, "Just speak your mind." The young master's treatment of the young lady is bias. This bias is perhaps what the other person likes, and I also like it. In fact, Anha was speechless. At this age she still had to answer such a love question. After that, like Jiol coldly looked at Anha without saying anything else, turned and left, leaving Anha trembling. Like Jiol turned towards the building in the alleyway. He took a few steps back. In front of him were two tall plaques covered in soft white silk. Like Jiol's eyes deepened, he grabbed the white silk and threw it up.